out here. All right, folks, good morning or good afternoon if you're on the East Coast. Welcome to coverage of the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals presented by Jay Cossett. This is Jared Barton sitting alongside Sean Miller, and we are here finally at the weekend. Most of you have been here watching since Tuesday. It is Saturday, and we are ready to start Nitro Buggy qualifying. As you can see, our first race is taking warm-up laps, and check out this beautiful chocolate cake brown dirt here at A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico, California. Well, hey, Sean, obviously a lot of great storylines so far this weekend. Ryan Mayfield, the man in the truck class, has already won 2 national championships in electric and nitro truggy. Dakota Fenn snatched E-Buggy from the jaws of defeat, defeating Felong to win in a tiebreaker yesterday in A-Main number 3. Obviously, Nitro Buggy is the big show. Who are you looking at this weekend to try and either win their first national title or continue to keep the dominance in the hands of the Mayfield and Fenn Brigade?
Well, if the E-Buggies didn't give us a little glimpse into what we got going on this weekend, it is wide open right now. Van Dalen, Fee, and Dakota all had a win there in those AAA mains. So, I mean, there's a lot of parity going on here. And this is what we've been waiting for Saturday and Sunday. We're going to do 4 rounds of qualifying here today, and then main event here tomorrow for Nitro Buggy portion of the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals.
And the best part, Sean, 10-minute qualifiers. We get pit stops, maybe, because there are some folks that think they can make 10 minutes on a fuel tank. So, of course, we'll watch that unfold as we go here. You can see this first heat getting warmed up. There's our first shot of our Avid pit cam. So awesome to see this shot right here, seeing all the mechanics go to work. You can see Camden Lime jumping up on the wall right there. And we're going to get underway here very shortly. About to go green with our first heat. Brandon Powell will lead this one off with Corey, Joe, Sean Encinas, Tim Lime, Elijah Olney, Anato Tridardi, Rod Whitley, Ed Smith, Nick Cahoon, and Keith Henry. Our first heat of action right here. 6 heats on tap, Sean. 4 rounds of qualifying. Of course, we'll take some small breaks in between rounds. What are you looking forward to the most here as we get going in the morning?
Well, we are definitely on 10-minute watch here today, so that's going to be kind of cool. If anybody can go 10, it's always the legend of Adam Drake. But, we'll be one to watch here for Dakota Fenn. He's been known to throw some 10s down as well.
The 2 most efficient have to be Adam Drake, Dakota Fenn. And I was wandering the pits after that seating practice ended. A lot of drivers being coy. They didn't want to give you their full hand. That tells me a lot of people are very, very close. Because if you're 7.5 minutes, you're just going to straight up say, yeah, we can't make it. If you're 13 minutes, you're going to say, yeah, we're good. A lot of these drivers are on that cusp of that potential 10-minute threshold. A lot of things come into it. Water, and then again, how many times you make mistakes, have to pull full throttle. A lot of these things are going to come down to the very last seconds, and I think we're going to be looking forward to seeing that extra little bit of chess match going on.
Yeah, some of these drivers got to keep that ace up the sleeve, if you will.
Absolutely. First minute down so far. You can see folks just getting their first laps in. Sean Encinas comes out with a 37.4. So, folks, just a reminder, we do have a bit more of a heavy watering schedule here. You may see a little slower lap times as the track is just a little bit heavier from that water. Usual race pace for e-buggy lap times were around the low 31s. Somebody would sneak in a high 30, say a 0.8 or a 0.9. I bet you for a lot of the day today, we're going to be seeing a lot of low 32s and mid 31s for race pace. But we will keep you updated as we go.
Absolutely. Well, Tim Lime let us out here for the first lap. I believe he's called his buggy Betsy, if I'm not mistaken. So it's cool to see a couple of the dads out here. Camden Lime's dad, Tim Lime in this one, and then the Tridardi dad out there, Renato, in this one is cool. So, it's not all about the boys, I guess, this weekend. The dad's trying to have a little fun here.
You best believe these guys will be running the 40-plus division if this was if this was a non-national event. So good to see Tim Lime out here this weekend. He, of course, is the S-Works USC team manager. And Brent Densford's in the house, too, Beach RC, and the primary distributor for S-Works products in the United States. So S-Works, of course, a lot of good status here the last couple of years. They've really stepped up their game with distribution, and they've been rewarded with a lot of good chassis sales and a good team presence this weekend.
Yeah, man, that team has gotten large over the years. Yeah, that's an interesting smell coming in the Live RC broadcast booth.
Yeah, we have not a great aroma coming into the trailer, but we're a quarter of a distance away from here, folks, and we will start keeping our eye on pit stops. Pit window opens around 5 minutes. I think we'll see a lot of these folks pit around the 6.5 minute mark if they can't make 10. But again, we're looking for the majority of the top seed drivers to be going those long races. Of course, you got Adam Drake coming up later on in the program, of course, with a lot of our A-main drivers. So a lot of these folks likely aren't playing the 10-minute game, and we'll see the pit window open shortly. You see one car coming in on the right side of your screen at the 3-minute mark, so that shows me they can make probably around 7:30 to 8 minutes on a tank. And there's your Avid RC pit cam as we get that car dropped off and back going.
All right, we got Powell leading us around. Eli in that number 2 spot, Campbell 3, Corey Williams 4. Renato Tridardi running my top 5, Tim Lime 6, Sean 7, Cahoon 8, Rod Whitley in the 9, Keith Henry, my man, running top 10, and Ed Smith rounding out my field here. So 3:30 in, 6:30 to go. You'll see some different pit strategies. If you come in at the halfway marker, the pits might be a little bit busy, Jared. So you'll see some strategy come into game here, whether you come in a little early or a little late, and maybe catch a 10th or 2 coming into pit lane if it's empty.
No doubt, and just engaging with our live chat here in the morning, folks. Again, we'll see people filter in as we go. Still pretty early on if you're on the West Coast here. I know both of us were struggling to get up this morning, so we appreciate you tuning in early with us. Want to say RCX8971 sounds like Jared, and you are correct. This is Jared Barden alongside Sean Sexy Like Miller here on the commentary. We're here with you the rest of the weekend here on Live RC. Our coverage began midday Thursday, and we're glad to be here with you the entire weekend on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. So good morning and or afternoon to you folks, depending on where you're watching. And not only do we have United States watchers, Sean, they're all around the world. You said you had a Switzerland watcher yesterday, and plenty of folks that are tuning in from all over this globe.
Germany in the house here this morning.
Fantastic.
So let's see. Mark Dirks, RC. Hello from Germany, friends. Hello, all the way back from beautiful Northern California right here in Chico at the very gorgeous Silver Dollar RC Raceway here.
Watching for pit stops here. And again, the usual race pace for these lower seed drivers, about a 35 to 36 second lap. So we're looking for, I'd say, a 41 to a 42 second lap as their pit lap. And looks like Brandon Powell out there has not yet pitted. Every lap has been a 35 or a 36. Hanato Tridardi in that second spot. Looks like he had a couple long laps in the 40s, but I'm not certain if those were pit laps or not. Of course, we'll keep an eye with 5:20 down and 4:40 to go. But at this point, Brandon Powell out front on a 17 at 10:15. Hanato, Joe, Corey, Nick, the top 5. Tim, Sean, Rod, Keith, and Ed. Looks like Elijah had possibly a flame out there in the pit lane. Minute 57 second lap, but he'll, of course, keep on trucking. with 5:40 gone and 4:20 left to go in our first race out of 6.
Looks like we got our first victim right here, showing Keith Henry off the track here. Look at Renato Trardi jumped all the way up to the number 2 spot.
Another flame
this might
out
be
right
his
there.
Pit stop lap here as we're showing the red bar. It's one of two. Either he's a DNF or a pit stop lap here, but it's not looking so hot right now.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I believe that's Hanato Sr., of course, his son Hanato Jr. and Donato racing this weekend based in Miami, Florida, and they're continuing to do great work this weekend. They've been here all week long doing, I believe, doing the gauntlet, all 4 divisions, so it's been great to see those folks, and we've gotten to know them a little bit better because they're pitting right next to us here in the broadcast booth. So good to see the Trinardi family. It's truly a family affair. 6:30 down and 3:30 left. You see Brandon looks like he has been in for his pit stop. Just looks like his outlap was 48.1. And that race pit lane here at Silver Dollar Raceway does force you to slow down a little bit. You got to put the brakes on. Got a little speed bump going into pit lane. And, of course, the wing catcher as you first come in because they don't want folks jumping into pit lane and risking mechanic safety. And I think that's a great move because as racers, if it's presented to you, you're going to try and get that advantage.
Absolutely.
Try and jump into the pit lane. So, of course, A-Main continuing to do things proper as always. And, of course, emphasizing driver and mechanic safety over all else.
All right, things winding down here. 7 down, 3 to go. Powell with a 20-second lead right here. So he finds himself in the first heat of 6, but, hey, a win is a win right here. That's the best way you can start your day, Jared.
For sure. You're looking to, of course, still qual point scoring here, folks. So you're still looking to be as high up in the round as you can. Just for you folks that are brand new here, watching maybe for the first or second time here on Live RC, here at the Roar 8 Scale Off-Road Nationals, we will have 4 rounds of qualifying today. It is qual point style scoring. And, Sean, just to run that down for the folks at home, that basically means we're cleaning the slate every single round of qualifying. So you're going to have 4 separate top qualifying runs. And if you TQ around, TQ standing for top qualifier, you get a 0-point score. And that's exactly what you're looking to get. Just like golf, lowest score wins. And 2 out of the 4 rounds will count, meaning your 2 highest scores will be dropped. And, of course, if we have to go tiebreaker, if you tie on points with another driver, your tiebreaker would be if you had the faster 10-minute run versus your competition.
Yeah, dropping some knowledge right here for everybody watching. In case they've been wondering, of course, all events, it's going to be pretty similar, but the format's going to change one way or another, so I'm sure the viewers are appreciating just kind of the setup here, what we got going on, at least on a Saturday, and then it's going to all change here on a Sunday. It'll be all mains day,
absolutely,
all day long.
And this is the one unique portion of Nitro Buggy is this is the ladder style format here in FMR qualifying. So just to run it down for you folks, if the overall driver is top qualifier, let's just say it's Dakota Fenn who's TQ'd the last few of these things. If you top qualify the event overall in Nitro Buggy, you are guaranteed into the final. You do not have to run a semifinal qualifying round. But everybody from second place on back will be seeded into a fractional race, meaning the semis are the 1/2, the quarters are the 1/4 finals, of course the 8th finals, the 16th finals, and so on. Here's how it's going to go, folks. So, of course, we start at the very bottom of the ladder system. We're going to take the top qualifier, and, of course, everybody bumps up through the system. We'll go all the way up to the semifinals. We'll take the top 6 drivers from both semi-rounds, and then there will be an LCQ, a last chance qualifier, that'll take 2 drivers from that LCQ race and make it a 15-car hour-long final. The LCQ is the final event before the hour-long final. So again, folks, we're going to take 6 from both the semifinals. That makes it 13 cars with your TQ already locked in. Then the LCQ race will consist of all the drivers that did not bump out of a semi. So there will be no additional bumps from quarters to semis. However, all the drivers that did not bump out of a semi will have one last chance put themselves in an hour-long final. I think it's going to come all the way down to the last corner of the last lap.
Who doesn't enjoy a good LCQ?
Just like motocross. Motocross racing in my stomping grounds this week in Unadilla, New York. So good to see the pro motocross circuit coming out to little old farm town New York and New Berlin. So clock's about run out here, Sean. It looks like Brandon Powell is going to be sitting pretty if he can bring it around for one more lap. And he ran strong in the e-buggy division as well, so he's starting off his campaign very well. Looks like Corey Williams already finished. He crossed with a 37.1 to finish with a 16 at 10.12. See if Powell can bring this one home. He, in fact, does.
Nice. 16
at 10.07 and a 35.2 on the final lap. So a lot of these drivers are coming across. Looks like Old Man Lime going to bring it home in that third spot if he can get it around for one more corner. Let's see if he
Looks
can
like
get
he's
there.
Getting by here for another. He should be coming around here any second. He had the all green body. I'm not sure I see him out there.
I think that was maybe line with a flame on the last lap. So
in.
Announcer Curtis, you can see Mason holding him up over the line because you're not supposed to allow a flamed out car to count the laps. So unfortunate for Tim, but he will still hold on to the fourth spot. Looks like Sean Encinas will pass him, but Tim Lime will still finish in front of Renato Trudardi, who finished at 14:10 flat. So, Sean, we're going to pull up our AMA and Hobbies race results screen. I want you to run them down for me. Who ended up doing good in this one?
All right. Oh, we still had one out there live, did we?
He was out there, yeah, 10:42.
Big Ed Smith rocking the Kyosho.
All right, and everybody's finished. Who did good in this one, Sean?
Here's our AMA and Hobbies qualifying results. Brandon Powell on that 16:10.07. Going to take the heat win. Corey Williams on a 6:10.12. Tim Lime going to go top 3. Sean Encinas going to go 4. Renato, Joe, Ed, Nick, Keith, Rod. Let's see. Looking at my screen here. And it's gone. And Elijah going to finish out there in the top 11.
So good opening round right there. So Brandon Powell setting the provisional TQ. You can see we're spritzing the track with a little bit of water. We're going to put water down between every race in the interest of, 1, the track staying together, and 2, these drivers are trying to actually have tires left on the wheel when these races are over. This track here in A-Main, very abrasive when it starts to take that groove and lay down some rubber. So big kudos to the A-Main track crew for pivoting accordingly and putting down a little bit of water in between each race. That way the drivers have some rubber left on the bone, if you will, for after these 10-minute races have concluded. Just wanted to shout out our sponsors again for the event. First off, our Live RC sponsors. They continue to hold it down for us, so a big thanks to our title sponsor of the stream, J Concepts Inc., A-Main Hobbies bringing you the grid lineup and race results, 1UP bringing you the race report, Techno RC bringing you the jump cam, Avid bringing you the pit cam, and Matrix Off-Road Tires bringing you the track cam. Of course, a big thanks to all of our sponsors for the Live RC department as well as the event. Title sponsor of the Roar 8 Scale Off-Road Nationals is, in fact, J Concepts Inc., founded in 2003 and owned by Jason and Allison Rona. J Concepts has over 20 years of industry experience with a buy racers, for racers mentality. Based in Groveland, Florida, J Concepts offers high-quality RC car components such as tires and wheels, aerodynamic bodies and wings, accessories, tools, and much more for various scales and segments of our industry. To learn more about J Concepts products and browse their full catalog, visit jconcepts.net or stop by your hobby shop for local details.
All right, you can see everybody all lined up here in staging. That was actually where they had those tents that flew onto the track. So the tents have been removed. I didn't see. You can put them back there. You just got to throw some stakes in them. But they're, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So it looks like they're going no tents here.
Tent gate, as it's been labeled on,
that's a
on the
silly,
interwebs.
I'll go with it.
Hey, man, sometimes things like that happen. The A-Main crew was just trying to put up some tents for some of the drivers to stay in tune, stay in the shade here, and you can see our replay. This was from Buggy qualifying. This was heat 4 out of 5 and round number 4 of qualifying. And, folks, you got to imagine this was pretty crazy happening right here. And you could see our leader, Felong Nguyen, just getting by before the tents went down. And, of course, it takes a village to get all those folks to get out there and corral those tents. Of course, those tents have since been removed. But I agree with you, Sean. Maybe they go up later in the day when it gets warmer. It's supposed to be in the 90s this weekend. So I think the tents are useful if they can just throw some stakes in those legs, and we shouldn't have a repeat of that.
We almost got it in. There was only about 30 seconds left in that race, and that's a bummer for some of those racers because, as you guys can see, Felong was on a really good run. Setzer was on a really good run. And one of the fast youngsters, Frankie Contreras Jr. in that Mugen, were all on a top 3 run right there. So, yeah, that's life. Sometimes they're going to throw you a curveball, and you just got to get some pine tar on the bat and swing away.
Absolutely, and just to refresh everybody's memory, that was when Felong Nguyen had TQ kind of taken out of his hands there, and when they did the rerun after everything was all over, he, in fact, took it back away after beating Mason Fuller's previous run to take overall TQ honors in Electric Buggy. Felong finished second overall in the electric program, but he didn't finish second by much. It was by a tiebreaker with Dakota Fenn. They both finished with 2 points in the triple finals, and Dakota, with a little bit faster individual pace, was able to take his 46th career Roar National title, adding to his already all-time high number.
All right. Looks like we're getting ready to go here.
Final top-ups of fuel, man. I don't know if anybody's going to go 10 here, but you still want to have that tank packed full. And I think a lot of these drivers, like we saw, are going to probably play the, I'd say, 7-minute window. There's no need to push it. If you can't make 10, you might as well be safe and bring it in around that halfway point.
Yeah, and they're watching these buggies tight this weekend over in Tech. Every single race yesterday, they had to go back in Tech 4 post-Tech. So I like it, keeping everybody on a nice straight arrow here.
Shout out to our track crew, Cal Southworth, Vin Manchin, and Chris Crowder. Just to worry about Cal Southworth, this is more my department here, Sean. The Snowbird Nationals is the premier carpet oval race in Orlando, Florida, held every single year at the end of January and beginning of February. Just this year, Mike Boylan had owned the Snowbird Nationals promotion for over 30 years. Cal Southworth has taken over the keys to the kingdom in the Snowbird Nationals promotion department, and I know he's going to do a fantastic job. So here's to another 30 great years of the Snowbirds, and Cal, congratulations on that promotion.
Yeah, I've tech quite a few tanks over the years. I've done all the tech for JBRL for about the better half of a decade, and all the tech over at DNC and Silver State for about the same time, about 10 years. So I've teched thousands of tanks over the years, and it's just it's a good thing. I know a lot of events out here and choose to not run tech out here, but I think it's a must here when you're racing the Nitro cars. Just keeps everybody on the even playing field, if you will.
Keeps them honest so that there's no funny business, right? Because we won't name names, but you've seen a couple buggies come through with truggy tanks and have a little extra fuel capacity.
Every year, Jared, I get at least a truggy tank at DNC or Silver State. So, and that's why we're looking out here, because if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So you got to keep everybody straight.
Absolutely, and Roar does just a fantastic job with the technical inspection. Just to finish that point you made. Everything's thorough. And of course, everybody is getting fair treatment. There's no biases here. If you're a pro driver, they treat the A main drivers the same as the E main drivers, and gotta love the even playing field. And really, the tech thing is more so just confirmation for your competitors. You watch your car get teched, your peers watch your car get teched. Everything is good. That way, if you are able to win a national championship this weekend, nobody has any questions. Nobody's like, well, he probably was doing something funny with his fuel tank or something like that. Or having an out-of-spec wing or something along those lines. Everything is confirmed. You're good. Everything's all set. And then your competitors, I think, are a lot happier for you knowing that you earned your win outright on the level playing field.
Yeah, and they're not just tech tanks. They're checking the weight of the vehicles. They're checking the width and the length. And I don't know for 100%. I'm assuming they're checking the wing size as well.
There is a wing
so there's about 4 different things that they're really checking for, car numbers and all that stuff. But tank probably being the major one. You can only make the cars so wide and so long, but they're definitely checking for that stuff as well.
Yes, the wing template is measuring both the cord width and the side dam height. So definitely have some nice tech tools over there, and they're just over on the other side of the sea can here, but the tech crew doing a fantastic job. 3-minute mark here, folks, 7 to go. And check out Little Mark Noperi out front at a 33.8 fast lap on lap number 4. Little Mark uncorking a fast one right there. Mason Montmany in the second spot. There's Chevelle Keats coming across the line there in third spot. Carson Kroll, Ronnie Holt, the top 5. There's Big Brent Densford in that sixth spot. Barry Rowe, Dennis Wilson, Steven Smith, Boris Morales, and unfortunately it looks like Marcus Plumley just making it out there with a 2-minute, 45-second first lap. Not ideal if that's your first pass 3.5 minutes in.
Yeah, this will be a throwaway for him, but at least he's getting some practice here this morning.
Absolutely, and just again to talk about Brent Densford, S-Works Chassis on ProMotion Tires, BeachRC.com, one of the leaders in online hobby store sales. They just relocated stores, still in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, but no longer actually have a racetrack. It's all store space, and Brent really just said, hey man, it's just we're growing here. We're selling more products than ever. Sales are off the chain, and just needed more space for more products, so I fully respect that.
Yeah, and they still have a big race out there every year. I believe they're still doing the Pro-Am.
RC Pro-Am in Lake Waccamaw, North Carolina. Yes, yeah. It's in one of those horse-style barns there, and Lance McDonald and the crew always go down there and have a good time. That's the RC Pro-Am where the pros rely on the Joes, and it's kind of a point-style scoring format where one driver runs pro, one driver runs intermediate, one driver runs sportsman, and they all scored up at the end of the weekend, and, of course, the top 3 teams all get cash payouts.
Yeah, Jimmy's done that for, almost 30 years at the shootout that we have. The 10-scale race used to be real big. We used to get 400 or 500 entries out there at the Hot Rod Hobby Shootout. And just over the years, 10-scale has kind of gotten away from the outdoor stuff, but that's a big but. It's kind of making a resurgence out here. I love racing 10-scale outdoors on real dirt, and I think everybody else is kind of getting that feeling back as well. It's like a long-lost love everybody had. Everything's gone real high-bite, AstroTurf, carpet, glued, running on slicks and everything, so it's kind of nice to throw it back a little bit to the OG days of 10-scale.
For sure. You just saw Clay Keats getting the pit stop done there for Chevelle. Clay, of course, very involved with the promotion and social media side. Of course, making sure that his daughter Chevelle has everything she needs to compete, and she's holding her own right now, Sean. 4th place so far at the 5:30 mark, 4:30 left to go. See that Avid pit cam getting a lot of use this weekend here to show you all the action happening at pit lane. And this is the cool part about Nitro Buggy, Sean, is now this is the first time in a qualifying scenario that it's not always up to the driver, it's up to your mechanic. It's up to you getting into the pit lane nice and square, not falling off the race pit lane. Of course, your mechanic's got to have a nice smooth pit stop, try not to get fuel over the car, and get those brake pads all saturated with nitro fuel. So really becomes more of a team effort here in the Nitro divisions. We'll, of course, be highlighting pit stops all weekend long, all the way up to your hour-long final on Sunday afternoon.
We got some good battles out front right here. Little Mark Napiri was leading us around here. It looks like he came in for a pit stop just past the halfway point. So Ronnie Holt going to take it over, rocking that Mugen 6/10 up on Mason Montany. We got Little Mark Napiri down to the 3. Chevelle having a nice run here this morning in that 4. B-Row running in the 5. Not Banner Rose, Barry Row. Let's see. We got Carson, Brent Dunford, Dennis Wilson, Stephen Smith, Boris Morales. Good to see Boris out here this weekend. I haven't seen him for a few years. He met Boris many years ago racing up at Empire RC, Rick Rodriguez place out here in Northern California, and no longer out here. It looks like he's got something in the works. I think he's out in Oklahoma now, Big Rick.
Absolutely. You see, we've got some more pit stops happening right here. That was Morales ducking into pit lane right there. Looks like he's down and away, no problems at all. So just an update on pace now that pit stops have mainly been completed. Looks like the top 7 drivers all in front of the previous TQ set by Powell. So right now, Little Mark on a 17 at 10:11. The top 7 drivers all on that 17-lap bracket. The current TQ is Brandon Powell, 16 at 10:07. So right now, that's going to be all the way down to Brent Densford looking to move in front of the previous pace, and there's a new fast lap at a Little Mark, 33.83, just a couple thousandths quicker than Carson Crowell's 33.837. So, Sean, I'm telling you what, this track starts to dry out a little bit. This sunlight's going to start beating down on this Chico racetrack, and I think that our track crew, a very thankless job, mind you, is going to be having their work cut out for them, because once this dry heat of California takes hold, the water is going to be disappearing before they can even put it down.
Yeah, and it's been pretty cool in the high 80s the last few days. We're going to be closer to the 90s today and about 95 tomorrow, so temperatures going up. And I just want to reiterate, man, that track crew, they've been watering a lot out here since Tuesday, and I just want to give them a tip of the cap here from the Live RC broadcast booth. Those boys working hard.
No doubt.
And we see their hard work and efforts, and hopefully they're keeping some Red Bulls and some waters here close to the track for those guys.
No doubt. We've been using the heck out of the refrigerator just to our right, making sure we got clean.
Are we
clean,
drinking
cool
their waters, Jared?
Yeah, man. We've been definitely been dipping into their supply. So just wanted to give one shout out. Just received a message from a former 2-time Roar National champion, Daniel Chavez. He just sent me a text and showing me some
DC?
love. So DC 2-time Roar National champion, both in carpet off-road racing. Did that at Beachline in 2022. His home track is Beachline Raceway. So shout out to DC, shout out to Robbie Michael, owner of Beachline, one of the most gorgeous 10-scale off-road facilities in the whole country and in the whole world. They've hosted, of course, the Roar 12-scale or the IFMAR 12-scale Worlds. They've hosted Roar Nationals, both in on-road and carpet off-road, and it's a very well-deserved honor because they got one of the best places to do it. So shout out Daniel and Robbie and that whole crew.
All right, Little Mark Napiri stretching it out to 9 seconds, and here comes E.B. Rowe. He's out here getting some Worlds practice, Jared. I just talked to him yesterday. Yeah, he is a Texas native. He's just a couple hours from Hutto, Texas, but he will be racing the Worlds later this year at September 26th through October 3rd. So we'll be cheering on EB at the Worlds.
And conveniently enough, Live RC bringing you the coverage of the Worlds,
yes,
too.
Sir.
So you better not miss a second of the action with us here. We're going to be here with you from start to finish to crown our new IFMAR World Champion. You got to think Dakota Fenn wants to get that monkey off his back and win that first Worlds. That's about the only thing left on his resume. Of course, as we mentioned many times, 46 Roar National Championships, by far the most of all time. He just eclipsed Josh Cyril about a year ago, and Josh Cyril, a lot of those championships came from on-road and oval racing, but you better believe Dakota Fenn doesn't so much want to keep that into the Roar National 10-0 count. He wants to win the Worlds, and he will certainly be a betting favorite come September at Thornhill.
Yeah, he's the winningest Roar National Champion in Roar history, so, I mean, that's the big one that's eluded him. It's time, Dakota. It's time, and, they're going to have to go through Ongaro. He is your 3-time back-to-back-to-back defending world champion. And don't forget, he's got one in 10-scale four-wheel drive as well. So he's actually a 4-time world champion, but he is the 3-time defending champ back since I actually met Davide in 2016 at the Las Vegas Worlds. And that was the first time he kind of made a name for himself, and it's been Ongaro ever since. So shout out to David Ronafalk. He was the champion in 2016, the last time it was in the USA.
For sure. RC Tracks of Las Vegas, one of those fantastic tracks we always remember fondly. So this one's getting wrapped up here, folks. Unfortunately, looks like Densford dropped out early, but little Mark Naperi resetting the TQ time with a 17 at 10:04. Looks like the top 8 will all move in front of Powell's previous run. There is your A-Main Hobbies race results screen showing you that the top 6 drivers will go 17 laps. That's Little Mark, Barry Rowe, Chevelle Keats, Mason Montmany, Ronnie Holt, Carson Kroll, all going 17 laps. Dennis and Steven also move in front of Powell's previous pace, followed by Boris Morales and Marcus Plumley, your top 10. And Brent Densford, unfortunately, did drop out a little bit early at the 7:23 mark. But you better believe that S-Works team is going to go to work and make sure old man Densford's back there and ready to rock for round 2. You better believe Tim and Camden Lime will make sure he is tuned up and ready to rock.
Yeah, they better put that hot setup on his ride.
That's right, man. You got to make sure the boss gets taken care of,
That's
so
it, man.
Here's our A-Main Hobbies grid lineup for race number 3. And again, you see some big names here. Carson Phipps, Adrian Ramos, Mario Rudy, Brendan Bartlett, as we previously mentioned. Montana native now for Brendan Bartlett.
Yes,
Greg McElroy, Paul Ciccarello, Jacob Haas, Trevor Lund, Gage Newsop, Bryce Beaver, and Mark Naperi. Big Mark Naperi will be starting in 11th. Here for race number 3 out of 6 Nitro Buggy. So we're working up towards those higher seeds here, Sean. We're going to start seeing some big lap times. I bet you race pace, like we had mentioned, likely will be in the 31-second bracket for the pros.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Speaking of RC Tracks of Las Vegas, David Tidwell in the chat right here. What's up, DT? You know he's going to be cheering on those K cars out there. He's always loved those Kyosho's.
Well, David, man, I'll tell you what, just a fantastic facility. Unfortunately, that was before my time to start traveling, but you better believe that 19-year-old Jared was certainly excited watching that Worlds from Las Vegas. It was I was there from the first qualifier to the very end, and very cool to see Ronafalk take down that.
That was a long week for us because they actually had some extra spots to give away to some U.S. drivers, and they didn't just do a lottery; they held a race. Actually, the week before. So we had to fly out there. Not only were we out there for the 10 days, I think we had to throw 2 extra days in for the race in to get a couple extra entries into that U.S. Worlds.
That's pretty cool. More so than a lottery. It's all right. You want to race, you better earn your way in. And here's our schedule for the rest of the weekend, folks. You can see all the days we've been here already grayed out, but 2 more days. Nitro Buggy qualifying here all day long with you. We'll be here all the way until our estimated finish time about 6 o'clock PST is when we're looking to get things wrapped up today. And, of course, our Nitro Buggy mains will be tomorrow. Mains will begin at 9 a.m. Tentative schedule. Again, Roar can pivot just a little bit if they need to make some more time. But at this point, looking like a 9 a.m. start PST for our mains. And our final is estimated to go off around 2 p.m. PST.
That's what we're looking like.
We're looking to get things wrapped up around a little after 3 p.m. PST here. Again, adjust your time zone accordingly. Mountain Time +1, Central Time +2, and Eastern Time +3 hours. Warm-ups happening here, Sean. Who's your pick for race number 3? I got mine, but I want to know who you got here for race 3.
Can I take a guess who you're picking here first?
Take a guess.
Chicky?
I was going to go Chicky finishing second in this one. I was going to give Chicky second place,
okay,
but I want to know who you got.
Let's see. Mario Rudy, you can never count on him. I think Brendan Bartlett, he's rocking those Associated Nows. He's going to have a pretty good run right here. I'm going to go with Let's go with Bartlett here.
Oh, you're going to go Bartlett? I'm going to go, and I'm going to go a little boring here. I'm going to go with the pole sitter, Carson Phipps. I feel like he has shown way more speed than what he has been rewarded with for results this weekend. I think he's more of a Nitro driver anyway. He's from Washington State, races that entire West Coast tour up there in the Northwest, and I think you'll expect Carson to go pretty fast here. I would expect Carson to not only reset TQ, but I think he'll drop our first 18-lap run of the day.
You know, that's a pretty good pick. He has had some solid runs out here this week, so I like that pick right there.
Brock Garris jumping into the chat, showing support for the old men. He says rooting on Paul C to do it for the old dudes. So Brock Garris out of Pennsylvania, a longtime oval racer, has now switched to off-road racing with his son Ricky. So thanks, Brock, for tuning in. Hopefully all is well with you, my friend, and I'm sure I'll see you down at Trains and Lanes one of these days. And congratulations to the whole Trains and Lanes crew last weekend running their Kyosho Classic. They had 230 entries last weekend. So
I got a question for you, Jared. Do you think if we tuck in our shirts to our shorts, Paul Ciccarello gets this heat win?
I think we'd have to put on the New Balance with grass stains on them in order to do that. But either way, we got Chicky off to a strong start, and he's going to be watching this back just shaking his head. By the way, he can't get away without us mentioning this. Happy birthday, Paul Ciccarello.
Whoa.
He's racing the Roar Nationals on his birthday. Already has gotten a call from his wife, Dan, and his son, Joey, wishing him a happy birthday. So happy birthday, Chicky. We are so glad you're here with us. This is his 52nd birthday, and he's still here competing with some of the best.
Yeah, man. Chicky, I've been battling with him now. I've been racing in the 40-plus class for 3 years. I have had so much fun battling with Chicky over the years at Silver State and DNC, and I've gotten him a couple times, but Chicky's had my number so far. I'm still working towards the Chicky W.
A man of many miles traveled for sure, and just to rerun
Chicky.
Of course, he's a very well-known off-road racer, but a former U.S. indoor champion in Cleveland, Ohio, in 12-scale road course, and one of the greatest slot car racers in the world back in his time. So Chicky doing great so far, but Adrian Ramos, your boy out there with that K car,
hey.
Great start, 33.6. Carson Phipps back-to-back with 33.8 and 33.5. So good strong starts, and Chicky first time by 33.9, 130 in. Got Jacob Haas in that fourth spot. Mario Rudy in fifth. He does have an S-Works chassis this weekend. Drake McElroy, Bryce Beaver, Gage, Mark, Trevor, and Brendan. Not a good first lap, but he's got plenty of time to make up for that.
Check it out. We got 0.6 of a second between our top six right here, and it's going to be the Arizona boy, Mario Rudy, in that S-Works, leading us around with his fellow teammate. Now jumping to the point here, Carson Phipps, by 1/10 of a second.
33.3 for Phipps, 33.2 for Rudy. So Rudy has the quickest lap. Check out all the 33s down the board. We have all of our top 7 drivers that have dipped into that threshold. And Brendan Bartlett comes back with a 33.3 after a 39.3 on his first lap. So Brendan playing law of averages, you know he's going to be charging hard. We're following Brendan right there in that white, yellow, and red. Oh, a little bit of a mistake going up that big valley jump. Telling you, broadcaster curse has happened a couple times this weekend, Sean. When we zoom in on somebody, real. Something happens. So you better believe Brendan's going to be charging hard, though. He is one certified ripper, as you call him. He's definitely a stud out here.
Yeah, the camera curse, or the race director's curse, they like to call it. I don't know. It's a faux pas, but it's kind of real. It's a thing.
I agree. It's don't want to bring up past things, but there was a racer at the Wicked Weekend that was giving our boy Keenan White a little bit of actual flack for saying the broadcaster caused him to flame out, and I was like, what? Are we sitting here with the puppet strings manipulating the outcomes? And I will assure you, folks, we're just commenting on what's going on the screen. We don't intend to wish any bad voodoo. So if I had a magic button to press to make somebody flame out, I don't think I would even touch it. So just to reiterate,
I'm going to stay away from that. You know me, I'm all about positivity, and that's what RC needs to grow. So let's keep it positive, boys and girls. Have ourselves a little fun here at the 1A scale Roar Off-Road Nationals, man. No drama. I got a shirt that says no drama on it with the big X through it, because I just keep it real, keep it live. Spread the love, have some fun. I'm always smiling, even when things aren't going right, throwing a fit and And making a big mess out of it online doesn't help us out any, so let's keep that positivity alive, and let's grow this hobby one race at a time here, Big J.
Good vibes only here at liverc.com.
Yes, sir.
So thanks, folks, for joining in. And I got to say, BJ Williams, RC Victory Lane, always doing a great job moderating the chat. The chat's been very positive this weekend, too. A lot of good vibes, people cheering on their friends and family. So big props to all you folks watching, too. Good vibes. Always breed good vibes, so good stuff.
All right, pit stop starting to cycle through here as we're nearing our halfway point. You can see a couple guys reeling them in, and check it out, the Avid Pit Cam right there.
Absolutely, showing you all the action from the exit of pit lane right there. We got Phipps, Rudy, Ramos, McElroy, and Haas, the top 5. We'll see what they got for outlaps here, but check out Rudy last time by 33 flats. So, right now, Mario making it happen there with that S-Works car. It's S-Works, and Kyosho, your top 3 manufacturers. 4:45 down, 5:15 to go.
All right, just about the halfway point here. I love these 10-minute heats right here.
Watching Rudy right here. Let's see if he ducks into the pit lane or maybe stays out for one more. Watching him right here. Here he comes. Leader is in. Oh, he gets off the pipe a little. He saved it. But Mario's always got that flair for the dramatic. You can see nice quick pit stop right there, down and away. And he gets right back out in front and rails the berm like he's a motocross racer.
Berm blaster.
I like it, man. Mario's always got that little bit of that style when he races. So let's see how the pit stops work here. But Carson Phipps did come in your leader before that happened. So we'll give it a lap or two for the scoring just to reset, and we'll show you who's doing what. But for now, it's showing Rudy, Ramos, Phipps, Ciccarello, and McElroy your current top 5.
All right, looks like Mario going to come around here. This was his pit stop lap. Man, you know what? That was really close to near disaster for him right there coming into pit lane.
It was, and it was a fast pit lap, too. 38.5 on the outlap. So
nice.
The pit stop was probably about 4.5 seconds or so. And, again, big props to Mario and his pit man down there for getting him out front. And we'll see what it looks like. I don't know if Ramos has pitted yet. I don't see a pit lap yet for Adrian. So this should cycle lead back around to Carson Phipps. His outlap was a 39.7.
Yeah, see, that looks like a rollover, that 36.7, so he still may need to come in for fuel. Now, we're only 6:10 into this race, so he's still got about a minute plus before he needs to reel it in. But maybe that's just, the strategy he's got going on. Come in a little later than everybody else, get that clear pit lane, and really make up a second or two right there, because it's going to make a big difference here now that we're racing the Nitro buggies here for the rest of the weekend. Your pit guys, a big part of winning these heats out here. It can be won or lost right there in pit lane.
Absolutely, and there's so many different strategies, even in a 10-minute race, Sean. You can come in around the 2.5, 3-minute mark for a quick splash and go, and then run out your tank until the end of the race. Or you can try to play the long game, come in for that quick splash, and come back out. It really depends on what you'd like to do. Again, it depends if your car runs better when it's a little richer on a full tank or a little leaner on a near-empty tank. A lot of things go into this Nitro Buggy class. There's a big reason why Nitro Buggy still to this day is considered the premier class of 1/8 scale off-road. And I would argue, Sean, it's probably the most prestigious award you can win either nationally or on a world level. 1/8 scale off-road Nitro continues to be one of the premier.
Yeah, we don't want to take anything away from the other national championship classes. But, yeah, this is the big one right here.
For sure. And 2.5 minutes left to go. It is Carson Phipps out front by just 0.4 over Rudy. And what were we saying on the paces here, Sean? 18 at 10:17 to a 10:18. Ciccarello hanging in there. 10:26, just 6 seconds off the current lead. Followed by Jacob Haas and Adrian Ramos, handing 4th and 5th back and forth. They're 1/10 apart as Jacob takes it back. Followed by Drake McElroy 6, Bryce Beaver 7, Gage Dusnup 8th, Mark Naperi 9, Trevor Lund 10th. And unfortunately, your pit going in this one is not doing too hot, Sean. Brendan Bartlett looks like he just had a long pit stop, potential engine problem. Something happened with Brendan, but of course we wish him the best of luck in the later rounds, and he'll certainly be using round 1 as a throwaway.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't make any more picks for the heat wins anymore.
It's like the Drake curse, the Drake sports betting curse. You wonder if that's if that has anything to go into it. But we certainly believe that Brendan will be back at the rip. And you see he's got speed, 33.3 his quickest lap. So you better believe that Brendan's going to be charging in these late rounds.
Let's see if we can't get back to Mario. He should be just coming up across the line. That is the closest battle. Orange buggy. That S-Works strapped up on J-Concepts rubber. Should be down the front side rhythm right now.
39.8, not the greatest pass right there. So Phipps going to be back out in front. Phipps hitting the start-finish line right now. Here he comes. Phipps going to be driving that third car in line that we just saw before he went out of frame. So Phipps should be going through the center rhythm section there. There he is. And with Phipps, Rudy, Ciccarello still separated by 6 and 8 seconds respectively. So Carson's sitting pretty with a minute to go. You got to think he's going to be trying to get this one home. There is your leader in the red and white S-Works machine. Ooh, goes a little bit wild over that quad. Somehow saved it, but over-jumped that first table just a little bit.
I'm not sure that one's Rudy out there. That is an orange car. I'll give the cameraman that. But Carson Phipps should be crossing the line right about now.
Yes, sir. This appears to be potentially Bryce Beaver.
Looks like Gage, yep.
Yep, so apologize, folks. These cars are already going too fast for us to really pick up the logos and the little name decals I got on them, but our crew's doing a great job, and there is Mario Rudy right there. So good job for our camera crew, as always, picking up our drivers. That is not an easy job, to say the least.
I was just about to say that, Jared. You think, you got to come out here and just film RC cars. No, what they're doing is they have headsets on with us, and if we say, hey, we want to follow a leader around, we go to that leader, and then, somebody comes by, let's just say Carson Phillips. Now he's the leader, and then we want him to go back and forth. So these guys have a tough job right there, and they're doing the best they can to work with us and really bring you guys an excellent production right here. So hats off to the live RC crew out there, man. It's they're just trying to hang with us and what we're talking about and go back and forth, and it's not as easy as it sounds.
Absolutely. Travis Melton on the driver's stand getting you all the shots, and Lucas McCabe sitting to our left. He's also been getting a lot of action this weekend, so thank you, gentlemen, for your hard work. Carson Phipps is finished. Looks like he's on an 18-10-13 to wrap it up. So Chicky and or Rudy going to be finishing second here, depending on how they come across, but Looks like score one on the pick here, Sean. At Carson Phipps, 18-10-13. He made me look like I know what I'm talking about up here, so congratulations on a good run, Carson. And we'll wait for these drivers to come across second, third, and fourth, still to decide right here, and they're all within about a second of each other, so it's either going to be Rudy, Chicky, or Ramos. Here they come. Looks like Rudy's going to take that second spot by just 0.4 of a second. 18-10-25 for Rudy, 10-26 for Ciccarello. Here comes Ramos. He's done on a 10-27. That'll be 2-3-4. Jacob Haas finishing in the fifth spot, 18-10-28. Bryce Beaver, 18-10-32. And also Drake McElroy, 17-10-01, all reset in the TQ pace from Little Mark. So congratulations to those seven.
Top five. No, top six go 18 lappers. So those are our first 18s as expected here. That's why we run those seating rounds. It kind of sits you on with the other guys more your speed. So as the heats go on, they're going to just get a little bit faster.
Absolutely, brothers. And you saw Bryce Beaver just get that 18 at the end, so good stuff with him. And, of course, we'll be seeing Colin as well coming up soon. Colin actually is in this next race, Nitro Buggy Heat 4-6. You see our drop zone right here, and there is your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Check this out, just like we said in E-Buggy. This is the C sort, Sean, and we've got Julian Oliveras, Carlos Arredondo, who is a ripper, Ethan Mechanic, Adam Drake, Tyler Brown, owner of J&T and ProMotion, Benny Comarian, Donato Tradardi, Trevor Owens, Colin Beaver, Austin Blair, Hanato Tradardi Jr., and Jaden 2, your full 12-car lineup here for Nitro Buggy Heat 4-6. This is when stuff starts getting serious. You start seeing potential top 8, top 10 runs coming out of these lower seeds. I'm going to have a lot of these drivers going quick here and giving a good run to the races 5 and 6 drivers.
Yeah, this should be pretty good, man. We got some burners in here.
You want to redeem yourself, make another pick?
I'm going to take a break here for 10. I'm going to go on my union break.
Well, you know what? I don't mind it. I don't mind getting recharged. You know what? We're still waking up a little bit, still getting the blood flowing. Yeah. I think we'll get in a rhythm as we go.
I'm going to go with one of my West Coast boys, Arredondo, man. He's due for a good run out here this weekend. Love watching him, and I know his dad and mom are probably back at home watching right now, cheering on Carlos. I'm going to take another stab out of it, but the CQ right now, the C pulse hitter right now, Julian Alvarez, he's shown some real speed out here in the earlier portion of the program.
No doubt. He has been ripping for sure, and it's good to see Carlos out here who is supposed to run electric. I actually chatted with him this morning before we got started. He said, yeah, I was supposed to run electric, but it wasn't really in the cards. I'm sure he had some work and or family commitments to honor, so good to see Carlos out here. And just a shout-out to Carlos. He's trimmed down as of late. He's looking good these days.
He's lost a lot of weight. So, yeah, he's looking shredded.
So not only is he excelling on the RC side, but also in the health side. So congratulations, Carlos. You're looking fit these days, my man.
Yeah, proud of him. That's not easy to do, man.
Not at
Especially
all.
Out here in America, we love our food out here. A lot of good food, and you know what, it's never too late to get in that gym and eat healthy, and it's, you know, it's a good lifestyle, and it's going to extend that life a little bit here too, you know. So
absolutely. Looks like AJ Rodriguez was rooting on Carson, so he's happy with that result. Also, Jared Stone saying, "Let's go Carson, nice run." Jason Kessinger said he's drinking a cherry Coke for Big Danny, so got a lot of good support in the chat. The numbers continue to climb as we get here later into the day. Got to think a lot of folks had some morning errands to run on a Saturday. Maybe they slept in a little bit, and you better believe the numbers are just going to grow as we get further and further into the day and we get closer to crowning our overall top qualifier in Nitro Buggy. Folks, we've been here since Tuesday. Sean and myself had got in on Thursday to start the coverage of e-Buggy about midway through the day. We're here to the end of the weekend, but our camera crew, Travis and Lucas, they've been here since Monday, so they've been making a weekend of it here.
I believe they came in on Sunday, Jared.
Sunday,
so
all right, yes, yes. So
Sam and Lucas on Sunday, and then you and myself and Travis came in on Thursday, and
a full week, and
we got the band back together.
Yeah, we can't give enough love to Sam Rabarchik calling all the shots in production here. He gives us the cues, and he throws us the hanging curveball and lets us hit the home run. So
yeah, he's the all-star behind the scenes. You know, we get put on camera and we get to blab our mouths and everything, but Sam, our producer, man, just killing it. Get this guy an adult beverage.
I'm looking at his control panel. We think we've got a lot to look at with our two screens here. Sam's got about 50 different bells and switches over there. He's got the soundboard, he's got the mixer, he's got 2 different computers. He's got Cam Leon texting him every time that something doesn't right, so can't make sure that he stays honest this whole weekend. So hey, the whole Live RC crew are just doing a killer job. And if you folks in the chat are enjoying the coverage, make sure you show the love to our whole Live RC crew, because it takes a whole effort a whole village and a big effort for this to be possible. So show them some love; they deserve it.
Yeah, don't forget, guys, go get that bonus lap membership as well.
Bonus lap membership brings you all the action. You can play videos through the RVA Race Video Archive, and yes, definitely worth the subscription. It's not too much per month. You know, it's a couple lunches per month. If you're willing to eat in a couple days, you can afford your Live RC bonus lap membership. So you see, we have already fired off heat number 4 out of 6 here for Nitro Buggy, and this is going to be good, folks. We've got both the Tridardis here, Hanato and Donato, both the brothers, and you got to think there's a brotherly rivalry here. Of course, we've seen a lot of good cooperation with this team this weekend, getting an up close and personal look at it. But you better believe that Donato and Hanato Jr. want to beat each other more than anybody else in this racetrack.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And if you notice, Renato Tridardi Jr. coming by with a 25.6. I'm wondering if he clipped the loop coming down the end of this back straightaway.
Definitely
he might
not
have flipped over the pipe, caught it, and I'm sure Mike Braun will catch that, because that would be hot lap of the weekend by about 5 seconds.
Yes, and you can see before we could even get it out, Braun did make the correction. So Mike Braun always doing a killer job. He has really done these Roar events these last couple of years, being the man at the at-track Mike. Mike really got his start at Steel City Raceway in Fontana, California, doing 8-scale Nitro on-road before Auto Club Speedway decided to do their renovations. Very, very unfortunate that we lost that racetrack, but I'm so pleased to see that Mike Braun has found a nice home here with Roar, and shout out to Clayton Young and the whole crew for continuing to bring him back. He does an absolutely bang-up job when he's here at the racetrack.
Yeah, we got Oliveira's out front, a 1/10 of a second up on Arredondo in that Techno. Then it's going to be the legend of Adam Drake running top 3. That's your ProMotion owner out there, Tyler Brown running in the 4, Donato in the 5, Austin Blair 6, Benny Camirian 7, Tank Jaden 2 we call him in the 8, Olins 9, EMAC in the 10, Colin Beaver 11, and it looks like Tridardi Jr., looks like it got a lap in the book, but might be having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, bummer on that front for sure. We are on 10-minute watch here, Sean, not only with Adam Drake, but keep your eyes on Ethan Mechanic. He's always had a knack of getting a little extra run time out of this machine. I was chatting with the X-Ray team earlier. Of course, a lot of folks are going to be a little coy, not give you their whole hand, but the X-Ray team seem pretty confident about their runtime out of their FX engines. Of course, Mechanic and Chase Lemieux both on FX engines, so I'm going to be watching Ethan. But, of course, Adam Drake, he should be the one guy. If there's going to be anybody that goes 10, we're going to be watching for Adam Drake. Of course, we'll watch out for his blue and red and yellow Mugen car to see if he can. No, he's going practice body on us here. The all-yellow car of Adam Drake. You can see we're picking him up right here. Drake in the all-yellow Mugen. Of course, the OS AD4 engine, and that thing is going to be absolutely singing. You can see there's not much smoke coming out. He must be going for 10 minutes here, Sean.
Yeah, you know when Drake is going for a 10 when there ain't no smoke coming out that exhaust pipe. There's a little puff out there, but yeah, it's actually funny when I am working a lot of these events, I'll actually look at that exhaust, see how much smoke's pouring out of there, and that's kind of an indication of what we going on. If we're going for a 7.5 or if we're going for a 10. I see a little puff right now, so maybe just playing it safe here in round one. Got to get a good one underneath your belt. You get a good one underneath your belt in round one, then I think you can kind of roll the dice as the weekend goes. But we're going to be on a 10-minute watch with him anyway, so you never know.
You hit the nail on the head, Sean. I was just chatting with Adam Drake before we got on the air, and he said that he was going to, of course, try 10 minutes, but he said he may just go a little bit richer for round one just to get a solid number in, get a run in. That way he's got something to fall back on if he does have a mechanical issue. So I think you absolutely knocked that one out of the park. I think we'll see Drake, as the rounds progress, get a little bit more aggressive. And Sean Van Dalen had a funny story. I was just chatting with him, too. He says, yeah, we were at one of these races recently, and Adam Drake, when he's going for those runtime style runs, it just sounds so lean and piped down to the bottom. He said Adam's car sounded like it was going crazy, and he was only pulling a 1/4 inch of trigger just because he had that lean on the bottom end for his engine tune. So you better believe Adam Drake is one of the legends here in engine tuning and maintenance, and if there's going to be one guy that can do it, it's Adam.
Yeah, and he's only a 1/10 of a second off that race lead, so we got East Coast versus West Coast right here. In heat number 4, our C Resort.
Yeah, couldn't be much further away from each other. Florida, all the way down there in Orlando for Julian Oliveris, and of course Adam Drake making sure that he is keeping his California roots. He is from Calamasa, California, out of the Drake headquarters. So watching those two, it's currently Drake and Oliveris separated by 0.4 of a second. Donato Tradardi doing a great run here in this third spot, followed by Ethan Mechanic in the fourth spot. Benny, Tyler, Austin, Jaden, Colin, Trevor, your top 10. Looks like trouble for both Hanato and, unfortunately, Carlos Arredondo having problems here. 33-1 to a 33-3. So, again, Carlos having big speed here. Just that's the thing with Nitro is it's not just the plug and play with batteries. You have to get that engine tune right. Hopefully the clutch holds on. And there's just some certain freak things that can happen in Nitro Buggy that take you out of this thing.
Yeah, and you know what? I hate to say it, J-Dog. My first two picks have DNF'd their first two heats, so I'm done picking heat winners here. And it's early today, man. We had a lot of time to go here.
Hey, call up Champagne Poppy on the phone. We got a new guy that's cursing the betting system. So,
dang, dude, cold as ice up here, man.
We're going to be watching Drake here again. No pit stops yet. It's just at the 5:45 mark, so pit window has just opened. I don't see any pit laps yet for our leaders. Drake consistently in that 32 to 33 second bracket. But again, it would not surprise me to see Drake duck into pit lane for this first run. You just want to get an idea of what your run time is like. You don't want to go out there and put up a big goose egg there in your first round. You want to have a good pace you can sit on going into the resorts. Check out Austin Blair. Like we mentioned, entering into E-Buggy late this weekend. He's going to have a full weekend of Nitro Buggy under his belt. Austin Blair is one of my sleeper picks to make the semi outright.
Oh, I like that call. Yeah, he may not be leading this one. He's in fourth, but he does have hot lap of the race, and we are following along with him here on the live RC cam.
32.1 there for Blair. So, again, starting to dip closer to that mid-31 second benchmark like we were thinking. You can see pit stops happening here. Still no pit stop for Drake, though, at the 6:30 mark. Looks like Mechanic also no pit stops. I'm checking out pit laps for all of our top drivers. I'm not seeing any laps until you see Donato Tradardi has already made his pit stop with a 38.5. So top 4, as of right now, Sean, have not yet pitted.
Yep, and with 7 in, 3 to go. We might have to. Yep, I was just about to say, man, Travis is in my head right now. I was just about to say maybe we should go back and we'll be on 10-minute watch here. Although, like you said, with his game plan, I think he's just going for a solid run here in round one. But you never know. If he's out front leading it and he knows he is, game plans change on the fly out here at the Nationals. So he might switch it up here a little bit and say, you know what, I'm feeling it right now. Let's maybe go for it.
Yeah, and I feel like with Drake, too, he's so solidifying his plan. There is nobody that has more experience with fuel mileage and engine tuning than he does. One thing that I'm seeing, though, you can see when Adam Drake falls back into fuel conservation mode a little bit. he doesn't get any slower. He just gets so smooth. Smooth like butter, cool like the other side of the pillow, in the words of the late Stuart Scott with ESPN. He is just absolutely greasing this racetrack right now. He's making this look awfully easy out here. And, folks, we got to tell you, it is not easy. We were standing up on that platform, just coming by Drake right there on the Jay Constance banner. We were standing up there this morning filming some content. This track is huge. The elevation change just does not do it justice here on the videos. You'll be seeing the track walk with Sean Miller later today on the Live RC broadcast. But again, this track is not as easy as Adam's making it look right now. He is out front on a 19:10:30 pace here, Sean. This is a big run, even though he just made a little mistake.
Yeah, that track walk's really going to show you not only just the massive size of this track, but the size of these obstacles out there as well, and it should be pretty good here. Let's see, he's running a little wide right there. Nope, hangs it nice and tight with 1:30 to go here. It has the game plan changed.
I think at this point, Sean, if he hasn't come in, we're not going to see him. I think that this is going to be a 10-minute watch here. Oliveris still has not pitted yet either, so right now Drake, Oliveris, and I don't think Blair's. Blair did pit early. You can see a 39-1 for Blair. So looks like the top two left on the no stop strategy. Mechanic did pit with a 38-9. So let's run it back down for you with 9 down, 1 to go. Drake and Oliveris out front by 7.4 seconds are separated. Both have not pitted yet. Austin Blair is going to be 3/10 behind Oliveris, followed by Tredarty, Mechanic, Jaden 2, Tyler Brown, Benny Camari, and Trevor Owens. Colin Beaver the top 10. Hanato Tredarty Jr. and Carlos Arredondo your top 12. And I believe Julian may have pitted. I'm just taking a look at the lap times right here. That was a fast pit lap if he did it, Sean. 37.8 for Oliveris. So once again, showing you these guys are stepping it up, not just the drivers, but the mechanics as well.
That would be a 5-second pit stop. That would be dialed.
Including with the raised pit lane, that's even more impressive. So we're still watching Drake, and what do you know, folks? A 7.8-second lead may just be enough to take the heat race win. That is saving exactly one pit stop with 10 seconds left to go. Drake's pace a 19:10:32, so he may go 10.5 here unless he gets caught at the line. But right now, Drake on a TQ pace nonetheless as the clock is about to expire. Let's watch that yellow machine to see if he can get all the way back around. He's trying to run the extra lap, and guess what? Even if he flames out on lap number 19, it doesn't matter because he'll get 18 laps in the books. Here he is across the line. He will go the extra lap. 19:10:33 is the pace. So nonetheless, whatever happens here, Drake is going to win the heat race because he's already elapsed 18 laps in 9 minutes and 59 seconds. So let's see if he can finish it out all the way here. And you gotta know this is what Adam Drake's strategy was. Drake will be the first one to tell you he doesn't have the raw pace like the top drivers do, but he can certainly outsmart you on the fuel strategy and car prep. And it looks like he's strong the entire way. This looks like it's going to be an easy 10.5 minutes. Bringing it around. Adam Drake resets TQ 19 at 10:32.8. Our first 10-minute run of the day goes to Mugen Seeki's Adam Drake. New TQ pace for your top 5 drivers all the way down to Ethan Mechanic. So it's going to be Adam Drake winning it 19:10:32. 18:10:07 apiece for Blair and Oliveris. Check out 800s between those two. So Blair getting second at the end. Donato Tredarty finishes fourth, 18:10:08. Ethan Mechanic, 18:10:10. So those 5 going to move in front of Carson Phipps' previous run, followed by Jaden 2, Tyler Brown, Benny Camari, and Colin Beaver, and Trevor Owens, all on the 18-lap bracket. And you'll see 11th and 12th here both having a little bit of trouble at the end of the race on our A-Main Hobbies qualifying results screen. But Adam Drake going to take down TQ with 2 heats left to go. Sean Miller, much to the applause of yourself, that was a well-deserved round of applause. Adam Drake one more time doing it to him. And fuel strategy certainly coming into play there.
That's it. School's in session, Jared.
As Scotty Ernst would say, class dismissed. And Scotty Ernst tuned into the chat yesterday. I apologize we didn't get to actually mention that on the stream, but Scotty Ernst did tune in yesterday and give us both our
I
his
didn't even
best.
notice that.
So thanks,
awesome. Scotty,
for tuning in. And Scotty definitely walked so a lot of us could run here in the broadcasting industry. Scotty, an absolute legend and the undisputed GOAT of RC announcing and commentating.
Absolutely. Here we go. We're getting ready. Heat 5 of 6. And look at this field. Robinson, Setzer, Fuller, Davey Bata, Spin Daddy, Fishback, Horn, Lemieux, Wiggins, Lutz, Aiden Horn, and Ryan Cavallari. Cavallari punched it into the A main and E-Buggy yesterday through the B, so he's got a little momentum going on here
he certainly
for
does.
the weekend portion.
Cavallari was not in great spirits yesterday when I was talking to him. I said, how's it all going? He goes, one word, struggling. And one thing I did tell him, though, is I know he's a little bit down right now morally, but if there's one guy that can figure it out, I'm giving a lot of credit to a 31-time Roar National Champion and a 4-time IFMAR World Champion. If anybody's going to figure it out here and make it into the semi and give himself a chance at the final, it is Cavallari.
No doubt about it. So not only did Drake have to go 10, when you get by for that 19th lap, you got to go a little bit longer than that. He did just over 10:30 right there. So just because you get by the loop when it's hit the 19-lap marker area, your 10 minutes has gone. You got to go one more. So there actually has to be a scotch left in that tank to go all the way around again. And, you see tracks up in the 45 seconds, 50 seconds at some of these larger. These guys are doing 30 seconds, so that's actually going to help them complete that 10-minute run because they know they only have to go about another 32 seconds or so to get all the way around.
Absolutely, and that's one thing that we wanted to keep in the back pocket, folks, is if you want to make 10, you can't just make 10:05. You have
Correct.
to have 11 and a half minutes in the bank because you got to figure in practice there's not as much pressure. You're kind of driving a little bit freer. In the race, when you get around other cars, or you get a couple mistakes, or you got to pull the whiskey throttle, if you will, there's going to be some leeway there where you have to account for losing about 30 to 45 seconds worth of your run time. So if Adam Drake just went 10:30 leisurely, he's probably got 12 and a half in the bank, and that does not surprise me one bit.
Yeah, game plan out the window here in round one.
Well, he's shown his hand. He says, I'm going to run 10,
yep.
So it's up to these folks to do it. Of course, like we mentioned, Adam Drake will be the first one to tell you he doesn't have the absolute raw pace of a Mayfield or a Fent, but he's going to use the cerebral part of his RC repertoire, and certainly did that in that last race. You can see our drivers getting their last top-ups of fuel as we show our Matrix Off-Road Tires track cam, showing you this very broad, illustrious racetrack. There's our Avid pit cam, including Ophir Kamarian right down there on the end from Voorhees Township, New Jersey, making sure his son Benny has everything he needs to go compete for a Roar national title. And how about Benny this year? Winning earlier this year in a Sportsman Nitro Buggy, I do believe it was, and now he's all of a sudden competing with the big dogs.
Yeah, I may be corrected on this, but I thought he raced Sportsman in Silver State, which was in January this year, and then maybe intermediate for DNC, and still did very well and made a lot of A-mains. And I'll tell you what, I've actually been very impressed with Benny Kamarian's speed right here. And holding it down for New Jersey, we got New Jersey in the house. That's actually my mother's hometown state right there. Boonton Township, New Jersey. Stand up.
Nice. Fun facts with Sean Miller. I like it. So we're watching our drivers here. You can see the first cut across was Jermaine Robinson, and would not surprise me a bit to see Jermaine do well here. He was an A-mainer in electric buggies, so Jermaine certainly holding it down for the Associated Camp, and that young man continues to impress along with his father, Mark. The young man from Irvine, California for Associated OS Engines and J Concepts. He's, again, one of my sleeper picks for that, going straight to the semi and having a chance to make the final.
All right, coming around for lap number one, Jermaine Robinson, 32.7. That is the Associated Factory Pilot from Lake Forest, California. Then you got Spinrad, another Cali boy, running that too with the number 30, with a 33.0. Agua Dulce, California as well. And then look who jumps out front. We're waiting for one more officially, and I'll give you a full running order. The legend of Ryan Lutz with that Kyosho leading us around by under a tenth of a second. And then Jermaine Robinson, Fishback, Bata, Horn, top 5, Spinrad, Lemieux, Fuller, Setzer, Wiggins, Horn, and Cavallari rounding out my top 12 here.
You can see Robinson comes back with a 32.4, so Robinson takes it back away from Medina, Ohio's Ryan Lutz, and Lutz definitely looking strong. There is your leader, 32.4, comes right back with an answer. So 74 thousandths between Ryan and Jermaine. Lutz was very transparent. He said, "Yeah, I'm not even close on 10 minutes." So he's gonna definitely be playing the 5-minute strategy, and that doesn't surprise me a bit. Lutz always very transparent, and he's got a little bit of that wild man left in him, where he still likes grabbing a handful of throttle. And you saw that sweet little whip he did over the wall jump. Lutz will definitely be playing it straight up with the 7:30 fuel strategy in the hour-long final, should he get there. And I would not doubt Lutz is going to have a chance to make that hour-long final on Sunday. He has for sure been showing some speed. I know E-Buggy wasn't what he was hoping for, but he ended up finishing second overall in the Triple B mains for a 17th place finish overall. I think Lutz will be very tough to beat. So right now it's Lutz and Robinson separated by just 4 1,000ths of a second.
Wow.
Davey Botta 3/10 behind those guys. Caden Fuller, Aiden Horn, Jimmy Fishback, Travis Horn, Lee Setzer, Jared Wiggins, and Walker Spinrad the top 10. Chase Lemieux and Ryan Cavallari, your full rundown. And all drivers, Sean, have gone under 33 seconds. Quickest lap, though, from Botta, 32 flat on lap number 3 as we're 2:30 into this one. And 7:20 to go, 2:40 in. There's Davey Botta as we pick him up, going through the Valley Jump and coming by the Techno RC jump cam down onto this long stretch front straightaway. You can see he is clean and smooth. Sean, one thing I was mentioning to you, these drivers are using that berm after that front straightaway. The electric cars, you can keep it nice and tight with the instant torque of those motors. These Nitro drivers are using more momentum-based driving as they're trying to use the gravity of the car, if you will, to bring them down that long Dragon's Back jump.
Yeah, nothing like blasting a berm here with the RC cars. Of course, being an ex-motocrosser myself, I like to blast through the berms. It isn't always fastest to do it. I just think it's cool, so I like to use those berms. In this instance, as you can see right here, you got to kind of go out there and blast through that berm, carry that speed down, and get over that double, which it's hard to tell from the vantage point up on the driver's stand. As you'll see in the track walk coming up later today, it is a bit of a step up right there. That lander is actually taller than the takeoff right there, so they really got to carry that speed out of that berm and get up over that step up.
No doubt. We see pit stop window opening shortly. 4 minutes down and 6 left to go. Watching for pit stops here, I'm wondering if anybody here will try to go 10. The drivers I'm looking for here are Chase Lemieux and Ryan Cavallari. Both have a chance to get some good run time here, but I think a lot of these drivers will be playing the straight-up 5-minute fuel strategy here. Usually you can go 7:38 minutes, but like we mentioned, if you're not able to make it on 0 stops, you might as well pit around that halfway point, at least within a minute, give or take. Right now, Botta has not yet pitted, but that should be coming shortly. Robinson, Horn, Setzer, Lutz, the top 5 currently. And right now we have our top 9 drivers on 19-lap paces. But remember, Sean, this pace will drop off just a little bit after they have their pit stop. You say you got to take 5 or 6 seconds off one of your laps for that pit stop.
Absolutely. So we were following around with Botta. And don't forget, Botta, your runner-up at the 2025 IFMAR 10-scale Worlds out there in Australia. So the kid's got some game with those 10 scales. I'm really excited to see him work on that Nitro program and his A-scale program. And I'm sure him and Dad, Papa Dave and Davey, father and son, out here out of Victorville, California. They're going to be working on that program. And here he is coming in for fuel. They got
that's showing
Big
you all
Dave
the action,
on the
and yes, Big Dave gets him down and away, no problems right there. So we'll see how the pit stop start up. Botta did come in as your leader by a 1/10 of a second. So we'll see who wins out on the race off of pit road. Right now it's Botta, Robinson, Lutz, Horn, Lemieux, as they're all making their in-laps here very shortly. But Botta cuts out nice and clean, and we'll keep an eye on these pit stops as we go.
All right, just past the halfway point, we are following along with Davey Botta. He had a 1/10 of a second lead up over Jermaine Robinson, but Robinson just came in for fuel on that last lap. So the Associated boys on a pretty similar pit stop strategy here so far.
Lutz has not yet pitted along with Chase Lemieux, so we're going to be watching Chase. I think Chase is probably about the only driver that has a chance to make that 0-stop strategy. Wouldn't give me his full hand when I chatted with him before he went on air, but he did say it's close. He says it's right on that cusp of trying to make it. So you saw Lutz just made his pit stop, 39.6. That will move Lemieux to the lead with 6 down and 4 to go. Wiggins has not yet pitted either. Looks like he's up to that second spot. There is Chase Lemieux picking him up, coming onto the front straightaway. Lemieux always with some sweet paint there, the X-Ray driver. Colors by Crappie doing his paint. Dale Kropatowski out from Michigan doing all his paint colors. They're always looking sweet. And Botta is back up to the second spot. So it looks like, again, Botta, Wiggins, Robinson, Horn. I don't know if Wiggins has pitted yet. I see a 36.2 on one of those laps, but that would be another smoking pit stop from Father Jim if that is, in fact, a pit stop.
That would probably be the pit stop of the round so far here because they're running right around 32-second laps, and if he did a 36, that'd be a 4-second stop. And you know what? I mean, Big Jim's got some game down there.
And Jim himself said, yeah, I'm the B team this weekend because Katie Wiggins, Jared's lovely wife, is sitting back home making sure the home front's taken care of. But I think Jim sold himself a little bit short there. He did plenty of this pit stop stuff on the traveling scene long before. So
agreed. Yeah,
Jim definitely knocking the rust off.
Yeah, he's a unit down there in pit lane. I like it. He's humble.
Absolutely. Just under 3 minutes to go. I still have not yet seen a Lemieux pit stop. So right now it is Lemieux, Botta, Robinson, Wiggins, and Horn. Lemieux may not have the outright speed, but again, trying to do what Drake did last round and just absolutely 32 and 33 these guys to death right now, doing a good job of that right now. 32.3 is his best lap. And I think with Chase, he has less of a poker face by driving style, Sean. When Chase is after it, he's one of those new school electric drivers. You can see he'd be getting after it, throwing the wheels, blasting the throttle. He looks very smooth and under control right now. This shows me, again, he could make a liar out of me, but this shows me he is trying to go 10 minutes on this tank.
Yeah, it looks like it 8 down, 2 to go coming up here shortly, and he just keeps clicking off those laps. And I'll tell you what, I was out there in Hutto, Texas for the World's warm-up. I was very impressed with his driving, especially with that driving surface. That might be a little bit more in his wheelhouse, especially being such a good 10-scale racer, one of the top in the country. That might suit his driving style just a little bit coming up later this year for the IFMAR Worlds, so he'll be definitely one to watch for that X-Ray team.
Lemieux was, in fact, the highest finishing X-Ray driver at the World's warm-up in Hutto, Texas. So outdid some of his teammates, such as Dakota Fenn. So definitely Chase Lemieux going to be one of the odds-on favorites for the X-Ray team to come out on top. But right now, Chase Lemieux out front. And to check out Davey Botta, very impressive despite the pit stop. 500s back, 53 thousandths to be exact. So even with a pit stop, he may end up prevailing. You got to think Davey is emptying the tank here, nothing to lose here. He's already made his pit stop. So Lemieux is sitting back in conservation mode while Botta is charging here at the end. This time by for Davey, 32.6, Lemieux 32.5, separated by just 0.2 of a second. Cavalier gives a wave by to Lemieux there. He drops right back in the line. With 55 seconds left to go, it is Lemieux, Botta, Robinson, Setzer, and Wiggins, your top 5. Followed by Caden Fuller, Travis Horn, Jimmy Fishback, Aiden Horn, and Ryan Lutz, the top 10. Ryan Cavalier and Walker Spinrad, your full rundown with 45 seconds to go. And again, 10-minute watch here for Chase Lemieux.
Yeah, and he's a very experienced racer, not as experienced here in the Nitro class, so this is pretty impressive to see him try and go pop a 10 here in round 1.
Well, he's got good genes, right? The son of Paul, one of the absolute legends in on-road racing. There was a multiple-year stretch where Paul Lemieux did not lose a carpet on-road race and modified touring car on foam tires. It was, it was the big train of events. You call it Snowbird Nationals, Roar Nationals, U.S. Indoor Championships in Cleveland. There was a multiple-year stretch on many occasions where Lemieux did not lose a race. So certainly helps to have good genes on Chase's side here. But Chase is going to go the extra lap, trying to reset TQ over Drake. Now Chase does need to finish this lap, Sean, if he wants to beat Drake's TQ of a 19:10.32. Currently, the top 4 are looking to do that. That's Lemieux, Botta, Robinson, and Setzer all on 19s. Caden Fuller is done with an 18 at 10 flat. Wiggins just jumps onto a 19 on the last lap, so Wiggins looking to get himself up inside the top 5. So we're going to be watching these guys all the way back around, but it sure looks like Chase Lemieux made it look awfully easy to make 10.5 minutes. Chase is finished 19:10.25.0, just beats Davey Botta by less than 0.3 of a second. Botta will finish second, Robinson third. Setzer brings it home in fourth. Jared Wiggins, the last car to finish. Here he comes down the valley jump and onto the straightaway, and everybody running is done. Top 5 going to go 19:10.32, and all beat Adam Drake's previous TQ, but Chase Lemieux wins it 19:10.25, Botta 25, Robinson 28, Setzer 10:30, Wiggins 10:32, and Sean, who was 6 through 10?
6 through 10 going to go to Caden Fuller, Aiden Horn in the 7, Travis Horn 8, Fishback 9, Ryan Lutz rounding out my top 10. Now, did you happen to see who was in pit lane grabbing Lemieux's car when he came in?
Would you think that Paul is here this weekend?
It looked like Billy.
Oh, Billy Fisher. Yes, Billy Fisher.
I just got a quick look, so I'm not 100%, but it looked like Billy down there.
Billy is, in fact, in the house. He's hanging out there with the X-Ray team. And this has been a weekend of renaissance, if you will. We've seen the return of Billy Fisher. We've seen the return of Austin Blair. Guess who else is here? Mike Truey hitting Ryan Mayfield, helping him out. And you better believe that is a power couple right there with Mayfield and Truey. They've won so many races together as driver and pit partners. So that's certainly going to be an advantage for Mayfield as we get later into the weekend. Because Mike Truey and Ryan Mayfield, they're able to communicate not just through verbal, but they get each other on the nonverbal cues too. So looking forward to seeing how they work with each other.
Did you just call Mayfield and Truey a power couple?
Well, you know, when you're racing, a driver and a pit guy is like a marriage. You got to be on the same page. You got to communicate.
It's definitely a relationship.
It's just like driver crew chief in auto racing. You know, you basically is your second marriage. So hey, for sure.
I'll go with it.
Absolutely, those two great friends, of course, and they continue to experience a lot of success together. And certainly, Mayfield's going to be a threat to win his third title of the weekend on Sunday here tomorrow on LiveRC.com, Facebook, and YouTube. He's already won two of them. Both champions in E-Truggy and Nitro Truggy. Dakota Fenn winning E-Buggy yesterday in an absolute thriller in those AAA mains.
Animal 275 says, I'm watching live timing and scoring on Live RC and listening to announcers also, but the announcers are 2 laps behind live in timing. Now, we shouldn't be 2 laps. Now, we do have a small delay, so I would make sure I would scroll all the way to the end of the screen and make sure you're caught up right on live with us. We should be about 5 to 10, maybe 15 seconds at the most behind, but we should definitely not be 2 minutes behind. So, like, if you're watching on YouTube, you may be thinking you're watching live, and you just have to make sure your screen is all the way caught up to the live setting. We shouldn't be that far behind. It should only just be a couple seconds here.
Absolutely, there is a small delay on broadcast. Should not be as dramatic as a 1 minute delay or something like that. But if that is the case, try refreshing your internet browser, try refreshing your platform, and see if potentially it was just lag behind just a little bit. Thank you for the information, sir. We'll make sure to definitely make sure that is shored up for you folks. That way we're as up to date as possible. All right, Sean, final heat of Nitro Buggy. V-Long to win was your top seed. I don't think that's much of a surprise. There really are no surprises in the top 5, but check out the 6th seed, Frankie Contreras Jr., absolutely lighting it up and seeding. Mason Fuller is your 7th seed, Camden Lime, Jonah Wilson, Brandon Rose, Spencer Heckert, and how about Tyler Fenster, 12th seed. So it's a couple surprises there, but the top 5, that does not shock me one bit to see those 5 in the top 5 spots right there.
I'm calling it right now, Jared. I think Frankie Contreras is going to go straight into those semis right here. So he's had some really good speed. I think he would have been very close, if not in the A, if it wasn't for the tents blowing on the track, because I think he was running in 3rd right behind Setzer. And, of course, Fee-Long winning it when the tents blew on the track. So he was very close to making it into the A with E-Buggy. But Frankie Contreras, the youngster, just graduating high school and going on to college right here. And I'm going to take my pick right now with Frankie to punch it into those semis. I think he'll do it, and I think he'll be in that 60-minute A main.
Certainly is a solid pick. I cannot oppose you on that. I don't want to try and cause the controversy when you continue to make good picks. I'm like, well, yeah, I kind of agree.
Well, my picks haven't been so good, but I'm just going to keep on going, send that positivity. They haven't worked out so far, but I'm throwing it out there right now. My man Contreras on those TZO tires, he's going to be in that A.
Absolutely.
Let's go, Frank.
And, the week is old, but the weekend is young, and a lot of time for the law of averages to play out here, especially in these 10-minute races. We are underway. Ryan Mayfield, the first car to get the start-finish line, so he is the first car on the race clock. Just so you folks are aware back at home, this is IFMAR called staggered start qualifying, which means all 12 of these drivers are on their separate race clocks. That's why they don't all start nose to tail. They give themselves a little bit of space to operate on the racetrack. They are racing the clock right now, Sean. They're not racing each other. They're just trying to go as fast as they can. This is what you call more so time trialing than racing.
Yeah, and it's very effective. May not be the most entertaining to watch as far as, the race value. We're not green flag to checkered flag racing and battling each other. You don't have to pass a single car in the whole race, and you can go and TQ the round. But it is very effective for lining up for those quarters and those semis and getting everybody closer to the show right here. Everybody coming around for lap number 1. Let's just remind you guys, Chase Lemieux on that 19:10:25, pulling the 10-minute run. So Drake and Lemieux have gone 10. Maybe somebody else has. We haven't noticed. Those are the 2 that we know for sure have gone 10. I got a feeling Dakota's going to throw a 10 right here, too.
I'm going to keep my eyes on who we're on screen right now, Ryan Mayfield. He has always had that style of the more truck-like driving style. He can throw it around, he can wrestle a little bit, but we've seen Mayfield be able to dial that back a little bit if he needs to run fuel mileage. I think Mayfield is a sleeper pick to make 10 minutes here. Mayfield, in an interview with him yesterday, really just said, you got to just make it happen sometimes. And Mayfield knows what he's up against. And, of course, I know Mike Tree has a perfect engine tune on that ProTech Samurai Ryan Mayfield Edition engine. You better believe if he's got to run 10 minutes, he will find a way to do it. Current rundown for you. Feelong to win 31-9 last time by, just picking up. Again, Travis and Sam continuing to be right on it with the camera shots. There's Feelong with the Cody King livery. That stuff just
looks
fantastic.
Love
it's going to be Feelong out front of Dakota, followed by Ryan Mayfield, Seth Van Dale, and Mason Fuller, your top 5. A lot of the same competitors from Electric Buggy currently running up top in Nitro Buggy. Top 10 is going to be Wilson, Lime, Rose, Heckert, and Contreras. Then 11 and 12 is Fenster and Rivkin. Who you got so far, Sean? What are you seeing out there so far?
Man, I'm really liking the Feelong win out there, rocking that Cody King. And maybe, he's just trying to talk it into fruition right here. I believe Cody was our last USA IFMAR world champion here in the Nitro class.
Good to see Cody King. We always hear him every once in a while. Good to see he's still hanging around. And, man, wouldn't it be cool to see Cody King come back? And it would only be fitting if it was with the Kyosho chassis. And I'm certain that Feelong would be happy to concede those colors if he does decide to come back.
Well, he did really good. I believe he won out in Malaysia with those colors. So maybe he's just kind of running with those colors. He might think of it as a good luck. And so far, it's been pretty good for him right now. He's leading around. Oh, Dakota going to have a costly mistake. That was factory.
That was a big save. But again, that's very costly because you think of all the fuel he just used, pulling the trigger and again to get back on all four wheels. You wonder if Dakota was on the ragged edge with fuel strategy or if that is going to be just a minor blip in the radar. So we'll keep an eye on it. But right now, Feelong to win, doing exactly what he's got to do. 0.6 of a second out in front of Mayfield, Van Dalen, Wilson, and Mason Fuller, your current top 5, followed by Lime, Rose, Contreras, Fenn, Heckert, Fenster, and Rivkin. So again, very solid run here so far, but Feelong doing exactly what he has to do. He's got a little chip on his shoulder from losing on Electric Buggy yesterday.
Yeah, he's been right there. He's just got to put that full main event run together, and it's coming soon. There is no doubt about it, but he has just been so close. At the Worlds, he was really fast, the Worlds warm-up, and he was really fast out this weekend with the e-buggy, and he's just got to put that full run together, and I think they can do it. Him and John will get their game plan going here, and we're following along here. Right now, top 8 on a new TQ run right now, so that would put Lemieux 9 for the round, make that 10 now with B-Rose jumping up for the 9.
Absolutely. And just so you folks remember, we continue to mention the pit stops. We'll see if any of these folks are going to go 10 minutes. You have to take into account the pit stop would, of course, slow down these drivers' pace, adding on about 5 seconds to one of those laps. So we'll keep an eye on it right now with Feelong, Seth, Jonah, Ryan, and Camden. Camden Lime currently your top 5. So how about Camden out there running strong with the F-Torx chassis and Ultimate engine? So
Arizona in the house.
Telling you what, surprise Arizona, but it's really no surprise that he's up there competing. He's one strong ripper, and he's got all the support he needs with the S-Works USA factory team. Frankie Contreras, your man right there, running in the 6th spot. He's holding his own, holding up the flag for the Mugen-Siki team. Fenn down to 7th, Rose, Fuller, Heckert, Fenster, and Rivkin. And there's Feelong last time by. Check out the new hot lap, 31.97, only driver under 32.
Yeah, that's as advertised right there. Must be that Cody King livery.
Good for a couple tenths, Sean. So it's really cool to see
Absolutely.
that. Again, we are watching pit lane. We don't think it'll be as busy as some of the lower heats. Whoa! That was Van Dalen going off the track. Very similar to what him and Fenn had in that E-Buggy A1, but that was Fenn that went flying that time. So Van Dalen with a costly error right there. It is Feelong to win, though, out front by 1.6. We'll keep one eye on the Avid pit lane cam just in case we see any pit action. But right now, Feelong trying to go 10, and you can see again, Feelong not great at concealing the hand. These young drivers always want to get after it and grab the handful of the throttle. Right now, Feelong looks very smooth under control. This tells me he's also playing the 10-minute game, and he was debriefing with Adam Drake before the qualifying started. You got to think Adam Drake was given some guidance and a little bit of tips and tricks on how to stretch that field.
Yeah, check it out. Fanned all the way back up to the number 2 spot now, only 3 seconds off, and that could be some of the pit stops cycling through here.
And one of the cool things here, Sean, with the invention of the EarTech headsets and other brands out there with driver communication, now more than ever, these drivers are strategizing in Nitro classes because they can actually talk to their mechanic on the headset. You got to wonder if Dakota, when he had that mistake and used some of that fuel, maybe his pit man said, hey, you're probably not going to make 10 minutes now. You might as well just go empty the tank and we'll make a pit stop. We'll see how it all works out. But the strategy part of Nitro buggy racing now has become so scienced out with the ability to communicate and the ability to get exact fuel readings off the syringes that you can take and put on the fuel tanks. So at this point, we're going to keep our eyes on it. But Felong, Dakota, Seth, Ryan Mayfield, and Mason Fuller, your current top 5, approaching the 7-minute mark and 3 to go. A little mistake from Felong. He's able to save it, but that corner right there has a bunch of rubber laid down, but if you get 2 tires out in that dust, it's over. Felong is in for fuel at the 7-minute mark. So again, here's our pit stop watch. Great pit stop. Oh, he drops him on the exit.
That's going to be costly right there, Jared.
Yeah, it was a couple seconds there. We'll see. But Felong had about a second and a half in the bank before that happened. So we'll see if that ends up costing him the lead. But right now, Felong holding on to it at the 7:30 mark. No other pit stops at the moment from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and I think you're right. He came in right around the 7-minute marker, so they were just going in for a splash and go. And they, you know, when you're rushing like that, things will happen when you rush right there. And a little bit of a bobble right there from Dad John right there. And let's see how bad that's going to hurt right there. I mean, especially in the A qualifier, it comes down to tenths here for the win.
To give the young man credit, the outlap of 38.6, even with that bobble on the transfer, probably cost him about 2 seconds, but otherwise not too bad. But there's the man right there, Ultimate Engines Nitro Lux Fuel for Dakota Fenn. Can he go 10 is the question. Keeping an eye on our scoring here. I think that Mayfield already pitted. I saw a 36.9 out of Mayfield in second place. Fuller had a 37 flat for his pit lap in third. So I believe the only driver trying the 10-minute strategy as of right now is, in fact, Dakota Fenn, because we have Fuller, Rose, Felong, and Frankie Contreras have already all pitted. So right now we're watching the man right here, the E-Buggy champion from yesterday, Dakota Fenn, trying to do it to him again and snooker him on fuel mileage.
Snooker him, I like that. That was cool.
Minute 20 left. Give me the rundown, Sean. Who's doing what out here?
All right, Dakota Fenn now 3.6. Mason Fuller, who had just kind of been quietly hanging around that top 5, making a charge here late in the run. Felong did fall back to about 5th or 6th there with that rough lap in pit lane, but all the way back up to a top 3 and only 5 seconds off that race lead. He is in 3rd. B. Rose in the Associated 4. Contreras Jr. solid running top 5. Mayfield 6. Van Dalen 7. Wilson, Linehecker, Rifkin, and Tyler Fenster rounding out my field in the top 12 with just over 45 seconds to go.
Well, Sean, our predictions were right. Drake, Lemieux, and maybe Fenn trying to go 10 minutes, and that is going to be very, very useful. But I want to give a shout-out currently on our estimated grid. Davey Bada is looking to qualify 4th in the first round of qualifying. Again, not really a surprise. Davey Bada is more of a 10th-scale racer, but this guy can rip anything you hand him radio to, and definitely going to be looking for Davey Bada to be a factor in those semifinal races. Just a reminder, folks, the top qualifier overall will be guaranteed into the final. They will not have to run a semi. But you got to wonder, Sean, sometimes not running a semi maybe is not an advantage. You don't get to see where the track's at. You don't get to see where maybe run times have changed. So you got to wonder if maybe sometimes the TQ man is almost at a disadvantage.
Well, I agree. We spoke with Mike Braun this morning. They are going to give him the A-main warm-up run for sure. But, yeah, he will be at a slight disadvantage as those guys are going to get 30 minutes in those semis to go, and they're going to find all the holes, all the divots, all the good lines out there, and maybe, find something there in those semis for a little extra tenth or two here or there for that main event. So, I mean, to punch it into the show, that's ideal. But you're right. He is going to have a little bit less track time through that mains day, and we'll see how that works out because he's only going to get a 5-minute warm-up run.
No doubt. And you saw Dakota Fenn cross the line. He did make 10 minutes, and he is going to be your top qualifier for round number 1 of Nitro Buggy. Dakota picking up right where he left off in A-main number 3 of Electric Buggy. Fenn is going to take TQ, and Mason Fuller rises to 2nd at the end, so a 19:10:24 also resets Lemieux's previous TQ pace. Jonah Wilson going to put it 3rd in the race and 5th overall, 19 at 10:26. 10-26, followed by Frankie Contreras, 19-10-26. Seth, 19 at 10-27. Mayfield, 10-27. Fee Long, 10-27. Rose, 10-27. I promise I'm not a broken record. There were just 4 drivers within about 6/10 of each other. Seth down through Brandon. Camden Lime going to go 9th here, 19-10-30, followed by the 18-lap bracket of Heckert, Rivkin, and Tyler Fenster. So there it is, folks. Dakota Fenn, round 1 top qualifier Nitro Buggy. Mason Fuller going to go 2nd here in round 1. Chase Lemieux from the B-Sort going to go 3rd. Davey Bada go 4th from the B-Sort as well. Wilson Contreras, Van Dalen, Mayfield in the win, and Rose the top 10. 11th is Robinson. 12th is Setzer. Nice run for Lee. Camden Lime 13th. Jared Wiggins 14th. And Adam Drake will be the final car on 19 laps. He'll go 15th for round number 1. So great job, everybody there. Thanks, everybody, for sticking around. We will take a short break here for some Nitro Buggy track prep. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We have plenty of coverage coming your way here on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. Qualifying round number 2 will be scheduled to get underway in about a half an hour at 12:30 here Pacific Time p.m. Sean Miller going to grab a one-up race report with our overall TQ in round number 1. Dakota Fenn standing by with Sean up in the booth.
All right, guys, here we are. Round 1 TQ. Nitro Buggy going to Dakota Fenn. So you had that little bit of a mistake here coming through the carousel early in the race, but you put your head down and strapped it up and got her done.
Yeah, same thing, just kind of once the play stays there in the dots, especially with a little bit less grip, it's harder to get tight there. I got to figure that out. I was just kind of adjusting every time, like what line I'm going to do, so I have to figure that out and just try to hit the same line every time. But car felt good, I had decent pace, and besides that,
So today they're watering before each race out there. Tomorrow the races are going to be a little longer, tracks are going to get a little drier. What do we got going on as far as setup? Are you getting a lot of data today, or you think with the conditions tomorrow changing, what's kind of on your mind here with that?
Yeah, I'm honestly running like what I feel like would be my main car. So a little bit thicker disc, a little bit thicker oil, harder tires, longer lasting tires, that whole thing. So it's good to have decent pace. Made a couple changes yesterday and kind of didn't really find anything. So pretty much where I was at for e-buggy. Just keep doing clean runs. If I get this second round, then we can play around a little bit more with round 3, round 4. But I think I have a pretty good program going for me already.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here. Our TQ here for round 1 at the 1/8 scale off-road nationals.
Thank
All righty, folks. Thanks again. Apologize for that. The bit of an error on my part on the chronological order, but glad to get a word with Dakota Fenn, your round 1 top qualifier there in Nitro Buggy here at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, picking up right where he left off in the e-buggy portion of the program. You can see we're doing some track prep here, throwing some water down on this awesome service here at the A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico, California. Just so you folks know, our tentative start time for round number 2 is about 25 minutes from now at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. So, of course, adjust your time zone accordingly. Plus 1 hour if you're in Mountain Time, plus 2 if you're in Central Time, and plus 3 hours if you're on the East Coast. Thanks again, folks, for joining us for all the coverage. For everybody at Live RC, this is Jared Barton signing off. We'll see you in about 25 minutes with more action at round number 2 of qualifying.
Hey guys, Sean here with Live RC, and we are at the 2026 1/8 scale Off-Road Nationals, the official track walk. So let's get things going here. Yeah, to start things off, nice little innocent double to get things going here after we cross the loop. And we are jumping into the not so innocent ski jump right here. Now, on camera, you're just probably thinking, oh, it's just a little ski jump, but these guys launching all the way into the face of this double right here. So making this little section right here a bit more technical than it might look on camera if you guys are following along with all the Live RC racing action. Come up over this, about 10-foot double here, nothing too serious. We get our first 180 bull turn right here. In the electric classes, they've been over here by the concrete and the pipe. In the Nitro classes, they got to spool up that engine. They got to get that clutch engaged. And this is a bit of a step up right here. And this is it's about a 15-foot jump. So you'll actually see these guys kind of working into the berm and making sure they can get all the way over this big step up right here. Coming up into our second bull turn, nice little 180. Nothing real spectacular going on right here. You're just trying to carry all your corner speed and line up for a bit of a slap double right here. You'll see some of the guys, they just seem to be landing up on top. They're not really jumping all the way in there. And especially if you're hard on the binders as you're casing that jump, that can cause some issues for you and you can roll it over. So these guys are going to be hanging it nice and tight. Our third 180 right here. As you guys can see, it kind of has a nice little feature here, some concrete. In case you kiss the pipe right there, it just kind of doesn't upset the car too much. Working our way into the center section of the track. And this is what you will not see on camera. Check out the camber right here. We got ourselves quite the mound right here. So it looks pretty innocent, you know, but with this big face right here, kind of sloping away from the driver's stand, it leaves the window open for some mistakes as the front of the wheels are kind of popping off here a little bit into this big, huge sweeping carousel section. And if you guys notice, they got some metal pitcher's mounds out here. So I'm not sure exactly what's holding these in the ground. They might just be sitting there. I'm going to leave it alone. But you can see these little dots out here. They just kind of upset the car here a little bit and just make it a little more challenging for the drivers. This is the Nationals after all. So they don't seem to be too much of an issue, but if you really start sliding that car in there, it can create a bit of an issue for you. And we are coming up into the make or break section of this layout. It's got a pretty simple little tabletop right here. And we are jumping right into the 4-pack. So you got a couple different options right here. You can do probably the easiest, the double through here. You can triple single, or you can do quad nasty through this section. Now the e-buggies and the e-truggies, they were really sending it through this section, airing it out for the quad. You're not going to see that so much for the rest of the weekend here in the Nitro buggy portion. I was out here watching them in their first free practice out there, and to be honest, they were struggling to get over the triple right there. Got a couple bumps on the face of the lip, and that's scrubbing some of the speed from you. And check out this feature right here. It's about 5 feet tall, and it is steep right here. So you won't see me walking up that right there, but you'll be able to see Lucas gonna catch it on camera for you guys. That thing is steep. So just a real big single, and you are setting up for the highest speed section of the track. Bit of a Talladega turn, if you will. And if you notice, before we get too much into that section, yeah, Lucas really getting a good view of that as it is sloping towards the driver's stand. And it's kind of cool. They're working from the inside. You'll see them kind of just touch the wheels up there on the top pipe and work their way back down. Now me right now, I'm standing in the middle of the starting grid. So something kind of unique out here to the Roar Nationals is usually you have a straightaway in the front or the back of the track, and that's where you do it. So you can see the way Anthony with Factory Tracks has designed this layout. We're actually in the middle of the starting grid. So race line over here, starting grid over here, and you can see the numbers on all the way down. And kind of a unique little setup they got going on here, but I like it. So they picked a big old hole out of this earlier, but they're carrying their speed. Those Nitro engines revving at 35,000 RPM, and there's just a couple little bumps right here that upset the car over here. And you're really trying to downside this section right here and carry your speed, but you gotta watch out for those bumps. About 2/3 of the way through the track, very high speed section right here. So the quad has been probably the most difficult section, but carrying all this speed, you throw in some bumps and a big old single, and you know, this section right here has proved to be pretty difficult so far this weekend. You can either make or break your race. Coming into a nice little tight 180, and you're setting up into another rather large double right here. Got another 10 or 12 feet. And you are setting up into probably the biggest obstacle out here this weekend. Once again, it doesn't do it justice seeing it on camera. I'm gonna go ahead and go walk up to the face of this. This thing's about 7 or 8 feet tall maybe, and it's a monster right here. So these guys landing this double and really setting it up, and the pipes ran kind of up into that, not quite 180, but close enough. So you really got to set up a little bit wide. There is a bit of a downside right here, and you just really want to money that section. Carry your speed into a little bit of a staircase. Through this big sweeper here, we're going to finish off the lap into another bit of a ski jump right here and right in front of staging, and make one final turn onto the front side straightaway. So thanks guys for tuning in, and that is our official 2026 Roar 1A Scale Off-Road National Track Walk.
We're here with Spencer Rivkin at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts, one of the staples of our interviews here in the Live RC broadcast. Well, Spencer, been an up and down weekend for you. You had a second place run electric truggy. I know that the electric buggy class was not exactly what you were looking for, but still got one more. The big one's left, a Nitro buggy. You've done this before at Thornhill last in 2019. How do you feel about your chances to break that winless start here at Roar events and see if you can get another one on your resume?
Yeah, I mean, as always, I always try to do my best, put all 100% effort in every single time I hit the track. We have a good team this weekend. It's a lot of competition. So, yeah, I mean, the track here in Chico has always been good for us. The track conditions are always ever-changing because of the conditions of just the natural environment. Obviously, there's been a couple of different shifts in kind of the conditions of the watering, not watering. So I don't really think it's going to be a complete monkey wrench with the water because the qualifiers for Nitro Buggy are 10 minutes. So naturally, it's going to start drying out and becoming more and more dry. But I think the track will stay in better shape longer. So, but yeah, the Nitro Buggy is the premier class for everyone. Everyone wants to do the best in that class. I did have a good start to the Roar Nats and the E-Truggy, which was good, debuting our new electric and nitro truck this weekend. So that was a good starting point. But yeah, Nitro Buggy is the one that everyone wants to do good in. And so far, the last practice run, I got like a second overall in the practice run, but there's still a lot of running left. So still a lot to learn with the car, a lot to learn with the tires, and getting more comfortable with the track. Although we have been on the track quite a bit, but believe it or not, with the different vehicles that we're driving, they're all different of how they drive on the track. So overall, I'm really stoked of how things are going, and kind of wouldn't be able to do it without my sponsors, Team Associated, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Reds, and yeah, you know, my dad's here this weekend, and Richard and Brent, you know, our good teammates, Brandon Rose, Aiden Horn, Doug, and Davey. We have a really good group of guys here that are really a good group to be around, to have a good feeling at the races. So overall, I definitely couldn't be more happier with the people that I surround myself with, and having Jason Rona and Paul Wynn here from J Concepts. Yeah, I'm super stoked to kind of get things slow starting here in Nitro Buggy, and then revving things up and getting more serious as each day goes by.
That's a fantastic talking point, too. Talk about your team and talking about just the differences of all these cars when you're racing them all once a day and kind of going from that point. Well, Spencer, you know, I know you're still in your mid-20s, but you're kind of one of the veterans of this hobby. You've been racing professionally for over 10 years now, and you're one of the very few left in this field right now that's won multiple Nitro Buggy Roar National Championships. Just a thought on just how special it is to win a Roar National title. I know that that's got to be something you always work hard for, but try to put it into words from somebody that's done it before. What does it mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, as anybody would say, it means everything. You know, when I come to these races, anything short of a win is kind of a failure of a weekend. But as I've gotten older, I'm starting to appreciate how important each good result is, and staying relevant in the industry is so important. And it takes a lot to put things together to have a result of a first place title. The last time we were here in Chico, I think I started first in the main, or second, actually behind Dakota, and then he ended up making a mistake in the first lap. I got around him in the second lap, and then I ended up crashing on the third lap and kind of going back, which was pretty disappointing. But I ended up still getting third overall a few years ago here in Chico at the Roar Nationals, and I'm looking to kind of get some. I'm kind of pissed off from that one, so I got a little bit of fire on my back to kind of get things rolling for that. So, but yeah, I mean, to get a win, it does mean a lot. You know, I know many people that are watching us that kind of think that the pro races are just all about fighting for just or wanting the money to kind of get, you know, doing good and getting the money. I really could give two shits about the money. I think, you know, it is nice to have a payday when you do good, but to do it with my dad, my friends, people that care about my racing, and to go out there and have dinner, that's really what it's all about. So I do love it. You know, I think us professional racers, of course, want to rack up their stats and they want to get paid well, but I think when it comes down to it, I think, you know, we're all very fortunate and lucky and to kind of do what we do for a living. I mean, there's really only probably 15 guys in the entire world that really get paid to do this for a living, and I'm fortunate enough to be one of those people. You know, without the help of, you know, Ryan Mayfield mentor me when I was little, Kinwald, I've had a lot of great mentors like Richard Saxon, Brent Felke, my dad and my parents putting me through, you know, my parents kind of going through hell and back to kind of financially being able to afford this kind of stuff. So it's a great hobby. I've learned a lot, not only with mechanically, but just interacting with people, learning different skill sets, and yeah, I'm so blessed and so honored to be able to do what I do, and this is definitely one of the coolest things that I've ever done in my life.
That's a great thought, man. Thanks for your time with that. You can tell it just means more to you as you progress throughout this hobby and approach our 30s, which unfortunately you and I are both getting closer to that.
I'm 27, and I am getting older. I don't feel old. I still feel like I'm 19. But I just went to the gym the other day for the first time in a long time, and I'm like, oh man, my legs are killing my body. You know, oh man, I need to kind of get things rolling here. But no, it's a cool hobby. I don't really look at it as a job. I look at it as a hobby. It's a privilege to be here. So, you know, with that mentality, that's it's super important.
Well, that's a great perspective, brother. Thanks again for your time. And good luck to you this weekend. Spencer Rifkin, one of our best interviews always here at Live RC, making his bid for another Roar National Championship here this weekend at Nitro Buggy. Make sure you watch it on Live RC. We're here with Spencer Heckert at the Roar 20th Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. Spencer Heckert, this was a pretty interesting week for you. Pretty sudden departure from Techno RC, and you got yourself some brand new Mugen rides this weekend. Just wanted to talk about how your weekend's gone so far. You have really been fighting from behind, but obviously all 3A mains so far with Nitro Buggy still to come. So how you feel about it?
Yeah, obviously I was with Techno for a long time, and we had some good times together, but it was pretty mutual that it was time to part ways between both of us. So big thanks to Adam Drake for helping me out a lot and getting my Mugen rides together and getting a program together, and big thanks to my grandpa for help funding the bill. So it's been good so far. We've been really on pace, and cars have been amazing to drive. They're super easy to drive. They're just really simple, so it's been really good. It's been pretty easy so far, honestly, and it's been a fun weekend.
Well, it certainly helps when Grandpa helps foot the bill. You know, this is not a cheap hobby, but that was the thing that I wanted to mention to you is you're not yet on a Mugen deal, and you're wondering what the next direction is for you and your dad, but you've never been shy about thanking him for all of his help and all your sponsors. What's the next direction for you, and do you feel like you can make that your first Roar National Championship this weekend? How do you feel about your chances?
Yeah, obviously thanks to my dad as well. Like he's always helped me so much, and it's a family deal. So it's been really good. And yeah, I mean, I think we got a shot. I mean, so far my Nitro Buggy has been the best one yet. So I'm looking forward to it, and I think we have a chance to fight for the win here. So I'm excited.
That sounds good, man. Obviously, there's a lot more supporters than just Mugen out there. Who all would you like to thank for getting you in this position this weekend?
Obviously, Promotion, Tyler Brown. He helped me get here. He gave me a ride here. So thanks to them. Promotion, ProTech RC, VP Race Fuels, Team Coyote, anybody that helps me out. Huge thanks to all the people that helped me out, and big thanks to Grandpa for helping me get new rides. So thanks.
Hey, thanks for your time, Spencer. RC silly season starting early here, but Spencer Heckert doing great with his new Mugen ride so far. Looking to compete for his first Roar National Championship here this weekend in Nitro Buggy. We're standing by with Ryan Lutz here at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Well, Ryan Lutz, second time in 3 months for me. I've stood next to a guy way taller than me in the interview, so thanks for that, first of all. But great to steal a minute with you to talk about your weekend so far here at the Roar Nats. Obviously, this track at A-Main Silver Dollar is first class in all ways. But wanted to get your thoughts on the weekend so far. I know you've had a mixed bag of results, but how you feeling going into a big Nitro Buggy weekend? Looking forward to seeing how you do.
Yeah, definitely struggled a bit on the track. The track's a ton of fun. I mean, it's a fun layout. A little hard to pass for the mains and whatnot, but it made for some good racing, I think. Hopefully, Nitro Buggy, I think, feels probably my best car yet, so I'm hoping for a good result in Nitro Buggy.
That's a good thing to hear with that Nitro Buggy being your best car. Well, obviously, Ryan, no secret that 8-scale off-road and really off-road in general has become a young man's game. You've got a lot of young drivers that are up and coming looking for their first titles. Just wanted to get a thought from you at 41 years of age, how you're able to juggle the family life, the regional Kyosho support, bringing up younger drivers like a Felong to win and providing him the guidance, and really kind of pioneering the next chapter of Raw Speed. How do you juggle all that, and how do you still find time to race competitively on the national circuit like this?
Right, well, it's definitely difficult. Home life is very busy, and I got 4 kids, and they're getting older, and they want a lot of dad time. So it's hard being away and doing, especially a long event like this where we're gone for 8 days. So I can't really do back-to-backs anymore, and I don't get to practice much. So it's nice to be able to come out here and in the second round of mains for e-buggy, I had the second fastest lap time of anybody. So to know I still have the pace there, I can see my consistency is lacking compared to what it maybe could have been in the past. But I know I still have the pace, and I feel like I can still compete. So I'm going to keep going as long as I can.
Keep going as long as you're having a good time with it still. Yeah, and really, when you get in these situations where it's a little less practice time per class, I feel like you revert back to instinct, really. And we could see it where you really were starting to feel the flow in those e-buggy mains. So obviously, you have one Roar National Championship to your credit back in 2013. Do you feel you can turn back the hands of time and double your Roar National Championship count this weekend in Nitro Buggy? I want to know how you feel about your chances.
No, not this weekend, probably. I mean, I'll give it my all, and it's like, I always feel like if everything comes together, the car is good, tires are good, like I can drive it, and it'll be good. I haven't had the confidence yet this weekend. Maybe it'll turn around. We're getting the watered track now, so for the first round of buggies for electric, it was all dry. Now we got a watered track, but then when we go to the main, it's going to be starting out as watered and then getting dry, because I think we're going to run for an hour, so it's going to be a totally different ball game come main time. So who knows what'll happen.
Anyway, and like you said, you don't know until you get into that situation. You never know how your chances will end up. Well, obviously, Ryan, a lot of great companies still behind you that's for all these years. I would like you to rip through all the people and sponsors that help support you. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I've been with a number of them, like Tekin for 17 years, 18 years, ProTech for over a decade, VP and Kyosho, Alpha Plus for over a decade worth of time as well. Prevail Paint's been painting my bodies for a number of years, Boom Graphics, Invisible Speed, and yeah, a lot of them have stood by me for a long time, and I really appreciate it, and all the fans and supporters who support my business, Lutz RC, as well. It's been a blessing. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for your time, Ryan. Well, hey, I think he's selling himself a bit short here. I think he's got a better chance than he thinks, but make sure you tune into Live RC to watch Ryan Lutz make his Nitro Buggy National Championship bid on Live RC. We're standing by with Ryan Mayfield, one of the men of the weekend here so far at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Ryan, it's a pretty good deal when you get 2 days into the show and you've already done a good week's worth of work. Obviously, back-to-back championships in electric and Nitro Truggy. E-Buggy wasn't quite the way you wanted it to go, but you still have the big show left here in Nitro Buggy. So wanted to get your thoughts on the weekend so far and how you feel about your chances to once again reign supreme in that hour final.
Yeah, obviously Truggy days went pretty well. Pretty easy as far as the setup on the truck. At Wicked weekend a couple weeks ago, my Truggy was really good, so pretty much left it alone, just reset it at home, made my e-buggy or my e-truggy match it, and showed up here, and they worked awesome. So, Mike Trury, my pit guy, was on it. We just kind of kept those things running, and they ran flawless the whole time. And then, e-buggy was really good too. Qualified 4th, just, with e-buggy, that back quad was a little bit of a send it section, and you miss it one time, you lose 3-4 spots, and then it just compounds from there. So, the first couple mains didn't go great, but the car was pretty damn good. I mean, A3, I got going a little better. Ended up getting second in that main. But I was like 6th overall in e-buggy. So, we learned a lot in e-buggy, so applied it to Nitro car. Obviously the track's changing some, we didn't water the track. They didn't water the track for e-buggy, but they are for Nitro buggy, which I think is the right move as far as just the lifespan of the track. So, we did, 3 seating runs today in Nitro buggy. The first 2 weren't great, but the last one there was pretty good. Made a few changes and, kind of got back on pace. So, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think we got something for the buggy class, and but it's a 30, like you said, 30-minute hour-long main. So we're just going to have to keep on top of it, get the right tire, get the right diffs, and try our hardest out there and minimize mistakes.
Well, it's always good to take something away positive. Even if e-buggy didn't go your way overall, you can still take something positive into the Nitro sectional. Hey, Ryan, obviously, elephant in the room, your 40th birthday is coming up next month. And this off-road stuff is a young man's game. You continue to stay on top. Even if your results this year have been a bit of a mixed bag, you still tighten it up come Roar Nationals time. A fun trivia fact for you. Since 2015, you have the most Roar 8-scale and 4-wheel drive short course titles with 20 since 2015. How are you able to stay on top even with the age progressing when you really should be losing to Father Time? You continue to defy him.
Coors Light, I guess. I have a great support network, with my companies I race for, my wife, at home, my kids, like I said, my pit guy, Mike Trury, all my companies, they have my back. They make my job a lot easier. And honestly, I just put the time in, Before this event in particular, I was probably 8 or 9 days straight in the garage. I had 2 test days. I only had probably about 10 days between the last race. So, there really wasn't much time, to spend with doing family activities or vacation. None of that happened. So, I buckled down for this race. Like you said, it's been a couple rough events this year, which I don't like that. It's a bummer for me, a bummer for my companies. And it's never because of not working hard. It's just sometimes racing's hard, and stuff doesn't go your way. So I wanted to make sure that I dotted all my T's and crossed all my I's before I came here. And so far, like I said, the truggies went well. E-buggies went well too. Just wasn't my day in e-buggy. Congrats to Dakota. And we got a whole other class here. So, I don't know. I guess I'm lucky. I don't know. I guess I do it enough. I keep my wits about me as far as having the radio in my hand, driving. I still race 10 scale, so I try to just, I don't know. There is no answer. You know what I mean? I don't know when the 40-year-old, curse is going to hit. Hopefully never. And
Folks, racing about to be back underway here at the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Hope you've been enjoying the bonus coverage being brought your way, courtesy of the Live RC team. Sean Miller doing our track walk, and just for those at home, don't want to expose anybody here, but there was a second take needed for the track walk. Our production manager decided to take a slide there in the dirt after they had just watered. So that was a take 2 effort, and of course Sean doing an absolutely amazing job on the track walk, giving you the lay of the land, if you will, here at A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway here in Chico, California. And we are about to be back underway here in round number 2 of qualifying here at the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. First heat getting warmed up here of Nitro Buggy. Just so you folks are aware, it is the exact same race order as last time, so there is no resort happening yet. Keyword is yet, because there will be a resort after round number 2 of qualifying. And usually what Roar will do after round 2 of qualifying is they will go ahead and take the single best qual point that you're able to put up in the first 2 rounds, and that will seed you with drivers of like speed and like ability. Of course, with the seeding here that Roar does, usually you end up pretty similar with drivers of your same speed anyway, but of course they will resort every 2 rounds of qualifying, so there will be a resort after round 2 is over. That way rounds 3 and 4 will be basically kind of reshuffled, if you will. based on what they're supposed to be speed-wise. So, Sean Miller, welcome back to the broadcast, brother. Good to see you again. I know you were out there hunting down some drivers for some information, so glad to have you back, and just wanted to get your thoughts on how that round 1 went down, strategy and all, and who surprised you out of that top 12 in Nitro Buggy. What were you thinking about that last round? I saw we were both in data collection mode.
Yeah, it was kind of cool to see a couple guys go 10. I know Chase, Drake, and Finn for sure. Somebody in the chat was asking if Fuller went 10. We didn't quite catch him, but I know 3 drivers went 10 minutes there in that round 1, so it is very doable. I'd say the shocker of round 1, Davey Bata, baby, top 4. And you know what? Also, I want to give a tip of the cap to the Sparco factory pilot, Jonah Wilson, going to go top 5 right there. So good run for them. And then Frankie Contreras, a couple of the youngsters having some solid runs here in round 1 at the Roar Nationals on a Saturday qualifying day for Nitro Buggy.
No doubt, brother. You knocked those picks out of the park there. 4th, 5th, and 6th on the grid there in that first round. We did steal away with Jonah Wilson earlier this weekend talking about how life is kind of running fast forward from these last 3 years here, Sean. He was the 2003 Junior Nitro Buggy champion when we were last year in A-Main Silver Dollar. So gotta think he's got a lot of comfort factor here with this racetrack, even if he's on a different chassis now with the Sparco team. But he did say he feels like he's got a good chance. He says his cars have all been good, and I would not count out Jonah Wilson, the Knoxville, Tennessee native, to possibly win his first Roar National title. Not just his own first Roar National title. Technically it would be his second, but it would be the first for chassis manufacturer Sparco. But never count out his teammate Lee Setzer from Winchester, Virginia. He also put up a top 12 run in that first round.
Yep, finished 12 right there. So a good solid run. And, that's a good start here for the first round. It could have been a little better, could have been a lot worse too.
And a lot of these drivers, like I was out there chatting with Dakota and Chase, and kind of had to give Chase a little bit of flack because he was one of the kids that was not really giving us much information on the runtime. I said, all right, now can you tell me something? He says, yeah, we're in pretty good shape on runtime. So definitely was good to see that happening. And Billy Fisher was giving me a good razzing down there. He says, well, one thing I can tell you is we didn't run out of fuel. So I said, okay, all right, fair enough. I get it. He goes, yeah. He goes, I understand you guys want to get the info and all that stuff, but right now, mum is the word. I said, you know what, man? I respect that. Billy used to do that at this at the very highest level. He knows all about this stuff, and certainly is a pleasure to have Billy Fisher back in the house. Even if he's not holding the radio, he's going to be a very key component to Dakota Fenn and or Chase Lemieux winning Nitro Buggy this weekend.
You got to keep an ace up the sleeve, JS7, James Stewart, he had the quad in his back pocket. He would never do it in qualifying or the semis many years ago, but once it came main time, you would see him pull that out. So, some of these racers, they're going to kind of give you a detail and some insight on what they got going on in their program, but they're also going to keep a few things. They're not doing it, out of bad nature or anything. They're doing it because they're here to race win, and they know that some of the racers may be watching this broadcast as well, and they don't want to give up too many secrets. You got to keep a couple in the back pocket.
For sure. Most racers do have the live RC stream up, not just to know when the race is coming up, but yes, you can get some anecdotes and information from the broadcast.
Exactly.
We do our best. Just wanted to bring up the James Stewart point, Sean. We're out here in dirt bike country. Motocross, the birth of the sport really was here in California, more so SoCal than anything. But your boy from New York has some good motocross knowledge. I've been able to watch plenty of it over the years. Do you remember in Toronto 2014 Supercross when James Stewart started actually last and came back through the field and won that race by finding that quad in the rhythm section all the way there? I mean, he came from all the way back and ended up passing Barsha with like 8 laps to go. So he came through 20 of the best riders in less than 3/4 of that race.
Yeah, that was pretty special, and you won't see that as much nowadays as the competition has rose, and it's just a little more on an even playing field. Anybody can really go out there. There's about 10 different guys that can go out there and win that race. But definitely back in the day a little bit, that was a little bit more common, especially I came from the Jeremy McGrath era. It was quite often that you would see him maybe go down in the first turn, then he'd still go out there and win that thing. Not as common nowadays, but yeah, definitely done a bit in the past.
Absolutely, brother. Let's switch from 2 wheels to 4 wheels and get back to RC racing. Brandon Powell out in front here after 3 minutes. A good start for him. A 35.5 quick lap on lap number 2. Right now, Hanato Tradardi Sr. Again, old man Hanato out there in that second spot, followed by Sean Encina's third. Joe Campbell running in the 4th spot. Corey Williams, Elijah Olney, Tim Lime, Keith, Rod, and Ed. Your top 10 looks like no return from Nick Cahoon on lap number 1. So it looks like 10 cars out there running. Brandon Powell sitting pretty so far, and he had a pretty good run in this heat last time as well. So not much of a surprise to see him up there up front right now. So.
Yeah, I believe, I think he hung on to the heat win in that first round, so doing what he's got to do to stay out front right now. Got it just over 3 seconds over Renato Trardi Sr. right there. That's the dad of the two Trardi boys, having a nice run top 2, Williams Campbell, and Big Sean running top 5.
Absolutely, and right now we're talking about round 2. This is when we start talking resort. The one resort that Roar does during the weekend when there's 4 rounds of qualifying, they will, of course, reshuffle the field after 2 rounds of qualifying. If you're a lower seed driver, your goal right now, don't worry about what everybody else is doing. Your job is to go out there and put yourself as high in the round as possible, because you would like to be resorted into one of those later races with some faster drivers that are more your speed. That way you're not having to pass as many race cars or move out of the way for as many race cars. Obviously, Brandon Powell coming forward, if he's able to get in 2 good runs, he very likely would resort into a higher heat next time by. So the drivers, of course, will be reminded many times by Mike Bronner at track announcer here for Roar to double check the heat sheet. How many times, as both of us are race directors, you will say, a driver come up to you saying, why'd my race number change? We told you about 17 times we were going to resort. So, of course, Mike will do a fantastic job of reminding all those drivers to double check the new heat sheets after round 2 has been completed. At the halfway point, Brandon Powell leading it by 11 seconds right now. I believe that Renato Sr. just pitted, and Brandon has yet to do so unless that 41.3 was in fact his pit lap. Again, it's a little tougher to keep track of that just because the pit stops can vary a little bit, the driver's lines can vary a little bit. Usually in the pro divisions, later in the heats, you can see one lap that really sticks out like a sore thumb at the pit lap.
Yeah, and that would have been on lap number 4, so we only would have been about 2 minutes, give or take, into the race. So that's either a mistake or, if he's trying to just come in early and then go that final 8 minutes, that is very possible.
Splash and go, a little less time at pit lane, a little less fuel to take on. I don't think it's a bad strategy. So. Yeah, for sure. Brandon Powell playing strategy here. He's out front by 11 seconds over Renato. Right now, 17:10:23 the current pace for Powell. Renato, the first driver on 16. He'll also have Sean and Corey on that same lap. Then we have a bunch of 15 lap brackets here. Campbell just jumped onto a 16 in 5th. And it's 15s for Tim and Elijah, 14 for Keith, 13 and for Rod and Ed. We saw Marshall scampering for his life right there to not get hit on the front straightaway. Luckily, everybody was able to get away clean. And Camden Lime, plenty of athleticism. If I was out there, it may not have looked as clean and athletic as he may be.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you get a good Marshall, and sometimes not everybody's a professional athlete out there. But that youth definitely helps a little bit.
For sure. And just wanted to say thanks everybody for jumping into the chat. Viewership, of course, always makes a spike when those later heats come up, but we're still sitting very pretty at the entry numbers right now. Jerry K1, I just wanted to specify to you, sir, this Nitro Buggy has not taken 3 days. We've been here since Tuesday, but they've been doing a one division a day type deal. E-Truggy started off on Tuesday. They got it all done in 1 day. Nitro Truggy was all Wednesday. E-Buggy practice and qualifying was Thursday. They finished the mains Friday morning. And Nitro Buggy was Friday afternoon. And, of course, Saturday will be our qualifying day. Sunday will be the features. And the reason for that is we're going to have all long mains tomorrow. The final is an hour long. The semis are 30 minutes. Of course, we have the LCQ to get in there along with all the lower ladder mains. So we're going to have a day chock full of action tomorrow. Don't you worry. Today we're looking to be here till about 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. And tomorrow our tentative start time for those lower mains is 9 a.m. Pacific time. So plenty of action to get in here. And the reason for that is there's going to be a lot of laps put down on this A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway Chico, California track. 2.5 minutes left to go here, and Renato Sr. out front of Powell. It looks like a 47.8 that time for Powell. So right now, Brandon giving away his entire advantage there. Let's see if he can get it back. And Cena's still running in the 3rd spot. Had a long red line next to his name. That's never a good sign. Let's see if he can get back on his horse here. Corey and Tim still running in the 4th and 5th spots. Looks like Corey jumps into 3rd now. Campbell only Henry, Whitley, Smith, and now Cahoon is out there. You can see his first lap was 2 minutes, 52 seconds, and 3/10. Usually you want to be a little bit shorter of a lap time than that, wouldn't you think, Sean?
Yeah, I would imagine so. You're going to have a couple of those every once in a while. see Powell close. 16:10.01 is the pace. Now a 16:10 flat. Can he get that 17? I believe he got the 17 in round one. Let's see if he can do it again here.
For sure. And again, Brandon Tanato Sr. have been basically the two cars that have seen the best pace here. Unfortunately, though, it looks like Tanato Sr. may have had a problem down there at pit lane. I saw a couple laps he had not come back. So, unfortunately, old man Renato going to be falling down to the 10th spot at the present moment. Nick may run a couple extra laps to overtake that 10th spot, but currently Powell inheriting a 16-second advantage. So at this point, all Brandon's trying to do is keep all four wheels on it, keep all the suspension arms intact, and see we do have a corner marshal picking up a car right there. So unfortunate break right there. That may have been Hanato Sr. I don't see anybody else that's currently inactive.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd maybe see him come around and maybe just miss the loop or something, but it looks like already off the track right here. So a 15-second lead, dropping off that 17-lap pace there with Corey Williams in that Techno. So we got Techno running top two. Sean Mancinas in the 3. Tim Lyon, punch it, Big Tim, in that 4. And Joe Campbell running at the top 5. Elijah 6. Keith Henry 7. Rod Ridley, Ed Smith 9 with that Kyosho. Renato Trardi 10. Nick Cahoon in the 11 after a bit of a late start right there. So had a long 2:52 to start us off here.
And just to go back to the point, like we had shouted out Carlos Arredondo earlier, Big Tim isn't so big anymore. He's slimmed down as well. He's been trimming himself up, and he has not been shy about making some better decisions, eating healthier. And, of course, we know how difficult that is to do. So big shout-out to Tim Lime, showing him a lot of love. That's not an easy thing to do for sure. Clock has expired. Brandon Powell may get that extra lap. He's going to have to hustle it if he wants it. Here he comes to the start-finish line. He will go the extra lap, just gets it at the end there, so it's going to be a 17-lap run this time for Brandon. Corey, I don't think will get there. He's going to, unfortunately, be about a mid-16 here. So you're watching your leader on a victory lap, and isn't this an RC Racer's dream, Sean? You get the ability to stick one hand out the window, wave to your fans. You got autographs coming up later, and Brandon Powell certainly has had a couple good opening rounds here of his Nitro Buggy campaign. So here comes your leader. That valley jump, this thing is crazy. That does not look very tall on the camera shot. That is a good 8-foot jump right there. Here he comes across the start-finish line, and Brandon Powell will win the opening heat of round number 2 at a 17 at 10:36. Corey Williams is coming around right now for his final lap, coming across the start-finish line. He's going to put it up in the second spot at 16, 10, 15. Couple cars left to finish. Well, you will see our A-Main Hobbies race results screen coming up in just a moment. Sean, after our top 2 finishers, who you got finishing 3 on back?
We got Sean Encina running in the 3rd, Tim Lime 4, Campbell 5. As you can see on our A-Main Hobbies qualifying results, Keith Henry going to jump up to the 6er at the end. Whitley Smith, Elijah, Nick Cahoon, and Renato Trardi Sr.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Big Hanato going to have some trouble there at withdrawing just before the 7-minute mark. But you better believe that his sons, Hanato Jr. and Donato, will make sure he is ready to go for that next round of qualifying.
Maybe we'll give him one of the boys' cars here for round 3.
Might have to if it's terminal. But you better believe that both the boys.
Hey, he probably bought him.
Working hard. Yeah, he probably definitely helped on that front. So that's kind of the honorary thing you get when you're the dad and you help front the bill. Sometimes you get to ask for some of those privileges.
Absolutely.
So, round 2, you can see our drop zone here being brought up, and check out the awesome banners here. A-Main crew continues to make it look beautiful. J Concepts, Coyote, Techno, One Army, Protec RC, Hong Nor, One Up Racing, Kyosho, TLR, Team Marks Racing, J&T Bearing Company, Team Associated, Vision Racing, and Factory Tracks. Anthony Westergaard and his staff putting in this absolutely gorgeous layout as our drivers are waiting for the watering to finish. Again, we're watering after every heat race to keep some moisture in the track, to keep the tire wear down just a little bit, and also a little bit of dust management. There's your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup for the second heat out of 6 for Nitro Buggy. And Little Mark going to be starting up on the point, followed by E.B. Rowe in that second spot. Ronnie Holt starting 3rd. Chevelle Keats will start 4th. Dennis Wilson, Carson Kroll, Brent Densford, Marcus Plumley, Mason Montmany, and Boris Morales the top 10. Steven Smith will roll off in the 11th and final position.
Great shot right here of staging. Check out the legend Jerry Arroyo right there. He's actually been out here helping out with Ryan Lutz, believe it or not, this weekend. One of the Class Act racers out here in Northern California. I miss my guys out here in NorCal. And you got Christy Wilson right there with her husband Dennis. You got Clay out there with his daughter Chevelle. Got the Fuller boys out there helping out somebody.
I believe they're helping out the Montminies. You can see, Mason standing next to Bob. That's going to be the father of Mason here. So good to see a little bit of team effort going on here. Of course, the Fuller boys from Riverdale, Iowa, some of the best you're going to meet. May not have much to say sometimes. They're men of few words, but they're all about business. And you better believe, even if they're quiet, they're very friendly and some of the best people in this hobby for sure.
Yeah, you're going to see that because these boys are clocked in this weekend. They are at work right now. So, if I bet you were out on the boat or at the lake with them doing some wakeboarding, I bet they talk your ear off, But when they are at the track, they are clocked in. They mean business.
You best believe that. Well, it's one thing we were mentioning with Ryan Mayfield yesterday is it's amazing to see a lot of these pro drivers when the racing is going on, when they're in the heat of the moment, they are absolutely locked in. The second that final 100%. Horn goes off and it's time to unwind, it was like Mayfield was a different person. We got a great perspective from him in that bonus content we did for Live RC. I was very impressed by how well he was able to articulate his thoughts. And I'm telling you, man, for a man approaching his 40th birthday, he's showing no signs of slowing down. I think we're going to have to, these guys are going to have to almost do what LeBron James is doing and deal with him for the next few years because LeBron is 43 years old in the NBA and still plans to play a couple more seasons. I don't think you'll see Mayfield slow down until Father Time tells him to.
Yeah, and even more so today than ever with the sports technology and the sports science nowadays and just the training efforts that these guys put in, especially like in motocross. Back in the day, if you were in your 30s, you were old racing motocross. And now look at all these guys in their 30s. Still out there racing, still out there winning. Tomac's still really fast. And
Ken Roxon, the oldest 450 champion in Supercross history.
Yep. So, yes, we're getting a little older, but we're also younger than we've ever been in those 30s and 40s.
Well, what do they say, Sean? 40's the new 30 these days with all the advancements in health and science? I mean, that's what it seems like people are getting after these days. And sorry to hit you with that shot there.
Easy with those 40 and over comments, Bub.
The best part is you can start racing the 40-plus classes at the JBRL and other promotions, of course, the Dirt. Two of the premier events in 8-scale off-road racing, of course, the DNC Dirt Nitro Challenge and the Silver State Indoor Championships. If you folks are out here on the West Coast, you better hit those two events. And you can see Sean Sexy Like Miller along with Jimmy Babcock and the whole crew. They just do an absolutely fantastic job.
Yeah, Daniel Adams, longtime name in RC, helped us out. Brian Johnson out from Bakersfield, and we have a good time, man. 23 years of JBRL out here on the West Coast.
Fantastic. You see the clock just started here.
Here we
for
go.
Nitro Buggy Heat 206. And you can see a lot of these drivers are waiting. They're kind of gauging on the racetrack when Mike Braun's going to start that horn. And that tells you some of these drivers may be a little bit close on fuel if they're trying to go long on those pit stops. It's one thing. It's another strategy play. All of Nitro Buggy, Sean, is a chess match. You're trying to see when you're dropped out of pit lane, if you can hop a pipe here, hop a pipe there, and time when you're coming down that final short chute before Braun hits the horn. You're trying to get a good running start, but not burn fuel for 30 or 45 seconds. You're trying to get absolutely the most fuel out of your run you can get.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, that one, mainly when you're going to try and go for a 10-minute run. Now, they're doing 30-plus second lap times. The last thing you want to do is fill up, go all the way around, and then start your clock, because then you already have been running for about 30 to 40 seconds. So, naturally, yes, they're going to fill up and then kind of creep their way over some pipes and get back over to that start line.
Absolutely.
Oh, where's the marshal going?
Oh, we got one stuck on the pipe, and that's not ideal right there.
Yeah, he must have saw something shiny.
Roll down the line. Roll down the hill, everything sorts itself back out. But again, everybody back off running clean. One thing to keep your eyes on, folks, we are on 10-minute watch here in Nitro Buggy. Only 3 drivers, to our knowledge, have gone 10 minutes. And I don't believe Mason Fuller was one of those. I know you mentioned that in the chat earlier. But I believe the only 3 drivers were Adam Drake, Chase Lemieux, and Dakota Fenn. So we'll keep an eye on that as the weekend goes.
10-minute watch, man. We were on it. Yeah, we were curious, and kind of who we expected did. I don't know if I expected Chase, but I know in May he was running those FX engines, and he had that thing singing.
Well, FX engines, of course, distributed by X-Ray and RC America, and certainly anything X-Ray makes is going to be luxurious and top quality. So if you're going to expect high run time, you got to expect Adam Drake with his OS engines, Dakota Fenn with his Ultimate engines, and Chase Lemieux with his FX engines to be those candidates. And I was kind of surprised too. I'm going to kind of back you up on this. I did not expect Chase Lemieux to be one of those drivers to make 10. But Billy Fisher ended up busting Chase's chops a little bit. He says he needs to drive an 8-scale car a little bit harder. We think of Chase as the wild man, more intense scale, but Billy Fisher thinks he can still step it up a notch or two and drive his 8-scale cars a little bit harder. So,
well, if you remember, he won. I think that was it 4-wheel drive in San Diego at the Nationals by doing the quad. He
did in fact win 4-wheel driving, and he was basically, that was the difference between him and Brock Champlin.
Right.
Was Brock was going triple single and Chase was going quad, and we called it the quad mass because it took every ounce of confidence and power for you to do that. And of course, Chase with Hobby Wing and Motive Power, he is not short on power by any means. With his father Paul and his company, Motive MC.
Yeah, all right. Let's get back to this racing action here. 3 down, 7 to go. Little Mark No Prairie on it. 18-10-32, trying to be the first 18 of round number 2 here. And Nitro Buggy qualifying round 2. Carson Crowell going to jump up there, and Mason Mitmany going to take over the race lead now. EB Road to the 2, Plumley 3, Keats 4, Carson 5, Little Mark No Prairie running in the 6, Smith 7, Boris Morales 8, Ronnie Hull in the 9, BD, that's Beach RC's very own in the 10, and Dennis Wilson with Wilson Fine Designs right there. One of the best painters in the business. If you guys are out here in the West Coast and you guys are looking for a good paint job, make sure you guys hit up Big Dennis Wilson with Wilson Fine Design. Here we go, our Avid RC pit cam.
There's Clay Keats right on it.
Little grab and stab.
Boom. Beautiful pit stop there for Clay. And just wanted to bring up one comment made in the chat here by Neo47. Sounds like when they watch the Olympics and the commentators think 30 means you should go out the pasture and stop competing. I wanted to clarify our comments there. No disrespect intended, of course, at all to some of our veteran competitors. In fact, it was more of a nod of us staying on top despite going up there in age, and where people should suggest that age should make you decline. I think RC is one of those things that stands the test of time. It's not so much physical ability here in RC as much as it is mental toughness and, of course, hand-eye coordination. So, Neo47, no disrespect intended. That was not our point there. It was just giving a lot of credit to the guys like Mayfield and Drake and Lutz that are continuing to stay at the top of these fields, despite what people may suggest is old, if you will. So,
a little bit of chaos working their way into the 4-pack right there.
That
was
right
EB
there.
running in the 2-spot, and Chevelle getting caught together. So I didn't see much wrong with that. EB just kind of checked up, maybe didn't have the triple, and maybe tried to check up for the double-double. And Chevelle was just full throttle trying to send that triple. And there's a good shot right here with Chevelle in that car.
Absolutely. Different.
He's an associated driver.
Difference of rhythm right there. We've switched cameramen now. Lucas McCabe is up on the driver's stand now doing our camera shots, and Lucas and Travis Melton both just doing a killer job giving you all the shots here from A-Maid Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico. So, yeah, for sure. Wanted to give a shout out to Mason Montmany. He's out front by 5 seconds. Most pit stops have been underway here. I don't believe anybody in this race, Sean, is trying to go 10. So, should be basically a heads-up race from this point. Montmany leading Little Mark by 5 seconds. Chevelle Keats 3 seconds behind Little Mark. Carson Kroll 3 seconds behind Chevelle. And then EB Rowe about a second and a half behind Carson in the top 5. 6 through 10 is Holt, Morales, Plumley, Smith, Densford, and then Dennis Wilson. Wilson Fine Designs, like you said, you don't find much better looking paint jobs in this area. Dennis Wilson holding it down for this race.
Yeah, he does some slick paint jobs, man. So, you know the Montmanese. How old is Mason?
Mason is, I don't even think he's 18 yet. I believe he's in the 16 to 17 range, and certainly has a great racetrack to hone his skills at Dynamic Performance RC Raceway. Certainly going to be hearing a lot more of that name here as we progress throughout the years. Mason has a lot of good companies behind him. The S-Works team, of course, has him under control there, and I think he's going to be one of those names we have to keep in mind. For, like we said, every single time you go to Aurora National, you can see one or two of those drivers that have a standout weekend. I'm already thinking about a Jermaine Robinson, a Frankie Contreras. Like I said, a Davey Botta. Davey is a big-time competitor in 10-scale, but has yet to really rack up many big 8-scale accomplishments on the national level. Those could be a weekend for some of those guys to make their name heard, and I think Mason Montmany will be one of those folks that to watch out for in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we got a handful of youngsters out front. Little Mark, only about 13 years old. Chevelle, 15 years old. And Mason, right around the 17, 18 mark. And it's kind of cool, man. The youngsters came out here to party a little bit at the Nationals, and they're having a nice run here in round 2. Yes, this is the E main, or E qualifier, but it's still a tip of the cap to the youngsters out here. The more you do the big races, the more you race with the faster guys. You can get to follow them around a little bit. You get to learn their lines, learn their pace. It is going to do nothing but help you out in your future program.
The RC youth movement, if you will, Sean. It's always up to the next generation to almost go with the sustainability model. And that's always one thing that I feel maybe is accentuated a bit more in RC racing, because in athletic sports, there's always a draft, and there's always college sports that have the next generation coming up. But you always have to keep in mind that with RC racing, it usually is a family-oriented thing. You have a son or daughter that you get into it, or an older family member who gets you into it. Like for myself, my grandfather got me into this when I was 14 years old. There is a sustainability model here. It's awesome to see young drivers, especially in the off-road sector, that are coming up, and they'll certainly carry the torch once the old guard, if you will, is ready to, like I said, get ready to more so take on an administrative role. Like you see a lot of these guys, like a Ryan Lutz or a Jared Tebow, more so running their companies more these days and paving the way for the next generation.
Yeah, no doubt. And one of the few sports in the world where, there is no age limit as far as racing. You could have 50, 60-year-olds up on the stand with 10 and 12-year-olds, so it really comes down to skill of driving car. Age, not much is a factor here, so that's kind of cool, One of my favorite things about this hobby is a very family-oriented sport right here. You got the moms and dads down there in pit lane, and the kids are racing, and they're out here camping and stuff. That is one of the greatest things about this hobby.
No doubt, Sean. I could not agree more. Little Mark, ever since we got on that little tangent there, 17:10:06. Montmany has had a couple rough laps in a row, has tumbled down the board. But check this out. 17:10:06 is good for a TQ reset. I'll give Brandon Powell a tip of the cap, though. Only 6 drivers this time are looking to reset his previous time. So Brandon, for sure, making an improvement round over round. So right now it's Little Mark, Barry, Chevelle, Mason, Carson, and Marcus Plumley on the 17-lap brackets. And again, Powell's pace holding up with a 17 at 10:36 from the last heat. After those 5, it's going to be Ronnie Holt, Steven Smith, Forrest Morales, Brent Densford, and it appears that Plumley and Wilson both having trouble, so they're going to have to get back to work next round 9.
Yeah, check out the track, Jared, already now as we're hitting not quite peak temperatures out here today, but very close now that it is 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Starting to dry out pretty quick here.
Yeah, like what you're saying, this hot Chico, California sun is going to have our track crew scrambling here, because eventually the sun and the daytime heat is going to be winning. And unfortunately, it beats us too, because it gets warmer in this broadcast room as well. So they're certainly going to be have some temperatures soaring. I believe it's going to be about 90 degrees today, and tomorrow on finals day, 95, nice and steamy here in Northern California to crown our 4th and final national champion. Sean, take us home here for the finish of race number 2 out of 6.
All right, that's the tone. But here in IFMAR qualifying, we race till they call our name done. So these guys are going to be coming up here and finishing around. Look like Little Mark gets caught at the line. And, a little round of applause here for Little Mark Noperi, one of the youngest racers out here this weekend, if not the youngest, going to 17:10:02. Got pretty close to that 18, Jared. E.B. Rowe, the Texas boy, going to take second place here. Chevelle and the Associate are going to go top 3 as we're waiting for a few more to come around. Yeah, if it were to finish right now, it'd be Carson Crowell, Mason Montmany, Holt, Smith, Morales, Stanford, Plumley, and Wilson. Now, we're waiting for a handful of cars here to finish.
And there they are around the final stretch. They had just gotten the very tail end of the lap. You can see the pace is 17 at 10:27 for Montmany and 33 for Holt. So they're going to get their final lap in here. That is Holt that we're following along with across the line. He's going to look like he's holding on to that 6th spot. Here comes Mason to finish up in the 5. Everything's bigger in Texas, including Barry Rowe's run. That was a nice job there in P2. But Little Mark Noperi with a 33.4 on the final lap jumps it up to a 17:10:02. There's your Amy Hobbies race results screen showing you that Little Mark will win this one, followed by Barry, Chevelle, Carson, Mason, and Ronnie, all going on 17 laps. 16s for Stephen and Boris. Densford and Plumley, unfortunately, having a little trouble there before the conclusion of the 10-minute race, but they will be able to get back to work next time by. Water going down here for race number 3, shown to you by our Matrix Off-Road Tires track cam. And Sean, like we mentioned, the sun, Mother Nature, is starting to win the battle just a little bit. You see this 180 coming down after the start straightaway. That's starting to get a lot of rubber laid down in that corner. And we've seen even the best pro drivers get 2 tires on that groove and 2 tires off, and it could send you off into that pipe and really cost you some precious time.
No doubt. Well said. That's a great shot there of our Matrix tires. Track crew out to water. Track crew out to water.
And again, a shout out to Matrix Off-Road Tires. That really was a European brand more so until Dakota Fenn brought it to the United States. I will say, we're both pretty in touch with this hobby, Sean. I had never heard the name Matrix Tires until we had seen Dakota Fenn run those tires. He's, of course, got a very large hand in the research and development of that platform. He said that they're great to work with. They have now a distribution center in Florida, so now they can handle U.S. distributions for some of you folks that are looking to potentially purchase some Matrix Off-Road Tires. Make sure you check it out. And of course, if you need any help, Dakota Fenn, always very responsive on his messenger platforms and can get you pointed in the right direction.
Yeah, and I want to give them a little shout out here. They got themselves their first national championship in 10 scale this year. And just yesterday, they got their first ever 8-scale national U.S. championship in the bag right here. So Matrix, making a little bit of a splash out here in the U.S. And I got a feeling they're going to be selling some more tires here when you hire someone like Fenn, and then you go out and you get some national championships. That's why you hire them.
Titles number 45 and 46 for Fenn's career, but number 1 and 2 for the life of Matrix Off-Road Tires here in the United States. So congratulations to all those folks involved. You can see we have Heat 3 of 6 warming up here for Nitro Buggy, and I think they read our minds, Sean. They definitely put a little heavier coat of water down here, but you better believe those little puddles out there already starting to go away. By the time we get about halfway through this heat, it will be dry once again. So Chico, California, the location here of our Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals here, presented by Jake Concepts this weekend. Really appreciate everybody tuning in to Facebook Live, RC, and YouTube. We've been here since Thursday, Jared Barton alongside Sean Miller, and we have had a fantastic time bringing you all the coverage. Hope you've been enjoying it. So if you're in the chat and you're watching, make sure you drop us a comment, show us some love, and we can definitely we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have on the event, and definitely appreciate everybody for sticking around with us. We're not done yet. You better believe it's only going to get hotter from here, both temperature and action-wise, as we crown our final champion tomorrow on Sunday Final Day.
Yes, sir. And let's show some love to those tech guys. Cal Southworth, Vince Manachado, and Chris Crowder. Those guys doing a great job over there. They are teching a lot of cars this weekend. So, the Roar crew, Clayton, been super busy. Obviously, we're here at A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico, California. Our active Roar president, Clayton Young, our A-Main staff, Kendall and Kelly Bennett, since 2004 out here. And I believe they started with bicycles and then got into the RC game.
And they still do A-Main cycling. They still
yes,
are in
they
the
do.
cycling market.
Yes, they do.
Just wanted to give one comment on Vin Manchanda, like you mentioned, one of our tech inspectors. Vin is a busy guy. He's got 2 very talented sons that also race. Aiden and Dylan Manchanda both are very talented. Aiden has really made a name for himself on the regional level. He has really been competitive at the tracks like LCRC, Trains and Lanes, Barnstormers Raceway. Just actually pulled off his first electric win at LCRC last month, so congratulations to him. Also has a lovely wife, Bree, and still finds time to come out here and work the Roar stats, so shout out to Vin.
All right, off and running here. Heat 3 of 6.
Here they come, Sean. Right now, I think we're going to have a very toss-up style race here. I think you're going to see Chicky run well. I think Carson Phipps wants to back up what he did in that last heat. I don't know if you want to start submitting picks. I'm going to go with the incumbent. I think Carson does it again.
Yeah, and you know who looked really good in that first round was Mario Rudy, the Flagstaff, Arizona native. He looked pretty good right there. He had a bit of a tumble here over that first bull turn double, so we'll see. But he was looking pretty racy there in our first round, so he'll be one to watch as well. And you never count out old Chicky.
That's worth to represent for sure, and not just don't count him out. Don't count out the birthday boy. They're always good for a couple tenths of a second on your birthday. So Chicky turning 52 years old today and still competing with some of the nation's best. And certainly I think you'll agree with this sentiment here, Sean, that it's better when he's here versus when he's not. We love seeing Paul Ciccarello in the pits, and always an asset to have him here today.
Man, I wish I would have known that. I would have brought him a little cupcake or something.
I think right now he'd be asking for some for a few tenths of a second. But well, unfortunately we can't help him with that. But we can definitely definitely buy him a drink or do whatever he needs to make his birthday feel a little more special. I know
I'll tell you what, I'll get him a Shirley Temple with 2 cherries since it's his birthday.
2 cherries. That is quite the distinction. Well, that's awesome, my friend. And yes, just wanted to run down the order for you. 2 laps in the books. Carson Phipps doing it to him again here, Sean. 33.2 to a 33.3 for his opening laps. And now here comes the comeback drive for Brendan Bartlett. Did not have the race he was hoping for, that first round bye. He's out of mulligans at this point. He's got to put in a good point to resort into a good heat. I expect Brendan to do some big things here. There's Adrian Ramos that we're picking up in that all highlighter yellow. You cannot miss that car. That thing is very bright at the Theo show. So right now it's Phipps, Rudy, Bartlett, Ciccarello, and Ramos the top 5. Trevor Lund in that Mayako car in the 6th spot. Gage Dusta, Bryce Beaver, Jacob Haas, Drake McElroy, and Mark Naperi. Big Mark right now running in 10th, just taking that spot away from Drake.
Yeah, kind of as we expected. It was going to be Phipps and Rudy up there. Chicky, Bartlett, Adrian Ramos. So we got them spread all over the board. We only have 4.6 seconds between our top 5. And Trevor Lund with the Mayako taking the swing at it here. So I think that was a pit stop lap. It doesn't look long enough. Maybe just a rough lap and a crash right there for Chicky if he drops down to the 7 and a 36. That'd be a pretty fast pit stop, right? I don't think they're doing 3-second pit stop.
I believe the fastest pit lap we've seen was a 36.4. Unless Seth Van Dalen. Seth had one that was a 35. I don't know if that was a bobble lap or if that was just a lightning fast pit lap from his father, Sean. I wouldn't count either of those things out, though. With 3 down, 7 to go, Carson Phipps has broken the 33-second barrier, Sean. 32.9 on lap number 3. He leads by almost 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's only one running sub 33-second laps. 32.9. He got it.
He got it for sure, and he continues to step it up as here he goes over that wall jump and down the back straight. It's so cool to see the start straight, almost like motocross, that we use for the start of the main events, but otherwise it remains untouched. And that's one thing we'll have to keep our eyes on, Sean. That is a largely untouched portion of the racetrack. It's still very dusty out there with not much rubber being laid down, so I'm going to be very interested to see how these drivers get off the starting line once we get into our features tomorrow.
You know, I'd be lying to you if I said that hasn't crossed my mind. You know, there's not much of a groove over in there. I think they go out there with a blower or a broom and kind of clean it off for the main event. But you're right, dude. There's no cars driving in there per se, lap after lap, so there's not exactly a groove built in. And naturally, it's going to be a little slidey in there.
Without a doubt, you can see it's still following Adrian here. A lot of these guys have ducked in for their pit stops. Have not seen Carson pit yet. He's still out front with 4:15 down, 5:45 left to go. Current pace 19:10:30. I'm sure he will settle more into the mid-18 lane once that pit stop has been made. And you got to figure law of averages plays out there. It's a 10-minute race. There's more opportunity to, one, gain time, but also lose time. When you hit a rut the wrong way, you get off on one of these jumps a little bit, you will see the average lap start tightening up as you get later in the race.
No doubt about it. Die Hard RC, thanks for the love. He says he's been enjoying the broadcast out here. Thank you. And he's also cheering on Carson.
A lot of Carson Phipps fans here from Washington State, so you better believe that Pacific Northwest region has a lot of very passionate racers. And Carson Phipps, one of their staples up there. He really is a fast regional driver there from Walla Walla, Washington. So right now we're halfway through. Carson is your leader by about 4 seconds. The pace currently is a 18:10 flat, followed by Mario Rudy 18:10.09. Very strong runs right here.
Looking for
the
that
top
19
5
here.
looking to reset the TQ time. But again, shout out Little Mark. He put in a really good run that last time in a 17 at 10:02. So it's Phipps, Rudy, Ramos, Bartlett, and Ciccarello. Phipps just got around for his outlap, 39.6. Pretty good pit stop right there. You got to call it, I'd say, about a 5.5 second pit stop there for Phipps. So I'm sure he'll take that every day of the week. Rudy now about 1.8 seconds back, as it appears that Mario has already made his pit stop as well. Outlap, though, he picked up 2 seconds, 37.4. So the pit crew for Rudy getting it done for him. Ramos, Bartlett, Ciccarello, your top 5 currently. Then Trevor, Bryce, Gage, Jacob, Mark, and Drake. At this point, Sean, I believe everybody has made their pit stops. That's going to be factored into this race win. So from here, with 6 down, 4 to go, it's a heads-up race.
Yeah, and after that pit stop there for Carson, Rudy got it down to 1.7 right here. And, after the pit stop, as we mentioned, he was on that 18-10 flat, now on an 18-10-12 after the pit stop, so your average going to drop down a little bit. And, every time I go out there and race after my qualifier, I go and look to see how my average percentage was for the race. Of course, I aim for around a 98, but the pit stops do come into play here with the Nitro class. They may not have as low as an average here with the pit stop.
Absolutely. There is your leader. Following him right here. Beautiful paint scheme. Orange, blue, a little bit of yellow and white for your leader, Carson Phipps, and he has re-upped the hot lap since we last mentioned, Sean. 32.7 here for Phipps. Like we mentioned, I think that in the electric division in E-Buggy, I don't think that he had the weekend he was hoping for. Showed much more speed than what his final results spoke for, and he's certainly proven us right here with a couple of really solid runs to open up his Nitro Buggy campaign. And how many times have we seen it where there's 4 rounds of qualifying, you have almost a tale of 2 weekends. You can have a really good 1 and 2 and a terrible 3 and 4, or vice versa. The best part with roar scoring here, Qual point scoring, you just need 2 good runs. You will throw out your 2 worst runs.
Well, a fee-long win would be a perfect example of that.
No doubt.
DNF in the first 2 rounds in the E-Buggy, and then goes out and TQs in rounds 3 and 4.
Not only did he TQ, he had to redo a TQ after
it was a 4 round plus 1.
Yeah, the tent gate, if you will, where the easy ups blew onto the track at that section right there, coming to the start finish line. And I will give Fee-Long all the credit in the world. I know he didn't win the E-Buggy title like he wanted to, but to have the mental toughness to just hit the reset button and go back out there and do it again what he was about to do instead of time, that was awfully impressive for him. And certainly he will be a threat this weekend. The first round wasn't as well as he was hoping for, but he was your top seed for a reason, Sean. He'll be in this thing for the next.
Yeah, it'll be good to watch here now that it's going to be Nitro Buggy from here on out, Jared. The rest of the cars have been cleaned up and put away and put to bed, and this is what we came here for, the big one.
For sure. Mixed bag on this, too. I've been taking a little informal survey with the racers. Some like this idea of 1 car per day. The only drawback to it, and I know this was going to come up, is there's just less time to work on your 1 car. You know, with the quicker turnaround time, and there's only 1 class, there's only 6 heats of racing, there's less time to make those wholesale changes. I think that this format specifically rewards you for rolling off the truck well. If you have a good setup and you're not having to wholesale things, you're going to be a lot better off than if you're trying to tear those cars apart and change everything and throw everything at them with the kitchen sink.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. You can either get it done in 6 straight days of racing, or you can spread it out to a whole separate weekend and have another weekend away home from the family and the friends.
What a save right there. Sorry to cut you off, Sean. That was an incredible save there from Phipps. That could have been a run-ender, because right there on that bank coming off the front straightaway, how many times have we seen it already where that could be a 5, 6, 7 second marshal, and that could have really undone his run. Phipps still holding on by about 4 seconds. He'll probably give about half of that lead away, but shout out to Carson. He's done exactly what he has to do in these first 2 rounds. All you can do when you're in this seed like this, if you're in heat 3 of 6, your job is to go out there and win that race, and he's doing just that. Did it in round 1, trying to do it again, holding a 1.5 second lead over Mario Rudy, but do not look now. Mario in his X-Work car continues to be strong. Who's 3 through 7? I want to know who else is in the hunt here.
We got Ramos Bartlett, Chicky, Lund, and Bryce Beaver. That is Colin's father out there. A couple associated guys out there. So they're taking a swing at it right here. But just going back to what you said, the best thing you can do in these lower heats is just go out there and win it, because that is the plan right here. You know, you're going to go out there and TQ the round with that heat win? Probably not, but the best thing you can do is just go out there, finish in first in your heat, and just let the cards lay where they fly.
Absolutely. And the clock has expired. We can see that the drivers are still out there. Just to remind you folks, it is staggered start qualifying, so these drivers will continue going until Live RC, the clock calls them automatically done. Here at the racetrack, you can't hear it through the ambient sound, but there is a speaker up on the driver's stand where the audio is piped in, and it will say Carson Phipps done, Mario Rudy done, and so on. Right now, Carson on his final lap, trying to once again win his heat race. This would be 2 straight for him, and a great job for Carson Phipps. He will bring it across with an 18-10-13, almost identical to his first round time. So a couple good runs in a row there for Carson Phipps. He's going to be very happy with those 2, and he's going to resort into a very nice round. Next time by, we'll do a resort after round number 2. You can see our drivers bringing him around here. Looks like just 1 car left. There is the Montana native Brendan Bartlett, and there's Mario Rudy. I believe Rudy's already finished, so we'll watch out for Bartlett coming across the line here. There he is up on the hill. And here comes Bartlett across the line. He should finish in the 4th spot, and in fact he does. Carson Phipps going to win this one. A great run for him, 18, 10, 13. Top 5 drivers all going to reset the previous TQ, as shown on your AMA Hobbies race results screen. Mario Rudy goes second here, 18, 10, 23. Ramos, 10, 29. Bartlett, 10, 31. Ciccarello, 10, 33. Followed by the 17-lap brigade of Trevor Lund, Bryce Beaver, and then 16s for Mark Gage, and Jacob out after 6.5. So again, Carson Phipps does it again, Sean, but Mario Rudy did not let him get it easy. They made him earn that one.
Yeah, I think they've gone 1-2 like that in our first 2 heats of the day for them. So nice solid start right there.
Here's our staging area again. We'll call it the drop zone, if you will. You can see our AMA Hobbies grid lineup for heat number 4 to 6 for 1/8 Nitro. Buggy again on pole. Julian Oliveris, Carlos Arredondo, followed by Ethan Mechanic, Adam Drake, Tyler Brown, Benny Camarian, Donato Tradardi, Trevor Owens, Colin Beaver, Austin Blair, Hanato Tradardi Jr., and Jaden 2 are the 12 drivers in this one. The time has been set, though, 18, 10, 13 here for Carson Phipps. And again, he will enjoy a couple of good heat races in a row. He'll have himself a good weekend's worth of work, and now all he has to work on is upping those times again for rounds 3 and 4. And a big thanks to all of our sponsors. You can see all the sponsor signage here. A lot of advertising space being sold here at AMA Hobbies. You can see from right to left on your screen, Ophir Kamarian. Looks like Hanato Sr. going to be taking care of both of his sons. He's working double duty there. So pitting 2 cars, that'll be interesting to see how they play the fuel strategy. See Jared Wiggins just behind there on the other table. He's making sure his car is ready for his heat race, along with the usual brigade right here. So again, a lot of good pit work going on right here for all these drivers. For Nitro Buggy, more than anything, Sean, it takes a team to do it. It's not just you. It's your pit driver. It's the people that are giving you the guidance on the engine tuning, the tire guidance. It takes more than one person to competitively race Nitro Buggy at this point.
One of my favorite things about Nitro, Jared, that E-Buggy is the one-man band. You just strap that battery in, throw a set of tires on there, throw it in pit lane, and go out. This, you got to have a bit more strategy right here. And call me old school. I like going without the headsets. I know the headsets have gotten huge over the years. I miss the old days of yelling, Ryan Cavallari pit. You'd hear Lou Dog down there in pit lane yelling and stuff. And I don't know. I guess I just kind of miss that a little bit. The headsets, they're not bad, though. They are kind of fancy, and they do help a little bit.
I wonder if there would be a race. That may be something you and Joey got to talk about is have a Nitro Invitational, maybe a Nitro Invitational division where it's no headsets, just the pure word of mouth communication. I think that'd be pretty cool to bring back a little blast for the past a little bit.
Yeah, I think that ship has sailed, unfortunately.
Figured Joey and Jimmy and the whole crew have enough much more things to worry about than just that. But,
these racers, they'd have the little clear one in their ear. They'd find a way around it if we did that. But that ship sailed, and we're living in the future here, Jay.
You better believe that. And yes, Die Hard RC is rooting on Carson Phipps. That's their homeboy from Snohomish, Washington. So I'm sure they were very pleased with that. I know a lot of these racetracks at Roar Nationals have little watch parties. They'll be at the racetrack, might be on a practice day or a club race night, and you'll hear the audio piped in from the Roar Nationals. So all you racetracks that are broadcasting us right now, we thank you very, very much. And of course, we echo the support for Carson Phipps as he has put in 2 excellent runs here in his Nitro Buggy campaign. He will certainly be excited to see his resort number. And the best thing, let's go back to Carson for a second here. Now the monkey's off your back, right, Sean? You've got 2 good runs in the books. Now you're working on playing with house money at this point. You can go out there, try a setup change that maybe you weren't so confident on before because you've got a throwaway to use. Let's just say Carson wants to try something around 3, doesn't work, put it back, try something else, and now he can go out there and just worry about improving his position. I would not doubt this by any means that Carson Phipps is going to be a competitor for one of those semi-rounds. May end up in the quarters, but I think that he's put himself in a great position to charge forward instead of look behind him.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Look at this beautiful racetrack. Again, the watering crew, try as they may, this track continues to get dried out. A lot of rubber being laid down here, and it's only going to get better, folks, because again, with the Nitro engine, it's a little bit different because you've got the exhaust pipes on the left side of this car. Start throwing out a little bit of oil. It's like its own. It's like a self-oiling racetrack. You put it on a little bit of barrier, a little bit of additive to the racetrack. You'll see this groove get darker and darker. as this weekend goes, especially when we get into main day tomorrow. And another fantastic job by our A-Main track crew. The entire staff, want to shout them all. Of course, the owners, Kendall and Kelly Bennett, have just made this the absolute Goliath of an industry here in A-Main Hobbies. They've got the anchor location in Chico with the distribution center. They've got the 3 racetracks. They've got the racetrack here at Silver Dollar Raceway, just a couple minutes down the road. Just opened a Charlotte, North Carolina distribution center as well. And of course, it takes an army of great people to do it. Just to shout out a couple, Sean Clovis really handled a lot of the event promotion, riling up all the sponsors here, getting them all together. And Troy Hansen has really been the social media superstar this weekend. We've seen him trackside, walking through the pits, always got the camera out, collecting information. He has a very, very difficult job to keep everybody in line and make sure that he has everything accurate. He has been absolutely spot on this weekend, so shout out to him.
We got Jonathan Vandermolen in the chat here cheering on Carlos.
Arredondo.
Treasures. Yeah, Miners Treasures. He's always down for a little bit of tuning in to the RC action all over the country. He's been following us all year long at all the Roar events right here, so thanks for tuning in. I wonder if Miners Treasures was going to pop in, and he did, one of our Texas natives.
No doubt. A lot of watchers here. And again, Sean, you just continue to watch. We're going to make a graphic end of the weekend to see, as the round progresses, how does that viewership rise? And once again, as we approach the big dogs, if you will, the viewership continues to rise. So we really appreciate it, folks. And just wanted to shout everybody out that's keeping us on, even as background noise. You got a lot of people that are maybe running a few errands right now, or maybe just having a chill day, watching some TV. Or I know myself, when I have some work to do, I'll put on an old race or an RC race, just something for a little bit of white noise in the background. So all you folks that are sticking around with us, we are sincerely appreciative. We're warming them up, Sean, here for our 4th heat out of 6 for 1/8 Nitro Buggy. I think this is going to be an absolute grab bag here. I think there's about 8 different drivers that have a chance to win this heat.
Yeah, Drake, you saw in round 1, he went the full 10 and took the heat win. Can he replicate that here in round 2?
Not to mention that Drake was the last car on the lead lap with 19 laps, and you got to figure Adam Drake, again, he will be the first one to tell you he doesn't have the speed anymore like he maybe used to back in the day, but he is going to use the more strategical side of his game to get into that mix. Again, we'll let the qualifying order determine itself, but if you want to make the semifinal, Sean, you better be inside that top 25 in the Nitro Buggy order right now. Again, we are bumping from every single lower main, so if you want to be in there, top 20 is what you're shooting for to make a semifinal, and 15th for round number 1 certainly was a mission accomplished.
Yeah, not bad. Kind of right where you need to be in the mix.
No doubt. And this is where we start starting to count the qual points and seeing what happens here. The time to beat is Carson Phipps 18, 10, 13. I think a couple of these drivers will be threatening 19 here. We'll start seeing how it runs here. Again, counting down the warm-up clock. As you can see, a lot of drivers ducking in for fuel here on the left corner of your screen. That is an awesome shot of our Matrix Off-Road track cam. And there's our avid pick cam, Hanato Sr., making sure both of his sons, Donato and Hanato Jr., are taken care of here. Imagine trying to pit 2 Nitro cars instead of 1. He's got to start calculating when he wants to bring one kid in and when he wants to bring the other one in and make sure nobody has a flame out. I mean, this could be a very, very tough task here for Renato Sr., but I think he's got it under control.
Yeah, this is no big deal right here for Senior.
Light work.
Light work right here. They've been doing it a long time. They have hit the full racing circuit all over the country this year, and it's just another day in the office for Dad right here.
Absolutely. Coming down to the last few seconds before Mr. Mike Braun, our at-track announcer, hits the horn. You guys are watching it all here on liverc.com, Facebook, and YouTube. Heat number 4-6 for 1/8 Nitro Buggy about to be underway. Here they come. Loop is live, and the first car across is A-Main Hobby's own Austin Blair. He's back, and he's got a full weekend of Nitro Buggy going to be under his belt. Again, I would not count on Austin Blair to be up there and competing for one of those top 20 spots. He knows how to do this. It's like riding a bike, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's at quite the disadvantage. He only raced E-Buggy, and I believe he missed his first heat of that E-Buggy class. So he went out there and he got some practice. We'll call that practice for his Nitro class today, and I believe he finished top 3 in that first heat. Let's see if he can better that here in round 2.
That's exactly what he was treating it as, really, Sean. E-Buggy was his practice, and that's kind of the compounding effect, right? A lot of these drivers have been here since Monday to set up their pits and get registered.
Right.
You got to think Austin was at a 2 or 3 disadvantage on track time. Just to run it down for you folks, a lot of these drivers, especially the pro drivers, are running all 4 divisions. That means even though the track is evolving and it's starting to break down a little bit, if you don't know what your setup's going to be by this point, you better by this point. Because it's Saturday, it's qualifying day. These drivers should have this track down in their sleep at this point, being on it for now the 5th day. And I think it's only going to be more autopilot for the best drivers to try and continue putting down these big 98, 99% consistency runs.
Okay, we're off and running. Look who's leading us around here on lap 1. 32.6 for Austin Blair. 1 second up on Drake, Julian Oliveras, Carlos Arredondo, and Emac. Rounding out my top 5 here with only 1 lap in the book. So.
You never forget, Sean. You never forget, man. You eventually get the flow, and he backs it up with a 32.7. Austin Blair coming around for lap number 3, 33.5. Welcome back, Austin. Very nice. So it's going to be Blair out front of Drake by 1.2 seconds, followed by Julian Oliveras, Ethan Mechanic in that 4th spot, all the way from Shippensburg, PA, LCRC zone. Carlos Arredondo in that 5 spot, followed by Comarian, Donato Tradardi, Tyler Brown, owner of J&T Bearing Company. Jaden 2, Trevor Olin, Colin Beaver, and Donato Tradardi Jr. makes a big jump up the grid from 12th up to 7th. Unfortunately, though, for Renato Jr., that was a 1 minute, 7 second first lap. So curious if it was a potential miss, and it was an edit there done by Mr. Braun. I'm certain that's what it was.
Yeah, we'll find out shortly here.
Blair, though, looking solid. Early pace 19, 10, 25. We're going to have to see how the pit stops work. I don't think Austin has been back in RC enough to be playing the 10-minute fuel game, but you know for sure Adam Drake has already done it. He's going to have that advantage in his back pocket. So I think if you're Austin Blair right now, your job is to drive as hard as you can to build up a supposed 6-7 second lead so that it's even once Adam Drake's able to not take that pit stop, omit that fuel stop.
Yeah, that would definitely be the game plan here because he knows that pit stop is going to slow his complete time down slightly, so he's got to just absolutely hang it out here if they want anything for the Drake, who is not stopping.
3 down and 7 left to go. You can see Drake just doing what he's got to do. Mr. Adam Drake has become famous for long pit stop strategies here, and just going back to the comment made by Sean Van Dalen when I chatted with him before race time, he goes, man, you know when Adam Drake is in fuel saving mode because that car sounds just possessed at low throttle. He's got that thing right up on the pipe. It's ringing and tinging, and it definitely sounds like a different engine out there. So I'm certain Drake is doing that strategy, but you're currently following Austin Blair, your leader, the blue and white and yellow Kyosho car. Of course, he's got the full A-Main outfitting in there, the Protect servos, Protect Samurai Ryan Mayfield engine. You better believe that he is dialed in and looking as good as ever here. So Blair definitely going to be tough to beat with a second and a half lead in hand. Coming up on our 4-minute mark, 6 to go. And the rundown is
Austin Blair out front by 7/10 up over Adam Drake in that Mugen. Julian Oliveras in that Associated running 3rd. Tradardi Jr. 4th. Benny Camarian still rocking that HB top 5. Tradardi Donato, that is the younger brother of Renato, running in the 6, Emac 7, Jaden 2 in the 8, Olin's 9, T Brown in the 10, looks like Arredondo 11, and Colin Beaver rounding up my field in the 12. So the whole field separated by just over 15 seconds right here, but we got action up towards the front, and guess what? We got pit stops starting to cycle through.
Pit stops coming shortly. You can see Austin Blair. Looks like he's got his outlet right there, and that's a good one. 37.4. Julian Oliveras will cycle to the lead with a new quick lap of the race, 32.5. So Julian Oliveras, the Orlando, Florida native, continues to lay it down here. He's always a threat. He's kind of one of those, call him fringe A-Main drivers. He's always right there in the picture. He's made electric national A-Mains before. I think this is the weekend that Julian Oliveras utilizes this new 4.2 platform from Team Associated and puts himself in a good position to make the final. I won't call it either way. I think we've learned our lesson on making picks right now, but for sure Julian Oliveras will have his name in that conversation. A great shot there from our avid pick cam. We'll let all the stops cycle around and let you know who's doing what. But currently Adam Drake is looking to be in the preferred position as him, and I think only Drake and the 2 X-ray drivers, like we mentioned, Fend and Lemieux, have gone 10 minutes. I don't know if Oliveras can do it, but we will figure it out. There is Julian right there in his white, yellow, green, and blue Team Associated car with the white wing middle car in front.
Well, if it was easy, we'd be seeing more drivers doing it. It ain't easy, so.
If it was easy, everybody would do it.
That's exactly right.
For sure. And right now we are on pace watch. We're going to watch Drake. He's basically mirroring that pace from earlier. And one thing to keep in mind, like we mentioned with the paces here, the pace only drops off if you pit. So Adam Drake currently is on another 19-lap pace. And again, with Drake, that all-yellow Mugen car just at the left side of your screen, Drake is, in fact, going to rise to the lead there as pit stops are basically cycled around. Blair going to be in second place by about 4 seconds. But check out Blair throwing down the heat right there. 32.57, new fast lap. No strategy here for Austin Blair. It's time to empty the tank. You got nothing left to lose this point.
That's right. He's getting close to that 19 right now. Drake, the only one on a 19-lap run. But he does have the hot lap, and he's only 3.5 back from Sir Drake. And 32.5 the hot lap for Oliveris, 33.0 for Emac, 33.1 for Tridardi, 33.2 Arredondo, 32.7 Tridardi Jr. Tyler Brown with a 32.9, 33.5 for Jaden 2, 33.1 Camarion, 33.4 Trevor Owens, and Colin Beaver with that 33.4.
What a crazy close lap time spread. It just goes to show you, Sean, that this is the C-sort. There are going to be about 40 drivers here that legitimately have A-man aspirations, and only 15 will get there by weekend's end. So there's going to be absolutely loaded heats all the way down. You can see Drake is leading Austin Blair. Right now, Austin has to get around Drake and gap him on the racetrack once again. And that is the exact differential. Outlap for Blair was a 37.4. You call that about a 4-second pit stop. Right now, Drake's advantage, 3 seconds.
Yeah, and you can see Blair's got it down to 3 seconds. It was just about 4 seconds a couple minutes ago, but we're running out of time with only 2:30 left to go on the master clock. And he's inching closer to it now. Blair on it. 18:10.02. Can he get that 19-lapper? That's what he's looking for, I guarantee it.
He's absolutely chopping that gap down. Leaders approaching through traffic. They get a nice wave by right there. I believe that was going to be either Jaden or Tyler Brown giving way. That was going to be Tyler giving space for your leaders. So great job, of course. Always a classy gentleman is Mr. Brown. 8 down, 2 to go. Your full rundown is Adam Drake leading Blair by 3.5 seconds. At this point, Blair's got to make something happen if he's going to get up there and try to bother Adam Drake a little bit. Drake is currently got a nice little piece of racetrack, nothing to worry about. See, he just got around a crash car in front of him, one of the Tridardi boys, I do believe. But everything worked itself out right there. So it's Drake, Blair, Oliveris now 3 seconds behind Blair. Arredondo 7 seconds behind Oliveris. Donato is in that fifth spot, 2/10 behind Carlos. And then we have Ethan, Hanato Jr., Tyler, Benny, and Jaden, your top 10. Here with a minute 30 left to go. Adam Drake sitting pretty once again, Sean.
Yeah, Drake just doing Drake things out there.
19:10.31, almost the exact same time from his opening round pace. So again, if Adam Drake can put up 2 straight top 15 runs, you got to think that's pretty safe for a semifinal berth. And now Adam can also try doing what Carson Phipps can do, is go out there and maybe try something. Try something to get a little bit more grip, a little more speed out of his Mugen CQ machine. So Drake has 1 minute left to go. You don't want to call it over till it's over, but you've already seen Drake prove he can easily, leisurely run 10.5 minutes. At this point, it's going to take a mechanical issue to take Drake out of this competition.
So far, so good on the game plan being executed oh so nicely here by Adam Drake in our first 2 rounds. Getting a little love right there from Jaden.
Yes, very nice, Jaden. He always gets a lot of love from Hercules, California. He's got a family out in Hawaii, so good to see that he got a lot of support here from the team associate crew. And right now, Adam Drake, 30 seconds left to go, following your leader all the way here. Blair is falling back just a little bit, and you got to wonder if maybe it's a little bit of everything, Sean. Could be the fact that maybe he's putting more heat in the tires than Adam Drake is. Drake is taking really good care of his tires. He's always been a proponent of no wheel spin. Got to think maybe Austin has a little bit of tire fade going on right now, but also Austin Blair maybe has a little bit of driver fade. He's still trying to break himself back in here and get back into the swing of these long races. So Drake doing what he's got to do. White flag is coming out for Adam Drake here for the final time by. He will get the extra lap. Blair will not. He's going to be finished at an 18:10.01, but a good time to break out your hot lap on the last lap, 32.4. But this is the man right here, Adam Drake, again going 19 laps if we can wrap it up right here. And we'll see. First round was a 15. for Qual points. I think that's going to be very similar here. Maybe gain a couple spots if drivers have trouble. Oliveris is done for third. Mechanic finishes fourth. Donato Tridardi finishes fifth. Your leader takes a big spill here on the final lap. Luckily did get the extra lap here, Sean. And then coming around, Adam Drake, despite the last lap crash, will win it with a 19:10.34.
Yeah, he'll be taking himself a little bit for that. He's still got the 19, so that's the good news. And it wasn't the fastest 19 in the world, but 19 will get it done to get into those semis. I got a feeling.
That section doesn't look like much, Sean, but you were the one that picked up on it. There's a big rut after you drop off that back straightaway. And if you hit that rut the wrong way, even a car that's known to be good bumps like a Mugen Seiki chassis, if you hit it the wrong way, it sends you flipping.
All right, here's our main hobbies qualifying results. Drake on that 19:10.34. Austin Blair on an 18:10.01. Julian Oliveras 18:10.05. Then you got Emac Tridardi, Redondo Camarian Tridardi Jr., Jaden 2, and Tyler Brown. Finished off in the 11th and 12th with Trevor Owens and Colin Beaver.
All drivers last year at round 18. That was another solid race. And here comes race number 5 out of 6. Nitro Buggy heat number 5 of 6. Again, water going down just for the consistency factor. And check out this awesome field of pitmen. You can see the far shot there. Doug Riviera, 3-time stock Roar National Champion in 10-scale off-road, is pitting his buddy Aiden Horn for Team Associated. You saw before we panned away Mark Robinson, father of Jermaine. And like you mentioned earlier of the e-buggy division, I think that Mark said, you know what, I've had my fun for a week, and now it's time to help my boy Jermaine. And Jermaine Robinson certainly turned a lot of heads in e-buggy. Fantastic job bumping up through the B-mains, and had a nice campaign in the A-mains for sure.
Did you happen to see the other 10-scale Roar National Championship down there?
I saw Matthew Gonzalez hitting a
Yes,
Nitro Buggy for Ryan Cavallari. I actually busted his chops after e-buggy, and I said, what are you still doing here tonight? Electric stuff's over. He goes, I'm here for support all weekend. And that's one
awesome
thing with Hobby Wing. Big shout out to Hobby Wing. They have absolutely mastered the idea of support. You always have Matt and or Charlie going to these big races to make sure their Hobby Wing drivers are in good shape. And just so you folks know, it's not just the Hobby Wing factory team. If you own a Hobby Wing product at all, go up there and visit Charlie and or Matt Gonzalez, and they'll make sure you're in great shape and make sure your Hobby Wing equipment is up to snuff. They are the absolute best right now, I do believe, in terms of track support.
Yeah, those guys are fun to hang out with, and it's cool to have them out at all the races with us. Looks like we're getting ready to go here.
The drop zone has been initiated.
B qualifier.
And we have liftoff. So, yes, all cars are getting ready to rock and roll here. Looks like Aiden Horn, the last car to exit pit lane there. But you got to believe that he'll be out there running strong. There he goes, checking in. And he calls the cars his steeds. Right now, the steeds have been running well this weekend. And lest we forget, Aiden Horn, not known for his 8-scale prowess, at least not anymore these days. But back in 2021, Sean, he finished second to Ryan Mayfield when the Field Nationals were held at LCRC, that hour-long Nitro Rookie Final.
Nice.
Jermaine Robinson on the pole for this one. Of course, we don't have any assigned starting positions, but just showing you, he was the top of the B seed, and you can see that our track has a lot of water down on it right now. But you better believe at the end of this 10-minute race, it'll be back to that nice gray rubbered up color. So see one car going for a roll here. I believe that was going to be, who was that going for a roll? Is that Travis Horn maybe that went for a roll? Looks like he's all set though. So
that looks like Lee maybe. His livery did at least.
Just a minor issue there on the warm-up. You can see these guys are continuing to get their warm-up laps in. You got to get these engines up to temperature. You can see a quick tune being made there in the pit lane. And this is when you got to get it right, Sean. You got to make sure these things are up to temp. Mike Fuller doing a lot of good work here, of course, making sure his son Caden is ready to go. And Mike's work isn't over yet because Mason's in the next race. So Mike Fuller, one of the hardest working men in RC racing, no doubt.
All right, these guys coming in to top them off. I'll tell you what, for Lee, I'd rather crash on the warm-up than when we're on the clock. So get it out of the way here early, boys.
Get it out of your system. I like it. You might as well have your one mulligan before the clock starts. There's Ophir making sure he drops down Lee Setzer, and everybody is ready to rock. 15 seconds till we fire him up here and start the clock officially. TQ time to beat just laid in by Adam Drake. 19:10.34. Again, with that last lap, Bobble lost a couple of seconds, but I think with that 19 lap differentiation, he's still going to be liking how he ends up qualifying. Jermaine Robinson first car across. One car trying to get the jump. Cavallari tried to time it. I don't think he caught the line the way by Sean. So,
no, he is not on the clock yet. So
that's going to be, I don't think he's one of the 10-minute drivers anyway, but he'll have to account for that when he's going to make his pit stop for sure.
Oh, Jermaine, getting a little wonky through that 4-pack right there. These Nitro buggies, especially with the changing track conditions, especially when it's a little slick right now and it's wet. Not quite the forward drive they're looking for. He just came up and cased that triple a little bit. He's lucky to get back on all four like he did.
Jared Wiggins also just in front of him there. You saw he had to get off on the pipe, able to save it through that center crossover straight. So Jared Wiggins, factory team Techno driver out of Dixon, Illinois. And of course, got to congratulate Jared and Katie Wiggins recently getting married. Of course, one of the best power couples in RC. They get their road miles in for sure. Of course, Katie's staying back this weekend, but we can't wait to see her at the next race. So Jared Wiggins has not had a big win since his Visions Invitational win in 2022. It's been largely publicized. He's kind of due. I think that this is one of the weekends we're keeping our eyes on him. Don't you agree, Sean?
Absolutely, man. The Wizard puts in some of the most work out of any other RC racer. All these guys, to race at the level that they do, they all have to put in a lot of time. But he's very vocal and very big on social media. And he actually hosted and he took his shot at a promoter, held a big race last year, and it sounds like he's going to do it again. So the Wizards definitely time is coming.
At the Wiggins Training Facility out there in Illinois. So good to see those guys are holding their own events, and of course, like we spoke with Mason Fuller earlier, they've got their RC compound over there in Urbandale, Iowa. That is very helpful for some of these big-time pro racers that are trying to consistently test new products, new parts, and sometimes you can't get out to a racetrack if it's a couple hours away. So you see these guys with a lot of property on their home front, put in their own racetrack.
That's right. We got Travis Horn out front.
Check that out, man.
25, and he's pretty young, too. He's probably only 18 or 19 years old, maybe 20. He's being followed by the Sparko pilot, Lee Setzer, about 2/10 back, and then it's going to be Fishback in the Techno, another 3/10 back from him. Wiggins, Spinrad rounding out my top five, then Cavallari, Lutz, Robinson, Fuller, Lemieux, Bata, and Horn. So kind of surprised to see Lemieux and Bata, who had those solid runs in round number one. Not quite as solid here in round two, but that's racing.
The run is young, Sean. The run is young. We're here following Walker Spinrad. He's currently in the 6th position. He's right now mid-pack. And just to clarify, folks, the top 11 drivers are still within 3.5 seconds. So as these lap times average out, I think you'll see the cream rise to the top in the form of Lemieux and Horn and Bata. I think you'll see these guys start to rise. Davey already doing a good job of that with a 32-1 last time by, fastest lap for Davey. There is Lee Setzer in frame, along with Ryan Lutz just behind him. Right now it's Setzer in 4th, Lutz in 12th. And again, folks, plenty of time for that to sort out. But Lutz in some big trouble on lap number 4, ran a 40.5. So your full rundown after Horn is Jared Wiggins in that 2nd spot. Caden Fuller is running 3rd. Ryan Cavallari is 4th. They're all 7/10 apart for the lead spot, followed by Setzer 5, Fishback, Bata, Spinrad, Robinson, Lemieux the top 10. Horn and Lutz, your full running order at the 3:30 mark.
Check it out, Jay. 1.5 seconds between my top 7 right here. And then you got Spinrad just a few tenths back from them, so less than 2 seconds. Rounding out my top 8, the rally towels are out. Nasty Nate Rosales cheering on the Spin Daddy in the chat.
Absolutely, Nate. You got to think. Oh no, Wiggins in big trouble there at the center straightaway. I was about to make a comment about Spinrad, but we'll go back to Wiggins here first. That's going to put Robinson back in front of him on the race bike. I could see Jared being a gentleman and letting the Robinson car through as Jared had a little bobble. Whoa, man. Robinson up on 2 tires. Like we mentioned, this track is getting some grip in it, Sean. There's some rubber being laid down there. That was a case of sidewall drive right there for Jermaine. Of course, one of the best young men in this industry. He was able to wrestle that bad boy down, and I'm sure didn't even break a sweat there.
Yeah, he talked her off the ledge. That is for sure.
Absolutely. 4:30 gone, 5:30 left to go. Again, we'll be watching the pit stop strategy here. The only driver that was able to make 10 out of this last heat was Chase Lemieux. We got to keep our eyes on him, Sean, because he did have a 35 flat early on. You got to think, if you've got to make a save, and you got to pull some extra throttle, or potentially have the tank temporarily open and drop some fuel out of there. I wonder if that changes Lemieux's strategy, because remember, third in that first round of qualifying, he's going to have to get on his horse here and try to get another good run here. Otherwise, he'll be relying on rounds 3 and 4 to back up that number 3 result.
Yeah, and check out our leader right now. Caden Fuller, probably his pit stop lap as he ran a 37.9, so that's going to put Cavallari to the point, and then he comes in for his pit stop lap and drops down to 10, so it's Lee Setzer now out front, followed by Bata, Horn, Lemieux, and Fuller.
I kind of like the strategy that a lot of these higher seed drivers are doing. If you can't make 10 minutes, I don't think there's any reason to stretch it. Much past 5 minutes, you might as well come get your tank of fuel. That way you know your tune is consistent. You can deal with the tank being a little bit fat up front and then have it finish off with that nice neutral tune. So I like what those guys are doing. We'll see if it ends up paying off. Right now, Lee Setzer is your leader. I do not see a pit lap yet for the Sparko driver of Setzer, so we'll keep our eyes on that. But like you mentioned, Caden has already made his pit stop at a 37.2. He should cycle around to the lead unless Setzer is able to go 10. I don't think so. I was speaking with the Sparko team earlier. They didn't seem very confident about making 10 minutes, so we'll keep our eye on that as well.
Yeah, I don't think many drivers are going for that 10. They're just sticking to their game plan, run that one pit stop strategy, and, you only have a handful of guys doing 10. That's just kind of how it goes. It is easier said than done, that is for sure.
No doubt there. We're following Davey Bada. You can see the reason we're looking at him, Sean. 31.6 fastest lap on lap number 7. Davey Bada is one of those guys, if you need a lap to save your life, a hot lap to save your life, he is on my short list of drivers I'd want putting up one of those hot laps. 31.6 is by far the fastest lap of this race. And you got to think, there's so many good drivers here in the terms of parity. He's currently 0.8 of a second clear from the next driver on hot lap. Looks like Caden Fuller has a 32.4 as the second quickest lap of this race.
Yeah, he's the only one driving in that 31 lap range right there. And it's not a slow 31, it's a fast 31. 31.6 right there. So Bata, taking a swing at it here, still with 3 to go. So let's see, he's only less than 1/10 of a second behind Wiggins and only 7/10 back from the 2 spot right here. So let's see if Bata now up to the number 2 spot, only 8/10 back from Fuller. Let's see if he can pull the rabbit out of the hat here on these guys, as it wasn't looking like the strong run that he had in round 1. But man, maybe I'm going to eat my words right here as he's climbing back up the leaderboard.
Well, what do we say, Sean? The cream rises to the top, and currently Davy's certainly the prime example of that. We have Fuller, Bada, and now Jimmy Fishback rising to the 3 spot. So old Fish getting it done out here right now. Jermaine Robinson, Travis Horn, your top 5, and still, Sean, only 2 seconds between your top 5 drivers. It's not a foregone conclusion here for Caden Fuller. He's going to keep the hammer down as Bada has run him down from many seconds back. The gap now 89 1/1000ths from Fuller to Bada. Robinson, Fishback, Horn, Wiggins, the top half dozen as we come to 8 minutes now.
And check out that estimated position. This is the B qualifier here, and still only one driver has done 19 laps, and that's Mr. Adam Drake.
Adam Drake continues to be your top qualifier, so I don't think that last lap mistake, he's going to be kicking himself as hard once he sees the results, once he gets back to his pit. I'm sure Rhonda's already on the phone saying, take a deep breath, everything's good. Rhonda for sure, Adam's better half there, keeping him in line and making sure that the home front's and taking care of, and all the dogs are happy and healthy. And certainly miss Rhonda this weekend, but hope that she is enjoying the coverage on Live RC, and can't wait to see her at the next event.
Oh, she's definitely watching back home in Beaumont, California.
Better believe that for sure. Davey Bada to the lead here, Sean. 31.6, the quickest lap, still holding up. Fuller actually ran his quickest lap at a 32.3, but Bada still picked up a 10th. So Davey's showing some real good pace here with that associated team. It's Bada, Fuller. Looks like a long lap here out of Robinson. Unfortunately, something going wrong here for Jermaine. That's going to move Fishback back up to 3rd. Horn, and it should be Wiggins sliding into 5th. And you can see red bar next to Robinson's name. Wow! Davey Bada did the wing pivot. I believe that was Donato Trudardi that made an athletic move to get out of the way there. He was trying to marshal that car, but this is the guy right here, man. Davey Bada had that little mistake. Let's see if Caden can take back advantage of it. 35 flat to Caden's 32.8, who's just behind him. So the white car is your leader of Fuller. 2 seconds now in front of Bada on the race clock. I think here, Sean, if you're Caden Fuller, you might just want to sit back and see if you can get by him with another self-induced mistake. Fuller right now, and see, right as we say it on cue, Fuller gets track position on 18-10 flat. He still could jump on the 19 here at the end if he can get a good lap in here to finish it off.
Yeah, he's real close. He is about, let's see, doing my math, a tenth of a second off that 19. Let's see if he gets it right here. So far, so good with 4 seconds to go.
It's going to be this lap right here that determines it, Sean. Either it's going to be an 18 flat or potential TQ reset. And again, this is where Drake may be regretting that last lap mistake, as he was on a 10:31 before that last lap error. So we'll see if Caden can bring it around. We're following the white car. Behind him is the green of Vada. In front of him is Travis Horn. Here they come over the valley jump, and this is the race to see if Caden gets that extra lap. And he makes a little bobble in the final corner, and that's going to hand it back to Drake. 18-10 flat, 0.2, and Caden Fuller has got to be devastated after that one. Unfortunately, had TQ sitting in his grasp and could not hold on to it. Fuller going to win it with an 18-10 flat, 0.2. Not quite enough for TQ, but still a solid second place run. Davey Bada will finish second, 18-10-01. Jimmy Fishback to third, 18-10-04. Horn 05, Wiggins 05, and 6 through 10. Sean, who you got? Going to be Ryan Cavalier, 18-10-06, Lemieux 10-06, Setzer 10-07, Horn 10-15, Lutz 10-22. Your full rundown on the top 10 right there in your A-Main Hobbies qualifying results screen.
Sorry about that, Big Jared. I was getting had someone talking in my ear, and I think you were calling for me to give out the running order, and I was I don't do very good. I'm not very multi-talented like that. I got to focus on one thing at a time.
It's all good.
Sorry
no
to
problem.
leave you hanging,
dude. We're definitely giving a lot of information to the viewers. So sometimes you just gotta step back and take a breath. So that's all good, brother. I was able to pick up the bounce pass and lay it in for 2. So no
yeah, I shot an
all.
air ball right there. Thanks for the assist. But hey, check this out. Austin Blair sitting 4 still for the round here.
My
with the
man, I'm telling you, I have to get this one over on you. My picks have been panning out a little bit better so far today. You got me yesterday, but I think for today, at least early in round number 2, we got a couple good picks. But I'm sure that sure you'll bounce back in law of averages.
Oh, I'm bouncing back. You know, I've been on the struggle bus here a little bit this morning, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. So
isn't that right?
I'll get a couple of them in here.
And speaking of Mike Fuller, you saw that red shirt gentleman just hustling over here to make sure he could bet Mason's car. What a busy man this guy is. He's trying to maintain 2 national level drivers in his sons, Mason and Caden. Caden just, of course, won that last heat race, qualifying second so far, 18-10 flat. Mason Fuller second in the last round overall. He's going to be somebody to watch for TQ. But I think right now you gotta give the betting favor to Dakota Fenn, the only driver of this heat last round that can make the full 10 minutes.
Yeah, if I was a betting man, I'd probably be going with that. We'll see if anybody is going to change up their strategy here just a little bit. We're about 2 minutes away from getting these guys out there and checking them in. Dylan Peterson, the bump-up legend from the 2021 DNC. What's going on, DP? He's tuned in here for this round 2 A heat. We got Rimfire. Let's go, Lutz. Miner's Treasure, smash the thumbs up. Yeah, hit those like buttons, guys. Give us a follow, give us a like, give us a share. Let's grow this awesome hobby one race at a time and spread that positivity, guys, most importantly, for sure. That's the way we grow this hobby.
The viewership took another spike as well, Sean. We're up there in record territory right now for most we've seen so far. Thanks, folks, for tuning in. And thanks to all of our sponsors. Again, folks, we have a great assembly of sponsors that have jumped onto the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals to bring you all the action here. I want to thank J Concepts Inc., our title sponsor. Of course, all of our associate sponsors, One Up Racing, Team Coyote, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, Team Losi Racing, J&T Bearing Company, One Up Racing, Team Marks Racing, Vision Products, and of course you can see right there, Hong Nor along with the other A-Main affiliated brands. And Sean, the hounds have been released. We have 12 of the best right here. Going to try and reset the TQ pace from the C-Sort. Adam Drake still sitting up top.
Man, did you see those mechanics throw those cars out? They were doing everything they can to get that whole shot and get that car out front.
It's always a race, right? When you're a racer, I don't care what it is. If you and your buddy leave the restaurant at the same time, you want to beat him back to wherever you guys are going. And I'm telling you what, I know that me and my buddies, when we leave a place, we're going somewhere, we say, okay, which route are we going to take that has less traffic lights, and where can you get away with speeding a little bit more? So when you're a racer, everything is a race. It goes back to the old Denny Hamlin FedEx commercial from 20-plus years ago. Every day is race day.
That is a fact, Jared. I like that.
Absolutely, my friend. I'm full of useless information like that, so that's luckily I'm able to throw that in there every so often. Watching our warm-ups here, guys. Again, the track is holding up fantastic. A shout-out to our A-Main Hobbies track crew continuing to do a bang-up job here. Not an easy task to have 200-plus entries here. I know the numbers have risen throughout the week. Through all 4 divisions, I think we've seen about 250 cars this weekend, Sean. So not an easy task. You know this firsthand, working with the dirt. That this track usually tends to fall apart towards weekends end, but A-Main doing a great job keeping it together.
All right, let us know who you're rooting for, guys. Loop goes live in 35 seconds. Let's see who we got. Some Felong fans in there. Some Frankie fans. DP getting some love in there.
Zach Wright tuned into the chat. Thanks, Zach, for the love, man. Wish you were here with us, and hope we'll see you at another one of those Northeast events soon. But thank you for sharing the love. Appreciate you, brother. 15 seconds till we start. You can see a couple of those drivers were hanging around in that back corner. You can see one car doing circles and saying, I want to be the first one to the start-finish line. And again, you got to think this is where you start playing fuel strategy. Clock's about to go off here, folks. Thanks for joining us here on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. A sort of 1/8 Nitro Buggy round number 2 underway. Race 6 out of 6. You can see Fenn crossing the line first. You got to think this is 10-minute time once again, Sean.
And just like that last heat, you saw Fee take off, and he thought he was going to catch the loop right there. He was about a second ahead of the timer right there. So it is going to be DP starting us out here, but Fee not on the clock yet. They were trying to time it right and just missed it by a hair.
You got to think Fee also trying to go 10, but unfortunately for these younger drivers, they came up from a higher bite mindset. And you made a great comment on this early in the weekend, Sean, where back in the day, a lot of these old school racers came up on the loose dirt, two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive off-road on pin tires, and it forced you to have a very easy trigger finger. When you come up through the high bite clay or the carpet off-road like a lot of these young drivers are, you don't get that discipline on low grip. And you'll see in a situation like this that actually is a negative where you cannot stretch the fuel mileage like, say, a Drake or a Fenn could do.
All right, looks like we're following around here with Mayfield. He is our leader here after lap number 1, just coming around to finish here. Lap number 2 comes out swinging 32.5. Heckert, a solid lap running second, 32.5. And Felong win a 32.5 as well, and Jonah Wilson. So my top 4 right now all came out with 32.5 second laps.
I think if you're going to see anything here from Ryan Mayfield, he's got something to win this hour-long final. You're going to see it right here. Because again, E-Buggy wasn't the way he wanted to go, just got some unlucky bounces. But he was telling us earlier in the weekend that E-Buggy was good. It just sometimes it's just the way things go. And he felt confident with this new techno platform. Of course, the 2.2 is the current platform. No secret, there is a new prototype version in the works. And the 2.3 is the supposed new name. And, of course, Mayfield's got all those go-fast parts on there. So you got to think he's confident with this platform, and he's going to have a shot to put in a QQ run here. Oh, we got a flame out there. It looks like that was going to be on Tyler Fenster. So Fenster starting off in 12th, unfortunately, will likely stay there. But he's going to do a short pit here, Sean. Looks like he's going to try the quick splash and go. And this time on the release, it was nice and clean. So we have seen Felong's strategy already. Quick pit stop, get out there, and now you empty the tank for 7.5 minutes.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we'll see how that pans out. We still have 7.5 minutes here left to go here. This is our second round of Nitro Buggy qualifying, the A sort right here, and they are going to do a resort after this round, guys. So resort coming up after this one.
Single best qual point usually is the way they do it, and the tiebreaker would be the faster pace. Let's just say both drivers get 5 points as their single best qual point, Sean. The tiebreaker would go to, if you get, say, a 19-lapper in 10:30, you would beat a 19-lapper in 10:32. And you'll see, like we mentioned, in E-Buggy, tied for 12th and 13th place qualifier to go directly to the show. You're going to see some semi and quarter drivers tying qual points as well. You better believe it as we get later into the event.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So Mayfield coming out 32-5, 32-3, 32-8, 32-1, and a 32-5 going to take over that race lead here. Mason Fuller in the S-Works running top 2. Brandon Rose in the 3. Van Dalen 4. Rivkin 5. Heckert 6. Lime Fenn. Wilson Contreras Jr. Felong. And yep, good eyes out there, J-Dog. That was Fenster there with the flame out.
Well, luckily LASIK helps you correct vision, because my vision was terrible until I got that LASIK surgery, and definitely helps give with our live RC crew getting you all the action shots. And here is Mayfield. He's led it from the way, but here we go with Mason Fuller throwing up a 32-2. So again, you look at the manufacturer parity, Sean. S-Works leading, Techno 2 and 3, Associated 4, Sparko 5, X-Ray 6, Mugen in the 8 spot of Frankie Contreras, Kyosho in 11 of Felong. There are so many brands these days that have top flight talent. They've all scouted the right talent. They have great products that they offer. 8-scale off-road is as competitive as it's ever been.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think we got 7 different manufacturers here in this A group out of 12 drivers.
That's pretty impressive stuff. And again, we're watching the pit stops here. The only driver that's been able to make 10 minutes here proven out of this heat race was, in fact, Dakota Fenn. Of course, Chase Lemieux did it in both of his races along with Adam Drake. Chase should, and again, we'll let the scoring, of course, replay on this, but Chase should sort into the A-sort for round number 3 of qualifying. So we'll get to see all those folks together. Drake may end up being in the B-sort based on his 15th from round 1. It looks like he's pretty good right here, Sean. Looking at 9th spot right now, qualifier, before the pit stops happen. There's your Avid pit cam showing you some of the action here. Again, pit stops happening towards the halfway point. 4:55 down and 5 left to go here in race number 6.
Dakota Fenn doing his best lap of the race last time by marching his way up to the number 4 spot. Check it out. He's less than 2 seconds behind that race lead. Can he pull off the hat trick here in round 2? Oh, Fuller goes for a wild ride.
Heckert tries to get the inside position, but Fuller says, not yet, my friend. He's going to fall right back in line with him. And again, you got to look at the Fenn machine here, Sean. That opening lap, a little bit off pace, a 33.3, but everything else has been a 32. You got to think that Fenn is just trying to nurse the fuel tank a little bit here. Once you get a little more confidence, once you see where this race is going to shake out, I think you'll see Fenn level it out here. But at this point, 32.1 is the quickest lap of the race. Put from Brandon Rose, just to do some housekeeping, tie up some loose ends. Nobody has come close to that 31.6 put down from Davey Bottle last race.
Yeah, let's see Drake going top 7 for the round if it were to end right now. So a 15 in round 1 and a 6 here going in round 2. Now we still have 4 minutes to go. But a nice solid run from Drake and Fuller from that B sort, running 6th and 7th. Of course, going to change here just a little bit with so much time left on the master clock.
Absolutely. Let the pit stops recycle here. But Seth Van Dalen rising to the top here at the 6-minute mark with 3:45 left to go. It's Van Dalen now leading Mayfield by 0.5 of a second, followed by Fenn. And now Fenn looking to rise up to second place as Mayfield goes 33.2. So Seth Van Dalen's pit lap, I'm looking for it. I don't think he's pitted yet, Sean. But,
you know what? He is my pick right here. If anybody's going to try and go 10 in this heat, obviously we saw Dakota do it. Seth can do it too as well. I've seen him do it before, so I wouldn't be surprised if he sees that, Dad probably yelling up to him, you're out front. Are they going to try and stretch it out here and make a little audible during the middle of this race and go 10? I'd like to see it happen. Let's see what happens.
Ultimate Engine with BP fuel, that's about the best combination you can possibly ask for if you want to go long on run time. So, well, you see Mayfield there getting a little bit nose high. He was trying to power out of that section and landed right on the rear cliff, but saved it. So at the 3-minute mark here, we got Van Dalen leading Fenn by 1.2 seconds the pace. 19, 10, 19. There is your leader. White, blue, and a little bit of orange on the back there for Van Dalen. That's a Techno car, followed by the X-Ray of Dakota Fenn. Techno of Ryan Mayfield right now, 9/10 between Seth and Fenn. 4 seconds back to Mayfield. Brandon Rose now starting to wake up through the weekend here. He's going to rise up to 4th spot. Right now, 6.5 off the lead. Rivkin up to the 5 spot. Lime 6, Fuller, Heckert, Wilson, Contreras, Felong, and unfortunately, trouble for Fenster. He's going to drop out of this one after lap number 3. And there you see it. Following your leader, Seth Van Dalen. No pit stop yet. And it looks like to me, Sean, he's going to try it. If he hasn't pitted yet, what do you think? Might as well stay out.
Well, you got to make something happen here. He finished 7th in round number 1, so wasn't the run he was looking for. In round 2, he finds himself out front. I'm sure they're just chasing whatever kind of comes to him here in round number 2. If they can do it, right now is the time to just lock in, get that 10. We're going to find out here in the next lap or two because 8 minutes has just passed on the master clock. We are under 2 minutes to go. If he were to come in, I think we'd see it here. I think he's going to go for it.
You got to think that Sean Van Dalen, his pitman and his father, is biting his nails down to the beds right now because you know that if he runs out of fuel, he's going to hear about it for sure. And right now, you better believe that pins and needles right now for your leader, Van Dalen. But this is the risk that you have to take if you're going to try and steal a TQ away, because Dakota Fenn has been the only driver that has been proven to make 10. There you see Dakota is currently 8/10 behind Van Dalen as he works his way down the valley and coming onto the front straightaway. Fenn has just been locked in. You can see he'll be the first one to tell you the truck classes did not really go his way. Struggled a little bit there. Stole E-Buggy away from Felong and AMA number 3 for his 46th title. And I think if you're a betting man, Dakota Fenn has to be the Vegas betting favorite right here. But Van Dalen trying to reverse those fortunes and leads by 0.6 of a second with 55 seconds to go.
Yeah, we got it less than a second between our top two, and you can actually see in the bottom of the screen right there, that is first behind Fenn right here. So these two look like they're both going to go 10. It's about a half second separated, maybe a little bit longer than that now. Fenn got it a little bit wrong in that quad section. Yep, it jumps up to 1.2. This is awesome for our viewers right now. We got first and second in the same shot right here, both on a 10-lap run. Looking for a TQ here in round 2.
Absolutely, and just to keep an eye on it, Sean, it's going to be have to be about 10.5 minutes because they're on a
Absolutely.
19 at 10:20. A lot different if you were going to go 18 flat, where you just have to make it back barely over 10 minutes. Right now, both drivers have to comfortably go 10:30. And I think it's anything but comfortable right now if you're Seth and Sean Van Dalen. 5 seconds left to go here. We're going to keep our eyes on Van Dalen. You can see second car in line there, orange, blue, and white. And it's going to be Dakota Fenn, the silver and orange car. Either of these two to take down the round number 2 TQ run. Seth Van Dalen for Techno out of Foley, Minnesota, trying to take this one down. Of course, Dakota Fenn, originally from Michigan, now from Angola, Indiana, trying to take it home for the Extra 18. He was your round 1 TQ. Here they come over the final valley jump. Fenn will be the first one to cross. Here comes Van Dalen. He's got power all the way to the end, and Seth Van Dalen is going to TQ round number 2 of Nitro Buggy. 10-minute fuel strategy pays off, and Van Dalen will TQ round number 2 of qualifying here at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. Big props to that big gamble there being taken by the Van Dalen family, and it pays off in the biggest way possible. Round number 2 top qualifying run. Fenn going to go in the second spot here, 0.8 of a second back, followed by Mayfield finishing third. Good run there for Ryan, going to finish in the third position. Brandon Rose going to bring it back there in the 5th spot. That'll put Camden Lime up to 4th at the end. So it's going to be the top 7 drivers going onto that 19-lap bracket, all the way down to Spencer Rivkin. There you can see our order on the A-Main Hobbies race results screen. Spencer Heggert leads the 18-lap brigade at an 0-1. Wilson 0-2. Contreras 0-3. Felong 18-10-15. Tyler Fenster out after 3 laps. So the top 7 going to reset the TQ time put up by Drake. That puts Adam Drake 8th for the round. Caden Fuller 9th. Spencer Heggert will qualify 10th. Davey Bada in 11th. Austin Blair going to qualify 12th for the round. Jonah Wilson 13th. Frankie Contreras Jr. 14th. And 15th is Jimmy Fishback the 4th. So great run in there by everybody. We're going to steal a word with our round 2 TQ and our one-up race report and Sean Miller.
All right, guys, here we are. Our Nitro Buggy round 2 top qualifier, Seth Van Dalen, getting it done here. Round 1, you were a bit conservative. You came in for a stop. You go 7. Round 2, not conservative. You go 10. And I was calling it down there in the booth right there. I know Seth can go 10. You went out there and proved me right, and you lock in a TQ here in round 2.
Yeah, first round went conservative. Ended up having one mistake. And another spin out or tumble in the quad. Finished about a second. Would have finished about a second and a half behind Dakota. So we have 10:30 in the fuel tank. We know it's tight, but they're letting us start from staging before the race starts. So figured send it before we get into rounds 3 and 4 when it's game time. Just try and do it and put Dakota in a spot where he doesn't want to be.
So give us a little insight out there from round 1 into round 2. What's the track like out there, and what are you guys going to do to kind of keep up with the changing track conditions?
From round 1 to round 2, they didn't water as much in round 1, but the grip was a little bit lower. It was a little bit cooler. It's about 10, 15 degrees hotter now. They did water, but the grip came way up. My car was pretty good. I think I need to go up a little bit in diffs just to handle the heat. But not panicking right now, just trying to make smart choices and just fine-tune, really, the suspension. The track has, like, wouldn't call it character, but it's just got a little bit of chop to it. Sure. And yeah, just got to get the suspension right so then it goes around, can carry momentum in the one or all the sweeping corners, and then get through all the chop. So, yeah, overall, Techno Car's been great all weekend. Having a fun time out here.
Right on. Well, congratulations. Our Nitro Buggy round 2 top qualifier.
All right, great job, Sean. As always, congratulations to Seth Van Dalen, your round number 2 TQ in 1/8 Nitro Buggy here at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. You can see we're doing some track work here before we get back into round number 3 of qualifying. Just so you folks know, it's going to be about 20 minutes from now, so don't go anywhere. Plenty of bonus coverage coming your way from Live RC. Our restart time for round number 3 qualifying is 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. So again, adjust your time zone as necessary. Plus 1 hour if you're in Mountain Time, plus 2 if you're in Central, and plus 3 if you are in Eastern Time Zone. This is Jared Barton signing off here for a little while. Make sure you enjoy some of our bonus content for Live RC. We'll see you back here in about 20 minutes. We're standing by with Ryan Mayfield, one of the men of the weekend here so far at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Ryan, you know it's a pretty good deal when you get 2 days into the show and you've already done a good week's worth of work. Obviously, back-to-back championships in electric and nitro truggy. E-Buggy wasn't quite the way you wanted it to go, but you still have the big show left here in Nitro Buggy. So wanted to get your thoughts on the weekend so far and how you feel about your chances to once again reign supreme in that hour final.
Yeah, obviously truggy days went pretty well. Pretty easy as far as the setup on the truck. You know, at Wicked weekend a couple weeks ago, my truggy was really good, so pretty much left it alone, just reset it at home, made my E-Buggy my E-Truggy match it, and showed up here and they work awesome. So yeah, Mike Trury, my pit guy, was on it. We just kind of kept those things running, and they ran flawless the whole time. And then yeah, E-Buggy was really good too. Qualified 4th. Just, you know, with E-Buggy, that back quad was a little bit of a send it section, and you miss it one time, you know, you lose 3-4 spots, and then it just compounds from there. So yeah, the first couple mains didn't go great, but the car was pretty damn good. I mean, A3 I got going a little better. Ended up getting second in that main. But yeah, I was like 6th overall in E-Buggy. So, but yeah, just, you know, we learned a lot in E-Buggy, so applied it to Nitro car. Obviously the track's changing some, you know, we didn't water the track. They didn't water the track for E-Buggy, so, but they are for Nitro Buggy, which I think is the right move as far as just the lifespan of the track. So, but yeah, we did, 3 seating rounds today in Nitro Buggy. The first 2 weren't great, but the last one there was pretty good. Made a few changes and, kind of got back on pace. So, looking forward to tomorrow. I think we got something for the buggy class, and yeah, but it's a 30, you know, like you said, 30-minute semi-hour long main. So we're just going to have to like keep on top of it, get the right tire, get the right diffs, and, try our hardest out there and, minimize mistakes.
It's always good to take something away positive, even if e-buggy didn't go your way overall. You can still take something positive into the Nitro section. Well, hey, Ryan, obviously, elephant in the room, your 40th birthday's coming up next month, and this off-road stuff is a young man's game. You continue to stay on top. Even if your results this year have been a bit of a mixed bag, you still tighten it up come Roar Nationals time. A fun trivia fact for you, since 2015, you have the most Roar 8-scale and 4-wheel drive short course titles with 20 since 2015. How are you able to stay on top even with the age progressing when you really should be losing to Father Time? You continue to defy him.
Coors Light, I guess. I mean, I have a great support network, with my companies I race for, my wife, at home, my kids, like I said, my pit guy, Mike Trury, all my companies, they have my back. They make my job a lot easier. And I mean, honestly, I just put the time in, Before this event in particular, I was probably 8 or 9 days straight in the garage. I had 2 test days. I only had probably about 10 days between the last race. So, there really wasn't much time, to spend with doing family activities or vacation. None of that happened. So, I buckled down for this race. Like you said, it's been a couple rough events this year, which I don't like that. It's a bummer for me, a bummer for my companies. And it's never because of not working hard. It's just sometimes racing's hard, and stuff doesn't go your way. So I wanted to make sure that I dotted all my T's and crossed all my I's before I came here. And so far, like I said, the truggies went well. E-buggies went well too. Just wasn't my day in e-buggy. Congrats to Dakota. And we got a whole other class here. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm lucky. I don't know. I guess I do it enough. I keep my wits about me as far as having the radio in my hand, driving. I still race 10 scale, so I try to just, I don't know. There's no answer. You know what I mean? I don't know when the 40-year-old, curse is going to hit. Hopefully never. And I think a lot of it is I still love this. It's my passion. It's extremely frustrating at times, obviously, but for the most part, I'm always having fun and, trying to find the, fun part of the day, even if it was a bad day. So, but yeah, we just work hard and keep racing.
I like your mindset. Keep riding the wave. Don't worry about the age. It's just a number anyway. Well, hey, Ryan, you've won about everything there is to win here in RC racing, but I asked a couple people earlier, how special is it to get that hour-long Nitro Buggy final? You've done it so many times in your career. What does it mean to you to win a Roar National Championship? How special is that on your hierarchy?
I think winning any of these longer mains is extremely special. I mean, obviously the Roar Nationals is a little more because it's a national title, and at the end of your career, that's what people look at. They go, oh, X amount of worlds, X amount of nationals, whatever. So it's nice to put that feather in your hat. And, these guys, all these guys are bringing the best thing they got to the Roar Nats. So you gotta be on it. Your stuff's gotta be right. Your tires gotta be right. Your engine package. I mean, we're, like me, I'm swapping engines right now just to make sure I got another engine just in case. And, so once you finish that main and you did win, it's just a relief because you know that you did the work. You know what I mean? You put the time in, you did the work, and you just proved it to the world, the country, whatever, that, you came there with your ducks in a row and it went well. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't get any easier. That's for damn sure. It's not easy for anybody. We're probably going to be running this main in the heat of the day, which is going to be another tricky situation. But yeah, the 45-minute truck main went smooth. Just got to go 15 more minutes. So
that's a fantastic perspective from somebody that's been there, done that. Well, hey, Ryan, a lot of great people and companies help you get to this point and stay at the top. Name them all for me. Who would you like to thank?
Name them all. That's going to be tough. Techno RC, obviously, J Concepts, Coyote, ProTech A-Main, Mist and BP Fuels, Fly Sky Radios, Stick It One. What else? Sure, Adam Drake takes care of my engines, so thanks to him. And then mainly just thanks to a couple key guys like Daniel Lewis and Matt Walter at Techno. They're very supportive and they, trust us to come here and do our job. And if things go well, it's cool. If they don't, then let's just reconvene and talk and see what we need to work on. Same with Jason Rono with J Concepts. He just gives us what we need, let us do our thing. If it goes well, great. If it doesn't, we'll reconvene and we'll do it again. So, and that's the same with everybody. I think that's why I like doing it, is there's not a lot of pressure for my companies. They know I'm good at my job. I'm going to put 100% effort in at all times. And they trust me to do it, and they leave me alone. And we either win together or we lose together, but we're always having a good time.
Win as a team, lose as a team. Thanks for your time, Ryan. Good luck this weekend. And Ryan Mayfield looking to add to his national title total. Already has 2 this weekend. Has a chance for 1 more Nitro Buggy. Make sure you watch the action on Live RC. All right, we're here with Dakota Fenn here at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. One of the men of the hour on this weekend so far, Dakota. You just won your 46th career Roar National title with a fantastic come-from-behind drive in e-buggy. We were writing you off. Everybody was writing you off after struggling a little bit in qualifying, a bad run in A1, and somehow, once again, you pulled victory from the jaws of defeat. How were you able to do it, and who all would you like to thank for that effort?
Yeah, like I said, it's been kind of a rough weekend, honestly. Truck didn't really go well at all in e-truggy or nitro truggy. Pretty obviously not super happy with that, but we worked hard and, we did what we could do. So came in e-buggy. I felt good in qualifying, just kind of missed out on a couple TQs there by a few tenths here and there, and it added up where I started third on the grid. I kind of felt like I was just kind of dumb stuff, bad crashes at bad times of the race, and it is what it is. I had a good A1 going. I was battling there and kind of had some unfortunate luck. Ended up off the track, and yeah, you never want to start in the hole with having your drop right away, but we were able to salvage the A2 there, and then A3, I knew I was feeling good. The car was feeling good. Everything was working really good. I knew I just kind of needed to wait for the opening, get by him quick, and then sprint and go as fast as I could. So fortunately, he was kind of reading the lap times off, so I had a pretty good idea of where we were at. I think I kind of knew, pace-wise, we were going to be good if it came down to that tiebreaker. But Ryan was going really good as well, so I had to stay clean there. I almost gave away there on the last lap. I went to, try to play it safe and go wide around that dot and kind of have an extra tenth of a second to line up for that tabletop and quad, and obviously that was the wrong move. So happy to get it done, and like I said, pumped on with how this weekend has been going, and able to pull off the national title.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, and we were actually mentioning on the broadcast, this track layout and A-Main here specifically, it seems like when you try to back it down and run that 85, 90%, it comes out and tries to bite you. So glad you're able to hold on to that. That was obviously a tense moment for all of us in the announcer's booth, too. So glad you're able to pull that off. Wanted to obviously talk about last year. You were dominant at Thornhill Racing Circuit, winning 3 out of the 4 divisions, including Nitro Buggy. So 2 questions. I'll make it a 2-part question. How do you feel about your chances to repeat again as Nitro Buggy champion? And also, get the question you knew was going to come up, the coveted, elusive IFMAR World Championship happening again at Thornhill. How do you feel about your chances to finally get that first World Championship?
Yeah, for sure. As far as the Nitro Buggy Nationals go, I feel good. We've had some solid seating rounds. Been right there towards, I think, in the top 3, all 3 of the rounds so far today. I feel really comfortable. We've been trying different tires and compounds and stuff, kind of messing around with that on the matrix side of things, especially with these different track conditions. We haven't really experienced this with Buggy. We haven't a wet track. So, yeah, I've been messing around with that. The car feels really solid. Probably make a couple tweaks tomorrow and see where I end up. But I feel like I have a good main car already. I feel really comfortable and solid out there. So, yeah, like I said, we'll make some changes for the seating for tomorrow in the morning and go from there. As far as the Worlds go, for sure we had a good Nationals there. I didn't have the best warm-up this year there for Worlds, but I think we made some progress afterwards. We've making progress last few races, and that's one I want to check off the list, obviously. So.
Probably the one thing that's left on your resume for sure. Well, of course, we wish you good luck with that. Wanted to talk about Matrix Tires. That was a perfect segue. That was a largely unknown brand to a lot of us here in the United States before you announced your partnership with them. What's it been like trying to engineer new compounds and R&D and just get that company up to U.S. spec? I know you've taken on more of a significant role trying to pioneer that industry just a little bit. So how has that been? And for racers that are looking to get into Matrix Tires, how can they learn more?
Yeah, it's been really awesome, honestly. Was obviously, I don't want to say a big leap. I talked with Christian, the owner, and, I had belief in him and his product and stuff. We did some testing and everything went well in the States, and they've been really awesome to work with. So it's been cool to take on a little bit more of a role than just driving, being able to help them grow in the U.S. here. It's a big step for them, big step for me. And, it's been great. So they opened up a warehouse down in Florida. So Matrix Tires America, they have a bunch of stuff in stock, 8 scale, 10 scale, all the Lexan line as well. So, yeah, we're working on growing the brand and excited to have more people trying the stuff.
Absolutely. Well, awesome, man. That's great to hear that there's a lot more presence in the United States. That's obviously the one big hurdle to get over is distribution. So that's one big thing checked off the list for you. Obviously, a lot of great people that help you get to this point. Companies, family, everybody helps you with this deal. Who all would you like to thank for putting yourself in this position, already winning a title, but having a chance to get another one this weekend?
Yeah, obviously X-Ray and Arch America. The cars have been really good. Like I've said before, we've made good progress the last few races or so on the buggy side of things, and feeling confident on there. Matrix tires, like I said, they've been really good, 10 scale, 8 scale side of things, and just going to keep plugging away and making progress. So that's been awesome. K8 Electronics was cool to be able to get them another national title. I know they got the Truggy as well, so cool there. They've been pretty dominant these last few races in the national, so that's cool to see. Nitro Pro servos. Really, everyone else follows sport. Dylan came out to help me this weekend. He's been working really hard. Chiggy for all the help and setup side of things as well. And then just my family back home pro sport.
I'm sure that Chloe and Dax were very happy to see that championship. Wishing you luck in Nitro Buggy here this weekend. Dakota Fenn has already won another championship to make it 46. He'll look to add to that legendary total here this weekend. Make sure you watch it on Live RC. Here with Mason Fuller at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts, S-Works Factory team driver. Mason, it's been a good weekend for you so far, competitive in all 3 divisions, and Nitro Buggy appears to be making gains. So you're no stranger to big race wins. You've had your fair share of the big race time and dirt racing wins, of course, sweeping Silver State 2 years ago. You're still yet to win that first Roar National title. I know that's the one that you want, especially here in Nitro Buggy. How do you feel about your chances with your S-Works ride?
I mean, the track's way different now. E-Buggy, I was feeling really good this morning, but now they're watering, so we're in a whole different track. So I kind of had a few rough practice runs right now, but, I mean, we'll make some more changes for the next round and hopefully be better.
I'll tell you what, man, I've been watching your videos out at the RC compound. I just wanted to get your thoughts on what it means to have a track right there in your backyard to test and do R&D with, because I know it's so hard to get out to racetracks sometimes when you're all the way in Iowa like that. How beneficial has the RC compound been to you and your brother's program?
Yeah, I mean, it's super helpful. I mean, it's a lot of work, too, because we kind of run it with a couple other guys, but we're super grateful for the people we have around us to allow us to be able to have that. It's helped out a lot, so, yeah.
That's pretty awesome, man. Well, you know, family ties have been such a big deal in RC racing. We always go back to it every time on the broadcast. How special is it to you to still be able to go race big races with your dad, Mike, of course, your brother, Caden, who is pushing you for all your worth these days? He's gotten pretty fast these days, but how special is it to do this as a whole family affair?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super grateful for my dad. He puts in so much work with our track, with our cars. He's gluing up tires for us every single run. And then, yeah, Caden, too, he was really good in that E-Buggy round. He got 5th overall, and I got 4th, so he was pushing me in that, so that was cool to see.
Hey, big brother still got the one-up on you. We'll stay, obviously a lot of great companies help you get to this point to give you a chance at your first World Championship. Who all would you like to thank?
S-Works, Beach RC, J Concepts, Reds, Nitro Pro, Exalt, Bipolar Designs, and, yeah, everyone else.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for your time, Mason. Mason Fuller calling for his first Roar National Championship this weekend at Nitro Buggy. Make sure you tune into Live RC for all the action. We're here with Jonah Wilson of the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. And last time you were here, Jonah, in 2023 at A-Main Silver Dowel, you were the junior Nitro Buggy champion. Fast forward 3 years, you're now a full-fledged pro driver running the national circuit, and you definitely have a chance to give Sparco their first ever Roar National title. So just wanted to get your opinion and your thoughts on how crazy it's been and how fast it's happened in the 3 years, and how you feel about your chances.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like my chances are good. I've had good speed in all the classes this weekend. Qualifying, like, the points were so close in E-Buggy. Starting 9th wasn't ideal, but I made the most of it. And, yeah, in the last 3 years, the progression it's been crazy. That race really started it all. And then, honestly, joining Sparco was such a good move. Like, ever since I joined them, the results just keep getting better and better and better. You know, I'm very excited for tomorrow. My car is really good in seating. And just the whole program's coming together. Just gaining more confidence, more knowledge every race. Every time something goes wrong, you know, you learn for the next one. So it's been really good. Definitely excited to be back here too. This is an amazing facility, amazing track, and they've done really well with it.
Well, the comfort level has to be there because you already have experience winning a long race here in this format. So wanted to get your opinion on the Sparco car. Obviously, it's a newer platform, first coming over to the U.S. a couple of years ago, distributed through Power Hobby. Just wanted to get your thoughts. At this point, you basically are the guy at Sparco in terms of who can give them a Roar National title. You got some great teammates as well. Is there any more or less pressure being on a company that isn't as well established as your old team associated was? Or do you feel like it's just more go out there, drive your car, and see what happens?
Honestly, I think it is a little bit less pressure, and also it's been really nice, like, being on the smaller team, and, like, it's been a more personal connection with the owners and everyone. Like, I now have more of a say in the development of the car, and ever since I joined, like, I mean, we have some new parts coming into this race. They're working really good, and definitely excited for the Worlds coming up too. So
That's a fantastic perspective, talking about the team aspect, because it's not just the car, it's not just the race results, it's everything that has to go into with the people. So, hey, Jonah, a lot of people that help you get to this point, looking to, of course, win your first official Roar National title. Who all would you like to thank, companies and sponsors and people that to help you get to this point?
Well, first of all, my family and my parents. I mean, the amount of money they spent early on in this is ridiculous. So definitely want to thank them. Thank the guys at Associated, too. I mean, I ran that car my whole life until I joined Sparco, and they helped me a lot, and they gave me a lot of advice that I've applied to the new car as well, and just in general in racing. So thank those guys. Obviously, J Concepts is a huge part. Tires are so important, and they're always trackside, so much support. Paul's always there, Jason, Hannah with the media, and then John Burt, my team manager for Sparco, for, I guess, seeing my potential and wanting to sign me and give me a chance on the smaller team and give me a good deal. And then Lee, because me and Lee are really close friends, and we work together throughout the week, even though we live in different states, feedback and everything on the car, and it's really good. And there's more people I can't think of now, but it's really good. I'm very thankful.
You did a pretty good job when I put you on the spot like that. So, hey, Jonah, best of luck to you this weekend. Jonah Wilson looking for his first Roar National title after winning the Junior National Buggy Championship here in 2023. Make sure you watch all the action here on Live RC.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Roar 1-8 Scale Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. We just wanted to give you our schedule rundown so you folks know what's happening. Obviously, the more days progress, the more we get grayed out, and all we have left here is Saturday qualifying for Nitro Buggy. We're about halfway through it, about to start round number 3. And tomorrow, Sunday, finals day, we're going to crown our fourth and final Roar National champion. Ryan Mayfield's already run 2 of them in the truck classes. Dakota Fenn 1 electric buggy, and you better believe they will be in the hunt to win Nitro Buggy on Sunday in that hour-long final.
All right, just to give you guys a little rewind on what's happened already this week. Tuesday, E-Truggy champions, the D-Main Brandon Powell moving on, and the C-Main Benny Kamarian, our B-Main winner Ryan Lutz, and A-Main champion Ryan Mayfield taking the big win in E-Truck on Tuesday.
Deja vu all over again. You see Ryan Mayfield, that is not a misprint. He wins again in Nitro Truggy on Wednesday, so he was your champion for the 32nd and 33rd time of his illustrious career. Dakota Fenn ended up winning that B-Main, submitted a top 10 run in the A as well. Tyler Fenster won the C-Main of Nitro Truggy, and Bryce Beaver won the D-Main.
And going to Friday here, that was our E-Buggy portion. It was an awesome day of racing, starting with that D-Main, Jacob Haas taking that win, and the C-Main, Travis Horn in that Mugen. And the B-Main winner, Frankie Contreras Jr., also rocking that Mugen, but taking the win there in A3, and winning it is Dakota Fenn, getting his 46th national championship.
Here we are with our driver stand shots, 46th all-time and counting. Sean Miller, he has a chance to make that number 47 here tomorrow on finals day, and we are certainly excited to bring you all the action here on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. You can see they doused the track pretty good in water this time, trying to keep that tire wear down, keep the dirt in good shape. As you know, you always got to make the dirt last, Sean. It's always a tough order to do that. So Sean and Cena is going to be our top starter right here based off of the resort, folks. Just so you know, your folks that you're supporting back home, whether it be friends, family, loved ones, they may have changed their race numbers. So make sure you double check the roar.liverc.com Facebook page, or the Live RC page rather, to check the qualifier round 3 order. Your friends and or family may have changed race numbers. Make sure you don't miss them on the coverage. Make sure you don't miss their races. I'm sure they appreciate your support back home. 30 seconds till we get started. You can see our drivers are topping off their tanks here on our Techno Jump Cam, and the Avid Pit Cam showing you all the mechanic work here. Again, a beautiful shot here. Big thanks to David Jor and all the folks at Avid for bringing us this track cam, the pit cam, if you will. 15 seconds to start. Sean and Cena's Tim Lime, Joe Campbell, Brent Densford, and company going to be going to see if they can improve their runs a little bit here. Maybe their first 2 runs weren't what they were hoping for. This is the time to do it here, Sean. No more mulligans. If you had 2 bad runs, you're going to have to go ahead and step it up and put in 2 good runs here in rounds 3 and 4, because there's only 2 throwaways, best 2 rounds out of full count.
All All right, off and racing here. Round 3 of qualifying of 4, and they did do a resort here. So you can see Brandon Powell, who won the first race in round 1 and round 2. Looks like he moved up the board here a little bit.
Absolutely, he did. So Sean, car 1, trying to come out there and once again reassert himself and show everybody why he was in fact car 1. So just wanted to run down for you folks. After 2 rounds of qualifying, we currently have Fenn Van Dalen, Mason Fuller, Ryan Mayfield, Davey Bott of the top 5, followed by B. Rose, Camden Lime, Jonah Wilson, Frankie Contreras Jr., and Chase Lemieux, the top 10. You can guarantee this is going to be topsy-turvy here at the end of 4 rounds because, again, we will throw out the worst 2 rounds for all these drivers. So if a couple drivers had bad runs or one driver had a low score and a high score put in there at the same time, you better believe that top 10 is going to be jumbled up quite a little bit. And just so you folks know, in terms of race format, the top qualifier overall of Nitro Buggy will lock into the hour-long final. They will not need to run a semi-qualifying race. And, of course, 2 through 25 qualifiers will interval into either an odd or an even number semifinal race. And, of course, just to stay Captain Obvious here, if you're an even number qualifier, you seed into the even semi, and if you're an odd number qualifier, you seed into the odd semi. We'll bump 6 out of each semifinal to make it 13 cars. And you might be saying, well, what the heck, guys? It's been 15 cars all weekend long. Where are the other 2 cars coming from? We have an LCQ right before the A final that puts you in the 14th to 15th spots if you're able to finish first or second in the LCQ. Sean, we're going to be seeing that LCQ go all the way down to the final corner of the final lap. You better believe it.
Yeah, it's going to be an all-out 15-minute battle for the final 2 spots in that 60-minute A main. I'm looking forward to those LCQs. If you're a fan of Supercross, who doesn't enjoy a good battle? They usually take 4 in Supercross, but some of those races, those are the most entertaining races of the night, 9 times out of 10. They're going for it. They know they got nothing to lose. They got money on the line. They got the finals on the line right there, and they're always entertaining, so I always look good forward. And we're going to take 2 right there, so those battles for the top 2 spots in the LCQ, it's going to be a one-stop affair. Looking forward to the action.
Taking a page from our 2-wheeled counterparts there in motocross, and how fitting that we're out here in California, the birthplace of the sport of motocross. So definitely cool to see that happening here this weekend. That will set our 15-car field. After 2 minutes, 45 seconds, we have Renato Trinardi Sr. out in front so far, followed by Joe Campbell in that second spot. Brent Densford running in third. Nick Cahoon in that 4th spot. Sean Encinas will be running 5th. Elijah only, Tim Lime, Keith Henry, Ed Smith, and it looks like no return from either Marcus or Rod. So I saw a couple cars flaming out on the start there, Sean. May have been, in fact, the Plumlee and Whitley machines having some trouble here early.
Yeah, they might be able to get it fired. And right on cue, Marcus Plumlee goes across the line after off the track for the first 225. So we'll see if Rod can't get that thing fired back up. No sense throwing in the towel, even if you have a flame out here early. Might as well just go out there and you're going to have to go out there and turn marshal anyways. Might as well have a little fun first.
Keep running, collect some information. You never know if that set of tires maybe won't last the full 10 minutes. You never know. So even if you have a bad first lap or a flame out, always keep running because you never know how many of these cars could in fact DNF. And what do you call it, Sean? Damage control. Just salvage as many points as you can and get back at it next round.
Exactly.
Working our way up on the 4-minute mark right here. Brent Densford going to the front. Big Brent Densford, company owner of Beach RC. I don't think he holds the radio more than a half a dozen times a year, so it's good to see him out here at the Roar Nationals and having a good time, of course, with the S-Works crew. There he is coming across the start-finish line just out of frame there. 37.4, that time for Densford. And, of course, one of the primary distribution centers now for S-Works chassis and just got ProMotion tires in a little while ago, and ironically enough, he's running ProMotion tires this weekend, so I'm sure he may have dug into the hobby shop stash and brought him along on the trip over from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
The wife.
Absolutely. 4.5 gone, 5.5 left to go. Sean, how's this track looking to you? We're starting to see some more evolution, but at least in my opinion, it looks like it's holding up pretty good.
Yeah, actually, I had a pretty good vantage point after that last race was over. I just went up and did the TQ driver interview, and so I stuck my head over the railing and kind of took there are a couple spots that you're going to keep your eye on, mainly that first double as you cross the line. There is a little divot on the face of that, and so they're going to be going inside or outside, as you've seen through the day when they come across the loop and they hit it right in the center. The rear end of that car comes flying up. which is not totally expected, especially after 5 days of racing on this layout, not having that issue. But, no matter how much clay's in the track, how much water they put on the track, or how much groove builds on the track, she's still going to get some bumps out there, and they're going to have to adjust accordingly.
It's going to be gnarly for sure. You see we're following our leader, Brent Densford, that all white, blue, yellow car, S-Works machine, and check it out. I guess the camera being on him was good luck. 35.8 that time by fastest lap of the race here for Densford. So Brent looking good. He's usually more of an oval racer. I know he does a lot of dirt oval, factory driver for Custom Works, and nice to have some Custom Works support here this weekend in the form of Billy Fisher. Like we said, Fisher used to live out here on the West Coast, relocated to North Carolina, and actually, I believe, works for Custom Works now. So shout out to Smoke, Tony Stewart, Rob Cutman, and the whole crew. Good to have some Custom Works DNA out here this weekend here at the Roar Nationals.
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome that Tony Stewart knee deep in that the oval world.
For over 20 years now, he's owned Custom Works.
Yep,
so,
that is not a new thing.
That's absolutely, even if he's now drag racing, he's still a busy guy, but you better believe he still has his hands in that equation. So with over 6 minutes left to go, a lot of pit stops have already occurred. Densford last, I believe his pit lap was a 40.8. We'll keep an eye and see if that was in fact his out lap. I think it would be. But it's Densford, Joe Campbell, separated by 8.5 seconds. You can see Campbell coming in for fuel right here, that green and yellow Mugen car, followed by Tim Lime in the 3 spot, Nick Cahoon in the 4. Sean Encinas is currently running in 5th. Currently 6th place is Keith, then Ed, Hanato Sr., Elijah, and Marcus. Looks like some trouble for Plumley and Olney, and Hanato may have just had a flame out. You see that 2 minute and 3 second lap on lap number 7. Not ideal, but better believe that both the boys, Donato and Hanato Jr., will make sure he is in good shape moving forward.
Absolutely. Man, Densford still leading us around right here, and he's earned himself a little Beach RC airtime, compliments of Live RC.
He kind of looks like he knows what he's doing out there, too. This is is an out-of-body experience for our man Brent Densford, and, of course, all jokes aside, he's obviously a strong competitor. He knows how to get it done in the dirt oval scene, whether you put him on rubber tires or foam, and obviously having a great time. He's not able to get out and practice or do any of that stuff running the hobby shop in Myrtle Beach, but you better believe that the Limes and the Fullers have been helping him out, making sure that car is up to snuff. He has everything he needs to compete.
Yeah, got to have a little fun during these long weeks, when you're away from the family, and he's out here working this weekend with the big crew that he's got. And then go out there and have a little fun. I don't think he's worried too much on results. He's just trying to have a little fun, Put the hair down a little bit, if you will.
Absolutely. 2 minutes left to go, and Densford has extended that lead to 19 seconds. Game, set, match, if you will, here, Sean. A 16:10:01 pace, so he actually is pushing back toward that 17-lapper again. And if I'm not mistaken, 17 laps is a pretty solid benchmark for any of these heats to get after. So Densford looking good, had a little get off after the quad there, but he was just taking the scenic route. That's all it was. It's like he was taking the PCH up on the West Coast,
Yeah, a little early exit off the freeway on the Mulholland right there.
That's your stomping grounds down there in SoCal.
Oh, yeah.
I like your strategy, my man. You had about a 6-hour drive. You said, you know what, I want to take a flight, and did just that. You saw a nasty get off right there with Densford. It looks like that was going to be possibly him and Ed Smith coming together. So looks like everybody gets away clean, and everybody able to live to fight another day. But Densford definitely put that S-Works durability to the test right there.
Yeah, she passed the test, though. There's no doubt about it. We're just coming up 1:05 on the master clock. Brent falling off that 17-lapper on a 16:10:03. Campbell on a 16:10:28. Nick Cahoon, that's the closest battle on the track with him and Tim Lime. It's going to be the battle for 3rd and 4th. Sean Encinas, Tredarty, Smith, Henry, Elijah, and looks like Plum with only 1 lap, and Rod Whitley off the track here early. And oh no, who's that coming in?
That's Densford.
Oh
man, so Brent had it all going his way for that whole time, and then insult to injury, Marshall tried to toss him over and threw him on his lid, and Densford probably going to be licking his wounds after this one. But luckily for Brent, he's got one more chance to try and get another good run down. Obviously, he had the speed, Sean. He had that 35.8 fastest lap, which was going away the quickest lap of this one. So unfortunate trouble for Densford. That should put Campbell to the lead now. We pick him up in that green and yellow Mugen car with 10 seconds left to go. That'll move Tim Lime up to 2nd. And Cenas in the 3 spot. And it should. We'll see if Densford holds 5th here if he can get refired. It'll be either him or Hanato Sr. As we're coming to the end of the master clock. Campbell's on his victory lap, a 16-lapper here coming up for Joe Campbell. You see he goes high over the berm, these Nitro cars, like we mentioned earlier, have to get that run down the hill to clear that big Dragon's back. The electric cars, with their instantaneous power and torque, were able to keep that lower line and shorten the run line just a little bit, Sean. But take us home here for the finish of Heat 1.
All right, these guys coming around, finishing up round number 3, our first heat. Oh, nice little save right there from Big Joe. He should be done as he comes across the line right here. Looks like a pace of a 16:10.29. Oh, that was Nick. Let's see. Oh, Joe right there behind him. So, Joe, you're done with the heat win. Nick going to get by here for one more. So, we're going to be sitting here for a second here as he got by. He just barely squeaked by for lap number 16. So, Nick out there still rolling around. Tim Lyman is done in 3rd. Sean Encinas 4. Dunford still going to hang on to a top 5. Ed Smith 6. Henry Tridardi going to finish strong there after having some issues in the 8. Elijah 9. Marcus 10. Rod Whitley. Looks like Joe Campbell on that 16:10.31. Going to take that heat win, and, well, that'll be the TQ time to beat. All right, as shown on our A-Main Hobbies qualifying results. Beautiful shot for Matrix Tires track can. Water truck is out there. Man, that track is drying out quick now. We are in the heat of the day.
Prime daytime heating here from about 2 o'clock to around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So definitely our track crew is trying to fight this battle. They're doing a very formidable job, but this Mother Nature, she is very unforgiving, and we certainly know that through trying to hold outdoor races. And it doesn't matter if you're praying for no rain. Sometimes when Mother Nature wants to rain, she's just going to rain. So sometimes when she's going to be dry, she's going to be real dry, and she's going to be real hot. And I'm telling you what, this A-Main tractor, we can't say it enough. They are just doing a fantastic job all weekend long with this racetrack.
Yeah, speaking of rain, we're in a bit of a El Nino season. Comes around every 7 or 8 years out here in Southern California. So we've had more rain than you would imagine here for this time of year, especially in the Nevada and Arizona portions out here of the West Coast. Not so much here in Southern California where I'm from, but the warm water has come up from Mexico, and the tuna fishing's great right now with that warmer water, and so we've had a little bit more rain here during the summer than we normally get, but it's usually pretty dry here for about 7 months out of the year.
Quite dry to be exact. TJ Bradley had to bust poor Densford's chops a little bit.
I saw that. I was leaving
Bradley,
that alone.
TJ, a great friend of ours. He actually moved back up to New York. You know TJ Bradley's been around, and one of the primary distributors of TZO tires and True Form distribution. He had to jump in there and say that was the best race of his life too before that happened. So poor Densford, he's getting kicked while he's down a little bit. And TJ, good to see you tuning in, brother. I know TJ was wishing to do a little carpet oval racing this winter over in New York with us. So TJ, hope to see you out there. Of course, anything you need, hit me up. And looking forward to seeing you, buddy. You can see we're in the drop zone right here. All cars are going down. They're going to be warming up here for their 2-minute allotted warm-up. And, of course, they'll top up their fuel before the clock begins. So, got a fantastic job. A-Main giving us everything we need to put on a first-class event here. They've been making sure we're taken care of, that rower staff's taken care of. So thanks to everybody involved at A-Main for their continued help. You saw our A-Main Hobbies grid lineup as we were chatting there. Chevelle Keats is the top seed here in our second heat out of 6. Carson Kroll, Mason Montmany, Ronnie Holt, Brandon Powell, Gage Dusnip, Stephen Smith, Mark Napari, Corey Williams, Dennis Wilson, and Boris Moradas. The 11 cars to compete here in this race. Again, 10-minute qualifiers for 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy. That includes pit stops for everybody except a select few. We've seen 4 drivers go 10 minutes here. We have to add Seth Van Dalen to our list of drivers that have gone 10 because we've seen Adam Drake, Chase Lemieux, Dakota Fenn, and now Seth Van Dalen go 10. That's how he won round number 2 of qualifying by just less than a second over Dakota Fenn. So it's right now playing to a draw, 1 round apiece for Fenn and Van Dalen. Of course, we'll see how those two fare later on in the rounds. You have to always count in Ryan Mayfield, Chase Lemieux still sitting pretty, along with drivers like Davey Bada, who's been very impressive, Jonah Wilson, Mason Fuller, Frankie Contreras, Felong to win. Can't forget about our e-buggy TQ, B Rose, 2025 e-truggy national champion. A lot of great drivers that'll be competing for the TQ honors. So the big thing here, folks, TQ overall here in Nitro Buggy, locks into the final directly. They would not have to run one of those semifinal qualifying races in order to solidify their spot in the final. And not sure how many years in a row Dakota Fenn has TQ'd, but he has been the betting favorite to go for TQ honors here at Roar Nationals in the 8-scale Nitro Buggy class. We'll see if he can do it again, but Seth Van Dalen certainly is going to make him earn it along with everybody else. Avid Pit Cam showing you all the action right there. You can see we have the whole Keats crew along with Bob Mottman, Pitt and his son Mason. Everybody off and rolling, and we are ready to go. When these drivers cross the start-finish line, their race clocks begin. Just to remind you folks at home, it is staggered start IFMAR style qualifying. They're on their own race clocks right here, and Chevelle Keats was the first lady driver to cross the start-finish line. I do believe she's the only female driver in competition this weekend, and she's doing a fantastic job with her family, including her father, Clay, making sure she is taken care of and has everything she needs to go fast and hang in there with the big boys. Right now it's Keats, Powell, Smith, Newsnup, Perry, and so on. Sean Miller, do you think the Chevelle's going to put in a good one right here?
She seems to have gotten a little more comfortable as the day has gone on, so I wouldn't put it past her here.
Opening lap 35.5. I think that we're correct on that one. So Chevelle looking strong off the start here. She's trying to take down a 16:10.31 submitted by Joe Campbell, who just put in that TQ run. And again, unfortunate trouble for Brent Densford. He was on a burner before he had some engine trouble there. So hopefully he'll be able to right those wrongs from round 3 and put in a good run in round number 4. Right now it's all Chevelle though, looking good. Mark DePerry was the quickest lap the first time by 34.6. Montmany, Wilson, Kroll, and Keats the top 5, followed by Williams, Holt, Deuce, Morales, Smith, and Brandon Powell. 1:30 down, 8:30 left to go.
Yeah, still a lot of time here to go in this one. Ronnie Holt in that 4th spot, holding down the hot lap, 34.4.
Even CQ represent.
That's right. TQ time to beat it was 16:10.31. It's like everybody except for Powell, who has done 17 lappers in the first 2 qualifiers out here today. He moves up 1 spot in the qualifying rounds. Let's see if he can't put it together. That 47.4 didn't help much on lap 1.
Yeah, not the greatest first lapper, Powell, but just wanted to shout him out. I mean, he's seeded up to 5th in this heat, so he definitely made some big gains from the previous 2 rounds, so good stuff for him. Right now, Carson, your leader, back-to-back 34s to open up. 34.5 to a 34.4. Mason Montmany goes 34.8. 35 flat, 34.6 for his 3 laps, and he's only 9/10 off of the lead right now. Ronnie Holt 1 second back of Mason. Chevelle 1 second back of Ronnie. Right now we have 9/10 between Chevelle and Dennis. So right now we have the top half dozen within 4 seconds, and Boris, Mark, Corey, Steven, and Brandon not too far to this one. Good parity here, even in the lower races, folks. We have to continue driving it into your heads here that even if these guys and gals are in races 1 or 2, that does not mean they're necessarily running badly. It's just you're racing against the very best racers here in the country and in the world here at the Royal Rennie Off-Road Nationals. And eventually you're just going to run into those Goliaths and kind of seat yourself down into a race you may not be familiar with.
All right, about 3 minutes in, 7:05 to go. Crowell, 18:10.23, trying to be the first one to go 18 here right now. Top 2. Mason having a nice little run here. He's only 2.2 back, and then it's going to be 3rd back to Ronnie Hull, another 9/10 back to him. Gage 1.6 back in the 4th, and now Wilson jumping up into that top 5. Gage Boers, Corey, Smith, Powell, and Chevelle. I think
potential miss right there.
Yeah,
I'm sure Mr. Braun will make the edit if necessary. You got to think here, Sean, as we start laying down rubber, we're seeing the rise of pillowball cars coming to the front once again. You got to think of Mason. You got to think of Ronnie and Dennis and Mark and all these guys that have their pillowball cars. When this track has the groove laid down, I know that the pillowball is still more of a European style design, and I know that they've made massive gains on lower traction. The pillowball car still favors higher grip, and when the track gets bumpy, you want to go with that pillowball suspension. Do you think that as the weekend goes, we'll see those pillowball cars rise?
Well, so far, trend is looking pretty good. Now,
Van Dalen made a liar out of all this, of course, last round.
Yeah, well, they're so good. No matter what car you give those guys, you can give them a pillowball, you can give them a C-hub. They're gonna drive them pretty much the same. One may be a little bit easier to drive than the other, but their talent's going to shine no matter what.
Yeah, I think with those top 15 or so drivers, you give them a 2x4 with 4 tires on it, it'll you can give them the chance to compete. So
of course,
absolutely. Mason Montmany out in front right now, 18:10:35. Looks like Carson had a 38 flat last time by. I don't know if that was a pit lap at this point. I don't think it was, because that would have reflected about a 3-second pit stop. You're looking at around, let's say, a range of 4.5 to 6 seconds on a normal, quote unquote normal pit stop for your pit out lap. So right now, Montmany and Kroll right now separated by a couple seconds. There's Carson's likely pit lap with a 42.4. So we're watching for Mason here coming into pit lane. Looks like he's in, and check it out. We got the Fuller connection there with Bob on the gun. That was a nice pit stop right there for Mason. I'm gonna put that one closer to the 5-second range for pitting. I'm gonna expect this to be around let's say around a 39-second out lap. We'll see how it comes out.
Okay, I'm holding you to it.
Well, let's see if I can be Nostradamus one more time here. Mason's in lap with a 36.2, grinding the pipe. Oh, he actually got off on the quad right there, so may not end up being as quick of an outlap as he wants, but he still looks to hold the lead as Carson, Dennis, Boris, and Ronnie, the new top 5. Chevelle is back up to the 6th spot. Looks like she did have that lap added back to her total, followed by Mark, Corey, Steven, Gage, and Brandon. 4:15 left to go. Leader that time 42.9, and Carson Kroll going to take the lead back away by 9/10 of a second, Sean.
Yeah, we got a battle here. Top 3 now separated by 2.5. But Carson's still holding that hot lap of the race with that 34.4. And we're on the back half of this race here, so it's now or never for Boris or Chevelle if they want to get up and battle with those leaders. They're only about 6 to 8 seconds behind that race lead.
Yeah, Sean, I hate to cast bad aspersions, but that one car you saw upside down in the valley, I believe that was our man Dennis Wilson. He was 3rd and tumbles down to 7th with a 51-second lap. So that certainly wasn't what he was looking for, unfortunately. But the man at Wilson Fine Design, you know he's churning out paint jobs that always look great, and that's really cool with guys like Dennis. They take enjoyment in more things than just the race results. I know he loves when a fresh paint job comes out of the booth and the customer's happy with their work.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, and the guy is meticulous, man. His cars are always clean. Of course, he's got a ton of help from his wife, Christy Wilson, longtime racers out here on the West Coast, and his attention to detail is second to none. So his paint jobs are nice. Some of the cleanest paint jobs you'll see, and not a lot of mistakes on those, and his cars are always clean. And you should see his race trailer he's got here this weekend. It is immaculate.
Not a screw or a nut put wrong, I'm sure.
Right.
And I got to steal a page from my buddy Mike Pavia, who I know is watching along. I got to paraphrase it because it's not TV ready, but he says, "I like nice stuff and I like to keep it nice," and that sounds exactly what Dennis is all about. So with 7.5 minutes left to go, we're 7 minutes down here and 2.5 left to go. It's Carson leading by 5 seconds. Chevelle with a nice recovery back up to 3rd spot. Ronnie in the 4th spot, not Mark Naperi in the 5. Then it's Corey, Boris, Dennis, Steven Smith, Gage Deuce up your top 10. And unfortunately, the man of the hour last couple rounds here, Sean, looks like he's out after 3 laps. Brandon Powell had a 35.6 and then promptly dropped out, so tough break for Mr. Powell.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get it going here in this one, but yeah, that's racing at its finest, man. You can go out there and win in heats in the first 2 rounds, and then you're going to have a dud in there every once in a blue moon, and just keep that head up and keep on trucking.
That's the beauty and the curse of 4 rounds. Sometimes you're going to have one or two of those rounds where you miss it a little bit or have a mechanical failure, but guarantee that Brandon will be back and stronger than ever for the next rounds there. You can see Carson a little roll there after that center straightaway, that aforementioned bump and rut that's being formed there. So Carson hit just a little bit wrong there, but kept it out in front. Still on a 36.5 that time, 10-second advantage over Montmany. So it's Mason in the 2, Naperi 3, Keats 4, Holt 5. Right now the top 6, including Corey Williams, are on 17-lap runs. 16s for Boris, Dennis, and Steven. And a 15-10 flat for Gage, but it looks like he's trying to jump back into that 16-lap bracket because check out his fastest lap, Sean. 34.2 for your 10th place driver. That's the quickest lap of the race.
Yeah, even if I don't win a race, I still like when I look on the heat sheet and I see the hot lap right there. And same thing I don't mind if I get beat, but if I go out there and hot lap them, at least I can hang my coat on that a little bit.
Listen, that's your way to cope with the loss, right? It's like, hey, at least I hot lapped you guys, so I got it in me, and that's for sure one thing that Gage will be able to hang his hat on for this one. So with 45 seconds left to go, right now the top 9 drivers are looking to move in front of Joe Campbell's TQ pace, and Gage could make that 10. Just jumped onto the tail of a 16-lap run as well. So this heat showing you why they're a little bit later in our program here. They got some good speed, and right now Carson Kroll on a 17:10.06 with 25 seconds left. Leader takes his penultimate lap right here on a 17:10.06, leading Mason by 9.6.
Yeah, Carson getting cheered on the YouTube online chat right here. Carl Vucinich, man. What's up, big Carl? One of the most positive guys you'll have at the racetrack, and he used to come out and do a lot of racing with us over the years, and we're thinking of you, Carl, man. We miss you, brother, and we'll hope you're hanging in there, dude.
Absolutely. Clock's about to run out here. You should see Carson go one extra lap here because he was one of those cars that took the green flag late here, Sean. So this is not his final lap. Here he comes for the white flag lap. He comes 35-4 this time by. So Carson and Mason still live on the clocks. Looks like Chevelle, Ronnie, and Mark will be cut as they cross the line this time. So we're going to be watching it all the way home here. But Carson Kroll with a 17 at 10.06 pace. He is going to eviscerate TQ pace here from that last heat. This is a strong run, especially for your top 7 drivers that are all on 17s here. So let's see how it all finishes up. Sean, bring them home for me here.
Well, I'm not going to use any big words like eviscerate or anything. But let's see. Carson looks like bringing it home here. Well, that might have been... No, keep it away from the loop. Keep that away from the loop. Carson, I'm showing the red line right there. Not sure exactly what happened there. And there he is. So just a real long last lap. 45-2 for him. Still going to hang on to it by 0.6 up over Mason. Chevelle, top 3 right there for that young lady. Good run for her. As you can see on our A-Main Hobbies qualifying results, Mark Napier going to go 4. Wilson 5. Corey Williams 6. And we got Stephen Smith 7. Boris Gage, Ronnie Holt, and Brandon Powell. Round out my top 11.
Yeah, bummer there for Carson. He gave away all of his advantage. You better be glad he had about a 9-second lead because he gave that all back on the last lap. Still wins the heat race, but I think he'll be a little disappointed if he sees a lot of drivers seed into that low 17 range. That's a lot of spots he probably just conceded there. But luckily, like we said, with 4 rounds, sometimes you give him a bit of a mulligan. You can use that, maybe like a breakfast ball on the first tee. So
I don't mind a breakfast ball once in a blue moon.
Oh, I need him on every hole of every round I play. So I definitely understand that. There's the drop zone right again, where our staging area for the Nitro Buggy drivers, and we continue to step up the ladder here with some of the more premier names. Mario Rudy, who's going to be your top seed here in race number 3 out of 6. Paul Ciccarello, Adrian Ramos, Colin Beaver, Jacob Haas, Brendan Bartlett, Little Mark Naperi, Bryce Beaver, Trevor Lund, Drake McElroy, and Barry Rowe is going to be your full starting order here for race number 3. Telling you what, my friend, this is going to be good. You got some big names here. Mario Rudy's been pretty impressive so far in his first 3 rounds.
Yeah, no doubt. And it looks like who was in this heat earlier, no longer anymore. Carson Phipps moving on here. Looks like they bumped him up to heat number 4 now with those good qualifying efforts in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, he's up there, and he earned his spot, too. He definitely made some big gains on the grid. So shout out to Carson. He definitely earned those spots on the grid with 2 really, really solid runs. Just going off of the calculations right here, Sean, Carson Phipps really making some inroads. He was 25th after the first 2 rounds of combined qual points. So I got to think about it, folks, here. 25th is the magic number if you want to make the semi directly. And TQ locks in. 2 through 25 will be the semis. Then, of course, all the lowers will bump up 3. 6 from the semis bump to the final. That makes it 13 cars. And then the LCQ will decide spots 14 and 15 for our hour-long Nitro Buggy final.
Speaking of those main events, how about Drake with a 15 in round 1, and he comes out firing with an 8 in round 2, man.
Telling
He's
you what,
looking solid.
Veteran-like drive. Again, it's amazing to watch Adam Drake when he goes to work. It literally is like a scientist conducting an experiment. You can see he smooths all the motions out. He doesn't do any crazy stuff with the throttle or the brake. It really is a kind of a blast from the past here, Sean, where we're used to these young whippersnappers out here just laying down the rubber. They're flinging the wheels in the air. They're blasting the throttle to pull the front end back out. Adam Drake is just a absolute surgeon when he's out there in fuel-saving mode.
Yeah, surgeon. That's a good description right there of what he's got going on here on a Nitro Buggy qualifying Saturday at the 2026 Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals. And thank you to Live RC. They're bringing you guys all the coverage out here this weekend. Just want to give a quick shout out to the Live RC sponsors. J Concepts is our title sponsor out there. Techno RC, A-Main, Avid RC, Matrix Tires, and 1-Up Racing. And then, of course, the track has their own sponsors as well. The Bartlett's over there with the 1-Up Racing, ProTech, A-Main, TLR, Kyosho, Techno, Team Associated, J&T Bearing Co., Team Marks Racing, and Vision Racing. So thank you guys all for coming on board and making it possible for us out here. We got the whole crew out here from Live RC. We got Sam, Lucas, Travis, myself, and, of course, Jared Barden. He's spearheading the operations over here on the broadcast, and I'm just kind of cleaning up some crumbs over there. I'm the B-main broadcaster this weekend, and that is perfectly fine with me. I'm just happy to be here and give a little color commentary along. Jerry just does such a fantastic job. He's been doing this for a few more years than I have, man, and I'm just trying to be a sponge and soak up, trying to learn as much as I can out here and give you guys a good product. So hope you guys are enjoying. Give us a like, give us a share. And don't forget, guys, we got the bonus lap membership as well. If you guys, depending on how deep you guys are involved in RC, go get that bonus lap membership, and it'll give you guys just a little more insight and advantage on what we got going on here.
I appreciate the love, brother. Thank you very much for that. I think you're selling yourself a little bit short there. You're helping me out, holding it down here, and I think your lovely wife Amanda would say that you're selling yourself a little short too. So I know that I've earned a good score from Amanda when when we're back at the hotel, she gives you a call and she makes it a point to say great job. So thanks, Amanda, for all the support and everybody for showing the support here. We're great. We're glad to be here. You're watching the start of race number 3 out of 6 for 1/8 Nitro Buggy. This is the halfway point once this race has elapsed. So everything is going great so far. We appreciate it. A-Main Hobby Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico, California, just a couple minutes down the road of the anchor location, of course, the warehouse distribution center and the main hobby storefront. 1 minute down, 9 to go. First lap by Adrian Ramos was the quickest. Not by much, though. 33.95 to Colin Beavers, 33.98, followed by Drake McElroy and Chicky, both going 34 flats. Mario Rudy, 34.2. Brendan Bartlett, 34.6, backs up to 34.5. There is Brendan Bartlett once again trying to get himself a little bit further up the field. Again, the aforementioned One Army family, now based out of Montana. So Brendan being a big boy here, growing up, owning a house now, and has a family too. So glad to see Brendan still able to make time with us and come racing.
There we go. Rudy leading us off here, and he's got Chicky in hot pursuit. Oh, and a rough one right there. 35.8 going to drop him down from 2nd to 7th right here. So Little Mark Naperi. Man, Little Mark, he has sure gotten fast over the years. He's just a little squirt up there, man, but you couldn't tell by these good efforts he's got going on. These guys he's hanging with are bad fast right here. Ramos 3, Bartlett 4, Bryce Beaver in the 5, Drake in the 6, Chicky 7, Lund, Beaver, Haas, and Barry. So we got the battle of father and son right here, Bryce and Colin, and so far Colin's gotten the better of Dad right here. But right now I think we are following along here with Bryce Beaver. Dad putting the screws here to Colin. We still got a long time to go here, though.
Absolutely, and I was not envious of you trying to call off the order when they're all switching and swapping back and forth. It was like they were shuffling a deck of cards there, but you did a great job. Calling audibles when they were jumping up and down the board. So it's Mario Rudy. Like you mentioned, man, he has been awfully impressive this weekend. Young man just turned 18 years of age and just graduating high school there. So good to see Mario out there getting it done, the S-Works driver for Reds and Tekin and J Concepts. So glad to see that happening. We're at 2:45 down, 7:15 left to go. Rudy out front by 2.2 seconds over Bartlett. Then it's McElroy in that 3 spot. Bryce and Colin Beaver 4 and 5, followed by Ramos, Lund, Ciccarello, Little Mark, Jacob Haas, and Barry Rowe. Awesome stuff right here with 3 minutes down, 7 to go. It looks like the track holding some good water here. I think they made it a point to soak this track pretty good here, Sean, as we get into the heat of the day.
Man, Christy's ears must be ringing right now. We were just talking good things about the Wilsons right here, and she's right on in here in the broadcast booth right here.
Absolutely.
I'm going to go take a lunch break, and we're going to put Christy on here. Let's go get some lunch, Jared.
Hey, let's go. Yeah, I think Christy will hold out. She is nodding her head, no, do not put me on this microphone. But tell you what, if there's one person that I think would take great care of us and make sure that we're well fed, you got to think it's one of the Wilsons. So thanks, Christy, for your support. Now we're at 3:30 down, 6:30 left to go. Mario Rudy getting it done, 18-10-12. That is a rock-solid pace here, Sean. Right now, TQ from Carson, 17, 10, 15. Not yet pit stop time, folks. So, again, these paces will drop off just a little bit. But right now, top 9 are currently in front of the current pace from Qual.
Yeah, Rudy's been pretty rock steady so far in our first 3 rounds of qualifying. I'm not sure where he's sitting. I'm sure I can pull that up on the old computer in the pocket. Looks like Jared's on it. Bartlett now. This is the run he's been looking for. Up
30
to the
seconds so far for Rudy. So
32nd,
great
not
start
bad.
for him. And looks like Rudy in for fuel. Sorry, that's not Rudy. That was going to be another light car there. I believe that was going to be Little Mark that jumped in there for fuel. So we're still following Rudy. He has not yet pitted, but last time by 33.30, another new quick lap. Struggling a bit over that quad, but able to get there, get that nice triple. Nice double-double there. That was a pretty nice line there from Ramos. So both lines definitely have some sustainability. Of course, the popular choice has been the triple single here in Nitro Buggy. E-Buggy, once the drivers got a little more confidence, you started seeing the quad had to be a requirement there, Sean, if you wanted to go for the TQ time. And that was really made famous by Felong to win. A couple days ago, we picked up on it. He was really the only car there for a while on the track was Dusty. He was able to do the table jump almost like a seat bounce in motocross and able to launch that quad, of course, with the Nitro Buggies. Well, of course, when you're playing pit stops, you're not going to try and quad that, but Nitro Buggy's a little less raw power, a little less torque. They're going to be going triple single.
All right, Rudy, just past the halfway point. I do not see a pit stop lap here so far for him, so those should be cycling here. Going to do his best lap of the race and the hot lap of the race. 32.8 last time by. He's the only driver out there rocking the 32s. And this kind of comes into question, too. When they're watering like this, are you picking tire compound for the first half of the race or for the second half of the race? So you'll kind of see that. And as quick as it's drying out, I'm assuming they're going to go with the tire choice a little bit harder for the dry track right here. But it's still pretty moist out there.
I fully agree. The track's holding good water this time. And yeah, there ain't no pit stop there with a 32.8.
No way.
He's going to be coming in this
Here
lap right here. We're going to get him a good shot of him on the Avid RC pit cam in the bottom right of your screen. Check this pit stop out. Nice and quick, down and away. And again, that was about as good as you could orchestrate it right there. Rudy came in with about a 10-second lead here over Collins, so should hold that comfortably as long as there are no mechanical issues here. Always going to be worried about that the first thing, though, off a pit stop, Sean, because the tank is fat. You got a little bit of fuel that might actually load up and stall the engine. So as long as you can clear that thing out after the fuel's been put in, you can get a good launch. It looks like Rudy is out of the woods in terms of that regard right now.
All right, look at Colin Beaver making a fool out of me. He gets around Dad and Chicky all the way up to the number 2 spot. He was down at the bottom of the order early on in the race, but starting to get that associated going here.
33.4, 33.4, and 34.1 will do that for you. That was fantastic. I wonder, you're not supposed to change tires on a quick pit stop. I wonder if they bolted a new set of rubber on there for him because he definitely found some speed after the pit stop. So Colin up to the 2 spot. Paul Ciccarello is currently 3rd. Having a better weekend here is Chicky. I know he said he wasn't terribly thrilled with E-Buggy, so trying to recover here in Nitro on his birthday, no less. Bryce in the 4th spot. Brendan is 5th. Followed by Trevor, Little Mark, Drake, Adrian, Jacob, and Barry. So right now, 32.8, the only 32-second lap there on the board for Rudy. Everybody else has settled it primarily into the 33s, a couple of 34s from Bryce and Barry, but everybody else sitting 33.
Ryan Rand in the chat asking, has anybody gone 10? He's just joining our chat, so welcome, Ryan Rand. Hope you're in.
Lucama, North Carolina, one of the boys there from the southeast, Ryan.
There we go. Yes, we've had 4 drivers that we know for sure of that have gone 10. Drake, Lemieux, Fenn, and your TQ from round 2, Seth Van Dalen. So those are the 4 drivers we know of for sure. 2 of those drivers that I just mentioned that have gone 10 have been our TQs here in round 1 and 2. That's Fenn and Van Dalen. So definitely the strategy here today on a Saturday qualifying effort. Are they going to use that same strategy during those semis tomorrow and those quarters? Possibly, but that's yet to be determined.
I think it all depends on, Sean, like we were mentioning before. If you're comfortable, if you can make 11 and a half or 12 minutes. I think that you have to go that 10 minutes if they're in the half-hour final. But if you're squeezing it for 10:30 and you're in a heated battle for position for one of those transfer spots, I think you have to think about potentially calling the audible and doing the extra pit stop. I think it's all race determined. I think that's the greatest thing about these headset communication devices is now, your pit guy can look at the scoring. He can look to see how far the gap is, and you can call the audible if you need a safety splash at the end. You can definitely change up your strategy as we go. Minute 15 left to go. Mario Rudy, 32.86, two laps to go, backs up with a 33.5. So this guy continues to lay it down. That S-Works chassis as the grip comes up. S-Works cars like higher bite, and obviously it's playing right into his hands right now.
Yeah, he's got the J-Concepts tires working here in round 3.
Hooking and booking, if you will, with Beaver in the 2 spot, Paul Ciccarello 3, Bryce Beaver in the 4, and good run here for Brendan Bartlett. He's right now holding serve, started 6th and running in 5th. After that is Lund, Haas, Ramos, Little Mark, Barry. It looks like, unfortunately, trouble there for Drake on lap number 13. So Mario Rudy trying to wrap this one up with a 7.5 second lead. Whoa, almost had a get off there on the front straightaway. That was a tense moment there. That spot has really become a make-or-break section. You saw the contact at E-Buggy with the co-defendant Seth Van Dalen, and then Van Dalen had a get off of his own in the first round of Nitro Buggy. So that front straightaway getting a little bit chucked out as these cars are slamming the chassis into the face of that jump here with Heat 3 of 6 on the racetrack. Sean Miller, take me home. I want to see you take Mario Rudy to the top of the board here.
Rudy going to get by here for lap number 18, and he's just clicking those clean laps off that Buggy. Looking good. He's out here with Mom and Dad this weekend. Well, that's what I assume. I know Dad is out here. I have not seen Mom running around. Looks like he's working his way through the carousel. Oh, boy, a little bit of a mistake there in the 4-pack. Looks like he gets it righted up into the Talladega turn through that tricky little dog leg to the right, around the 180 and up over the big double through this huge obstacle over here on the right side. One more ski jump and a right turn to go. Mario Rudy on it. 8:10:13 with the fast lap of the race. 32.8. Colin Beaver 6.2 back. Going to go 18:10:19. We still got Chicky and Beaver, who are only separated by 1.2 seconds back there. So you can see them out there right in the center of the screen. They're going to be finishing up their lap right here. Who's it going to be for third? Is it going to be Chicky or is it going to be Bryce Beaver? I think Chicky's going to hang on to it here. Yeah, Beaver done. There's Chicky done in third. Bryce done in the 4. Brendan Bartlett in my top 5. Lund 6. Ramos 7. Haas 8. Barry Rowe in the 9. Drake and Little Mark No Prairie, unfortunately, early exit out of this one with the DNF. They're going to go 10 and 11 as seen on our A-Main Hobbies qualifying results.
Yes, sir. So top 8 going to reset the TQ, including the top 5 going 18 laps. So very nicely done all the way down to Jacob Haas. Will move in front of the previously set TQ. We're going to bring him up now for race number 4 out of 6, and you're seeing some big names here on the board. Ryan Lutz going to be that top seed of race number 4. So not the start he was quite hoping for, but you better believe if somebody's going to get it figured out, Ryan Lutz is going to be on your short list of guys to rise up later. And check out Carson Phipps all the way up to second seed in this race, followed by Walker Spinrad, Ethan Mechanic, Donato Tridardi, Carlos Arredondo, Tyler Fenster, Benny Comarian, Donato Tridardi Jr., Jaden 2, Tyler Brown, and Trevor Owens. So very well done there for some of those guys that had some good opening rounds. I think Lutz is hoping for a little bit more. And you know what? If I'm going to submit a pick right here, I think we're going to see Ryan Lutz reaffirm his status and give himself a shot and make it a semi-direct.
All right, look at this. A good little shot right here of in staging. Peyton Hathcote cheering on Mario. Man, I'll tell you what, Peyton burned the house down at the final race of the JBRL, round number 4 at Thunder Alley RC Raceway, now owned by Chris Nelson, Mr. TNR Fuels. Man, that battle between Hayden Snyder, Peyton Hathcote, Chad Panic, and Trevor Owens was a barn burner. Peyton, you made my job easy that night. You guys put on a show for the crowd, man. That was so much fun. Just wanted to say what's up to you, and thanks to you for joining into the chat here. So as we get closer here to Heat 6, these guys ramping up and getting a little bit faster here. And we got some heavy hitters here in our C qualifier.
Yeah, no doubt. You'll get household names, not just in the California area, Sean, but regional stars here that find themselves into that C sort. There will be some big names here that will not make the semifinal directly, and that gives you all the motivation, folks, to tune in right as we get live tomorrow, because we're going to start off hot and heavy with the action. Even the very bottom mains on the ladder system, we'll see some big names that are trying to move their way up through the show. So make sure you stick with us. Again, our tentative start time tomorrow is 9 o'clock a.m. Pacific time. So, of course, adjust your time zone. 10 a.m. Mountain Time, 11 a.m. Central, or 12 p.m. noon if you're back from my stomping grounds in the East Coast. So make sure you adjust that time zone. Do not miss it. On Live RC on the YouTube page, you can actually set a push notification to trigger to your phone right when the stream's about to start. That way you don't miss a single second of the action here with us on liverc.com. Minute 30 left before we fire off the clock, and we do see this track holding water pretty well. I think that the emphasis has been given to the main track crew to just water it a little bit heavier, and we'll see how these next couple heats fare. You can see that corner right here, that 180 that Benny Camarian just got loose around. That corner has a lot of grip laid down. It's a little bit slippery, a little bit greasy there with the water first laid down. And you know for a fact, a dry groove with some water on top of it, those two don't mix. That's like oil and water, Sean.
Yeah, it gets a little slimy for the first minute or two of the race, but that won't last very long here. With we're just reaching about 90 degrees out here in Chico, California. And with 50 seconds to go here on our warm-up, these guys are going to be coming in, topping them off, and getting ready to rock and roll.
90 degrees, it feels every bit of it too, doesn't it, my friend? And John Jackson says Ethan needs to lock in, so I'm sure that's another East Coast supporter rooting on EMAC, Ethan Mechanic, LCRC Raceway Zone. One of the homegrown talents down there in Oakland Mills, Pennsylvania. Of course, Ethan hails from Shippensburg. Got to shout out his father, J-Mac, Jason Mechanic, and, of course, his sister, Kendall, works the hobby shop at LCRC. And she happens to be dating one of the most polarizing figures in our hobby, Gavin Gibler, a local legend out there in the Northeast. We love that kid very much. And if you want to talk about some raw talents and you just wish that he was able to focus all his efforts into RC, Gavin Gibler is one of the 5 most talented drivers I've ever seen hold a radio. He just absolutely understands it. He is flowy. He has it all down. You just wish that he was able to make that his day job, because he certainly could if he was able to put the time in.
All right, we're starting off here. Going to be Tyler Fenster, racing out of, I think he's Valencia, California, so not too far, about 30 miles from me. So one of the Hot Rod Hobby boys out there getting it done here at the Nationals. Somebody going for a wild ride behind him in that 4-pack. Tyler's been holding his own out here. Not sure he's had the weekend he's been looking for, but no better time to get it going than a Saturday at the Nationals with Nitro Buggy and turn that weekend around. Now, this is the class they all really came. This is the big dogs out here, and this is the one they want. All the other national championships, obviously huge to get. The checks still clear the same. But these guys want the big dog one, national champion Nitro Buggy.
Well, Sean, just for our golf viewers out there, too, I know, of course, the game of golf has picked up in popularity with the rise of YouTube golf. Saturday is moving day on golf day. It's also moving day here in RC terms, and if you haven't had a couple good runs yet, like Fenster, I know you struggled just a little bit, this is now or never. It's your time to step it up, and right now Tyler is doing that. Good start for him, just a half a second off of the current pace, but check out our boy Carlos Arredondo, 33 flat, backs it up with a 32.7. Carlos looking awesome. He'll be heading over the Dragon's Back, that blue, green, white techno just out of your frame there. He'll be heading through the center crossover. Right there is our leader, Carlos Arredondo Jr., not senior, junior.
Yep, senior definitely watching back at home, hanging with the dogs right there. They got some gorgeous-looking Rottweilers just hanging out with Dad, probably in the AC, and maybe out on the bike here a little bit later when it gets a little bit cooler. So it looks like there is Tradardi Jr. across the line. Arredondo shouldn't be far behind him as he crosses the line now. So he should be yellow-blue
right
checkers out back, right on cue.
There we go. Attaboy Travis picking him up. Thank you, sir. And again, a big shout out to our Live RC track crew operators. They have been just fantastic on the cameras of course, Lucas McCabe sitting to our left here. He's taking a breather for this round, but him and Travis Melton just doing a fantastic job. And there is our man, Carlos Arredondo. And like you mentioned, I'm sure Carlos Sr. is saying, you enjoy your racing in 90, 95 degrees. I'm going to sit in the air conditioner and watch the coverage on liverc.com. So I'm not sure who has it better right now, if it's senior or junior. But right now, Carlos enjoying a second-place pace as there's Ryan Lutz to the front with a new quick lap, 32.70. Arredondo is in that 2-spot. Spinrad, nice run so far in the 3-spot. Fenster 4th. Benny Comerian 5th. Tredardi Jr. in the 6th spot, followed by Tyler Brown now jumping up to the 6th spot. Benny drops all the way down to 11th. That'll put Tyler up to the top 5. 6 through 10 is Hanato Jr., Jaden, Trevor, Carson, and Donato, followed by Benny and Ethan.
All right, come on, Big Lutzinator. It is time to get it going here.
I think this is the time. If he's going to move up and cement his status as a semifinal qualifier, this is the run that it's got to be. Lutz certainly wants to get up a little bit further in the order. 2 out of 2 qual points always can be a little bit misleading because, again, the drops haven't been factored in yet. But Lutz sitting 27th right now, so he's currently outside of the direct semifinal order.
Yeah, he needs a 19 right here if he wants to get up into those semis right away. You know, I'm sure even if he doesn't, he'll be bidding for that bump-up spot. But, yeah, it's go time right here for Big Lutz. Let's get that 19 right now on a 10:24 pace. You factor in about 6 seconds for a pit stop. That is a 19:10:30 pace, barring any major disasters.
Something tells me that he's going to be basically on the tipping point of an 18 flat when this thing's all said and done. We'll see if the correct prediction has been cast here. But right now, Lutz doing exactly what he has to do at the 4-minute mark, leading Arredondo by 1 second. But again, Carlos having his best effort of the weekend so far, followed by Spinrad 3, Hanato Jr. in that 4th spot. Again, the Tredardi family. A lot of DNA in this one, both Hanato Jr. and Donato in this one. Donato is 7th. Tyler Brown is in that 5 spot. Tyler looking pretty good. He's playing racer this weekend, not so much company owner. He's got Deanna Eichenberger in the pits down there. She's playing some support there for J&T and promotion. He says, hey, I got a race this weekend, so I like that. 6 through 10, who you got, Sean?
We got Trevor Olins rocking the Associated in the 6, Vips 7, Tredardi also Associated 8, 2 in the 9. Tyler Fenster down to the 10 after a good start. And it's going to be Emac and Jaden. These guys flopping around. So that's your pretty close running order, 6 through 12 right here. And let's see, Lutz on that 10:24 still, so halfway point, 10 seconds away. Kirkle's in the chat cheering on the Techno Boys.
Techno Boys in full support right here, and it looks like Spinrad had a rough lap. I believe it was a pit lap, Sean, but also a mistake. A 45 flat will certainly not be what he was looking for, but still waiting for Ryan Lutz. I have not seen the pit lap yet. Every lap less the first one's been a 32. We'll keep our eyes on the Kyosho and Alpha factory team driver right now. Coming down to the start-finish line, he's going to stay out for one more. VP Lutz Blend Fuel, one of the best fuels I personally run in Nitro Buggy. Both the Lutz and Tespin brands, depending on how much castor oil you want, both still very good options. And Ty Tespin's impact still being felt here in the RC world, even if he announced his retirement about 3 years ago now.
Yeah, one of the best-selling fuels down at Hot Rod Hobbies right there. So they got a good mixture going on. Man, he just had a slight little mistake as a miscalculation through the 4-pack. He really got lucky to get back on all 4, because when you go upside down right there, the marshals ain't exactly in a hurry to go out there and lawn dart in front of those RC cars. So that could have been worse as he comes in for fuel here. Here's Jerry Arroyo on the fuel gun.
Nice pit stop. And that was nice. You can tell when Lutz was coming into the pit lane, he jumped out wide through a little whip. That was pretty sporty. And again, you're just shaving off these tenths and hundredths of a second to try and make that pit stop lap a little bit cleaner. You're looking for that 36, 37 out lap more so than a 38, 39, because how much time can you give away getting in and off the pit road if you're just kind of lollygagging in there, Sean?
Yeah, we're going to find out right now how much that little bobble and a pit stop is going to make, because he is going to be very close on a 19-lapper. He's going to be on a probably 18:02, and it's an 18:10:03, so pretty close. And now he's got work to do with the final 3:15 to go.
Yes, and Arredondo takes the lead after the exchange of pit stops, and it was all on the pit lap, folks. Carlos's outlap was a 37.6 to Lutz's 39.6. A 2-second swing, and the delta between those two is 1.4. So it's Arredondo, Lutz, and now Mechanic coming from the dumpster, back up to that third spot. Great job so far for EMAC. Let's see if he can hold on to that now. Followed by Donato Tridardi and Carson Phipps, your top five. Then it's Fenster, Spinrad, Olins, Donato Tridardi Jr., Brown, 2, and Kamarian. So we'll see if they can see if EMAC can hold that track position. He was down there in P12 there for a while, so a nice recovery from the Shippensburg, Pennsylvania driver.
So it looks like unfortunate luck right there. 43-1 for Benny down in 12th. But check out who's got the hot lap, though. Benny Kamarian, 32-3 for that youngster.
It's never been a doubt that he can lay out a hot lap. It's just with this Nitro stuff. You know, Benny did a lot of electric racing coming up, doing the sportsman and intermediate stuff. Nitro there really are levels to this game where it's more so about the consistency factor. That's where we see guys like an Adam Drake rise up through the field with the pit strategy, with the ability to just run the same line over and over again. I think Benny Kamarian is going to get there. I think he needs a couple more years of polishing with his Nitro game, but he certainly has the speed to make it happen this weekend if he can get a couple good runs in.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That young man, probably only 12, 13, 14 years old.
Continuing to impress, of course. And Lutz and Arredondo, check out the gap. 4/100ths of a second here of the battle for the lead. We're following Arredondo right now. Lutz coming across the start-finish line, but a long lap there with a 37.1. So Arredondo had a mistake of his own, 35.5. Both giving away those precious seconds, Sean. Nobody left on a 19-lap pace, but still Arredondo and Lutz in front of Mario Rudy's TQ pace. But those are the only two. So Mario Rudy really laid down a good run last time. He's going to be pretty thrilled with that if it finishes out this way with a minute 20 to go. There you see Carlos Arredondo retaking the lead by 3.5 seconds over Lutz. Fenster, Phipps, Mechanic, the top five.
So as you noticed in those e-buggy mains when they ran it pretty dang dry all day yesterday, the water seems to have been helping. It's looking pretty good out there.
Absolutely, and I think now with the moisture going into the track, you're actually able to see the track take a little bit of rubber without breaking apart. So, again, big shout-out to the A-Main crew. It is taking a bit of a groove and a lot less dust here today for sure. Arredondo comes across with a 33.1, now has a 6.5-second lead. Lutz has tumbled down to fourth. So at this point, Fenster, Phipps, and Lutz are half a second apart to settle it for second place. But this is the guy right here, Carlos Arredondo Jr., did not run electric buggy. He was entered, but did not end up participating. You know he would like to get one back this weekend and give himself a chance to make the semis. Such a strong runner out there at Channel Islands and all the surrounding racetrack.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Yeah, they're running out at Channel today, actually.
Oh, what a beautiful racetrack. You were showing me that last night. Of course, everybody knows about it by now, but that is just beachfront property. That is just literally, that's what RC dreams are made of, man.
Yeah, and you know it's nice when it's 100 out in the valley. You can head over to Santa Barbara, California, and it'll be about a nice, cool 75, 78. A little bit of cloud and overcast in the morning. It is nice and refreshing to get away from the heat. And one of the coolest tracks in the game.
Absolutely. Watching Arredondo on his last lap one more time, up and down the valley, coming up behind Fenster. Won't matter, though. Carlos Arredondo Jr. with a fantastic run here. 18 at 10.04. He is going to reset the new TQ time. Very nicely done. Well-earned round of applause there for Carlos. Watching Ryan Lutz trying to take second back away from Tyler. So Lutz playing damage control here. Still trying to use that veteran presence to preserve the points, if you will. Here comes Lutz. He will finish in the second spot by 1.3 over Fenster, 5 seconds behind Arredondo, so Tyler finishes third. Ethan Mechanic brings it home fourth. Great run for EMAG. I'm going to have to go back here, Sean. I see a 38.4. That must have been his pit lap, but Ethan Mechanic, a great comeback drive anyway. Carson Phipps finishes the fifth spot, 18, 10-13, followed by Owens, Spinrad, Donato, Hanato Jr., all on 18s, and it looks like we have 17 DNFs for Jaden and Tyler. Benny out after 16 laps.
All right, getting a little spicy here. We're getting into that B heat after the resort.
Here comes the pit help. Adam Drake looks like he's pitting V. Long's car here, along with Deanna Eichenberger pitting her boyfriend Spencer Heckert's car. You can see the red, white, and blue Mugen there of Spencer. And man, I'm telling you what, you start seeing more Hollywood movie stars as we move up closer through the seating order as we get closer to that coveted A sort, if you will. So certainly not a surprise to see some bigger names out there in the drop zone.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And you know what? Phelan in that e-buggy class yesterday did some of his best work from that B sort. Let's see if we can kind of rally here in round number 3 from that B sort. And look who he's got on the bottle right now.
Adam Drake, man, that's the guy you want making an engine change recently. He was recently with the Lassie tuned engines. Now he's on the full Drake OS program. And tell you what, if you're going to compete at the highest level, you got to consider hitting up Adam Drake and the Drake Racing to get your Nitro program in good shape. And there are your drivers here for this B sort. Lee Setzer all the way here on the far left. Caden Fuller, Aiden Horn. Got one driver hiding there behind the pole, but it looks next to him it's going to be Austin Blair, as well as Ryan Cavallari. And there's Jimmy Fishback, man. He's been putting in some good work this weekend. Fish had a nice 12-point score last round by, so would not be surprised if Fishback puts himself in a position to make the semi. There you see Matt Gonzalez pitting Ryan Cavallari, that Hobbywing connection. Jim Wiggins, father of Jared, there in his Techno livery, the orange and blue and black shirt. And there is Mark Robinson pitting Jermaine. So Mark always stoic and always helping out his son Jermaine, and obviously Jermaine is making all his sponsors and supporters happy. He's had a great weekend so far.
Looks like they're just finishing up watering here, getting the hoses off the track and rolling them out here. 2 minutes of warm-up starts now.
Doug Lurvey are pitting the Aiden Horn machine. You can see Doug, a 3-time stock roar national champion at the 10-scale side. So Dougie says he's about an hour and a half away. Rancho Cordova, just outside of Sacramento. So he's able to come up here and show some support. We see we got a bumblebee flying around our Matrix off-road track cam right now. So we got everybody here excited to watch. I think Bumblebee wants the best seat in the house. You know, that's a great shot of our racetrack here at A-Main Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico, California. Just an absolutely beautiful spectacle. I think this layout put in from Anthony Westergaard Factory Tracks, you know, of course, people are going to have their opinions on it. I think this is a perfect track layout befitting that of a Roar National Championship.
There's no doubt about it. Westergaard with Factory Tracks, man, has put in a gem for us here this week in Chico, California.
Absolutely. Shout out Anthony and, of course, the whole family. Hope you guys are having fun. And pick up a radio one of these days. I love watching Anthony run. He is, I hate to steal your phrase, Sean, but he is a certified ripper.
Yeah, baby.
A minute before we get warmed up here, you can see that we have Phelan coming in for a quick tune-up here, quick pit stop. And again, if you got Adam Drake on the tuning screw and on the fuel bottle, that's about the best connection you're going to get. You put Phelan behind the wheel, let him go to work. I would not expect any less than Phelan putting up a good score this time. I'm going to pin him top 5, but I think he definitely has potential TQ speed.
We haven't seen Drake run here in round 3. Did he resort back into that A group?
I believe he did. Yes, because he had that 8 spot from round number 2. So when you take single best qual point,
15 and 8.
Adam Drake
for the resort.
Pretty. So yeah, for sure.
Dang.
Adam Drake going to be using his veteran leadership, and again, I call it a cerebral effort from Adam Drake. He'll be the one to tell you that he won't blow you away with the hot lap. He's not going to be out there running laps like a Fend or a Lemieux or a Mayfield would run, but he's going to run the exact same lap time every single time, and he's going to just 19 you to death and go 10 minutes on a tank of fuel. So
here we go.
Love it, man.
Oh, a little controversy going on there. A couple guys trying to get the whole shot here. That was nice. Spencer said, you know what, I don't want to start that close to somebody else. And so he was hard on the binders, and it looks like he let Wiggins go ahead and take that. Hopefully he didn't trigger the loop right there. He got pretty close to it.
That was pretty close,
man. That would be a shame, you know. You're like, oh, I'm gonna not start right now and turn around, but you know that loop's pretty sensitive right there. So even if you're about 5 feet away from it, it could still pick it up and trigger your starting lap.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think there was any head games being played there.
Oh,
I think it was just a
for
miscalculation. So, you know, the best part about RC racing here, Sean, is, you know, these drivers can have their differences. We've seen the past controversies of like a Mayfield and a Ty Tessman getting into it at the Visions races, but when these guys are on the racetrack and they're racing, there's a lot of mutual respect being displayed here amongst drivers. When a car comes up that's faster in qualifying, almost always the car that's slower concedes and just gives them a lane and gets back in line.
For sure.
It's really cool to see the respect being played here because a lot of these drivers want to have the may the best man win mentality. You don't want to have something come into play where it takes the win out of somebody's deserving hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think that was more of a respect factor thing instead of starting on top of each other.
Absolutely.
And not only that, you got to stay friends out there. You know, when you're in motocross and you blast somebody off the berm in qualifying, or Maine the weekend before, and then the next weekend you're in the main event and you're leading the race, and you start to come up on that guy, that guy's going to show you a wheel, give you a little fender, and slow you down a little bit. So, you might as well play nicely together because, they can come back to bite you a little bit. So these guys all work together pretty good.
The ever-coined phrase, co-opetition, Sean.
Co-opetition. That's the first time I heard of that.
Oh man, you got to come from the auto racing roots. I'm a born bred NASCAR fan, so that's always been one of the phrases always being thrown around there, especially in asphalt modified racing too. So 2 down, 8 to go. Good start for Jermaine Robinson. That's a name that a lot of people are going to remember after this weekend. Felong to win in that 2 spot. Great start for him. Followed by Travis Horn, Jimmy Fishback, Austin Blair, Caden Aiden, Julian Lee, Jared the top 10, Ryan Cavallari, and Spencer Heckert the full running order. Quickest lap on the board, 32.4 from Caden Fuller. We'll see if that young man can once again put up another solid run. I'm sure he was a little disappointed with missing that 19 lapper the last time by, but if there's anybody that can lock in and get it done, I give the Fuller boys as good a chance as anybody.
Yeah, and I kind of sound like a broken record right here, but I have just been so impressed with Caden's speed this weekend. He's looking really good, and I know they got that track now back at home, and it seems like it's working right here.
The track definitely works, and that's the thing that Caden is doing a good job of. He often becomes the overshadowed Fuller brother. He becomes the one that people maybe don't instantly count in their favorites to win a race. And honestly, same here. I had Mason on my notes. I didn't quite have Caden on my notes going into the race, and his progression has been quite impressive, and you made a great point to it earlier in the weekend. That's naturally how it's going to go. Mason, a couple years older, kind of got to the big scene a little bit quicker, but Caden's been with him every step of the way, and Caden pushed Big Brother for everything he was worth in E-Buggy. They ended up finishing, I believe, 4th and 5th overall. So Caden showing every bit as good as speed, and you never know. Sometimes when Mason gets a little older and some priorities shift and Caden's the one working hard, you may see that passing of the torch between the brothers.
Yeah, I think to best explain it, they're kind of like the Jet Lawrence and Hunter Lawrence of RC, if you will. So obviously Mason's got all the limelight a lot, but when you're going to race around with each other, man, Caden, man, he's like the Hunter Lawrence right here of RC this weekend. I like it.
And how fitting is it that the Lawrence brothers are on red Hondas, and the Fuller brothers are on red S-Works cars. So
yes, sir.
Nice parallel there, brother. I like that very much. And Jermaine Robinson, if we pick up your leader right here over the big wall jump down the back straightaway, he's on a 19 at 10:20. I don't believe Jermaine was playing the 10-minute strategy. Again, that's just rarefied air for the 4 drivers that have so far. But Jermaine definitely going to be giving himself a shot at 19 laps here. That seems to be the magic number here, folks. If you want to make this show, if you want to make this semifinal outright, you have to run 19 laps. And right now, Jermaine doing just that by 6/10 over Fee. And that's a very solid 6/10 because we know Fee has speed to win this thing. So Jermaine should be very confident in his efforts. Spencer Heckert 3rd, Jimmy Fishback 4, and Jared Wiggins in the 5 spot. 6 through 10, Sean, who you got on the board right now?
Well, we got Seta Cavalier Oliveras, Austin Blair, who went 12 in round number 2. Very impressive. And I think it impressed Kirkles, too, right there, as he was talking about him in the chat. But a 12, oh, no, looks like Robinson. I don't think he was trying. No, is that Robinson? Oh, it is. I'm not sure if he was trying to come in or just jumped in and said, well, I guess we're here now. Might as well. Let's play crystal ball here a little bit. Felong switching over to the OS. Drake down there in the pits. Do you think they're going to maybe try and go 10?
That's a good question, Sean. I think that with Felong being such a grab a handful of throttle type guy, I don't think you'll see that.
Agreed.
I saw, of course, Felong's father, John, debriefing down there with Drake before qualifying started, and they had the engine in there from Q1. I think that they were more so saying that they're probably not going to make it 10 because at this point, especially with Fee not having the first couple rounds he was looking for, right now I don't think you can afford a flame out DNF. So I expect Fee to go with the 1 pit stop strategy, but he very well could make a liar out of me. You never know.
Guess he already pitted. Thank you for the info, boys. I was just throwing it out there, that's where my brain's at. OS, I see Drake. I think you're right, though, with a 9 in round 1 and a not even in the top 12 in round number 2. I think it's just smooth and steady from here on out. And so far, not doing too bad. He's on a 19-10-29 pace, just behind the Wizard, Jared Wiggins. leading us around. And Fishback, another solid effort here in round 3, running top 3. Hecker 4, Caden Fuller 5, Lee Setzer in the 6, Aiden Horn 7, Jermaine Robinson, who was our early race leader, with a little bobble there. Coming into pit lane, going to go 8, Blair 9, Cavallari, Oliveris, and Travis Horn, rounding out my whole field. Well, that A sort coming up.
I was going to say, Jared Wiggins kind of just been quiet this weekend. He's been laying back in the weeds just a little bit. Of course, some of the techno drivers taking some of the headlines like a Mayfield or a Van Dalen. But you best believe Jared Wiggins, he works as hard as anybody. He's going to be in this game the entire way. With 7 down, 3 to go, he has risen to the lead, but only by a tenth of a second. You can see Wiggins had a, let's see, where was his pit lap? I don't think he's pitted yet at this point. So right now it's Jared, Phelong, Caden, Jimmy, and Spencer. We'll have to see if possibly anybody's trying the long strategy. But at this point, we're going to find out at this 7:20 down, 2:40 to go. If they're going to pit, they're going to pit pretty soon, because I don't think you want to stretch it much longer than that, because start getting that lean hang a little bit, and you can sometimes hang the throttle open in midair.
Yeah, not only that, stretching out the pit stop, you really risk a flame out if you go upside down and have a major mistake. You know, if you don't have a lot of fuel in that tank and you're upside down, that could cause some disasters. Let's see, Wiggins, unless he came in really early, we can see the last 8 or 9 laps he's done. But yeah, we can't see one as far as on the race screen.
Correct, and a 36.9 outlet from Phelong. That is blazing fast. That has got to be an under 4-second pit stop. And you got to think, too, his pace of 32.2 fastest lap, so that does put him right around in that 4-second range. So it's Fee, Jared, Spencer, Caden, and Jimmy Fishback, the current top 5. Jermaine Robinson in the 6th spot. Austin Blair just put up the fastest lap of the race. Wow. Unbelievable stuff from Austin Blair. 32.1, followed by Setzer in the 8th spot. Cavallari, Horn, Oliveris, and Aiden Horn. Your full running order here at the 8:30 mark. 1 to go. You're following our leader, Mr. Phelong Nguyen, continuing to impress everybody this weekend. He's got his fair share of big TQs, big wins, but yet still to win his first World National title. You got to think, if anybody's going to do it this weekend, he has a chance to change that this weekend, Sean. He missed out on E-Buggy on a tiebreaker with Dakota Fenn.
Yeah, look at Arredondo still sitting top 9 for the round here with the final heat to go. Oh, Fee not able to do the triple right there, so he's going to have to double, single, singer. Let's see, he's on a 19:10:25, so still looking locked in for a 19-lapper right here, but that's going to cost him. And when you're racing in the B sort, that little mistake right there, you can go from first to third quickly.
For sure. Still watching Wiggins here in that 2nd spot, 2 seconds back. Again, we can only see back a few laps, but at this point, unless Wiggins pitted early, he is trying to stretch it, so we'll keep an eye on it. But at this point, Phelong, Jared, Spencer, Caden, and Jimmy, the top 5. Right now it's Kyosho, Techno, Mugen, S-Works, and Techno. Followed by Setzer in the Sparkle car, Blair in the Kyosho car. I did stop by his pits earlier to see what he's got. Followed by Cavallari, Robinson, Travis Horn, and Aiden Horn with an E, followed by Julian Oliveris. So once again, trying to throw us these curveballs here phonetically, but Phelong to win, doing what he's got to do. 15 seconds left to go. He's going to try and get this one plus 1 more, and he's going to try and go 19 at 10:25 for the current provisional TQ. Wiggins still just 2.6 seconds back, and again, going to keep our eyes on that orange and blue Techno of Wiggins, still currently holding 2nd place qualifier as the clock has expired. You can see that we have Phelong to win, sitting back here over that valley jump. Nicely done right here. One more time at the start-finish line to come get his white flag lap. He is on a 19 at 10:24. See if he can finish up nice and strong. Should have no worries about fuel here, because he already pitted early on. So watching Phelong getting it done. You can see down the back straight there's Heckert, Robinson, all in a line there along with Cavallari. Setzer, Blair, Horn, and Oliveris already finished, but here comes your winner if he can get it done. Again, can't call it done until he crosses, but Spencer going to steal 2nd from Wiggins there on the last lap, 32.8 to a 34 flat, and here he comes. It all holds out. Phelong to win, going to set a new TQ, 19 at 10:24.9. Nicely done for Little Bump, followed by Spencer Hecker putting it up solidly in 2nd, 19 at 10:28. Jared Wiggins at a 10:29. Here comes Caden Fuller. Well, I'm waiting for Caden. I don't see Caden Fuller, so tough break there for Fuller. He looks like he's going to have a problem on the last lap. That's going to drop him down a spot. So put Fish up to the 4th spot. Fishbag with a nice run, followed by Lee Setzer will go 6th at an 18:10:01. Robinson 04, Cavallari 04, Blair 05, Horn 08, Aiden Horn 10-12, and Julian Alvarez 18 at 10-12. That is all 12 drivers, Sean, within a half a lap of each other. Pretty awesome stuff.
Yeah, it looks like top 5 going to go 19 lappers right there. And a good solid run. Fee really needed that. If you look back to round 1 and round 2, the TQs were a 10-21 and a 10-20. So a 10-24, solid run. That's going to be close to a top 5 run here in round 3.
By the way, confirmed, Jared Wiggins went 10 minutes.
Okay, there it is. It's official.
So Wiggins is the 5th driver to have gone 10 minutes on a tank. His consistency last round, 98.84% over a 10-minute run. It is just disgusting how good these pro drivers are. They make it look so easy on this racetrack. There are so many little ruts and bumps and holes out here, folks. On top of the track being so broad here, it's so deep and such a long racetrack. When you can go 99% consistency in Nitro Buggy over 10 minutes, that is just astounding.
There's no doubt about it. So 10-minute club party of 5. Your table is ready. That's our 5th driver here to go 10 in qualifying. We still got the A group to go here in round 3, and then the final round coming up here shortly. Going to be about a 15-20 minute break after this. Let's see, do some math here on what time it is. Yeah, it's about 3:45 right now. So, yeah, it should be about a 15 or 20 minute break after this.
About a 4:30 tentative start for round number 4, 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. Again, folks, we have to make sure we continue to mention time zones because we're here in Chico, California, but we have watchers not just all over the country, but all over the world here watching on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. So, once again, folks, make sure you're aware of the time zone. We are here in Pacific time here in Chico, California, but if you are on a different time zone, make sure you adjust accordingly in regards to Pacific time. All of our times up here on the screen are, of course, in local time, the Pacific time. Right now we've got Seth Van Dalen, your current top seed, after he was able to steal TQ away from Fenn. You can see the hounds have been released for our final heat of round number 3 of 1/8 Nitro Buggy. Van Dalen and Fenn each have a TQ apiece, so they would certainly love to go up 2 rounds to 1. Telling you what, I think this might be a 3 for 3 here, Sean. We're going to see another 3rd separate TQ.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. Check out who's in the Facebook chat right now. Katie Wiggins.
Katie Wiggins says, "Let's go, honey." I love that. Katie, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you tuning in. I'm sure you're missing it out there. Staying at home, making sure the home front's taken care of. We certainly miss seeing you here, but I'm sure are happy for you. We share your excitement in Jared Wiggins' awesome run that time. So we certainly could not agree more.
Well done on the "Let's Go, honey."
You like that? I had to give it a little bit.
Yeah,
of a
you got
play,
into that. I like it.
Oh my goodness, it's so cool to see Katie and her progression through RC racing too. Lest we forget, she's taken some big wins in the E-Truggy division, and they do a lot of the Hobbytown races out there in the wintertime. Out there at the Hobbytown racetracks in the Midwest, and she has taken her fair share of wins. She's not just a pit girl. She is a race car driver in her own right, too. So, Katie, thanks for tuning in. Glad to see you that you're able to come on in here and watch. You want to try submitting a pick here?
Can I go with no?
You can bow out, but I'd like to hear who you're watching here. Obviously, the 2 incumbents, Van Dalen and Fenn, are going to be tough to beat here, but I got a feeling we're going to see a 3rd TQ. I know who I'm going to go with, but I want to see if you're going to stick with one of the previous TQs or if you got somebody else in mind.
I thought Mason Fuller looked pretty good in round number 2. He's going to have a chance at this here. And Chase Lemieux going that 10 right here. And you can never count out Ryan Mayfield. Let's go with Ryan Mayfield here in round 3.
That's fair. I don't think you can ever count out a 33-time World National Champion. For myself, I think that it's going to be Chase Lemieux's day here. I think
that's a solid pick.
I think he is very, very smart when it comes to preserving his stuff. I think he's got a lot of good genes on that side with Paul Lemieux. Paul Lemieux, a modified touring car racer from way back, and with modified, you got to conserve your stuff because you're killing batteries after a full run. And when you're coming down to fuel mileage here, I think Chase is going to get this thing done, and I think that as the track develops some more of these characteristics, I think that Chase's smooth driving style here in Nitro is going to pay off.
All right, we are officially on the clock here. These guys will give them a second to get things situated. We are following along with your round 1 top qualifier right now.
The Phenom.
Yeah. Got that X-Ray rocking on the Matrix tires.
doesn't matter if he's 29 years old. He's still the phenom. He's been pro racing for over half his life, and he still hasn't reached age 30 yet. That's pretty impressive.
All right, who gave him that nickname?
I don't know. That's going to be a good one. I think I have an idea, but I want you to give me the correct answer.
Yeah, Jimmy Babcock.
I had a feeling it was Jimmy.
Yep.
I just wanted to be sure so I didn't mess up on live stream.
Look who's leading us around here on lap 1, the wild card, Camden Lime with Mason Fuller. Only a look at that, 100th of a second back in the 2 spot. Rose 3, Van Dalen, Rivkin, Mayfield, Fenn, Wilson, Drake, Contreras Jr., Bata, and Lemieux. I had to get that in quick because they're only on lap number 2 right now, and the order's going to shuffle around.
You better believe that's going to change too. And with the S-Works team, it's no secret that these pro teams, it's a business. Sometimes you have more drivers than not, and right now the S-Works team down a couple in terms of pro driver support. But when you got them running 1 and 2 right here, I guess that's all you need, right? Right now, Camden and Mason doing a great job for the S-Works team. Seth Van Dalen carrying the flag for Techno at present. Fend is running in the 4th spot, followed by Rose, Mayfield, Rivkin. Van Dalen drops to 7th, so put Rivkin up to the 6th spot. Frankie Contreras. Now Van Dalen drops to 8th. Drake, Wilson, Bata, and Lemieux. So Chase starting off with 33.6, 33.1, and 32.7. You wonder if Chase, he doesn't want to just take the whole top off that tank. You wonder if he takes it easy first couple laps. I think Chase will rise back up through the field here in this latter half of the race.
Are you seeing this? The entire field separated by 2.5 seconds.
On a 2,000 square foot track, that's just impressive. I mean, it's not supposed to be this close. Now, when you're racing a carpet oval or a dirt oval where the lap times are 3 or 4 seconds, okay, now that makes sense. But when you're on a track this broad, you're not supposed to have times this close together. When you have 12 of the best drivers in the United States going after it, you're going to have that. And Camden Lime currently doing the job right here. Check out these lap spreads. 32.3, 32 flat, 32.5, 32.5, leading Fenn by 0.6. But your leader is on his lid in that dot section. That corner doesn't look like too much, Sean, but that is one of the hardest sections on this racetrack.
Yeah, it looks pretty innocent if you're watching online, but you go out there and take a walk, and I'll tell you what, those man-made pitcher's mounds out there, they're creating a little bit of havoc out there and just upsetting the car right there, and that may be the incident right there.
Absolutely. I don't think anything will beat the old school pitcher's mound from Thornhill in 2014 at that Roar Nats. One of the best Roar Nats layouts you'll ever see. That was before Thornhill put the roof on it, and conveniently enough, the host location of the FMAR Worlds later this year, right next month, September 26th to October 3rd.
All right, Fuller to the point. Fenn a half second back, and then Contreras Jr. 7/10 back from the race lead here. We got less than a second between Fuller, Fenn, Contreras Jr., and Van Dalen. Another 2/10 back to Rivkin. So 1.1 between my top 5 right here. And who's got the hot lap of the race? The runner-up, world champion from 2025 in Australia in the 2-wheel drive portion, Davey Bata.
31.97, the only driver to go under that 32-second bracket thus far, but it is awfully close. 32.1 for both Fuller and Fenn. And going back to Frankie Contreras Jr. here, Sean, obviously all the California guys and girls know about this kid. He's been so fast for so many years now. Speaking of that, just wanted to mention we have a pit stop here. Looks like Fuller is in for fuel here at the 4:30 mark, so no 10 minutes for him. But with Frankie Contreras Jr., how many times do we see at a Roar National somebody has their breakout race here? You think about Jonah Wilson when we were last year in 2023 winning the Junior Buggy Championship. He really kind of told me before the interview started that that was kind of the race that did it all for him. That was the race that got him that recognition, and now has got him on the fast track now to running 8th here in this qualifier. So this very well could be Frankie Contreras' breakout race, if you will.
And from my understanding, they are going to have a junior race out here tomorrow.
Fantastic. Glad to hear that. I believe the provisions they put in were 15 and under for the junior division. And
perfect.
Of course, that's very befitting, and I'm not sure if Long still qualifies for that. I'm not sure of his age right now. We'll, of course, get confirmation once that junior buggy seating is put up. But right now, Seth Van Dalen doing what he's got to do by 0.4 of a second. How big would it be for Seth to take 2 TQs out of 3 rounds? I think that 4th round then really just becomes a second place at worst, but not anymore, folks. You can't think about that much anymore. We're not doing Nitro Truggy. We're doing Nitro Buggy. These guys are going for the overall TQ. Really, 2nd through 25th doesn't matter at that point. You're still running a semi.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, that would be huge to come out firing in round 2 and 3 and get that TQ. And that would really put the pressure on Fenn, because he would really be the only one that would steal it away from him. Because if Fenn were to win round 4 or TQ round 4, then they go to a tiebreaker right now. So this is really putting pressure on the rest of the field. If they want to stop that train of SVD, they better get it going quick.
Absolutely.
And Rip can only, well, he's down. Looks like Van Dalen with a 33.9 going to drop to third right here. It's going to be Van Dalen, Contreras Jr., Ripken, and Fuller separated by 4.4 right here. So it really looks like it's coming down to these top 4 right here, as they're only separated by about a second and a half here. 6:30 down, 3:30 to go. Some of these guys going to be cycling through their pits, and some will not.
Well, Sean, I know that a lot of these drivers have to have nightmares about that orange and blue car. He's like the boogeyman, because guess who's leading right now? Dakota Fenn by 1.1 seconds goes back to the top of the board. Van Dalen 2, Rivkin 3, Drake Fuller your top 5. Then it's Lemieux, Contreras, Rose, Mayfield, and Wilson. And there is Dakota Fenn working his way through this little center crossover before that infamous dot corner. See, he keeps a nice tight line, goes over the big quad, goes triple single. I mean, this guy is just inevitable at this point. 46th career Roar National title in e-buggy this past weekend here at the Roar Nationals, taking it away from Feelong to win. Again, we thought Feelong had that thing going away. Looked like Fenn was done. We were writing him off, saying, well, we'll get him back at Nitro Buggy, and he steals it in AMA number 3. He's got to be your betting favorite here in Nitro Buggy as we go into later rounds.
No doubt about it. 2:45 to go. Van Dalen and Fenn, man, they are our first 2 TQs from round 1 and 2, and they are just dicing it up here. They got about a 4.5 second lead on the rest of the field, so looks like it's going to come down to these 2 here in the last 2:30. And I'm assuming they're both going 10, because they did in rounds 1 and 2. No, not Seth, but Seth did it in round 2 and TQ'd, so we're going to be on 10-minute watch here with 2:15 to go on the master clock.
Right now, Fenn and Van Dalen separated by 0.4 of a second. This is the mano-a-mano race. And, again, I think we should see more from Mayfield as the weekend goes, but he's down there in the 11th spot. So really kind of is becoming that 2-horse race with Fuller, Rivkin, and Contreras not too far back. But at this point, Dakota and Seth have asserted themselves as the top 2 drivers. Fenn, Van Dalen, Fuller, Rivkin, Drake, the new top 5. Check out Adam Drake going into the top 5 right here at a 19 at 10.26. Frankie Contreras, 10.26. Lemieux, 27. Rose, 28. Wilson, 29. Everybody less Davey Bada is on a 19-lap pace here. Top 2, now top 3 are clear of Feelong's previous pace. So Fee looking like he's going to get that top 5 run like we talked about before the round started.
Man, how about Drake top 4 right now? So that would be a 15, an 8, and a 5 if it were to end right now. Feelong from the B sort look like they're going to go top 4 here if he could hang on to this here. So a good solid run in the works here. We got 8:50 down, 1:10 to go on the master clock, and looks like Van Dalen with a 36.8. That's going to hurt right there, and that's going to give Dakota Fenn a 5.5 second lead now on the field. Looks like he's pretty much got this thing wrapped up with just under 60 seconds to go. Van Dalen 2, Fuller, Rivkin, Lemieux, Drake, Contreras Jr., Rose, Wilson, Mayfield, and Lime. Those guys separated by just 6 seconds right here. So big points on the line here in round 3 at your 2026 Roar 1/8 scale Off-Road Nationals. 30 seconds to go. Thirty seconds to go here. 5-second lead now for Fenn as we're watching him working through that right side of the track, up the big hill and down the staircase, through that ski jump. Nice and tight, beautiful line there. Right there on that little double as you come just after the loop. It's got a little divot in there, so these guys are going to have to choose left or right. Working their way through the slap double. Into that big off-camber section. Into the carousel goes your race leader, Dakota Fenn, with that X-ray. Going to short it. Oh, no, this is going to be horrible right here. And, man, that was fancy. He was able to get that thing. If he had to get Marshall, that might have just thrown it away right here. And that looked like about a 3-second mistake right here. Let's see, how bad is it going to be? He had a 5-second lead. I believe he'll still hang on to it. Yeah, it still goes 19, 10, 20 right here. He is done. Van Dalen would need just the lap of his life, and it's still going to be good, 32-6. So Dakota Fenn, your round 3 top qualifier right there, and we're doing a little do-si-do on a Saturday afternoon. Fenn, round 2 Van Dalen, round 3 back to Fenn. Waiting on a couple more here. Van Dalen on that 10:23, going to go second. Less than a tenth of a second in front of Mason Fuller on that 19:10:23. Rose 10:25. Rivkin top 5 on a 10:25 as well. Then it's going to be Junior, Mayfield, Wilson, Lime. We're just waiting on Drake. I'm not seeing a finish out there. Oh, it looks like he's being brought in, so he may have run out of fuel there, going for that 10-lapper in the 10 spot. Lemieux, Bata, provisionally, as we're going to get this officially here. As you can see on our A-Main Hobbies qualifying results. All right, stand by here, guys. We're going to go to our One-Up Racing interview cam here in just a second. So stand by for our TQ interview here in round 3.
What a race it's been with you and Van Dalen. Now you're up 2 rounds to 1 field goal. Like I mentioned earlier in the weekend, you're on a streak of TQ or more nationals and Nitro Buggy. You know that you're going. Tell me about that run. 10 minutes looks like it's no problem for your straight team. Tell me about that run and what you're looking to be going around in the corner.
Yeah, it was a clean run. I had a little bobble there on that triple single.
The words to work together that time.
Yeah, just trying stuff. So we can learn we're in a good position regardless if we get the overall or not. So just trying to learn and be as ready as we can for Maine.
As this track has continued to grade and evolve a little bit, is your team making any major changes, or do you really have it figured out in the e-buggy portion? Because the nice part about the way the weekends progress is you think a lot of the stuff you learn from e-buggy into Nitro Buggy. Have you made any wholesale changes, or are you just kind of making little adjustments here on out?
Just little adjustments. My car's been good. I was a little bit slower than I would have liked in the first and second qualifier. I found a little bit of speed that time, but maybe sacrificed a little bit of drivability. So let's run out that a little bit more. Tried some different tires in the last round, and like I said, regardless, we're in a good position. It's good and bad to be TQ, I guess. You have a lot less ridge. You can run both semi practices, but you don't have that time so you get semi short. So yeah, it's good and bad. But yeah, we're just gonna keep plugging away and see what happens.
Awesome, man. Thanks again for taking the time. Who else would you like to thank for continuing to put yourself in TQ?
Yeah, actually the car's been really good. Super consistent. Able to have really 3 solid runs with no mistakes. I don't think I've been marked yet today, so I'll take that. Ultimate Engine. We've kind of changed the game a little bit when it comes to mileage. And keep it rolling. So it's cool to see a bunch of other people trying it now as well, and just changing the game. So happy with that. Matrix tires, like I said, we've been messing around a little bit. We're in the bar tires and e-buggy, and then running 10 tires for the most part Nitro Buggy. I tried bar tires again that time. So yeah, just keep talking with them, plugging away, and like I said, just making small little stuff in there.
Awesome, thanks, man. Well, good luck. Go celebrate with your team. Well deserved. Dakota Fenn, round 3 TQ and 1 Nitro Buggy here at the Roar 1-8 Off-Road Nationals by J Conference.
All right, guys, that is a wrap for round 3 Nitro Buggy qualifying. We've got about a 26.5-minute break here, so thank you guys all for tuning in. Hopefully you guys stick around, and we will be back in about, we'll go soft live in probably about 25 minutes, so we'll see you guys back here in Chico, California for round 4 of the Nitro Buggy portion of your Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road National Championship.
We're standing by with Ryan Mayfield, one of the men of the weekend here so far at the Roar 1/8 Offer Nationals, brought to you by Jay Concepts. Ryan, you know it's a pretty good deal when you get 2 days into the show and you've already done a good week's worth of work. Obviously, back-to-back championships in electric and Nitro Truggy. E-Buggy wasn't quite the way you wanted it to go, but you still have the big show left here in Nitro Buggy. So wanted to get your thoughts on the weekend so far and how you feel about your chances to once again reign supreme in that hour final.
Yeah, obviously Truggy days went pretty well. Pretty easy as far as the setup on the truck. You know, at Wicked weekend a couple weeks ago, my Truggy was really good, so pretty much left it alone, just reset it at home, made my E-Buggy my E-Truggy match it, and showed up here and they worked awesome. So yeah, Mike Tree, my pit guy, was on it. We just kind of kept those things running, and they ran flawless the whole time. And then yeah, E-Buggy was really good too. Qualified 4th. Just, you know, with E-Buggy, that back quad was a little bit of a send it section, and you miss it one time, you know, you lose 3-4 spots, and then it just compounds from there. So yeah, the first couple of mains didn't go great, but the car was pretty damn good. I mean, A3 I got going a little better. Ended up getting second in that main. But yeah, I was like 6th overall in E-Buggy. So, but yeah, just, you know, we learned a lot in E-Buggy, so applied it to Nitro car. Obviously the track's changing some, you know, we didn't water the track. They didn't water the track for E-Buggy, so, but they are for Nitro Buggy, which I think is the right move as far as just the lifespan of the track. So, but yeah, we did, 3 seating rounds today in Nitro Buggy. The first 2 weren't great, but the last one there was pretty good. Made a few changes and, kind of got back on pace. So, looking forward to tomorrow. I think we got something for the Buggy class, and yeah, but it's a 30, you know, like you said, 30-minute semi-hour long main. So we're just going to have to like keep on top of it, get the right tire, get the right diffs, and, try our hardest out there and, minimize mistakes.
It's always good to take something away positive. Even if E-Buggy didn't go your way overall, you can still take something positive into the Nitro sectional. Hey, Ryan, obviously, elephant in the room, your 40th birthday is coming up next month. And this off-road stuff is a young man's game. You continue to stay on top. Even if your results this year have been a bit of a mixed bag, you still tighten it up come Roar Nationals time. A fun trivia fact for you, since 2015, you have the most Roar 8 scale and 4-wheel drive short course titles with 20 since 2015. How are you able to stay on top even with the age progressing when you really should be losing to Father Time? You continue to defy him.
Coors Light, I guess. I mean, I have a great support network, you know, with my companies I race for, my wife, at home, my kids, like I said, my pit guy, Mike Tree, all my companies, they have my back. They make my job a lot easier. And I mean, honestly, I just put the time in, you know. Before this event in particular, I was probably 8 or 9 days straight in the garage. I had 2 test days. I only had probably about 10 days between the last race. So, there really wasn't much time, you know, to spend with doing family activities or vacation. You know, none of that happened. So, yeah, I buckled down for this race. Like you said, it's been a couple rough events this year, which I don't like that. You know, it's a bummer for me, a bummer for my companies. And it's never because of like not working hard. It's just sometimes racing's hard, you know, and stuff doesn't go your way. So I wanted to make sure that I dotted all my T's and crossed all my I's before I came here. And so far, you know, like I said, the Truggies went well. E-Buggies went well too. Just you know, wasn't my day in E-Buggy. Congrats to Dakota. And yeah, we got a whole other class here. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm lucky. I don't know. I guess I do it enough. I you know, keep my wits about me as far as having the radio in my hand, driving. I still race 10 scale, you know, so I try to just, I don't know. There is no answer. You know what I mean? I don't know when the 40-year-old, you know, curse is going to hit. Hopefully never. You know, and I think a lot of it is I still love this. You know, it's my passion. It's extremely frustrating at times, obviously, but for the most part, I'm always having fun and trying to find the you know, fun part of the day, even if it was a bad day. So, but yeah, we just work hard and keep racing.
I like your mindset. Keep riding the wave. Don't worry about the age. It's just a number anyway. Well, hey, Ryan, you've won about everything there is to win here in RC Racing. But I asked a couple people earlier, how special is it to get that hour-long Nitro Buggy final? You've done it so many times in your career. What does it mean to you to win a Roar National Championship? How special is that on your hierarchy?
I think winning any of these longer mains is extremely special. I mean, obviously the Roar Nationals is a little more because it's a national title, you know, and at the end of your career, you know, that's what people look at. You know, they go, oh, X amount of worlds, X amount of nationals, whatever. So it's nice to put that feather in your hat. And, you know, all these guys are bringing the best thing they got to the Roar Nats. So you gotta be on it. You know, your stuff's gotta be right. Your tires gotta be right. Your engine package. I mean, you know, like me, I'm swapping engines right now just to make sure I got another engine just in case. And, so once you finish that main and you did win, it's just a relief because you know that you did the work. You know what I mean? You put the time in, you did the work, and you just proved it to the world, the country, whatever, that, you came there with your ducks in a row and it went well. So, it doesn't get any easier. That's for damn sure. It's not easy for anybody. We're probably going to be running this main in the heat of the day, which is going to be another tricky situation. The 45-minute truck main went smooth. Just got to go 15 more minutes. So
that's a fantastic perspective from somebody that's been there, done that. Well, hey, Ryan, a lot of great people and companies help you get to this point and stay at the top. Name them all for me. Who would you like to thank?
Name them all. That's going to be tough. Techno, RC, obviously, J Concepts, Coyote, ProTech, A-Main, Mist and VP Fuels, Fly Sky Radios, Stick It One. What else? Sure, Adam Drake takes care of my engines, so thanks to him. And then mainly just thanks to a couple key guys like Daniel Lewis and Matt Walter at Techno. They're very supportive, and they, trust us to come here and do our job. And if things go well, it's cool. If they don't, then let's just reconvene and talk and see what we need to work on. Same with Jason Rona with J Concepts. He just gives us what we need. Let us do our thing. If it goes well, great. If it doesn't, we'll reconvene and we'll do it again. So, and that's the same with everybody. I think that's why I like doing it. Is there's not a lot of pressure from my companies. They know I'm good at my job. I'm going to put 100% effort in at all times, and they trust me to do it. And they leave me alone, and we either win together or we lose together. But we're always having a good time.
Win as a team, lose as a team. Thanks for your time, Ryan. Good luck this weekend. And Ryan Mayfield looking to add to his national title total. Already has 2 this weekend. Has a chance for one more Nitro Buggy. Make sure you watch the action on Live RC. All right, we're here with Dakota Fenn here at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. One of the men of the hour on this weekend so far, Dakota. You just won your 46th career Roar National title with a fantastic come-from-behind drive in e-buggy. We were writing you off. Everybody was writing you off after struggling a little bit in qualifying, a bad run in A1, and somehow, once again, you pulled victory from the jaws of defeat. How were you able to do it, and who all would you like to thank for that effort?
Yeah, like you said, it's been kind of a rough weekend, honestly. Truck didn't really go well at all in E-Truggy or Nitro Truggy. Pretty obviously not super happy with that, but we worked hard, and, we did what we could do. So came into e-buggy. I felt good in qualifying, just kind of missed out on a couple of TQs there by a few tenths here and there, and it added up where I started third on the grid. I kind of felt like I was just kind of dumb stuff, bad crashes at bad times of the race, and it is what it is. I had a good A1 going. I was battling there and kind of had some unfortunate luck. Ended up off the track, and yeah, you never want to start in the hole with having your drop right away, but we were able to salvage the A2 there, and then A3. I knew I was feeling good. The car was feeling good. Everything was working really good. I knew I just kind of needed to wait for the opening, get by him quick, and then sprint and go as fast as I could. So fortunately, he was kind of reading the lap times off, so I had a pretty good idea of where we were at. I think I kind of knew pace-wise we were going to be good if it came down to that tiebreaker. But Ryan was going really good as well, so I had to stay clean there. I almost gave away there on the last lap. I went to try to play it safe and go wide around that dot and kind of have an extra tenth of a second to line up for that tabletop and quad, and obviously that was the wrong move. So happy to get it done, and like I said, pumped on with how this weekend's been going. They're able to pull off the national title.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, and we were actually mentioning on the broadcast, this track layout and A-Main here specifically, it seems like when you try to back it down and run that 85, 90%, it comes out and tries to bite you. So glad you're able to hold on to that. That was obviously a tense moment for all of us in the announcer's booth, too. So glad you're able to pull that off. Wanted to obviously talk about last year. You were dominant at Thornhill Racing Circuit, winning 3 out of the 4 divisions, including Nitro Buggy. So 2 questions. I'll make it a 2-part question. How do you feel about your chances to repeat again as Nitro Buggy champion? And also, the question you knew was going to come up, the coveted, elusive IFMAR World Championship happening again at Thornhill. How do you feel about your chances to finally get that first World Championship?
Yeah, for sure. As far as the Nitro Buggy Nationals go, I feel good. We've had some solid seeding rounds. Been right there towards, I think, in the top 3, all 3 of the rounds so far today. I feel really comfortable. We've been trying different tires and compounds and stuff, kind of messing around with that on the matrix side of things. Especially with these different track conditions. We haven't really experienced this with Buggy. We haven't a wet track. So, yeah, I've been messing around with that. The car feels really solid. Probably make a couple tweaks tomorrow and see where I end up. But I feel like I have a good main car already. I feel really comfortable and solid out there. So, yeah, like I said, we'll make some changes for the seating for tomorrow in the morning and go from there. As far as the Worlds go, I mean, yeah, for sure we had a good Nationals there. I didn't have the best warm-up this year there for Worlds, but I think we made some progress afterwards. We're making progress last few races, and yeah, that's one I want to check off the list, obviously. So.
Probably the one thing that's left on your resume for sure. Well, of course, we wish you good luck with that. Wanted to talk about Matrix Tires. That was a perfect segue. That was a largely unknown brand to a lot of us here in the United States before you announced your partnership with them. What's it been like trying to engineer new compounds and R&D and just get that company up to U.S. spec? I know you're taking on more of a significant role trying to pioneer that industry just a little bit. So how has that been? And for racers that are looking to get into Matrix Tires, how can they learn more?
Yeah, it's been really awesome, honestly. Was obviously, I don't want to say a big leap. I talked with Christian, the owner, and, I had belief in him and his product and stuff. We did some testing and everything went well in the States, and they've been really awesome to work with. So it's been cool to take on a little bit more of a role than just driving, being able to help them grow in the U.S. here. It's a big step for them, big step for me. And, yeah, it's been great. So they opened up a warehouse now in Florida. So Matrix Tires America, they have a bunch of stuff in stock, 8 scale, 10 scale, all the Lexan line as well. So, yeah, we're working on growing the brand and excited to have more people trying the stuff.
Absolutely. Well, awesome, man. That's great to hear that there's a lot more presence in the United States. That's obviously the one big hurdle to get over is distribution. So that's one big thing checked off the list for you. Obviously, a lot of great people that help you get to this point. Companies, family, everybody that helps you with this deal. Who all would you like to thank for putting yourself in this position, already winning a title, but have your chance to get another one this weekend?
Yeah, obviously X-Ray and Arts America. The cars have been really good. Like I've said before, we've made good progress the last few races or so on the buggy side of things, and feeling confident on there. Matrix Tires, like I said, they've been really good, 10 scale, 8 scale side of things, and just going to keep plugging away and making progress. So that's been awesome. K8 Electronics, it was cool to be able to get them another national title. I know they got the Truggy as well, so cool there. They've been pretty dominant these last few races in the national, so that's cool to see. Nitro Pro Servos. Really, everyone else follows sport. Dylan came out to help me this weekend. He's been working really hard. Chiggy for all the help and setup side of things as well. And then just my family back home, Pro Sport.
I'm sure that Chloe and Dax were very happy to see that championship. Wishing you luck in Nitro Buggy here this weekend. Dakota Fenn has already won another championship to make it 46. He'll look to add to that legendary total here this weekend. Make sure you watch it on Live RC. We're here with Spencer Hecker at the Roar 20th Off-Road Nationals presented by J Concepts. Spencer Hecker, this was a pretty interesting week for you. Pretty sudden departure from Techno RC, and you got yourself some brand new Mugen rides this weekend. Just wanted to talk about how your weekend's gone so far. You have really been fighting from behind, but obviously all 3A mains so far with Nitro Buggy still to come. So how you feel about it?
Yeah, obviously I was with Techno for a long time, and we had some good times together, but it was pretty mutual that it was time to part ways between both of us. So big thanks to Adam Drake for helping me out a lot and getting my Mugen rides together and getting a program together, and big thanks to my grandpa for help funding the bill. So it's been good so far. We've been really on pace, and cars have been amazing to drive. They're super easy to drive. They're just really simple, so it's been really good. It's been pretty easy so far, honestly, and it's been a fun weekend.
Well, it certainly helps when Grandpa helps foot the bill. You know, this is not a cheap hobby, but that was the thing that I wanted to mention to you is you're not yet on a Mugen deal, and you're wondering what the next direction is for you and your dad, who you've never been shy about thanking him for all of his help and all your sponsors. What's the next direction for you, and do you feel like you can make that your first Roar National Championship this weekend? How do you feel about your chances?
Yeah, obviously thanks to my dad as well. Like he's always helped me so much, and it's a family deal. So it's been really good, and I think we got a shot. I mean, this my Nitro Buggy has been the best one yet. So I'm looking forward to it, and I think we have a chance to fight for the win here. So I'm excited.
That sounds good, man. Obviously, there's a lot more supporters than just Mugen out there. Who all would you like to thank for getting you in this position this weekend?
Obviously, Promotion, Tyler Brown. He helped me get here. He gave me a ride here, so thanks to them. Promotion, ProTech RC, VP Race Fuels, Team Coyote, anybody that helps me out. Huge thanks to all the people that helped me out, and big thanks to Grandpa for helping me get new rides. So thanks.
Hey, thanks for your time, Spencer. RC Silly Season starting early here, but Spencer Eckert doing great with his new Mugen rides so far. Look for him to compete for his first Roar National Championship here this weekend at Nitro Buggy. Here with Mason Fuller at the Roar 1/8 Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts, S-Works Factory team driver. Mason, it's been a good weekend for you so far, competitive in all three divisions, and Nitro Buggy appears to be making gains. So you're no stranger to big race wins. You've had your fair share of the big race time and dirt racing wins, of course, sweeping Silver State 2 years ago. You're still yet to win that first Roar National title. I know that's the one that you want, especially here in Nitro Buggy. How do you feel about your chances with your S-Works ride?
I mean, the track's way different now. E-Buggy, I was feeling really good this morning, but now they're watering, so we're in a whole different track. So I kind of had a few rough practice runs right now, but, I mean, we'll make some more changes for the next round and hopefully be better.
I'll tell you what, man, I've been watching your videos out at the RC compound. I just wanted to get your thoughts on what it means to have a track right there in your backyard to test and do R&D with, because I know it's so hard to get out to racetracks sometimes when you're all the way in Iowa like that. How beneficial has the RC compound been to you and your brother's program?
Yeah, I mean, it's super helpful. I mean, it's a lot of work, too, because we kind of run it with a couple other guys, but we're super grateful for the people we have around us to allow us to be able to have that. It's helped out a lot, so, yeah.
That's pretty awesome, man. Well, you know, family ties have been such a big deal in RC racing. We always go back to it every time on the broadcast. How special is it to you to still be able to go race big races with your dad, Mike, of course, your brother, Caden, who is pushing you for all your worth these days? He's gotten pretty fast these days, but how special is it to do this as a whole family affair?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super grateful for my dad. He puts in so much work with our track, with our cars. He's gluing up tires for us every single run. And then, yeah, Caden, too, he was really good in that E-Buggy round. He got 5th overall, and I got 4th, so he was pushing me in that, so that was cool to see.
Hey, big brother still got the one-up on you. We'll stay, obviously a lot of great companies help you get to this point to give you a chance at your first World Championship. Who all would you like to thank?
S-Works, Beach RC, J Concepts, Reds, Nitro Pro, Exalt, Bipolar Designs, and, everyone else.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for your time, Mason. Mason Fuller going for his first Roar National Championship this weekend at Nitro Buggy. Make sure you tune into Live RC for all the action.
Hey guys, Sean here with Live RC, and we are at the 2026 1/8 scale Off-Road Nationals, the official track walk. So let's get things going here. Yeah, to start things off, nice little innocent double to get things going here after we cross the loop. And we are jumping into the not so innocent ski jump right here. Now, on camera, you're just probably thinking, oh, it's just a little ski jump. But these guys launching all the way into the face of this double right here. So making this little section right here a bit more technical than it might look on camera if you guys are following along with all the Live RC racing action. Come up over this about 10-foot double here, nothing too serious. We get our first 180 bull turn right here. In the electric classes, they've been over here by the concrete in the pipe. In the nitro classes, they got to spool up that engine. They got to get that clutch engaged. And this is a bit of a step up right here. And this is it's about a 15-foot jump. So you'll actually see these guys kind of working into the berm and making sure they can get all the way over this big step up right here. Coming up into our second bull turn, nice little 180. Nothing real spectacular going on right here. You're just trying to carry all your corner speed and line up for a bit of a slap double right here. You'll see some of the guys, they just seem to be landing up on top. They're not really jumping all the way in there. And especially if you're hard on the binders as you're casing that jump, that can cause some issues for you and you can roll it over. So these guys are going to be hanging it nice and tight. Our third 180 right here. As you guys can see, it kind of has a nice little feature here, some concrete. In case you kiss the pipe right there, it just kind of doesn't upset the car too much. Working our way into the center section of the track. And this is what you will not see on camera. Check out the camber right here. We got ourselves quite the mound right here. So it looks pretty innocent, but with this big face right here, kind of sloping away from the driver's stand, it leaves the window open for some mistakes as the front of the wheels are kind of popping off here a little bit into this big, huge sweeping carousel section. And if you guys notice, they got some metal pitcher's mounds out here. So I'm not sure exactly what's holding these in the ground. They might just be sitting there. I'm going to leave it alone. But you can see these little dots out here. They just kind of upset the car here a little bit and just make it a little more challenging for the drivers. This is the Nationals after all. So they don't seem to be too much of an issue, but if you really start sliding that car in there, it can create a bit of an issue for you. And we are coming up into the make or break section of this layout. Got a pretty simple little tabletop right here. And we are jumping right into the 4-pack. So you got a couple different options right here. You can do probably the easiest, the double-double through here. You can triple-single, or you can do quad nasty through this section. Now, the e-buggies and the e-truggies, they were really sending it through this section, airing it out for the quad. You're not going to see that so much for the rest of the weekend here in the Nitro buggy portion. I was out here watching them in their first free practice out there, and to be honest, they were struggling to get over the tripler right there. Got a couple bumps on the face of the lip, and that's scrubbing some of the speed from you. And check out this feature right here. It's about 5 feet tall, and it is steep right here. So you won't see me walking up that right there, but you'll be able to see Lucas gonna catch it on camera for you guys. That thing is steep. So just a real big single, and you are setting up for the highest speed section of the track. Bit of a Talladega turn, if you will. And if you notice, before we get too much into that section, yeah, Lucas really getting a good view of that as it is sloping towards the driver's stand. And it's kind of cool. They're working from the inside. You'll see them kind of just touch the wheels up there on the top pipe and work their way back down. Now, me right now, I'm standing in the middle of the starting grid. So something kind of unique out here to the Roar Nationals is usually you have a straightaway in the front or the back of the track, and that's where you do it. So you can see the way Anthony with Factory Tracks has designed this layout. We're actually in the middle of the starting grid. So race line over here, starting grid over here, and you can see the numbers on all the way down. And
all right, guys, got 15 minutes.
Kind of a unique little setup they got going on here, but I like it. So they picked a big old hole out of this earlier, but they're carrying their speed. Those Nitro engines revving at 35,000 RPM, and there's just a couple little bumps right here that upset the car over here. And you're really trying to downside this section right here and carry your speed, but you got to watch out for those bumps. About 2/3 of the way through the track, very high speed section right here. So the quad has been probably the most difficult section, but carrying all this speed, you throw in some bumps and a big old single, and you know, this section right here has proved to be pretty difficult so far this weekend. You can either make or break your race. Coming into a nice little tight 180, and you're setting up into another rather large double right here. About another 10 or 12 feet. And you are setting up into probably the biggest obstacle out here this weekend. Once again, it doesn't do it justice seeing it on camera. Go ahead and go walk up to the face of this. This thing's about 7 or 8 feet tall, maybe. And it's a monster right here. So these guys landing this double and really setting it up. And the pipes ran kind of up into that, not quite 180, but close enough. So you really got to set up a little bit wide. There is a bit of a downside right here, and you just really want to money that section. Carry your speed into the little bit of a staircase. Through this big sweeper here, we're going to finish off the lap into another bit of a ski jump right here and right in front of staging, and make one final turn onto the front side straightaway. So thanks guys for tuning in, and that is our official 2026 Roar 1A Scale Off-Road National Track Walk.
All right, folks, welcome to coverage here of the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Just wanted to run down our schedule once again. We are going into the final round of Saturday Nitro Buggy qualifying here in just moments, and tomorrow is the big one. We bring it all the way up to a crescendo with our 4th and final national champion to be crowned and our 8-scale Nitro Buggy finals, including the hour-long final. And Sean Miller, this is going to be an absolute treat. We've seen really a 2-horse race so far today. Dakota Fenn 2 rounds, Seth Van Dalen 1 round. All comes down to the deciding round number 4. How excited are you to get this one underway?
Well, I'm pretty dang fired up right here. If anybody wants to stop the Dakota Fenn train, it's coming down to Seth Van Dalen. He's the only other one with a TQ, and with 2 under the belt for the Phenom, it's going to come down to the wire here, just how we like it here in round number 4.
It certainly will. Just one thing to keep in mind, Sean, is of course, it does go down to tiebreakers if those two tie on points. Right now, Again, we still have to run round number 4. But Seth Van Dalen has a 0.3 of a second faster pace on his single fastest run, 19:10:20.566 to Fenn's most recent run, 19:10:20.812. So right now, Seth Van Dalen is the only driver left that can stop the Phenom, continuing his streak of TQing the Road Nationals and Nitro Buggy.
Yep, as Seth Van Dalen TQs round 4, he will be your top qualifier. So we got a little bloodbath brewing right here. Just to give you guys a little rundown, the TQ will go straight to the A main event, and then we'll have 12 cars go to the semi in each odd and even. 12 cars go to the quarters, odd and even as well. So that makes an official top 25 would go right on into the semis. Of course, the TQ going right on. Seth Van Dalen sitting second right now. Mason Ford third. Brandon Rose 4. Mayfield 5. Fee-Long wins 6. Rivkin 7. Contreras Jr. 8. Camden Lime sitting in the 9. And Wilson rounding out my top 10 here. Bata sitting 11. Lemieux 12th after 3 rounds. Heckert in the 13. Drake 14. Caden Fuller 15. Wiggin 15. 16 that is. Setzer 17. Fishback 18. Robinson 19. Austin Blair sitting right now looking to go to the semis in the 20 spot. Travis Horn in the 21. Cavallari 22. Julian Oliveras 23. Aiden Horn 24. And Ryan Lutz 25. Carlos Arredondo would be the odd man out right here, and he would have to go and get it done through the bump up in the quarters.
For sure, Sean. We're on bubble watch here for sure. I'm
Yes,
gonna be looking at the main spread of drivers. I think Cavallari's in decent shape in 22nd with 39 points. But you start thinking about Julian Oliveras in 23rd with 43. Aiden Horn's got 44 points. Lutz has 46 points. Arredondo has 50 points, 48 points. Donato Tradardi has 50 points. Mechanic has 51. Those drivers in that range have a chance to either make or break their weekends here going directly into the semis. I bet you if you ask any of those drivers in that position, they would all love to go directly to the semifinal. Not have to worry about that quarterfinal transfer race to get straight to the semi, give themselves a chance at the final. As you can see here, folks, we have started off our first heat out of 6 for Nitro Buggy. Final round of qualifying here. It is make or break time, win or lose time, put up or shut up time, and you're watching here on liverc.com, Facebook, and YouTube. If you guys are enjoying the action, make sure you drop a like, make sure you share the video, make sure you drop a comment in any of our live chats to make sure that we are hearing your voices, and hopefully you're able to voice your support. So thanks, folks, everybody, for, again, sticking around with us here. Really appreciate it. And Sean Miller, I think that we're going to have a good race here this time. Of course, we want to just continue to reiterate that even though this is Heat 1 out of 6, there are still some great drivers here in this mix. When you go to a Road National like this, you're going to see some drivers that are local hot shoes that find themselves down in a lower race than what they might be accustomed to.
Yeah, and that's okay. You know, when you come to the Nationals, of course, you're just taking a swing at it. But when all the big dogs out here in the USA come to rally it up here at the Nationals here at the A main facility out here, officially known as Silver Dollar RC Raceway, you know, I wouldn't worry too much if you find yourself down in those quarters. You know, you're just going to come here and take your best crack at it, if you will.
Man, who left poor Brandon Rose on an island there by himself? He just had to go scampering for one car in the back straightaway, and I don't know, man. I feel like they should have switched up marshal spots for my man B Rose.
But, B Rose got this, dude. He's a heck of a turn marshal out there. He's like, what, 19 years old?
I don't know, man. He continues to impress, though. 2025 Roar National Champion in electric truggy. He's been competitive in all the divisions, and I think he'll be one of those drivers that you'll have to talk about in that hour-long final approaching here this weekend. I think he's definitely going to have a chance there. Represent Mike's Gulf Coast Raceway down near Houston, Texas. So congratulations to B Rose so far in a good weekend. Of course, we wish him luck in that final coming up if he's able to transfer from his semi.
Yeah, you know, it looks like there's an empty bucket right behind him. So it looks like it said the number 13 bucket, if my eyes are correct. So they got 12 out there, and B-Rose is going to have to handle that whole Talladega turn on his own. He's got this.
He's got this, and I think that the 13 was considered like a relief spot. So,
exactly.
You know, usually the standard number of cars is around 12, and you know, Roar's been doing a fantastic job with Marshall coverage. You better believe that none of these cones have been left empty. And one thing I did want to shout out is Clayton Young, the president. He has never been shy about when we're short a Marshall or two, he hops out there and takes a corner Marshall spot. And I think when you lead by example from the top down like that, it just makes everybody else want to pitch in that much more.
100%, man. He's the man at the helm out here, and there's no job too big or too small for Clayton out there. And especially like tomorrow, we're going to have 15 in each race, so they got to have 15 buckets out there. But the minimum amount of marshals you will see out there at any given time during a race is 12. Of course, you're always going to have a couple bonus buckets out there for when you have 15.
For sure, and check out Brent Densford, same song, different verse, back to work in a 34.9 that time for Densford. And his buddy TJ Bradley was razzing him in the chat before he had that one flame out before the last race. He might be putting in the race of his life 2 times over here, and let's see if he can finish it off with a bang here, because right now Densford on a good run, 17-lap pace to start us off, and right on cue, makes a mistake over the quad. Luckily, engine stays running this time, and I'll tell you what, Densford looking pretty good. Has to try and get back on his horse, though, that S-Works car. Struggling out there in the dust just a little bit. You want to keep it on that nice, dark, pronounced groove.
All right, this is it. Last call for alcohol here on a qualifying day.
After Densford, we're going to have Marcus Plumley taking the lead over after Densford had a 42-second lap. So Plumley rises to the top along with Densford, Sean Encinas, Elijah Only, and there's Big Tim Lime in that fifth spot, followed by Joe Campbell, Nick Cahoon, Hanato Tradardi Sr., Rod Whitley, Keith Henry, and Ed Smith. Just to shout out the Lime last name, Camden running fantastic so far in the Nitro Buggy division. Of course, the son of Tim, and he'll certainly be locked into a semi. I think he's going to be another driver you'll have to definitely keep into consideration if he's going to try and win this hour-long final. Another one of those drivers, and a pretty good group of them, Sean, or they've yet to win their first Roar National title. Camden on that rarefied air list of people you got to keep your eye on.
Yeah, he's got a 4 and a 10, so he's pretty locked into those semis. And the way he looked there in that round number 3, if he can clean up, you saw he had that big mistake through the carousel. If he can go and put a 10-minute run out there, he's solid for a top 5 and possibly even a TQ. So maybe a little TQ watch there with him.
Evan Pitcam bringing you all the action for the pit stops there. You can see Mason Fuller out there helping out on the pit stops. I believe that's actually Caden Fuller. Mason should be corner marshaling. So Caden, of course, helping out his S-Works teammates there with Brent Densford and Tim Lime. You can see a nice smooth pit stop right there. So it's going to be Densford, Plumley, Encinas, Lime only your top 5, followed by Cahoon, Tradardi, Whitley, Henry, and Smith the top 10. It appears that Campbell has dropped out after 5 laps. So Densford, looks like that was his pit lap there, Sean, 46.8. Probably wasn't what he was hoping for, but at this point for Densford, no more strategy. Go out there and run 4.5 minutes worth of qualifiers.
Yeah, it's time to send it here. Throw some whips for the boys.
Empty the tank, right? Empty the tank literally and mentally. So at this point, Densford just might as well go down and throw some heaters and see if he can prove our boy TJ Bradley wrong here and put in a good run. Here comes Densford one more time, working his way over the valley jump.
Oh, somebody taking an early exit in the pit
That was
lane.
Sean Encinas coming in for fuel right there and missed the mark a little bit.
Dang it. Yeah, that happens once in a while. Now, not only that, if you notice right there, you do have the handicap portion of the driver's stand sticks out a little bit. So, coming in a pit lane, if you're standing on the right side, you're good. Exiting pit lane, it does obscure the view just a little bit. And the same goes for if you're standing on the left side of the driver's stand. It kind of blocks your view a little bit coming in. So I think smooth and steady coming in there just to make sure you hit your marks is the way to go.
Yeah, those speed bumps are certainly made to make you reduce your speed, and they will bite you if you guys decide to get in there a little rowdy. So you saw Sean a little overzealous getting in there, but luckily it was taken care of in short order. So we got Marcus Plumley out to the lead here, just cruising right now. He'll be working his way over the valley jump and across the start-finish line. You'll see first it'll be Sean cross the line. There's Keith, there's Elijah, and there is, waiting for Marcus, coming across the line. A little bit of a longer lap. That may have been his pit lap again, though. This time by 41 flats. So right now, Marcus holding the lead by 7 seconds. Hasn't been the cleanest of races here. All these drivers making little mistakes to set themselves down the board. But the cool thing about qual points is it really is a finishing position thing more so than a time thing. And if you can go out in there and win your heat race, then even if you had a couple mistakes out there, it's still mission accomplished.
All right. We're just back about 2/3 of the way through this one. Plumley, he had a little bit of a rough go at it, did not finish in that 3rd round. So, yeah, this is nice. He's got the hot lap. He's got the lead. This will definitely feel better than that 3rd round of qualifying right now.
The leader just out of frame. There he is. That all-yellow car is your leader of Marcus Plumley. You can see we pick him up right here. And he's coming through that center crossover. Checks up on the brakes right there. Gets around the lap car. Of course, the lap car being very generous, giving a little space. And Plumley takes 2.5 there on the quad. luckily is able to save it. And your leader holding a 7-second advantage. So like you mentioned, Sean, a much better run this time by, and we'll see where this puts him on the points. He'll certainly be running one of those lower finals and trying to bump his way up. And that's the best thing about Aurora Nitro Nationals is we've seen guys come from the very bottom and get up towards the semis and even try to make the finals. So if you want your track time, just make sure you have those clutches prepared, have a bunch of fuel on standby, because you can run for hours at a time if you have a bad qualifying session.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Jumping into the chat here, Chase Ehrlich checking in. What's going on, Big Chase?
Former owner of Racecraft checking in, and Chase Ehrlich, a techno driver now these days. So glad to see Chase checking in, my brother. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, we got Shim Shady checking in with us. He says, gave Dakota a good pep talk yesterday. You could say I put the dog in him today. So, man, Shady, maybe with the rally talk right there with Dakota right there. And we even saw Tom Rennerneck in there. So it's celebrity hour here online.
Absolutely. Good to see Brennan Schimmel checking in. Roar National champion, mind you, Brandon Schimmel. Won two-wheel drive at Hoosier last year in 2025 and was 1 minute away from sweeping that division in four-wheel drive before a little bit of a mistake.
He got so close to do the double up out there, man. We were rallying for him, but that's racing, and he took a swing at it, man. And sometimes it's a foul ball.
Absolutely, and of course, continuing his efforts as a Schumacher team driver. Now he's on the Schumacher team, and actually was doing a little bit on road at his home track, Coastal RC, doing some touring car racing. So Barry Schimmel, the whole group at Coastal RC Speedway there in Chesapeake, Virginia. What a first-class facility they have over there at Coastal.
All right, winding down here with 30 seconds to go. Plumlee, a 20-second lead right here. Dunsford, Tim Lime. So bragging rights between Brent and Tim. Who's going to buy the first round of cocktails right here? You think they're going to battle it out here on the track and that's who buys the first round?
Absolutely. You can tell neither of those guys have national championship aspirations. They're just here to have a good time and support their crew. And little bragging rights on the track. Hey, Sean, take us home here for the end of our first heat. Who's going to win this thing?
All right, as we're winding down, I'd say Plumlee's pretty much got this locked in right here. With a 27-second lead, you can see them going orange on the screen. That means they're coming around there for their final lap here, and I'll give you guys a full running order as they finish. But everybody officially out there on their last lap. Keith Henry, the first one done. Going to go top 10 right there for Big Keith. Let's see, Plumlee coming around. Going to take that heat win. So Marcus Plumlee with a 17-10-22. The only one to go 17 right here, so that'll feel all right. Tim Lime going to finish in that 2. Looks like Denford coming around to finish right here, going to go top 3. Elijah going to go 4. Nick going to go 5. Renato 6. Sean and Cena 7. Henry 8. Whitley 9. Ed Smith 10. And Joe Campbell, as soon as they finish, should be rounding out my top 11.
Yeah, so bragging rights to Tim Lime there. He's looks like he's going to have to pull out the credit card for the first night of drinks on the house. You know those guys like to have a good time. I think they'll be going to a place that has a bar for sure after today's festivities are over. Remember, folks, don't go anywhere after this round's over. We're going to make sure that we get you plenty of bonus content, and we will be back here at 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow for the starting of your finals. So make sure you keep that dial here all the way to the end of qualifying. Still yet to crown our fourth and final top qualifier. We have 5 races left until we do that, and of course, finals tomorrow, Sean. We go all the way up to our hour-long Nitro Buggy final, and that is going to be an absolute pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Nothing like a good old 60-minute battle.
60 minutes, and I'm telling you what, I haven't done an hour-long Nitro final in a while. When you're up there for more than 15, 20 minutes, your feet get sore. You got to start kind of adjusting your footing on the stand, trying to get those calves back going, and that's a big thing with these drivers. You know, you always hear about race car drivers going and just getting some fluids pumped into them the night before. They go to the infield care center, get some fluids into them. You better believe that these guys are going to be on a water drinking regimen. They're going to be slamming down the water, even if they're not thirsty. One of their pit guys is going to say, hey, drink another bottle of water, because in that hour-long final at 95 degrees, you better believe there's going to be a lot of water lost there.
Yeah, get in some of them electrolytes.
Absolutely.
I don't think these guys get enough credit for those 60-minute days. They're like, oh man, he crashed and he blew it at the end. Well, you go up there and do a 60-minute rip and not lose focus at all up there. It is easier said than done, and just a tip of the cap to those 60-minute drivers, dude. Those guys make it look easy, and that's why they're the professionals at RC Racing, and we're the professionals over here on the mic.
Couldn't agree more, brother. And then not just that, you think about how much the car goes away after a 60-minute race. You know, we're talking about tires being smoked here in about 10-15 minutes. Those tires for sure are going to be bald or close to it after a 60-minute final. And when you have to stay in that groove and if you get a little dust on your tires, it takes a couple laps to clean that dust back off, and you're going to feel like you're on ice for a while.
No doubt about it. And you know what? They don't fall off the pace even when they're on those bald tires. They're still pretty much running similar lap times as they were when there was tread, and that's just beyond me. That's incredible.
A couple more people jumping in the chat. Chuck Berg, a racer from Michigan. He is part of the Adam Drake Mugen Seiki race team, and Chuck is very well regarded in Michigan in his home state. He does all the races at Tar-Car, that track in Toledo, Ohio. So glad to see you jumping in, Chuck Berg. Glad to see you again, brother. And Steve Ramos saying, "Ayo, checking in from Camarillo." So
hey, one of the Camarillo boys.
Telling you what, we got a whole bunch of participation here. Thanks, folks, for sticking with us the whole way. We've seen excellent participation in the live stream chats all day long. So from the bottom of all of our hearts, thank you very much for sticking around with us, and you're in for an absolute treat if you stick around to the very end. So we crown our fourth and final and arguably most prestigious top qualifier at the end of this weekend, Nitro Buggy.
Yeah, and we focus 90% on the racing and 10% on the chat right there, but that's the job of the race director, to put 100% focus on the racing. As broadcasters, we're going to kind of swap back and forth. Of course, we're bringing you guys all the racing action and the tight battles and who's doing what out there for TQs and how many laps and everything. We're going to focus mainly on that, but as broadcasters, it's nice to bring in our viewers as you guys are following along with us on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Chico, California.
Another tip of the cap to Mike Braun, our track announcer for Roar. He has been doing a just killer job. And I've been in that seat before working for Roar. It's not an easy job when you got Clayton in one ear and Tech in the other ear, and you know, he's doing a fantastic job, giving all the messages about what the track crew is going to do with the water schedule. And he is wearing about 5 or 6 different hats up there and up in that announcer's booth. And I will say he's doing just a fantastic job, so shout out Mike Braun.
Yeah, it gets intense up there in the timing tower. There is no doubt about it. All right, here, looks like we're just about out of time here for our warm-up laps. About 15 seconds, that loop will go live, so get them out of pit lane, boys and girls. Getting ready to rock and roll in less than 5. There it is. There's the tone. Let them eat.
They are certainly going to eat right here, Sean. 10 minutes on the race clock. We'll see if Chevelle Keats or any of these other drivers are going to reset the current top qualifying pace. From Marcus Plumley, 17 at 10:22, just put it in that very last race. Little roll right there for the 180. No big deal. Back on all 4 wheels, and she didn't even miss a beat. That was perfectly executed.
Yeah, Chevelle finished top 3 in that last heat. For round 3 of qualifying. Let's see if she's earned herself a little bit of camera time right here.
As Benny Parsons would say, the late Benny Parsons in NASCAR, you want us to talk about you? Put it in the box. And exactly what these drivers are trying to do right here. And just a comment from James Henry in the chat. James Henry, a very fast racer from Pennsylvania. He is actually a multiple-time 40-plus e-buggy Roar National champion. Did that a couple times at G's Raceway. And James Henry saying the track's holding up great. Could not agree more, James Henry. This track crew at A-Main is just top-notch. They've been putting down water every single race here in the Nitro class. And I'll tell you what, Sean, this track is just looking like a masterpiece more and more.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now, if these were on separate weekends, do you possibly see maybe in the future the 40-plus coming back to the Nationals here, or you think that's done and dusted?
I think if you're going to run a combined race like this, it makes sense to do just the 4 primary divisions.
100%,
but
I agree.
When you were doing the Roar Fuel Nets, you know, it was still a big enough participated race where the 2 divisions made sense.
Right.
You know, with the electric racing, obviously it's a little less attended, so that's when they would throw in the 40-plus electric buggy and truck, and they do 4-wheel drive SCT, and they would do the 10-scale truckies. I feel if you're going to keep it combined like this, it makes sense to just do the big 4. But I would love to see a 40-plus Nitro buggy class, obviously, to counterbalance the 40-plus electric class.
Yeah, well said right there. All right, your boy Mason leading us around by 1/10 of a second up over Dennis Wilson, Mark Prairie 3, Holt 4, Gage 5, Chevelle 6, Carson 7, Boris 8, Powell 9, Smith 10, and Corey Williams in my top 10. Looks like Wilson dropping down the screen right here a little bit. He was running in that number 2 spot here. So we'll see if we can't get him fired back up and back out there.
The cool thing with Dennis, too, is even if he's not having the greatest weekend, he's still got that big smile on his face. Him and his wonderful wife, Christy, always positive and all about the good vibes. And going back to Mason, yeah, man, we were checking in with him a little bit a while ago, and he'll be the first one to say that this weekend definitely you get hit with a couple left and right hooks here. You kind of get a wake-up call to how fast these top flight drivers are, but you better believe when he goes back home to Dynamic Performance RC, he's going to be a faster driver at his home track, because when you travel, you learn so much. You get to talk with the top flight drivers, like you mentioned, with the S-Works team. He's learned a bunch, and for a young racer like this, I think he'll remember this race for years to come.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime you're racing at your own track, you're going to have home field advantage, and you're going to have the hot setup already thrown on there. You got the tire choices for the beginning of the day in the middle, so definitely advantage running at your home track, and that goes for even here at the Nationals. You know, it was just a couple years ago they had the Nationals here, and so some of the guys that have never raced here were not at that Nationals. They're going to come here kind of blindfolded here a little bit, and everybody else is going to have a bit of an edge up on them, and they're going to have some catching up to do. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
Ooh, careful. A little bit of contact right there. It all sorts itself out. Right now, Mason out in front. He's going to be about 2.4 in front of Mark Perry. That's Big Mark in that 2 spot, followed by Ronnie Holt, Gage Newsom, Chevelle Keats, your top 5, followed by Boris, Carson, Corey, Brandon Dennis, the top 10, and it looks like Steven Smith having a little bit of trouble there, dropping down to P11. So it's Mason out in front by 1.8 over Mark. Mark with a new quick lap of the race, though, 34.1 that time by. Following along here with Gage Deucenough coming across the start-finish line in that 5th spot. Mason should be right there in tow. Mason having a long lap this time, though. It's not going to help him. 42.4. So we've put Mark Perry to the front, who's coming across the start-finish line right now. So Mark looking awesome this time by 4. Big Mark, 34.4. Out front by 3.2 seconds. Holt rises up to that 2nd spot in 3rd place. Still in doubt. It's going to be Mason taking it back. Then Gage. It looks like Chevelle will slide into that 5th spot as we're at the 4:30 mark. 5:30 left to go. As we mentioned earlier, Sean, I think that you're not going to see many 10-minute strategies out of the lower sorts here, but I think that you will see a lot of drivers that will have a difference of opinion on how they want to play their strategy here. I think you're going to see a couple cars short pit a little bit, go in at about the 3-minute mark and finish out their tank. But a lot of these drivers should stick to within that around, halfway schedule, pit around the 5-minute mark. So Perry, Holt, Botmany, Deucenough, and Keats now your new top 5 at the halfway point. 5 minutes gone, 5 to go. Carson still in at 6. Boris, Corey, Brandon, Dennis, and Steven, the full top 10. Evan Pitcam bringing you all the action here from Pit Road.
Yeah, great shot. I love the good old classic pit lane cam brought to you by Avid out here this weekend. And you know what? If you think that's been fun to watch and you've been enjoying it this week so far, wait till Mains Day tomorrow, man. It's going to get real hot and heavy here in the pits.
Man, oh man, you better believe it too. You're going to see a lot more. You're going to be seeing a lot more spectators around the racetrack when everybody's weekend is kind of concluded. I bet you a lot of these drivers that are in lower races are still going to stick around and watch those longer finals, because this is still one of the premier events to crown a national champion. And it's amazing when you see the viewership. You come down towards the end of the weekend, and I think the most amount of views come from the final race of the weekend. That's hour-long Nitro Buggy final. So appreciate everybody for tuning into the qualifying sessions, but you better believe from here on out the action only gets hotter, because every race has bump-ups. And in this race, we have an LCQ taking a page out of our two-wheel friends in motocross. We're going to take our TQ directly to the show. No need to run a semi, but from each semi, you'll take the top 6. No tiebreakers and no pace there, by the way, Sean. It's just the straight top 6 from each semi. That makes it 13 cars, but guess what? The LCQ top 2 bump up to take spots 14 and 15 in that A-main group.
Yeah, and those LCQs, man, the gloves are off, the mouth guards are out, and it's going to be a backyard brawl for those final 2 spots.
You better believe that for sure. Big Mark right now doing the job. 17 at 10-17, leading Gage by 0.6. Then it's Mason, 0.4 back of Gage. Chevelle right now 1.8 seconds back of Mason. Ronnie Holt rounding out that top 5, so your top 5 separated by just 4 seconds. And it's Carson, Brandon, Corey, Boris, Dennis, and Steven. The full running order at the 7-minute mark. 3 to go.
All right, pretty tight battle up here between my top 3. Chevelle not out of this one yet. Only 2.3 back from the race lead after some early mistakes. She's got her head back in the game. And she goes right to the point. Damn. Sometimes I'm good. I'm not always this good, but sometimes.
Couple long laps in a row there from Dewsnip and Noperi, and let's see if Keats can take full advantage of that. She goes 38.4. So right now it'll be either her or Mason taking over the lead. We'll watch for Montmany's next lap, but right now it's Mason, Mark, and Chevelle 0.8 apart. Holt's still lurking back there, Sean. A couple more long laps, and you might just see Ronnie take this top spot away, followed by Dewsnip, Powell, Crowell, Williams, Morales, and Wilson. Unfortunately, Steve Smith in trouble after lap number 2. You can see we got a pit stop here. Gage in for his pit stop. Looks like he went long, so he's going to have to definitely do the best he can. Looks like a flame out there on the starter box, and
I
that's
think it
not
was
a
a
problem.
body put. I think they're doing a body pin.
I wonder if maybe the body came unfastened there, and they're doing everything they can. Wonder if they'll throw a shot of fueling it while they're there. It looks like the car's still running, though.
Yeah, well, there's something going on right here. These dang body clips.
For sure. We go back to our action on the racetrack, though, with Mark Noperi taking the lead back over. So, again, had about 6 different leaders in this race. Nobody wants to lead this one. And right now, it is Big Mark back out front, but Mason throws up a 35-2, take that lead back away. So, Montmany looking really good. He'll be coming over that front side. Dragons back here. So, it's going to be Mason, Mark, Chevelle, Gage the top 5. And, of course, Gage will drop down the order after that pit stop. That'll move Carson back into the top 5. Oh, your leader having trouble there. That's that purple and white car. Unfortunately, big problems there. That's going to be a long lap for Mason, and it looks like Big Mark going to definitely inherit a bigger lead this time.
Are you a wheel wiggler when you're upside down like that, Jared, or you just kind of wait?
At that point, I just kind of accepted my defeat, and it's like, you know what? I crashed. Stinks, but it is what it is. So that was a 40 flat for Mason Montmany. And listen, folks, you got to realize that with Nitro racing, naturally the adrenaline's a little bit higher, the blood pressure's a little bit higher. Everybody gets excited in Nitro. It's super loud. It's you can't hear much. It definitely is a little overstimulating if you're around it every day for multiple hours at a time. So I definitely understand when people get a little bit jacked up about Nitro. But with 30 seconds to go, what did we say earlier, Sean? Ronnie Holt to the lead, just kind of laying back in the weeds there. Now he's out front by 0.7 of a second over Noperi. Montmany having a couple long laps here, unfortunately. Bottom's starting to fall out on the Montmany effort here at the end of this one. But Crowell and Keats still your top 5. Sean, take us home for this one. I want to see if Ronnie Holt can take it out, take it, or if Big Mark's going to get it back here.
Well, Mark, he's taking a swing at it here. He's going to take back over that race lead by 0.8 of a second. Ronnie, I'm showing red right here, so a long lap for Ronnie. He gets by. And it looks like, barring any major disasters, Mark Noperi going to hang on to this one as we're running out of time. They're out there on their final lap. Unfortunately for Ronnie, coming back by that last time, 40.1 to 34.7 for Mark. So Mark should be coming around and crossing that line here shortly. Looks like we're still falling around. Possibly here. That looks like that car might be done. And I'm not showing any cars here close enough. That's Ronnie. So Mark going to hang on to it here, get himself a heat win. Here in round number 4, Ronnie Holt going to finish in the 2 on a 17-10-21. And we're just waiting on a few more as Mason is still out there, Carson's still out there, and I believe Dennis Wilson off the track here. So it's going to be Mark Noperi on a 17-10-16. That'll be the new TQ time to beat. Ronnie Holt going to go 2, Mason Mitney in the 3. Crowell going to go 4, Keats 5, Powell 6, Williams 7, Dewsnip in the 8, Morales 9, Wilson and Smith 10 and 11, as you can see on our A-Main Hobby qualifying results.
A nice run there for Big Mark Noperi. I feel like his son's been stealing some headlines from him here, so he gets one back in this heat race. Nicely done for him, and that is the current provisional TQ with 4 heats left to go. See, like usual, looks like we have a little track repair. It looks like somebody's breaking a clutch bell in there on the racing service. You better get out of the way before he gets covered in water. Just barely slides out of the way. I believe that was going to be the pit guy for Adrian Ramos, that all yellow Kyosho car. So you can see the water going down right here. And again, A-Main Hobbies track crew just doing a killer job. We've seen so many tracks fall apart, and this one's standing there in very, very nice shape. Again, the consistent watering efforts. A very thankless job. We talk about thankless jobs, Sean. I think that tech inspection, watering, and I'd even say, race control, race refereeing would be the three main roles that I think are the most thankless in this deal.
Yeah, that's all right. We still get paid the same, whether we get a thank you or not.
That's right, man. And you know what? It takes a village to make these races happen. Obviously, you have plenty of experience of that with the dirt, with Joey Christensen and your whole crew. And it takes a lot more than what people might realize to put on these events. And of course, all the media stuff. Appreciate Live RC for bringing us in, and all the sponsors for supporting the stream.
Listen, months and months of planning before the event even happens, let alone the work at the actual event to get these events in. So those race promoters putting in a ton of work. I mean, to run your own series like JB does and to run those big races like Joey Christensen does, I mean, it consumes your entire life. And you know what? That's their everyday job. And, both Joey and Jimmy both got their own racetrack going on. They got series going on. Some of the biggest racing promoters in the country, especially on Joey's behalf. Dude, those guys have tireless effort right there. So that's why it's important to squeeze in a vacation here and there, man. Otherwise, you're just going to get sucked into the vacuum of RC, and there's no shame in that, but you got to work hard and you got to play hard.
No doubt on that, man. And just a shout out to the whole dirt crew. They do such a killer job with the two big shows, the Silver State and the DNC, and really wanted to give a shout out to Joey Christensen. It's not easy to open a track, let alone in California. And he took the plunge. He kind of followed his buddy Jimmy and opened up the track, the dirt in Paris, so that drivers can get more than just one crack at the dirt style racing per year. And glad to see the dirt at Paris still gets good participation there for the 8-scale racing tournament.
Yeah, Joey owned a track many years ago there in Hemet, California, so took some time off, and then now he's back in the game. And they actually have the BWS on-road track over there. They got the big 8-scale track, and now they have a very popular dirt oval track. And I'll tell you what, real dirt, they're sending in their slideways and shooting some roost. They get 80, 90 entries there on a Saturday and Sunday for club racing.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very good effort out there from the boys. I think Dennis Andrews does the announcing for the oval, and Chris Cordasco does the club racing out there on Friday nights there at the dirt for the 8-scale stuff.
Yeah, we talk about the return of 10-scale offering. I feel like the real revolution with dirt racing 10-scale wise has been on dirt oval. You got the return of sprint cars and late models, and I know Midwestern Modifieds have more of the B-mod style racing, but that's really been a big resurgence there. Of course, multiple companies such as Custom Works and GFRP spearhead that operation, but Losi also entering the dirt game with their ready-to-run sprint car and late model, and I'm sure that they got more stuff on the horizon. And it's never been easier to race dirt oval than it is right now. 35 seconds till we go green, and you can see some of the big names right here. Mario Rudy, he put up a solid run last time by. That was pretty impressive for the S-Works driver. Then it's Ciccarello with his X-Ray, Adrian Ramos with his Kyosho car, Colin Beaver, the Associated, Jacob Haas also in an S-Works. Brendan Bartlett, Team Associated. Little Mark DeFerry on the Mugen car. Bryce Beaver on the Associated. Trevor Lund on the Mayako. Drake McElroy on his Associated. E.B. Barry Rowe on his Associated ride as well. 10 seconds till we go green. You can see these folks trying to position themselves on the racetrack so that they got a good launch, get themselves a little bit of real estate, and we're about to go green for the start of race number 3 out of 6. This is your proverbial D-sort, 1/8 Nitro Buggy. First cut across is Big Adrian Ramos, followed by Rowe. Here they come across the start-finish line for the first time by TQ to beat is Mark DePerry. Big Mark, that is 17 and 10-16. So Mark having a great run here on round number 4. See what happens here after a lap or so. You can see a good clean start. The idea here is with staggered start qualifying is to give yourself a little bit of real estate to work with. You don't want to be around other cars here, at least until you hopefully catch them on the racetrack. And if you are able to run down a car on a staggered start qualifying position, then you will be in front of them on the race clock. 33.2 for Colin Beaver. Nicely done right there on for Colin on the first lap, and you can see they're all coming across. 33.7, 34.2 for Ramos, 34.9 for Barry Rowe. There's a 33.8 for Rudy. Good opening laps here, starting it up for our third race out of 6 in round number 4 of qualifying. What a way to finish off the day here, folks. And just remember, do not be late for tomorrow's start time for our Nitro Buggy finals. Everything is going to be going down, and it's going to be exactly what we've been waiting for. The perfect build-up. We're going to start it off with our 1/8 odd and even finals at 9 o'clock a.m. They're 15 minutes in length apiece. We'll bump 3 from those lower races, so make sure you're there for it. Estimated right now, again, it's all tentative. There could be some changes made here, but the estimated start time for our A final tomorrow, the 60-minute A final, is 2 o'clock PST in the afternoon, so make sure you adjust accordingly. 3 p.m. Mountain Time, 4 p.m. Central Time, and 5 p.m. Eastern Time. 1:45, 8:15 left to go. Little Mark, your leader by 7/100ths over Mario, followed by Colin, Brendan, Paul, your top 5, followed by Adrian. And it's going to be Jacob, Bryce, Drake, Trevor, and Barry at the 2-minute mark with 8 left to go. Quickest lap so far is Colin, 33.2. Big thanks to our whole Live RC staff. I got Sean Sexy Like Miller here on the color commentary with me, Jared Barden. I want to say thanks again to our dynamic cameramen, Travis Melton and Lucas McCabe, doing a killer job. And, of course, Sam Rabarczyk running our production team, and he's calling all the shots and making it all look good. So big thanks for our Live RC crew. J Concepts, our title sponsor of the Live RC stream. Can't thank them enough for all the support, along with A Main Hobbies with the grid lineups and race results, One Up Racing with the race report, Techno RC with the jump cam, Avid RC with the pick cam, and Matrix Off-Road providing us that wide track cam shot. So thanks again, folks, for tuning in with us.
All right, Rudy. Looking pretty dialed right there, but he's got company in the form of Brendan Bartlett, just making the switch back over to Associated pretty recently. Another second back to Ramos, Chicky another second back, and a half second back to Haas. So I got 3.4 between my top 5 right here. Nice little battle. The only 32-second lap of the race is Mario Rudy. He just seems to get faster as the day goes on. And he does a lot of his racing with Tony Schumacher over there and AJ Schumacher at the RC compound out there. And this, I'm assuming this dirt, it's more similar to the RC compound than you would see for instance, the dirt or something like that. So he's pretty used to these dry conditions and pretty high bite surface, and got a little bit of character out there on the track out there as well. But he's looking pretty good. As the track dries out, he just gets better and better.
Joe Bornhorst's favorite word, character. Yeah. This track is getting some holes and some craters and some ruts.
Oh, boy.
We got one car being left in no man's land there. That's going to be a tough one.
Is that Sean Niblink running out there?
Man, maybe Sean is out there. Looks like he's...
Yeah, they got the lugs racing. That is Big Sean.
Very nice. Sean, of course, running the Roar 10-scale off our net, so I must have taken a wrong turn. Must have thought this was a 10-scale track, but good to see Sean out there participate with us. And Mario Rudy, Brendan Bartlett. There is Bartlett right there in frame. Oh, boy. Big crash over the big quad right there, and he's in trouble. Throws a little roost at the marshal.
Yeah, he got caught in the fluff.
Oh, boy, that dust on the outside. Like we mentioned, this groove narrows up here when you start getting that pronounced line. Your goal is to stay in that dark line so you're not throwing rooster tails. This is going to be pretty high bite stuff once we start seeing the groove come in. So right now, Mario Rudy on an 18:10.05 pace, looking really good. His run last time, I believe, was 18:10.12. So looking to do that just a little bit better. And telling you what, he's going to be one of those guys looking to go straight into a quarterfinal. That would be certainly a good thing for him to give himself a chance at the semi. And telling you what, Sean, when you are in the semi, you have a chance. I don't care if you start first or 15th. You have a chance in that half-an-hour final. You never know what the order is going to be. And with the top 6 bumping up into the final, you may see a couple surprise names if there's some attrition in those semis, too.
Yeah, he's got a 29 and a 34, so he's right there and looking like a quarterfinals for him at the moment. But you never know. You know, some of these guys could have bad runs here in round number 4, and it just might work out in his favor. But he's taking a crack at it right here. Looks like your leader coming in for fuel.
Nice entrance right there. Very quick pit stop right there on the fuel stick.
Yep.
Very nice. And down and away, you can see that first corner after a pit stop. It throws a bunch of smoke. That's when you're going to be the richest tune, Sean, is when you just come in for a pit stop. Once you get that thing cleaned back out, though, he should be in no problems in terms of engine problems. The only thing you have to really think about is hopefully a rock doesn't come up and nick the flywheel and stop the engine. But looks like Mario in really good shape. I'm sure he's been working hard, making sure that all the nuts and bolts are tight on that S-Works machine to make sure that there's no mechanical issues.
All right, just past the halfway point, so pit stops have started to cycle through here. Race 3 of 6, so we're going to be going till about 5:15-ish. That's tentative finish time right here.
This kid Mario's feeling the flow. You see how he's wiggling the wheels and just positioning that car in the air. A lot of talent out of this 18-year-old young man, and good to see him get some TV time this weekend. Well deserved.
When you watch as much RCs go around the racetrack as we do, you can tell when somebody's locked in or not, and he's looking pretty good right here. Obviously a little mistake right here, but these guys making this track look easier than it actually is. The technicality of this racetrack is high. And, of course, at the Nationals, as you expect, if you or I went out there, especially with no laps, it wouldn't be very pretty. These guys making it look easy, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And just to reiterate the point, a lot of these drivers have been here since Tuesday when the e-truggies first started. So they're on currently their 5th straight day of driving on this track. You got to think if they're going to get this layout down and they're going to have that almost secondary nature reflex, Sean, that's going to be right now when they're most dialed in. The cars are the best they're going to be here at Nitro Buggy. They should have this layout down to a T pretty well, and most of these drivers are going to know where the little idiosyncrasies are, where the little bumps and ruts are, and where you need to go tight here and go wide here, and things like that. You're seeing the drivers in their quote-unquote flow state, if you will. Unfortunately, Rudy cannot save that one, but you're going to see a lot of drivers here reaching that common phrase you hear these days, flow state.
Yeah, there's a nice little divot coming up over on that left side before that big, huge spine, I guess you can call that. Well, there's going to be a few more holes here before the end of the weekend as well, so these guys pretty used to it. And Rudy,
no,
looks like he's maybe driving a little bit frustrated right there. He knew he was having a pretty decent run. Things have kind of fallen apart here towards the end, so maybe I think that's just the old classic driving a bit angry.
Well, I'm telling you what, he's doing it with style. 32.9 fastest lap of lap number 4. He's the only driver to go under that 33-second bracket and still leading despite having those couple of issues. Oh, man, he hit it up. He hit a broken car there as Bartlett's right rear appears to have broken maybe a camber link or a hub. So tough break there. Let's see if Rudy can stop the bleeding with a minute and a half to go. After Mario, it's Colin in that second spot, followed by Drake, Paul, Adrian, top 5. Then it's Bryce, Jacob, Barry, Trevor, and Little Mark as Brendan will drop out of this one down to 11.
Yeah, Rudy with all these late race mistakes right here with 1:30 to go has given up that race lead. Now Colin Beaver going to take it over. So, and look at here. Here comes Drake McElroy. Not too far back. My top 3 separated by 1.9 right here. And Chicky taking a swing at it. He's moving up the leaderboard.
Not a bad day. Not a bad qualifying day on his birthday, if I can say so myself. He's doing pretty darn awesome here. Nitro Buggy qualifying here at the Roar 118 Off-Road Nationals. Chickarello's sitting pretty good. He's 39th right now. He has a 35, 38, and 36 for his 3 runs. So certainly like to improve that just a little bit, but nonetheless, consistency has been key for Chicky. All 3 runs inside the top 40.
Yeah, not bad, Chicky, not bad.
40 seconds left. Mario Rudy still leading by 2.2 seconds now, 2.02 seconds over Drake, and it looks like Colin jumps back into the 2 spots. So not going to be an easy one here for Mario if he wants to win this thing. He's got to keep it honest here for the next 28 seconds. It's Rudy this time, 33.3. Lead 2.8 over Colin. Paul, Drake, Adrian, the top 5. Jacob, Bryce, Barry, and it looks like again it'll be Trevor in that 9 spot and Little Mark in the 10. Sean, bring us home for me here. I want to see if Mario Rudy can reset the TQ and once again set himself in a good 12-point position.
Yep, let's do this, big dog. Rudy, Beaver, Chicky up to the 3 spot. McElroy Ramos says we are running out of time right here. Rudy would be resetting that TQ. That's our first 18 of the round, top 4, all on 18 lap runs, and he's going to get around here for one more lap. So 17 in the books officially. Working on lap number 18 right now. Ramos is done with a top 6 run right there with that Kyosho. Not bad right there from Adrian. Yeah, nice little rhythm right there through the 4-pack for your race leader. And here we go. Chicky all the way up to the number 2 spot here. Looks like that's about as good as he can do right here. Let's see if he can hold off Beaver as Beaver finishes right there. 34.6, 34.6 for Chicky. But it's going to be all Mario Rudy right here. Left a little bit out there on the table. A heat win is a heat win. No, Chicky going to go 2. Beaver 3. We're just waiting on Drake McElroy. Still working around there. Last one on the clock. Going to finish top 4. Bryce Beaver 5. Adrian Ramos 6. Haas in the 7. Rowe, Lund, Prairie, and Bartlett. So reset the TQ for Mario Rudy. 8, 10, 21.3 is the time to beat, as advertised here on our A-Main Hobbies qualifying results.
Yeah, like you said, Sean, a win's a win, even if it wasn't the cleanest of races. He's still going to be in a good ballpoint position. He did what he had to do. He beat the people in his heat race, and now he lets the cards fall where they may with these next three. Still going to be inside the top 40 nonetheless, because the worst he could do at this point is, I believe, 37th, considering these three races should all have 12 cars in it coming up next. So now is when we start bubble watch, Sean. We have Ryan Lutz, we have Carson Phipps, we have Walker Spinrad, Ethan Mechanic, Donato Tordardi, Carlos Arredondo, and the whole field right here all have a position to make themselves direct qualifiers to the semifinal. And there's going to be some here that make it and some that don't. I think there's going to be some very close races to decide those spots. I think that it'll come down to tiebreakers like we saw in Electric Buggy as well. So top 25 is the current show. It's the current thing they're looking for. That is currently held by Ryan Lutz in 25th overall. Currently sitting 25th with 46 points. His two runs are a 22 and a 24. And again, just to run down the bubble drivers for you again, it's Oliveris at 23rd with 43 points. Horn at 24th with 44 points. Lutz at 25th with 46 points. Carlos Arredondo is 26th, first man out with 48 points. Donato Tordardi is in 27th with 50 points. Followed by Ethan Mechanic, 51 points at 28. Carson Phipps in 29th with 52 points, and Tyler Fenster is in 30th with 53 points. So plenty of drivers that have a chance to turn this grid upside down, if you will.
And, you know, this race right here, Heat 4 of 6, big implications on the line. Because you can see 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th on the outside looking in right now, all in this heat right here. So this heat could either make or break their bid for the semis right here. If not, welcome to the quarters, boys.
Absolutely. And just taking a look at some of our pit people here, you can see Deanna Eichenberger is pitting owner-operator of J&T and Promotions. She's doing a good job keeping her employment status there at J&T, making sure that she helps out the big boss, Tyler Brown. You can see standing next to her is Spencer Heckert. Of course, boyfriend, girlfriend right there.
Yeah, love to see it, man.
Telling you, family oriented here, man. You got husbands, wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, brother, sister. It's just cool to see everything is very family oriented still, and you can see the campers out back and a lot of people bunking up in hotel rooms. It's really cool to see, even at a national event. Still a lot of good family stuff going on.
Hey, a family that plays together stays together.
Absolutely. These are definitely very expensive toys out here for sure. Man, we are in for a treat, folks. Heat 4 of 6. Wow, whoever that was an awesome save coming through the crossover straight. I think that may have been Lutz that pulled the front end back out. So nicely done for him. He's always got a flair for the dramatic. He's always got to be a little wavy with it. So that was cool. And we have Lutz, Phipps, Spinrad, Mechanic, Donato Tordardi, Carlos Arredondo, Tyler Fenster, Benny Camarian, Donato Tordardi Jr., Jaden 2, Tyler Brown, and Trevor Owens. Any of these drivers, if they put up a good run this time, could very well find themselves at the very bottom of that semifinal race.
Yeah, man, this is big right here. You can just kind of feel the tension in the air starting to ramp up here a little bit. Yes, this may not be for TQs, but this is big for these guys just to get into that straight semi and not have to do a bump up as far as to the quarters, you know. That would feel good. You get into the semis, I think that's a job well done. Next task, go top 6 right there. Otherwise, you're going to be finding yourself in that barn burner of a 15-minute LCQ.
Absolutely. Brandon Rapp checking into the chat. He's a guy from New York. I've raced with him at CRC Raceway this past summer. He's pretty new to this hobby, and he's already showing some great speed. He definitely wants to keep doing it, and one of those guys that's putting in the work. So, Brandon, thanks for tuning into the chat, brother, and thanks for spending the time with us. And Jerry Klingbeil, of course, wanted to wish Chicky a happy birthday. We've been trying to embarrass him all weekend by saying happy birthday, and I think he was trying to get away without it, but I walked up to his pit this morning and I yelled it as loud as I could. So that
now, if you really want to embarrass him, you can go after racing's over and sing him happy birthday on the microphone for the whole place to hear.
Oh, brother, there's a reason I'm on the microphone here and I'm not up in front of a stage of a million people singing. I'll leave that to the superstars of the industry, and I don't want to make people's ears bleed. So.
Yeah, you're going to have all the dogs barking in the neighborhood right here by the track.
Absolutely. Shane Farrow saying all local homies in this one. Yeah, definitely a lot of California representation.
Sugar
here,
Shane in the house.
Absolutely, very cool. I don't know, man. This is going to be good. I don't think you can pin one specific person here. I would love to see Ryan Lutz get up there and give himself a chance at direct semi-qualifying. He already told me earlier this weekend probably doesn't have enough to win his second career Roar National Championship. But you better believe he's going to try, and he's also going to make sure that Phelan Wynn has everything he needs to compete for his first Roar National. You got to think how important Ryan Lutz has been to tutoring and just mentoring Phelan Wynn in his rise to stardom here.
Well, we got Fenster out front after lap number 1. He's been kind of riding the struggle bus. The car just hasn't quite felt to him. I was down there in pit lane earlier this morning during the first round. He said the engine seems to be running right. There's something in the drivetrain just didn't seem happy. I'm assuming possibly something in the clutch. And, there's a lot of moving parts on these Nitro cars. It can be as simple as something you can't really see to the untrained eye. You can just have broken a spring inside the clutch or one of the shoes not real happy. And there's just a lot of moving parts on these cars. So you really need a little bit of luck on your side, and your race weekend can be won or lost in the garage before the race weekend. So you got to put in that time in maintenance these Nitro cars.
Yes, you're 100% right. It could be just a little burr on a clutch shoe, or like you said, a broken spring, or just hanging up on the shoe when you put it in there. It could just be the bell going back and forth a little bit too much. You never know, and it's one thing with these Nitro racers is, coined the term earlier with Adam Drake, he's a surgeon. Not only is he a surgeon with his on-track efforts, but you'll never see a better prepared Nitro vehicle than somebody like Adam Drake with David Siki. And preparation's over half the battle. The races are won and lost in the shop or in the garage or in your bedroom, wherever you decide to set up your area and work on these cars. You better believe, folks, we call them toy cars kind of as a tongue-in-cheek statement, but these are full-fledged scale race cars with many adjustments, and everything has to be working right in order for you to compete at the national level. And Tyler Fenster looking pretty good this time, Sean. Whatever he did, he may have gone to work and found something, because he's on a 19-10-27 to open us up, currently leading Lutz. And Spin Rad Mechanic Olin's your top 5. Hanato Jr., so both the Triardi's running nose to tail. Then it's Benny. Ethan drops down to 8th. That'll move everybody up a spot. Jaden, Carlos, Carson, and Tyler.
This is the Tyler Fenster that I watch race week in and week out. He is a local down here to Hot Rod Hobbies in Southern California. And you know what? It's a day late and a dollar short, but it seems like they have worked the gremlin out of that ride.
A lot of pit stops happening there. You see Fenster comes in for a splash and go. I believe that may have been Arredondo off the racetrack, off the bank there. So tough break there for Carlos. That's going to cost him a few seconds. And I just saw him go by. He may have lost the wing. I just saw that car out of frame, and he broke the wing off. So what a bummer there for Arredondo. He was our bubble driver, Sean. He was 26 going into this round, so he's going to need a prayer. He's going to need something to happen in order to make the semi outright. Looks like he might be quarterfinal bound, my friend.
All right, so Lutz taking over that race lead, and then Spin Daddy up to that top 2 position. So this is what I was talking about. We are on bubble watch to make it into those semis. Lutz, Spin Rad, Fenster, and you know what? Tridardi just outside the top 25. EMAC just outside the top 25. Phipps really got to get it going here if he wants to make a bid for those semis. But those were the names we were kind of watching. Unfortunately, Arredondo was also right there for the semis. Looks like that run will be over here as far as making it straight into the semis, and he'll have to play the bump-up game tomorrow morning. But it is all Lutz, Spin Rad, Fenster. Lutz now with a 4-second lead. Hot lap of the race, unfortunately, for our 12th place runner. 32.5 for Carlos Arredondo. So the horse can run. The luck just not on his side here.
Absolutely correct. And Lutz has yet to make a pit stop as well. So we're waiting for Brian Lutz's pit stop. That should cycle Spin Rad to the lead now, as it looks like Walker has made his stop. No, he has not yet. So it should put Fenster back out front when it all comes around here. You can see we're following Tyler here in that blue and red associated ride.
Looks like no pit stops for Lutz yet. None for EMAC. None for Spin Rad, unless it was right there. Yeah, probably that 40.0. That's probably his. And Tridardi now has fuel on board. So let's see. Fenster only 5 seconds back right here from Lutz. It's going to be close because they're just going to come in for a quick splash and go with only 5 minutes to go. It's going to be real close between Fenster and Lutz after that pit stop for Lutz. He should be coming up over here on the right side pretty soon, not far in front of Fenster. Let's see if we can watch that pit stop come in. Lutz should be by the line here just any second. It looks like, yep, that's Jerry with the hand up. So your leader in for fuel, caught to you, brought to you by the Avid. Oh boy, Pit Cam catching all the chaos going on there. He peeled out, and that car got a little sideways right there, so that's going to cost him a tenth or two. It's going to be, we will find out when he comes across the line how much that hurt right there. Fenster just might be back out front here in this one.
Absolutely. Jerry Royal on the pit duties. Usually it's Will Walker we've seen in the last couple of years, but Will said he was taking a little bit of time away, and he does say he plans to come back and travel the circuit with our man Ryan Lutz, so hopefully we do see him back. Will is one of the nicest guys you'll meet in this industry. He's gone from coast to coast, west coast, east coast, lived in Phoenix, Arizona, lived in Texas for a while, lived in Pennsylvania for a while too. So Will was one of those guys that was on the road circuit there for a couple of years. He'd take the truck and the fifth wheel camper and just go from track to track. So hope to see Will back here at some point.
All right, we are on the back half of this race, 6:30 down, 3:30 to go. I just want to send a big shout out. I know he's not here this weekend, and only running the partial, nationals and series this year. Hey, just show some love here to Jared Tebow. It's been cool to see him. He's running and rocking the JTP company with his wife and his boys and his daughter out there. He's had some nice wins this weekend, and we're just thinking about Jared Tebow. He's not here this weekend. He will be at the World later this year, but he doesn't run the full circuit anymore. He's a businessman now, owns his own company out there, and I just wanted to send some love out there to JTP, man. We're thinking about you, man. We wish you were here with us, but we totally understand, He's decided to not run the full circuit as far as the last few years, but it's good to see he's still out there battling, and he's had a couple nice wins this year.
Absolutely, Sean. I couldn't agree more. All the love to Jared Tebow as well. Of course, his wonderful wife Megan and their children. I would think with Tebow, you've seen a lot of these guys and gals that run RC. Eventually, they go to the company mindset. I don't know if there's been anybody that has transitioned more gracefully from the professional racer to the company owner that Jared Tebow has. And of course, Tebow was still running JTP while he was on the pro circuit, but now he's really fully leaned into it, and he has really made a name for JTP. I don't think anybody has transitioned more gracefully, more seamlessly than Jared has in that point.
That's right. Everybody listening right now, let's go and fill up that order box for JTP Racing right there. Head out and check out the website. Yeah, let's support Jared Tebow and his company, man. Show him some love. Go spend a few bucks there with JTP.
ShopJTP.com.
Yes, sir.
Under 2 minutes left to go here, Sean. We got Tyler Fenster back out front after Lutz's pit stop. Give Lutz a lot of credit, though. His outlap was a 39.2 with that wall-to-wall excursion he had through pit lane. So Fenster still holding off by about 2 seconds here. Spinrad still running third. Good run here for Walker. Hanato Girardi Jr. running in the fourth spot. Donato in the 5, followed by Mechanic. Fifths, Jaden 2, Benny Camari, and Trevor Owens, your top 10. Tyler Brown, and unfortunately, feel like Arredondo brought it in there after the wing issue. You better believe it, folks. It might not look like much, that little plastic rear wing on the back, but you don't have one of those. These things are not fun to drive. They just instantly nosedive off some of these big features here at 8-8 Hobbies.
Yeah, and at the national level, like we are racing this weekend, that's out of respect for the other racers. Instead of just plugging around out there and kind of off the pace, he just pulled it in and he just chalked it up to it. It is what it is, and let everybody else have at it. So I respect that out of Carlos. Oh no. That might have been Benny getting it wrong right there. Unfortunately, that is going to collect Spinrad right there, and that's really going to hurt because Benny's been kind of right here in the middle of the action. First place was in front of him. Third place was behind him. And could he have given him a little bit more room to work? Possibly, but that's driver discretion.
Absolutely. And just to finish that point on Carlos Arredondo, tough break for him, but a classy move for him. I would expect nothing less. He's always been a very classy racer, and certainly a class act for Techno RC and all the companies he represents.
Absolutely. Things winding down here, just under 30 seconds to go. Fenster looking good here for the heat win, but only 1.2 up on Lutz right now. So Lutz not going away without a fight.
Lutz is racing for his semifinal life here, but as is Fenster. So Tyler doing exactly what he's got to do here. Just to run it down for you folks, TQ locks into the show directly 2 through 25. Again, those 24 drivers, 2 through 25, will be your direct semifinal qualifiers. So a lot of these drivers would like to go straight to the semi with no need to transfer upwards anymore. And right now we're watching Tyler Fenster as the clock has run out. Down the back straight over the wall jump he goes, working his way to that center crossover, up on the pipe just a little bit, but this is the run that he needed desperately. Fenster coming down the hill. He will be finished this time by. It's going to be a low 18 at 10:01 for Tyler Fenster. Lutz going to have to try and uncork a big lap here at the end. Here he comes by the line. Not quite enough, but still 1.5 seconds the separation there. Nice run for Lutz, 18:10:02. Spinrad 18:10:13. Mechanic 18:10:15. Hanato Jr. going to take down the fifth spot over his brother Donato. Only 8 tenths between those two. Here comes Carson Phipps to finish up his run. Let's see if he can take a spot away at the end. No, he will stay in 7th. Jaden 2 will finish in the 8th spot. It looks like Benny Comarian will finish 9th. All drivers there in the top 9 in 18 laps. Tyler going to finish on 17, 10.06. That's Tyler Brown. Trouble early for Owens and Arredondo. Everybody running is finished. Big runs there, clutching up for Fenster, Lutz, Spinrad, Mechanic. Right now, those 4 are going to be sitting in pretty good shape for the semifinals. You better believe once the round is over, they're going to be refreshing Live RC like a madman to see where their qual points ended up. But right now, Tyler Fenster with a fantastic run. And I think, again, we'll let the points do the deciding here, but with that run from Ryan Lutz, that should lock him in the semi.
You would think so, and he's going to need a little help here from the next few heats. So it ain't done in yet. The top 25 will go straight in. Either TQ will go straight to the show. 12 and 12 will be your odd and even semi. So that'll be a total of 25. Everybody else going to be quarters and lower.
Yes, and I don't want to call it done, of course. I don't want to cast any bad omens on Lutz there. Just trying to play a little bit of prediction here. There will be a couple drivers here that experience a little bit of attrition or not have the greatest runs. Fenster and Lutz both consistent, even if they weren't quite on the pace of these lead drivers. They both did what they had to do, and I think they'll enjoy a nice, I'd say a good top 25 qual point there when it's all said and done. So well done to those guys. And there's your A-Main Hobbies grid lineup for heat number 5 out of 6. B-Long the win. Great run last time by. He needed it desperately, too. He was 4th in the last round of qualifying, so that was a big one for him. Caden Fuller, Spencer Hecker, Jermaine Robinson, Lee Setzer, Austin Blair, Jared Wiggins, Jimmy Fishback, Travis Horn, Julian Oliveris, Aiden Horn, and Ryan Cavallari, the 12 that are going to be doing battle here in just a few minutes as we are going to put a little bit of water down. And here come the pits, guys. A lot of good names out here. Adam Drake pitting for Fee, as we mentioned, making that engine change over from a Lossy tuned over to the OS Speed Adam Drake program. Again, a lot of big names being brought out here. You can see Jimmy Fishback the 3rd, helping out the 4th. There's Matty G pitting for Cavallari, and again, same household names you're looking at before. Jim Wiggins helping out his son Jared, and Mark helping out his son, of course, Jermaine Robinson. It's going to be good, Sean. It's going to be really good.
Yeah, the tension's in the air. You hear how silent it is out there right
you can cut it with a knife right now. The only thing you hear are the sounds of those Nitro engines, but you better believe that there's 12 locked-in drivers in that driver's stand. They know exactly what they have to do. A lot of these drivers probably are safe to make the semi, Sean, but there's going to be a couple guys at the bottom there, such as a Horn, an Oliveris, an Aiden Horn, a Ryan Cavallari, that know they need to put in a good run this time if they want to try and make the semifinal. So probably a little less pressure at the top for these guys, but you still want to make sure you can qualify as high as you can because you always want to start as high as you can in your semifinal race.
Yeah, I like the Roxon shirt there on Jimmy. And Jimmy, a ripper on 2 wheels as well. He still races the speed bike races. That's the roundy round with no brakes on him, and he just pitches that thing sideways. So the racing bloodline is thick right there, and I know his dad used to race flat track as well, and I'm sure even beyond that. So racing is racing thick for the Fishback family, man. They love, whether it's 2 wheels, 4 wheels, they get down with it.
I'll tell you what, brother. Anybody that's willing to step onto a 2-wheeled vehicle, I give them a lot of credit because I'm an avid MotoGP and a motocross fan, Supercross fan. I'm not that brave to step onto a motorcycle or a dirt bike. They definitely are very brave, and I'm telling you, like we said earlier in the weekend, just to bring up the point that we mentioned before, Sean, is when you crash an RC car, you're either breaking apart, go back to the pits and fix it, or you're asking for a quarter marshal to help you out. If you crash in a dirt bike, you're probably going to the hospital to get checked out, and hopefully no broken bones. So anybody that's willing to step out of a motorcycle, you have my respect.
Absolutely, man. No matter how many RC cars you buy or have in the garage, it's still cheaper than a trip to the ER. So it is not a hobby, that motorcycle racing sport. It is a lifestyle.
Absolutely. The motocross life, and it's very similar. We've talked about this before, like racing crews and motocross. It's a lot of the same people. For RC, it's just scaled down a little bit. Instead of having the big hauler, if you were to go auto racing, you might have the enclosed pit trail or the toter homes or the toy haulers to bring all your stuff and your equipment. But largely the same type of deal, same type of vibe. This is a lifestyle. The people that travel the national circuit here, and especially California, we can race 12 months out of the year. This is their lifestyle. That's what they do.
100%. And you know what? A lot of ex-motocross racers translate over very well into Nitro RC racing. Look at Joe Bornhorst, Chris Tocco, another one. Jared Tebow raced motorcycles for many years, and it translates over very well. And as we get older, it's a little nicer to break a arm on an RC car and instead of an actual arm.
And just to go back to my my home roots a little bit, Frank Calandra, owner of CRC Calandra Racing Concepts, raced dirt bikes for many years, and he said the reason he got into RC, he was sick of getting injured. He just wanted to do something that was a little bit safer. And Calandra Racing Concepts has been around for over 30 years now. They manufacture 12-scale and 10-scale on-road vehicles, of course, and carpet and click track barriers and many other items primarily for on-road RC racing. But again, CRC right in Rome, New York, got their start from being former dirt bike racers and just didn't want to get hurt anymore.
Awesome. All right. Enough chit-chat here. Let's get down and dirty here. Our final two qualifiers here on a Nitro Buggy qualifying day here, the 2026 Roar 1/8 scale Off-Road National.
This is my jam right here, Sean. This is when it gets good. You get down to the later heats and you know what's on the line here. Guys like Fee Long, I don't think he's going to TQ this one like he did in Electric Buggy, but you know he'd love another top 5 run to pair with that number 4 the last round just to get himself a higher starting spot in the features. I think right now you're looking at either Dakota Fenn or Seth Van Dalen to lock up that overall honor, but you better believe all these racers have plenty to race for. They want to start as high as they can in the semis, and like we mentioned a few moments ago, some of those guys down there, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, they are not guaranteed to the semi by any means.
Here we go. Loop is live, and I do see a bit of a change right here on Fee Long's car. He's been running the Lexan wing most of the weekend. He's gone back to the plastic wing.
And it's throwing a little more smoke, at least on the full tank of gas right there. So we'll see if that has any effect on his qualifying run. But I'm telling you, this kid is such a smooth operator. You just see how he's able to place his car right into the corner where he wants it to go. Cuts the corners nice and tight. Everything with these professional RC racers is calculated. You know, you might think it to the naked eye, you know, why are they wiggling the wheels in the air? Why are they using throttle or brake? Why not just jump the car straight? Everything here is linked together. It's like a song and verse here, Sean, where you're trying to get from one corner to the next, pivot your car in the air, set it right down next to the pipes. Everything is like a well-oiled machine here with these professional racers.
These guys are one with these cars right here. It's like they can do this like they breathe air. So you got to be perfectly in tune with these cars, and man, it's so fun to watch these guys race. Let's see. Let's give you a full running bout. Look who's up at the top. Austin Blair leading us around by 1/10 of a second in that Kyosho over Caden Fuller in the number 2 spot. Fishback 3, Fee Long 4, Oliveras 5, Heckert 6, Aiden Horn 7, Setzer 8, Wiggins 9, Cavallari, Robinson, and Horn 1 through 12 right here. The whole field, yes, we're only 2 laps in, separated by 1.3 seconds right here.
Absolutely, and the rust continues to fall off of Austin Blair. He had a 12 in one of those earlier rounds of qualifying, round number 2. So, yeah, for sure, Austin Blair has a shot to make that semi directly. And I'm just going to say I called that very early on in the weekend. So, Blair looking really good. Right now, Fee Long out front of Caden by 28 1/1000ths of a second. But, again, Fee Long doing what he's got to do. We're following Ryan Cavallari right now. And Cavs certainly not having the weekend he was hoping for. But if anybody's going to get it turned around and transfer their way up through some of the lower features, Ryan Cavallari, a 31-time Roar National Champion and a 4-time IFMAR World Champion. Again, I will never count him out in any circumstance at all.
No doubt. We are flip-flopping back and forth. Fee Long starting to strap it up here. 32-1 last time by. That's a new hot lap of the race. So kind of started mellow. I think he was just kind of building a groove. Weren't horrible laps. Weren't exactly the fast lap of the race. Now that we're here, 4 in the books, working on lap number 5, he's starting to ramp up that pace slightly here. And I expect to see that to continue as this track dries out. Are we going to see a 31 here by the end? I would bet on it.
Well, that's the cool part, too, about these 10-minute Nitro races, Sean, is they really are more of a long game more so than the electric races, which can be more of a sprint and just kind of hold your breath and pin the throttle down steer with 2 wheels. You know, you're trying to really plan everything out. You're trying to calculate it all out to be as efficient as possible, and it certainly Fee Long continues to get better and better as his years progress. Right now, Fee Long is 5/10 in front of Spencer Heckard, who has made all 3 A mains so far this weekend. Trying to make that 4 out of 4 with his brand new Mugen cars. We got to catch up with him early in the weekend, Sean, and he is not on a Mugen deal. His grandfather actually helped him buy the new cars and get him hooked up here with some of the funding. So, Spencer's never been shy to thank his family and his supporters, and certainly I think if it wasn't for his grandfather helping out, he may not have actually been here this weekend.
Yep, and he's got his dad, Scott, helping him out here all weekend, man. So I love to see the family atmosphere.
Ooh, saved it right there. That was a little bit hairy, but that same pipe right there, Sean, again, that corner does not look like much, but you picked that out very early in our broadcast this week, where that corner is starting to get a lot of character built up with it, and Spencer takes a big spill, but back on all fours. I don't think you lost more than 2/10 right there.
Wow.
But you need those lucky rolls. I'm telling you, you need those 50-50 calls to make shows like this. And right now, Heckert, everything working for him properly. You're run down with 420 down, 540 to go. Check it out. Nostradamus there, Sean. 31.9 fast lap from Fee Long at lap number 7. So he has once again re-upped it. It is Fee Long, Spencer, Austin, Jimmy Fishbag, Aiden Horn, your new top 5. So big run here for Aiden so far. He needs this one. Followed by Wiggins, Caden Fuller, Jermaine Robinson drops to the 12th spot. May have been a lap miss right there. We'll see if we get that corrected. Wiggins 6, Fuller 7, Oliveras, Cavallari, Setzer, and Horn, as we're seeing a little bit of pin action there of their avid pit cam approaching the halfway point. And look who's back out front. Sean, it was Blair for a second, but now we got pit stops, and Jimmy Fishback goes to the top.
Yeah, speaking of dirt bike riders, man, Fishback, he's a ripper when he throws a leg over that two-wheeler. So, man, feeling it right here. Fee Long did come into pit right here. You can see Drake was on the fuel gun, and now Drake's going to kind of change gears here a little bit and go get his buggy ready as he, after the resort, made the A-sort right here. So Drake will be coming up in just about 5 minutes.
Yes, Drake with that 8th spot in round number 2 of qualifying. So he definitely is going to be carrying that one as the weekend goes for sure. Right now he's got a pair of 15s to go with it. So looking pretty good for Adam Drake's semi-main efforts as well. Right now we have 4:20 left to go. Again, a lot of these drivers likely will be just playing the one pit stop strategy. I think that this race does not have any of the 10-minute candidates. So far, only 5 drivers to our knowledge have made 10 minutes. And again, it's a lot of the top contenders. Drake, Lemieux, Fenn, Van Dalen, and Wiggins to this point have all gone 10. We will keep our eyes on Jared, though, because he was, of course, one of those guys that did it.
All right, you can tell with those pit stops cycling through, that leaderboard just changing with every car that runs across that timing loop.
Wiggins to the top, working some of his wizardry magic right there. So Wiggins was about the 9th different leader we've seen in this race. It just shows the parity here, folks. I know we sound like a broken record. Jared, shut up about the parity. But again, you just got to continue to continue to emphasize. There's about 30, 35 drivers here in this national circuit that are going to have a chance to make that AMA. Nice save by Austin Blair, by the way. And there's only going to be 15 people that get there. And there's going to be some people that probably should have made it, and there's going to be 1 or 2 things that happen throughout the weekend that either get you in there or not get you in there. And it's just going to be one of those things you'll have to work around.
Absolutely, man. So, Wiggins, he went 10 in that 3rd round. Let's see, I'm assuming he's going to go for it again. I mean, it worked for him. Right now, he is sitting 16th right now, so he is pretty comfortably in those semis, but I got a feeling if he can do this 10 again, get another heat win with the A heat to go, that should be another good run, and he should be moving up that board here a little bit and get a bit of a better starting position in those semis.
Absolutely, and when you're not in a position where you're a Fender or Van Dalen, I think that maybe there's a little less pressure if you're guaranteed to the semis, but you better believe here, Sean, that all these folks are looking to go as fast as they can. They don't just want to qualify 25th. They want to go as high as they can. Better starting position means you're better up. You have less real estate to cover to get that first lap in. So you better believe that all these guys are still racing for something, even if they're not going for the overall TQ. And Jared Wiggins is one of those guys that will not be satisfied with a 12th and a 14th of his best 2 runs. He wants to win this thing, and he is due ever since he won that Visions Invitational race back in 2022.
All right, like I said, right on cue with those pit stops cycling through. Fee Long win. Back to the point here by about 0.3 of a second.
I'm watching Jared Wiggins. I have not seen a pit stop, but I think Fee Long just has a little bit more pace to work with. So right now, Fee Long, despite Wiggins not pitting, back out in front. And this is the dude right here, man. I think that if there's somebody that's going to reach up in there and break up this Fend and Van Dalen party, it's going to be this young man right here that we're following, Felong Nguyen, just putting on a great show.
Yeah, Felong out front by only 0.3 up over the Wizard in that 2 spot. Caden Fuller another 2.1 back in third. Fishback 4, Blair 5, Robinson 6, Horn 7, Setzer in the 8, Ryan Cavallari 9, Travis Horn 10, Julian Oliveras 11, and Spencer Heckert, my early race leader, down to the 12.
After 8:45, Sean, we still have the whole field 15 seconds apart. That's just unbelievable to me, where they're all about a half a lap separating them. And, again, Spencer Heckert not having the run he was hoping for here, but he should still be into the semi. And one thing with Heckert, he's always made his keep with those longer style races. His driving style is more conducive to longer mains when the law of averages play out just a little bit more. Heckert is one of my guys I have making the final. You got to think some of your shoe-ins are going to be guys like a Fend or a Mayfield or a Van Dalen. Heckert's another one of those guys that may not be a guarantee to make the show. I think he comes out on top though and puts all 4 of those vegans in A mains this weekend.
Yeah, and that's a pretty tall feat right there to switch brands, come out here with pretty brand new cars. I mean, how many times could he possibly have drove those before?
He said once.
Yeah, one.
That's not a lot. That's not a lot of break-in time on one of these 8-scale cars. Any of you guys that own 8-scale cars know you need about a good hour and a half on these cars to really get them broken in. And 10 seconds left to go, Sean. We got Felong Nguyen just putting on a clinic right here. 19 at 10:24. We do have the top 7 drivers resetting the pace from both Fenster and Lutz. So pretty important to watch the qual points here for both Tyler and Ryan. But at this point, Felong is on his white flag lap this time by. He's going to go one extra one. Looks like Wiggins probably will be cut because he actually got the clock pretty early. So Felong leading by 3 seconds over Wiggins. And I do believe at this point, Wiggins going 10 once again. So Jared going to go 10. Jermaine Robinson going to go 3 here. And Austin Blair may just go 19 laps as well. Let's see if he can get the extra lap. He certainly does. 19 at 10:30. So right now the top 7 looking to go 19 laps here in this B qualifier. Again, that would put Fenster up into that 8-spot qualifier. Here he comes. Felong to win. 19 at 10:23. Excellent run for Felong. And I believe something may have happened to Wiggins. He ran out of fuel coming back to the line. So that's going to be very costly for Jared Wiggins. He's going to drop all the way down to the 8th spot here. 7th spot for Wiggins, and he did cross. I think they're going to have to correct that on scoring. I believe that his pit man may have accidentally run him over the line with that sensitive hit strength scoring loop. But either way, Felong, Jermaine, Austin, Jimmy, Caden, and Aiden Horn all going 19 laps here. Jared will drop out after 18, followed by Cavallari, Oliveras, Heckert, Horn, and Setzer all going 18 laps right here. Your AMA Hobbies qualifying results screen. Felong to win, mission accomplished. He is going to pair his 4 with, I'm sure, another top 5 run. That was stout.
Yeah. Well, for all the marbles here, Jared. Right now, Felong resetting that TQ time to beat. He did a 19:10:24 in round 3, a 19:10:24 here in round 4. And, well, that'll be the TQ time to beat here. Solid run from Robinson sitting in the 2nd spot on that 19:10:28. Blair 3rd, Fishback 4, and Caden Fuller my top 5 here. Right now, it looks like the top 7 have all gone 19.
Tyler Fenster with that 8-spot run, the lowest he could get for a score here is 20. He may have just put himself at the semis. That was very much needed. And right now, Lutz is currently sitting in the 10th spot, so I think that's going to be what Ryan Lutz needs to put himself at the semis. We'll, of course, let the qual points calculate out once this is all done. And remember, folks, like we mentioned with that Wiggins correction there, it looks like they've already made the correction on the lap. But again, folks, all results are unofficial until certified by Roar, and that usually is both the president and race announcer getting together to make sure that there were no scoring errors. So just want to make sure it's emphasized to the viewers at home. Even if you may see a certain result, we call the unofficial results, and of course, any adjustments can be made by Roar after the round is over. So just wanted to ask for a step.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. Actually, in round 3, there was that case exactly. There was a mislap from one of the top drivers. I think they were finishing around the top 12. Obviously, it didn't show. They came in and had a talk with Mike Braun. They explained it to him. He gave him the lap, and there was a little bit of a shuffle right there. So, yeah, everything we tell you is tentative, and we'll let the Roar officials work it all out there in the end.
And I don't envy that at all, by the way.
No,
I
sir.
I like being in the position where we can just say what's going on the screen. And again, the very tough jobs of guys like Clayton Young and our tech inspectors. I want to give another big shout out to, of course, Vin Manchana run our tech department along with Cal Southworth and Chris Crowder, doing a bang up job down there underneath the driver's stand to make sure that all the pre and post tech inspections are good. Of course, want to thank Mike Braun at the at-track announcer. He's just done a fantastic job. Here we go, man. Final heat of 1/8 Nitro Buggy. This is the way we're going to finish off qualifying today here at the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals, presented by Jake Concepts. We're going to crown our top qualifier in about 12 minutes here. So it's going to be either Dakota Fenn or Seth Van Dalen at this point. The only driver that can unseat Van Dalen is, in fact, Dakota Fenn. Sorry. let me reverse that. The only driver that can unseat Fenn is Van Dalen. So we're going to see if that's going to happen here. Got in there at the top two seats for good reason. Followed by Mason Fuller, Chase Lemieux, Ryan Mayfield, Davey Bada, Camden Lime, Jonah Wilson, Brandon Rose, Frankie Contreras Jr., Spencer Rivkin, and the aforementioned Adam Drake. 120 till green right here. You can see our drivers getting their warm-ups in, getting those engines and exhaust pipes up to temperature. And you can see they're all ducking into pit lane, getting a little bit of tune here, adjusting an hour here or there on the needles, and making sure that everything is mint for this upcoming race. And for these drivers that are going 10 minutes, it is that much more crucial to get the tune right. If you miss it a little bit fat, you're not going to make 10 minutes, so you better make sure you got that right. And you better believe a lot of these guys actually came over to Adam Drake and made sure that everything was good before they got going.
All right, ready to rock and roll here. 45 seconds till that loop goes live. It is on like Donkey Kong here. Saturday evening, just about 6 p.m. Pacific time. And we got our final heat of qualifying here. $7 RC Raceway.
Listen, man, I'd like to try and play the controversial, go against the popular vote type deal. I just feel like Dakota Fenn is inevitable at this point. Once he got his buggy program on point, I feel he's going to solidify the overall TQ. The only guy that can unseat him here is Seth Van Dalen. I feel that Dakota Fenn is going to get this one done. He has just been absolutely on point since that E-Buggy A-Main number 1 where he didn't have the greatest run. Since A-Main number 2 of E-Buggy, I don't know if he's been quarter-marshaled once. I think he's just been very, very smooth. He's figured it all out. These Matrix tires are gripping and ripping. I think that he is going to come out as your overall TQ. Well, we're going to find out, along with all you folks, we're going to find out together in the next 10 minutes here in the final qualifier of the Roar Off-Road Nationals, presented by Jake Concepts. 1/8 Nitro Buggy, heat number 6 out of 6. After this race, Sean, it's all heads-up racing on Sunday. I cannot wait to get us on the same race clock, and we're going to be bumping and grinding and rubbing elbows, and then everything's going to be racing for position.
Man, I cannot wait for some heads-up racing.
Absolutely. Watching there, the man of the hour, Dakota, coming around for his first lap. Let's see what he's got for us. A 32.6. Second quickest so far to Jonah Wilson, the young man from Knoxville, Tennessee, trying to give Sparko their first national title. Junior Buggy champion here from 2023, right here at Silver Dollar A-Main Hobbies. So you got to think the comfort factor definitely there for Jonah. He's already won one of these long shows here at A-Main Hobbies, even if it was in the junior division. So looking forward to seeing how he is able to handle that this weekend. He certainly is going to be a threat.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But it's all Mason Fuller. Got a 10th of a second upon Contreras Jr. Solid start right here. We're only a lap in, so we won't get too excited here yet. But it's Mayfield, Van Dalen, Fenn, Wilson, Lime, Bata, Rose, Lemieux, Drake, Rivkin. Look at Camden Lime and a couple of S-Works boys at the point.
32 flat that time for Mason Fuller, 32-1 for Camden. And here is Mayfield. Again, has not had the qualifying session he was hoping for here. Has just had a couple things go his way, not go his way, just one of those 50-50 things. Right now, Mayfield sitting 5th overall if you're going 2 out of 3 qual points. So probably TQ out of the equation for Mayfield here, but would love to move himself up on the grid. And you better believe for that 60-minute A final, he will be one of the drivers you'll have to beat to win that national title. He hasn't won 33 of these things for no reason, including 2 earlier in the week. Electric Truggy at Nitro Truggy pulled the clean sweep. It's Mayfield out front now with a 32-3. Contreras up to that 2 spot. This is Frankie Jr.'s breakout race, man. I know he's been doing it on a regional level, but he is up here absolutely bumping and grinding with the top drivers in the country. And you got to believe that the whole Mugen camp is pretty excited for this young man's progression.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, man. Not only the Mugen camp, but the TZO boys. Nick Hernandez is going to be fired up right here with this young man's efforts. He is sitting 8th right now after 3 rounds of qualifying. So he is safely in the semis. Can we come up here and shock the world right here? That'd be kind of cool to see.
TZO Tires, of course, the Nick Hernandez, the owner of that great company. And you saw Adam Drake on his lid there over the quad. Luckily, everybody gets around clean. But unfortunately, that's probably going to rule Drake out to improve his qual point number, but he should still be into the semifinal race. And pretty cool to see, guys like Adam Drake still out there competing. And again, a lot of things happened for Adam Drake in his life. Like you said, he was owner of the Drake Raceway there for a little while until it was sold to Chris Nelson at TNR. So Drake certainly keeps many things on his plate and doesn't have a lot of time to breathe, but he's of course doing a great job here on the national circuit still.
Yeah, Contreras had led him around there for a lap, but Mayfield going to take it back over with his best lap of the race, 32.5 right there. So Mayfield to the point, 9/1000ths of a second up on Dakota Fenn, another 7/10 back. So I got 7/10 of a second between my top 3, and then 8/10 back to Van Dalen, another 10th back to B. Rose, holding it down there in the Associated. Mason Fuller, Bata, Lemieux, Rivkin, Wilson, Drake, and Line.
We got somebody in the live chat on YouTube that wants to say hello to you.
Let's see. Oh, my goodness. The twin brother. He has tuned in right in time. What is going on? Arski, man. Miss you, brother. Love you. And we are just about to cap off our Nitro Buggy qualifying day here, and he is tuned in just in time, man. I miss my twin brother at these events.
Absolutely, and Robert was talking about doing tech at the 2016 Worlds with you and him there at the RC track.
He was the lead, lead tech.
Lead tech, huh? How about that?
Yes, sir.
He gets to have that one for some bragging rights at the Thanksgiving dinner table. So very cool. We're watching these pit stops cycle around. Remember, folks, we're still 10-minute watch here for drivers like Dakota Fenn, and unfortunately, Adam Drake kind of out of the running after that one mistake. So at this point, Drake probably not going to try and go 10 unless he can still do conservation mode. But when you end up on your lid, you never totally retain all that fuel, Sean. You always have a little bit that spills out of that tank. So we'll see if Adam tries that or if he basically is trying to mail it in. We'll find out at the halfway point. 5 down, 5 to go. Your full rundown is Fenn, Rose, Mason Fuller, Seth Van Dalen, Chase Lemieux, Ryan Mayfield, Wilson, Rivkin, Contreras. Rivkin drops down to 10th, then Contreras to 8th. Bada to 9th, Rivkin, Drake, and Lime. So Dakota Fenn, it just seems like it's inevitable at this point, man. 19 at 10:18 is the pace. Every single lap has been a 32, fast of a 32.3, slow of a 32.7. This is as close to robot mode as you can get on an 8-scale off-road track, my friend.
So Van Dalen, now or never, only 2.2 back, jumps up to the number 2 spot. He is the only one that can stop the freight train of Dakota Fenn here and steal that TQ. And let me tell you what, Jared, he does have the tiebreaker if it were to go to. So let's see if we can maybe find Van Dalen. He is going to be driving the crap out of that Techno right now, and he is going to just be sending straight piss missiles here, try and steal that TQ back.
You better believe that. There's the orange, white, and blue Techno machine, of course, on J-Concept Rubber, Ultimate Engines, and VP Racing Fuels. That's if you want to go fast, those companies mentioned there, they will get you where you want to be. And Dakota Fenn, Seth Van Dalen separated by 2 seconds. Here's the problem, though, Sean. Dakota Fenn can comfortably make 10 minutes. He won't show his full hand, but he can comfortably make 10 minutes. Van Dalen was the one that was sweating it out a little bit. Him and his dad, Sean, said, maybe. So right now, Seth's in a very bad position where he has to, 1, charge forward, and 2, Dakota's sitting pretty with a 2.2 second lead. So Seth has got to take that big chance, try to run this thing on a fuel. And for Seth's perspective, he cannot fall out of the semis, so you might as well go for broke. Nothing left to lose this point.
Absolutely. 32.4 last time by for Fenn, 32.7. So Fenn getting 0.3 of a second on that last lap alone right here with 3 minutes to go. Man, The ball's in Fenn's court right now, but one little mistake, it would be get a little uncomfortable out there.
Absolutely, and we saw it at the end of E-Buggy main number 3, Sean. Flashback to the E-Buggy mains where he tried to take it a little bit easy and go out a little bit wide, caught a rut, almost threw it away there in main number 3, nearly lost the tiebreaker. So if I'm Dakota Fenn at this point, if I'm in his psyche, I just want to go out there and run the laps I know how to run, see a nice whip over there going into that front straight berm. At this point, Dakota, this is what we're talking about, folks. You are watching Dakota Fenn reach flow state right now as he is absolutely locked in, has not been corner-martialed since main number 1 of Electric Buggy. He has just been absolutely on fire. And at this point, Dakota just counting off the laps. The fuel mileage is there. The tires are gripping. The chassis, the X-Ray chassis, is working exactly how it has to. But don't look back, though. Van Dalen just put up a 32-1. He's not going to go away easy, Sean.
No way. Only 1.7 now the difference. 32.7 last time by for Fenn. 32.1. That is Van Dalen's best lap of the race. And like I said, he is going to have to put his head down here and charge. And going to have to strap it up if he wants to steal that TQ back.
No doubt. After those two, it's Mayfield in the third spot. So Ryan having a good run despite not having TQ honors. Frankie Contreras Jr. again continuing to impress, running fourth, followed by Chase Lemieux in the fifth spot. Brandon Rose 6, Spencer Rivkin 7, Mason Fuller 8, Jonah Wilson 9, Davey Vada 10, Adam Drake 11, and Camden Lime 12. Right now it is all mano-a-mano. Dakota Fenn or Seth Van Dalen. You're following Seth right here. Dakota not too far back. You see him going through that center crossover section. Here he comes to that big quad. Absolutely perfect little bobble, but again, got that 50-50 bounce, and that's what you need to stay up on top here. But Van Dalen is charging with 1:15 left to go. Sean, take it away from here. I got to run.
32.5 last time by for Fenn. 32.4 here. Another tenth of a second. We got it down to 1.2. So it'll come down to the wire, 1.2. We got under 60 seconds to go. Mayfield 3 and Contreras Jr. in that 4 spot. Top 5 separated by just over 6 seconds right here, but all eyes are going to be on Fenn here with the final 45 seconds to go. Let's see, beautiful driver out here. That X-Ray factory pilot Dakota Fenn. Matrix tires right here. Let's see if he can get it done. He got the momentum going yesterday in E-Buggy, locking up. Let's see, what was that? His 46th national championship. The winningest driver in Roar history out here, getting it done and showing exactly why he holds that title right here. Got it up to 1.6 right there. A bit of a rough one. 33 flat last time for Van Dalen. It's now or never. He is going to have to strap it up. But right now, Van just looks cold as ice right here. And it looks like he's going to get by here for one more. Pace is a 19-10-18. Fenn wins this one. That will lock up the TQ here, and he will transfer straight to the 60-minute A-main event. No semi needed. Going to double-double right there through the 4-pack. So just playing it nice and safe right there. I think that was a little bit risky as he hasn't had to do that very much this weekend. Fenn got one more turn to go. Dakota Fenn going to take the heat win and your 2026 Roar 1/8 scale off-road TQ right here for the Nitro Buggy portion. And he's going to go right to the main event. So Jared going to run up there and get an interview. Seth Van Dalen going to go 2. Ryan Mayfield 3. Not sure. It looks like maybe Frankie Contreras no finish right there. He's got the red bar right there. So right now, sitting in the 4, that can change. Rose 5, Lemieux 6, Rivkin 7, Jonah Wilson in the 8, Davey Bata 9. Drake going to go top 10, Lime going to go 11. And Mason Fuller looks like maybe no finish right there as well. So top 3 going to beat Fee Long, wins TQ here in round number 4. My top 10 from round 4, Fenn, Van Dalen, Mayfield, Fee Long, Rose, Lemieux, Rivkin, Robinson, Austin Blair, and Jimmy Fishback. What a solid run for him. All right, we're getting ready to go here. We're going to send it up to Jared with our One Up Racing interview cam.
Officially your overall top qualifier of the Roar 1/8 Scale Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by J Concepts. Dakota, Not much else left to say, man. That was a fantastic drive. It wasn't without pressure, though. You still had to win the race outright, or else Van Dalen could have TQ'd this one and taken on tiebreaker. Man, I don't even know what else to say at this point. You're just absolutely locked in. How do you feel about this run, and how do you feel about once again TQing overall the Ronettes?
Yeah, it feels good. Car's been really solid all day. Same thing with tires. I've tried 3 different tread patterns, 2 different compounds, and we've had success throughout all of qualifying with that. So, yeah, we'll debrief tonight, kind of figure out a plan for tomorrow. But I think we're in a decent spot. I wouldn't mind finding a little bit more speed, but feel really comfortable out there running the pace that I am running. So that's always a really good sign. And, yeah, we'll have time now to prep the car for the practices in the morning and do that, and then get ready for the main.
This 1 hour feature.
Thanks, man. Congratulations.
All right, guys, so that is a wrap out here for the Nitro Buggy portion of our Roar Nationals here at Silver Dollar Raceway in Chico, California. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We hope you guys have been enjoying the coverage out here, brought to you by Live RC. Appreciate you guys for supporting us. We will be back tomorrow around 9 a.m. So for your announcers, Jared Barden and Sean Miller, we are going to sign off for the evening, and we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning for some heads-up racing all day long. Have a good night, guys.